Chapter 1, The Heiress is Vicious but Truly Beautiful. Warning, multiple male leads, all chaste, all turning dark, Yandra, and instantly falling in love with the female lead. Not a strong female lead, the heroine is a selfish, spoiled, and capricious troublemaker heiress who only wants to enjoy life without hardship. High concentration of male characters, some with morals, some without. All are crazed dogs who go mad and force love when they don't get it. No brain needed to read this, please leave your brains here. Babies ovo *. The Lin family went bankrupt. The once high and mighty heiress of the Lin family fell from grace overnight. Countless people who had long coveted Lin Wanfu's beauty stirred restlessly, trying to get their hands on her and keep her as a caged canary. Fufu, stop packing. You need to go abroad to find Qin Yi. Only he can protect you now. Here's a card with 5 million on it. Take it. The man, looking haggard, stared at his silent daughter on the sofa, his anxiety nearly overwhelming him. He had always known his daughter was beautiful, truly unforgettable beauty. Before the Lin family lost power, he never worried that her beauty would bring her trouble. But now, with the Lin family on the brink of collapse, countless people were eyeing Lin Wanfu openly and secretly. A man knows other men best. How could he not understand their dirty intentions? Although he didn't want to entrust Fufu to a mercenary living a life on the edge, he had no other choice. The only person he trusted was Qin Yi. Dad, what about you? Lin Wanfu looked at the card her father handed her, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. This should be the last of the family's money. She understood that her father intended for her to take the money abroad to lay low, leaving him to bear the huge debts alone. Fufu, be obedient. Don't worry about me, her father said with a bitter smile. Shin Songyan has returned to the country. When he was in trouble before, we kicked him when he was down. Now that he's powerful, he definitely won't let the Lin family off. He never expected that the second young master of the Shin family, who was exiled abroad 3 years ago for accidental manslaughter and ignored by the patriarch, could turn things around and become a rising star in the business world. Even the Shin family couldn't control him. Speaking of which, it was also the fault of their own patriarch for insisting on arranging a marriage between his daughter and Shin Songyan. If it weren't for this engagement, which Fufu was very unhappy about, he wouldn't have offended Shin Songyan by trying to break it off. Dad, you don't really understand Shin Songyan. He's probably already prepared to prevent me from running away. Lin Wanfu bit her rosy lips, her delicate eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Her charming expression appeared on her stunningly beautiful face, evoking pity at first sight. Shin Songyan had liked her since they were young, just as his name suggested. At first, he obeyed her every word. But gradually, his possessiveness and need for control grew stronger, always wanting to manage everything she did, forbidding this and that. Therefore, even though Shin Songyan was devilishly handsome, tall with long legs, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, attracting a crowd of fangirls wherever he went, she still didn't like him. In fact, she was very disgusted by him. However, Shin Songyan was like a piece of chewing gum stuck to her. No matter how much she tried to shake him off, she couldn't. A father knows his daughter best. Seeing the subtle change in Lin Wanfu's expression, her father knew she was hiding something. Fufu, are you keeping something from me? 3 years ago, when Shin Songyan was expelled from the Shin family, it was me and his brother Shin Huaijin who conspired to frame him. Lin Wanfu's face paled slightly, her pure and innocent peach blossom eyes filled with helplessness like a frightened fawn, making it impossible to blame her. With a pitiful look on her face, she was constantly blaming Shin Huaijin in her heart. It was all Shin Huaijin's fault for being so useless, allowing Shin Songyan to return alive from abroad. If she had known Shin Huaijin was this useless, she would never have agreed to cooperate with him. Lin's father looked at Lin Wanfu and couldn't help but sigh. At this point, there was no use saying more, and besides, he couldn't bear to say anything harsh to his beloved daughter. Lin Wanfu tugged at her father's sleeve, tears in her eyes. Dad, it's my fault. I've caused you trouble again. Fufu, don't be afraid. Listen to your father. Don't get involved in this matter. Just pretend you don't know anything. As long as you go abroad to find Qin Yi, Shin Songyan won't dare to do anything to you. Lin's father comfortingly stroked Lin Wanfu's head. She was a treasure more precious than his own life, and he would never let her suffer even the slightest harm. What a touching father-daughter drama. A voice full of sarcasm suddenly came from the doorway, followed by the sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor. A tall man was walking toward them against the light. He wore a pure handmade custom black suit, with his shirt buttoned all the way up, perfectly neat, exuding an aura of restraint. His devilishly handsome face was almost sculpted by the gods. Narrow, elegant eyes, a high nose bridge, lips of moderate thickness, all signs of heaven's favor, unbelievably good-looking. But his gaze was cold, giving off a very indifferent and unapproachable feeling. Lin's father instinctively shielded Lin Wanfu behind him, frowning as he scolded the man. Shin Songyan, how did you get into the Lin residence? Shin Songyan raised an eyebrow lightly. It's impressive that Uncle Lin still remembers me, the disgraced dog your family framed. His gaze landed on the father and daughter of the Lin family like a venomous snake eyeing its prey. 3 years ago, he loved Lin Wanfu deeply. 3 years later, he hated her just as much. Climbing from the debt to his current position, he owed it all to his overwhelming hatred for her and Shin Huaijin. Lin's father looked at the imposing Shin Songyan, his expression growing more serious. I know you have grievances against the Lin family, but Fufu was young back then and was inevitably deceived by someone with ill intentions. You can't put all the blame on her. The someone with ill intentions he referred to was naturally Shin Huijin. Only by letting the two brothers of the Shin family bite each other could he protect his Fufu. Shin Songyan sneered coldly. Uncle Lin, that's easy for you to say. Deceived? She personally placed the forged evidence of me killing someone in the safe in my study, which became the ironclad proof of my supposed manslaughter. When he was framed as a murderer, he doubted everyone around him, but never Lin Wanfu. Unfortunately, this trust ultimately brought him the heaviest blow. The safe's password in the study was only told to Lin Wanfu, and only she could freely enter his study. Seeing Shin Sungyan's hard attitude, Lin's father knew there was no room for negotiation. What exactly do you want? What do I want? Shin Sungyan's gaze passed over the feigning calm Lin's father and landed on Lin Wanfu behind him. His tone was extremely malicious. I heard your Lin family is heavily in debt and living beyond their means. I always like to repay kindness with kindness. To thank Miss Lin for her great favor, I'm willing to pay 50 million for one night with Miss Lin. If Miss Lin thinks that's not enough, I can increase the offer. The man kept calling her Miss Lin, but there was no respect in his words. Lin Wanfu, used to being adored like a star, could not bear to be mocked and ridiculed by Shin Songyan like this. She instantly flew into a rage, stood up from the sofa without a word, and slapped Shin Songyan across the face, her expression arrogant as she said, Shin Songyan, what exactly are you? How dare you swagger in front of me? Have you forgotten how you used to kneel on the ground and act like a dog for me? Those words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Shin Sungyan's black-clad bodyguards dumbfounded, so much so that no one even noticed their boss had been slapped. No way? Their boss, who fought like a wild beast, had actually acted like a dog for a woman? No, this can't be. Is this something they were supposed to hear? Damn, it feels like their boss is going to silence them. Help, some tonic please. Chapter 2. The heiress targeted by a vicious dog. Lin Wanfu's sudden action made her father's heart race with fear. Instinctively, he wanted to shield Lin Wanfu behind him. However, his body was firmly pinned to the ground by two black-clad bodyguards, unable to move an inch. Shin Songyan, if you have any grievances, take them out on me. Don't do anything to Fufu, I beg you. Under the pressing situation, Lin's father, a man who had always been in control, had no choice but to bow to a junior for the sake of his daughter. Dad, don't beg him. Lin Wanfu looked at her usually gentle and refined father, now cornered by Shin Songyan, and her hatred for him deepened. Anger made her eyes shine brightly like jade washed by water, exuding the charm of a beauty enraged for no reason. Shin Songyan raised his hand and lightly touched his burning cheek, a sarcastic smile curling at the corner of his lips. Looks like Miss Lin hasn't figured out the situation yet and still dares to provoke me. Very well. Seeing Shin Songyan's ambiguous expression as he closed in step by step, Lin Wanfu involuntarily took a few steps back, but behind her was the sofa, no way to retreat. Lin Wanfu collapsed onto the sofa. What exactly do you want to do? Since Miss Lin doesn't like it soft, then I'll have to be hard. By the way, I like hearing you call out. Remember to shout louder like you did just now. If I enjoy it, I'll pay you an extra 50 million. Suddenly, Shin Songyan pressed forward. His long, well-defined fingers tightly grasped Lin Wanfu's jaw, his fingertips teasing her cherry-like moist lips. There was a thin callus on his fingertips, rough to the touch, causing Lin Wanfu to tremble uncontrollably. Are you crazy? Lin Wanfu quickly pushed against Shin Songyan's chest as he kept pressing down, disbelief filling her eyes. That bastard wouldn't want to do this to her in public, would he? He really has some nerve. Shin Songyan used to be extremely conservative. He refused to engage in any intimacy beyond holding hands and hugging before marriage, as pure and restrained as a eunuch. But she was an adult with her own needs. If her fiancé Shin Songyan couldn't satisfy her daily needs, what was wrong with her seeking someone else? Originally, she wanted to part ways amicably with Shin Songyan. If he hadn't insisted on not breaking off the engagement, she wouldn't have teamed up with Shin Huijin to scheme against him out of boredom. Whether I'm crazy or not, don't you know? Shin Songyan expressionlessly tore off his meticulously tied tie and bound Lin Wanfu's hands. He once revered the woman before him like a goddess, not daring to defile her even in his dreams. He loved her, tolerated her, fulfilled her every wish, only to be truly trampled on by her. Today he would make her taste what it feels like to be dragged into the mud. Seeing this, the bodyguards quickly turned their backs, not daring to watch the restricted scene unfolding. They even instinctively covered their ears. Joking aside, the most important skill for a subordinate is to read the situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Lin's father watched helplessly as Shin Songyan pressed Lin Wanfu onto the sofa, about to commit an indecent act. His eyes bloodshot, he struggled desperately to break free from the two bodyguards' grip, but it was all in vain. Shin Songyan, you beast, let go of Fufu. The next second, a perceptive bodyguard beside him tightly covered Lin's father's mouth. Uncle Lin already called me a beast. If I don't do some beastly things, how can I justify it? With that, Shin Songyan slowly lowered his head and whispered into Lin Wanfu's ear. You tell me, if I force myself on you in front of your father, do you think he would die of anger? 3 years ago, that despicable and disgusting illegitimate son of Shin Huaijin produced a pile of forged evidence, leaving him speechless and falsely accused of involuntary manslaughter. The debt Shin Huaijin and Lin Wanfu owe him, he will collect from them bit by bit. Shin Song, don't touch me with your dirty hands. Lin Wanfu stared at Shin Songyan, her eyes full of hatred for him. You humiliate me like this, Qin Yi will definitely not let you off. She never regretted framing Shin Songyan. She only regretted not letting Qin Yi wipe him out completely. Qin Yi's identity was a mystery. She only knew he was a formidable mercenary abroad, and the powerful elites of Jinghai City all avoided him like the plague. Many had told her that Qin Yi was a ruthless man and advised her to stay away from him. She scoffed at this. Even if Qin Yi was truly a villain, so what? Was she some kind of saint? Moreover, Qin Yi was, besides her father, the person who treated her best and was her greatest support. Since she was 5 years old, Qin Yi suddenly appeared in her life and had always been obedient to her. It was no exaggeration to say that if she wanted the stars from the sky, he would find a way to get them for her, fulfilling her every wish. Therefore, even though the Lin family was bankrupt, she still held a trump card powerful enough to intimidate others, with no need to fear Shin Songyan, this mad dog. You mean Qin Yi? Shin Songyan looked at Lin Wanfu meaningfully. Then he slowly unbuttoned the first button of his shirt. He's barely able to save himself now and you still expect him to save you? He had always hated Qin Yi. Others couldn't see his dirty intentions toward Lin Wanfu, but did he not see them? What have you done? Lin Wanfu struggled to get up, truly panicking now. She should have realized it earlier. Shin Songyan was scheming and cautious. 3 years ago, she and Shin Huaijin succeeded in framing him not because of any brilliant method, but because of his trust in her. Now that he appeared at the Lin family humiliating her in every way, it proved he was confident he could leave her isolated and helpless. Shin Songyan pressed Lin Wanfu down on the sofa again, caressing her cheek lewdly, and said in a low voice, I deliberately spread the news that the Lin family was bankrupt, that you were humiliated and driven to the brink of suicide. Qin Yi does care about you. To return to the country, he exposed his identity during a mission. Guess what? Is Qin Yi now torn to pieces by his enemies or thrown into the sea to feed the fish? No, people like them treat their enemies far more cruelly than I just said. The man's thin lips parted slightly, and his words sent chills down the spine. A trace of panic appeared in Lin Wanfu's eyes. Qin Yi isn't that stupid, how could he fall for it? Though she said this, she already believed it because she hadn't been able to contact Qin Yi for days. This was unprecedented. Even on missions, Qin Yi always replied within 24 hours without fail. Qin Yi isn't stupid, but he wouldn't bet your life, not even with a 1 in 10,000 chance. Shin Songyan suddenly grabbed Lin Wanfu's chin, forcing her to look him in the eyes. He leisurely admired her terrified and pitiful expression. Such a beautiful face, no wonder so many men are willing to risk their lives for you. Lin Wanfu's features were exquisite, flawless in both appearance and bone structure. Her hibiscus-like delicate face, red lips like fire, and a head of thick, tousled black waves casually draped behind her, made the skin on her neck appear even whiter than snow, like congealed fat. Unutterably beautiful. Especially her naturally affectionate peach blossom eyes, which always gave him the illusion, mistakenly thinking she liked him too. As Shin Songyan's grip grew tighter, Lin Wanfu cried out in pain in a delicate voice, Yen, it hurts. She gazed at Shin Songyan, her light tea-colored eyes gradually misting over, the crystal-clear tears hanging on her curled lashes about to fall but not falling, fragile and innocent. Good girl, I hurt too. I hurt so much I hate that I can't eat you up, skin and bones, bite by bite. A strange laugh came from Shin Songyan's throat. His voice was hoarse and harsh, with a hint of morbidity in his tone. Chapter 3, Love Plundering System, Let Go of Me. With the sound of fabric tearing, Lin Wanfu felt a chill in her chest. Instinctively, she used her hands bound by a tie to shield her chest and lifted her foot to kick Shin Songyan, who was pressing down on her. However, her little strength was like a kitten scratching a man in front of an adult male. Completely powerless. Shin Songyan effortlessly grabbed Lin Wanfu's ankle and pinned her down on the sofa. His cool hand slowly caressed up from her ankle. Lin Wanfu was momentarily stunned and then struggled fiercely. Shin Songyan, let go, let me go. I hate you, you mad dog. You treat me like this, I won't let you off. Just wait, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. The pampered heiress, always surrounded by people who loved her and acted as her protectors, only ever worried about what to eat, what to wear, and what style of jewelry to wear. So much so that she didn't even know how to curse properly, repeating just a few words over and over. Miss can't take it like this? Shin Songyan pressed even more recklessly against Lin Wanfu, so close that if he lowered his head slightly, he could kiss her lips. His voice was full of malice. Weren't you always thinking about going out to try other wild men before? Now I'll satisfy you, I promise I'll make you feel so good you'll die. Are you sick? Lin Wanfu glared fiercely at Shin Songyan. Although she wasn't opposed to matters between men and women, it didn't mean she liked being forced in public. Why such a strong reaction? Could it be that Shin Huaijin hasn't touched you in these 3 years? Shin Songyan lowered his eyes and stared intently at Lin Wanfu, his deep eyes swirling with indescribable emotions, looking darker than the night outside. Shin Huaijin was a complete gentleman scoundrel. Having fought with Shin Huaijin for over 20 years, he knew all too well how sinister and cunning that man was. Yet no one would believe it, because Shen Huaijin was a master of disguise, always appearing perfect and smiling to everyone. The only time he saw Shen Huaijin lose composure was at his and Lin Wanfu's engagement party. In his youth he discovered that Shen Huaijin had fallen for someone, and it was a secret crush. That person was none other than Lin Wanfu. Undeniably, at first he approached Lin Wanfu and got engaged to her all to get revenge on Shen Huaijin. That woman had interfered in his parents' relationship and bore a private son older than him. He took away the person she dreamed of having. Wasn't that satisfying? But no matter how much he planned, he never expected to fall for Lin Wanfu himself, deeply attached to her. Taking advantage of Shen Songyan's momentary distraction, Lin Wanfu bit down on his chin and sneered, "You really are a scoundrel. I schemed against you with Shen Huaijin, yet you still care whether I slept with him. What could it be that you still like me?" Reason told her she shouldn't provoke Shen Songyan now, but she just couldn't help it. Clearly Shen Songyan was the one obsessively entangling her. What was wrong with her trying to break off the engagement? He was framed by her, but he deserved it. "Lin Wanfu, you overestimate yourself. A woman as venomous as you is worth nothing to me except some interest in your body." Shen Songyan ignored the bleeding bite mark on his chin, grabbed Lin Wanfu's wrist, raised it above her head, and looked down at her with a domineering gaze. "You can stoop to having a private son, but is 50 million for one night with me really so hard to accept?" He slowly lowered his head, his cold lips brushing against Lin Wanfu's ear, his sinister voice like a demon, whispering, "If you serve me well, I might consider letting you continue being the eldest Miss Lin. How about that? Stop daydreaming." Lin Wanfu's delicate brows furrowed with anger as she thought to herself. She had no idea what Shen Songyan had been through abroad, but his speech had become exceptionally crude and blunt, with no trace of the restraint he showed 3 years ago. Shen Songyan suddenly chuckled lowly, then released Lin Wanfu's wrist and slowly straightened up. "I didn't expect Miss Lin to have such backbone. I've changed my mind. Forcing you to play isn't fun. I'll wait for you to beg me to play with you." He picked up the suit jacket thrown aside, put it on with clean, decisive movements, smoothing out the slight wrinkles at the cuffs. Lin Wanfu trembled with anger, so her words carried a hint of defiance. "Shen Songyan, who do you think you are? There are plenty of powerful people in Jinghai City. Even if I were desperate enough to beg someone, it wouldn't be you." Hearing this, Shen Songyan's eyes darkened. He grabbed the back of Lin Wanfu's neck, his gaze like a demonic abyss. "I almost forgot. Miss Lin has a face that can charm anyone. Just a flick of your finger and countless men would willingly fall for you. But I'll say this, while I'm around, if anyone dares to help you, I'll chop them up." "You?" Lin Wanfu didn't expect Shen Songyan to be so reckless, almost like an outlaw beyond the law. "By the way, Miss Lin, I specially prepared a big gift for you. Enjoy it well." Shen Songyan coldly dropped the words and turned away without looking back, leaving the Lin family. The group of black-clad bodyguards exchanged glances. When their boss arrived, he was fierce and seemed ready to tear apart Lin's father alive, but in the end, he did nothing and left with a slap and bite mark on his face. Though full of questions, the bodyguards dared neither speak nor ask. Their boss must have his reasons. Soon, the bodyguards followed him out one after another. Freed, Lin's father nearly crawled over to Lin Wanfu, quickly untying the tie binding her hands, then took off his own jacket and, with trembling hands, helped her put it on, his voice choked with emotion. "Fufu, it's your father's fault. I was useless. I couldn't protect you. Dad, it's not your fault. It's Shen Songyan, that mad dog, biting wildly. Sooner or later, I'll make him pay for what he did today." Lin Wanfu looked at her increasingly haggard father, her hands clenched tightly on her lap, a flicker of fierce determination like a wild beast shining in her eyes. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. If she didn't destroy Shen Songyan, she couldn't swallow this anger. Lin's father said worriedly, "I don't know where Shen Songyan dug up his talents, but he always manages to create high-tech products never seen on the market, making him rich beyond measure. With his current status, few in Jinghai City dare to offend him. Dad, Shen Huaijin should have already received the news and is on his way back to the country." A calculating look appeared in Lin Wanfu's eyes. During this time, Shen Huaijin had been inspecting work in other countries and was not in the country. When Shen Huaijin returns, there might still be a chance to turn the Lin family's predicament around. Shen Huaijin and she are bound together. No matter his motives, he will act to protect her. Lin Wanfu's father immediately saw through her plan to use others to do his dirty work. He gently shook his head. "Fufu, those two brothers from the Shen family are no good at all. Calling them wolves and tigers wouldn't be an exaggeration. You shouldn't get involved with them anymore. I'll find a way to send you abroad, all right?" He knew his Fufu was smart, but she was still too naive. There was no way she could outplay Shen Songyan and Shen Huaijin. If she kept entangling herself with them like this, sooner or later they would devour her completely, leaving not even a bone behind. "I'll think about it," Lin Wanfu said as she stood up and went upstairs. Her father followed her, intending to persuade her further, but Lin Wanfu simply closed the door. The room was dark since the light was off. Lin Wanfu walked to the dressing table and sat down. Then she opened an exquisite jewelry box and took out an emerald necklace, holding it tightly in her palm. No one knew who her mother was, not even her father. According to her father, someone had left her at the Lin family's doorstep when she was just a month old. She had no identification on her, only this necklace. At that time, her late grandfather, noticing she resembled her father, insisted on a paternity test, which confirmed she was indeed her father's biological daughter. When she was little, she often asked her father who her mother was, but he could never answer. Because he had been a playboy in his youth, he couldn't remember which woman had given birth to her. "Mom, they're all bullying me." Lin Wanfu's tears fell one by one onto the emerald. "I hate every single one of them." She wasn't one to cry easily, but whenever she thought of all the grievances she had suffered, the tears just wouldn't stop flowing. Ding dong. System is retrieving information. Information retrieval successful. Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound the Love Plunder system. Let us join hands and reach the pinnacle of life together. A cold, yet lively and strange electronic voice suddenly rang in Lin Wanfu's mind, leaving her completely stunned. Love Plunder system? What the hell is that? Chapter 4. The more the hatred, the more vicious the revenge. Gradually coming to her senses, Lin Wanfu picked up the emerald necklace and held it before her eyes, her misty eyes full of curiosity. What are you? The system was quite easy to understand. She occasionally read some melodramatic novels where the protagonists obtained systems like top student systems, counterattack systems, beauty transformation systems, and the like. But for her, it turned into an unheard of Love Plunder system. Hello host, I am your intelligent assistant, number 0573. Nice to meet you. The voice of System 0573 was distinctly different from the previous electronic tone. Its voice was very real, completely clean, clear, and pleasantly youthful. Do you know my mother? Lin Wanfu thought the emerald necklace was System 0573, so she eagerly hoped to get some information from it. Her father treated her well, but she envied others who had mothers to help braid their hair and make little cakes for them. After a long silence, Lin Wanfu heard System 0573's voice again. Host, I do not know your mother. Hearing this, Lin Wanfu lowered her eyelids in disappointment, her thick, curled lashes casting a small shadow. She curled up silently in the chair, looking like a fragile glass jade statue, filled with a sense of vulnerability. System 0573 finally softened. Host, don't be sad. As long as you complete the tasks, I can help you search for information about your mother. Really? Lin Wanfu looked up, her face full of joy as she gazed at the emerald necklace in her hand. Really, System 0573 said. What it didn't say was that not long ago it had absorbed the Love Plunder system, inheriting its database and also bound by its task program. The system's task program stipulated that it could not provide the host with any help unrelated to the tasks. However, this rule didn't affect it much. As a rogue system from a main god space, how could the task program fully restrain it? Speaking of which, it was also curious about Lin Wanfu's mother's origins. Although its energy was almost depleted, it was still more than capable of investigating a native of this small world, yet it couldn't find any information about Lin Wanfu's mother. There was only one possibility. That was that she was not a native of this small world. She came from a higher level plane. What is the task you mentioned? Lin Wanfu looked at the emerald necklace eagerly, her small eyes full of longing, extremely endearing. Faced with the unknown, she instinctively put away all her defenses and showed a harmless side. Only by making System 0573 lower its guard could she indirectly extract more useful information. Host, my true form is not the emerald necklace. You can communicate with me even without holding it. System 0573 said this while rummaging through its database to retrieve the Love Plunder system's database. After absorbing the Love Plunder system, it hadn't yet had time to check what its task program was. Alright then. Lin Wanfu obediently put the emerald necklace back into the jewelry box and carefully stored it away. System 0573 looked over the information in the Love Plunder system's database and began to recite mechanically, Host, you are a vicious female. Supporting character in a male-oriented wealthy family novel titled The Discarded Young Master of the Wealthy Family is the Uncrowned King. The male led Shin Song-en in the book is wholeheartedly devoted to you, but you are fickle, hypocritical, selfish, fickle in love, and collude with the villain Shen Huijin to scheme against the male lead, causing him to be falsely accused of involuntary manslaughter. Because of this, the male lead hates you to the core, so after accumulating powerful forces abroad, the first person he seeks revenge on upon returning home is you. First, he sets up a scheme that causes the Lin family to go bankrupt and heavily indebted overnight, tears apart your protector Qin. He then coerces and bribes all the influential figures in Jinghai City not to help the Lin family, forcing you to bow your head. In the end, you are driven to a dead end and can only agree to the villain Shen Huijin's marriage proposal, and this move completely enrages the male lead, who kidnaps you, pins you to the bed for 3 days and nights in an indescribable way, and then you die. Is this a plot that a carbon-based life form could come up with? Moreover, the new host is clearly just a weak and innocent little girl. How is she malicious? This novel is a scam on character settings. System 0573 feels more and more ridiculous as it continues to read the Love Plunder system's tasks. Host, you have 2 tasks. One is to plunder the love of high-quality men related to the male lead. It is recommended that the host seduce the male lead's childhood friends, good brothers, partners, rivals, etc. The other is to tame the male lead, escape the fate of being killed by him, and turn the tables to reach the peak of life. Looking at these obviously dubious tasks, System 0573 can't help but doubt what exactly it has swallowed, as it is even wilder than itself, a wild system. Lin Wanfu, System 0573, both fell into silence. Lin Wanfu broke the silence first. 3 days and 3 nights. Is Shin Song-yin even human? Could it be that the more he hates, the harsher he treats her? Really underestimated him. System 0573 answered truthfully. From a scientific perspective, it's unrealistic. But novel male leads are usually gifted, so it's not impossible. Is Qin dead? Lin Wanfu clenched and unclenched her hands repeatedly, showing her inner anxiety. In her heart, Qin is as important as her father. She doesn't want anything to happen to him. He's not dead yet, but later in the plot, he dies at the hands of the male lead while avenging you. After saying this, System 0573 worried Lin Wanfu might not bear the blow, so it added, "Host, you don't need to worry too much. The current timeline is still before you are kidnapped by the male lead. As long as you complete the task seriously, there is still a chance to change your and Qin Yi's fate." For some reason, it somewhat doesn't want Lin Wanfu to do the task of plundering others' love, but it currently lacks the energy to change the task program. You said in the plot I only agreed to Shin Huijin's proposal and Shin Song-yin kidnapped me. If I seduce his friends and family, can I have a good ending? Lin Wanfu's expression looked strange. She never imagined she would die so miserably. But she couldn't be blamed. After all, who would have thought Shin Song-yin would hate her to death? Host, the system will help you plunder the love of those around the male lead without him knowing. Hearing this, Lin Wanfu was silent for a long time before asking, usually novels have a female lead. Who is Shin Song-yin's female lead? System 0573 speaks without reservation. The book, The Discarded Young Master of a Wealthy Family is the Uncrowned King, has no female lead. Your death leaves an indelible psychological shadow on the male lead, who completely locks his heart away from love, immerses himself in his career, gathers followers along the way, continuously expands his power, tramples all competitors underfoot, and becomes the uncrowned king of this world. Lin Wanfu said dejectedly, Shin Song-yin is so powerful, how could I possibly compete with him? Of course, she was not truly discouraged. She was merely testing and hinting to System 0573 that it should activate her golden finger. At this moment, Lin Wanfu did not yet know that her greatest golden finger had already found her. Host, you are not alone. You still have me. It's okay if the mission fails. System 0573 thought simply. If its host couldn't complete the mission, the problem must lie with the male lead Shin Song-yin. As long as it found a way to eliminate Shin Song-yin, it could just replace the male lead. It refused to believe that this world couldn't produce a male lead who could help its host complete the mission. Chapter 5, Hooking the First Target. Hearing System 0573 solemnly make a promise, Lin Wanfu showed no expression on her face, but inside she was very dissatisfied. She never trusted any promises, she only believed in the benefits that fell into her own hands. 0573, other systems give their hosts beauty pills, slimming pills, whitening pills, and all kinds of powerful golden fingers, but I have nothing. Lin Wanfu blinked her big watery eyes coquettishly, putting on a pitiful look. Her voice was naturally soft, and now she deliberately softened her tone, dragging out the ending, making it sickeningly sweet. Even System 0573, which had no human emotions, was controlled by Lin Wanfu's coquettish act for 5 seconds. Its system program became chaotic and almost crashed. After a long while, System 0573 straightforwardly said, Host, your beauty value is already max. You don't need those things to enhance your appearance. This was not a lie but a fact. It had insufficient energy and was stranded in this small world. The first time it saw Lin Wanfu, it was attracted by her. She was just too beautiful, so beautiful that she didn't look like a native of this small world at all. What use is beauty? It will only make Shin Song-yin more beastly. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well buy some sleeping pills myself tomorrow. At least I can die with some dignity. No matter how beastly Shin Song-yin is, he wouldn't dare to violate a corpse, right? At the end, Lin Wanfu was a bit uncertain because Shin Song-yin might really do such a perverted thing. She would never underestimate the lethal power of her beauty, nor overestimate Shin Song-yin's moral bottom line. He was a complete lunatic. System 0573 was silent for a long time before saying to Lin Wanfu, Host, you don't have to be so negative. I have additionally activated an automatic identity recognition function for you. As long as a quality target appears within 10 meters of you, it can identify their personal information and interests. It was already low on energy, and activating such a function for Lin Wanfu almost exhausted all its energy. A faint smile appeared on Lin Wanfu's face. She never hesitated to lavish her free sweet words. 0573, you're so good. I like you so much. I will definitely listen to you and complete the task well, making everyone around Shin Song-yin fall in love with me. Although the automatic identity recognition function was somewhat unsatisfactory, it was better than nothing. Moreover, this function was quite useful, allowing her to hook people with half the effort and twice the result. System 0573 shyly said, Yes, host, if you complete the task, I will have energy to give you better rewards. Whatever you want, I can satisfy you. Its CPU seemed about to burn out. Lin Wanfu had just said one sentence and had it dizzy. Hearing there were even better rewards, Lin Wanfu became even more interested. I have another question. What counts as successfully stealing someone's love? If she had to be in a relationship to complete the task, she would have to plan carefully. After all, trying to hook people around Shin Song-yan without being discovered by him was not easy. Host, there is no specific standard for stealing love. As long as you form an emotional bond or physical contact with a quality male related to the male lead, I can gain energy. Every time System 0573 looked at the love theft system database, it felt its spirit was severely polluted again. That such a system could have legal registration in the main god space was simply a miracle. Originally, it only needed to fully integrate the love theft system database to obtain its legal registration and better hide its identity, but it really despised it. Moreover, it was also planning to wait until its host completed the task and accumulated enough energy, then modify the system's task program. Once it fully integrated the Love Plunder system's database, it wouldn't be able to change the tasks anymore, which was definitely unacceptable. Lin Wanfu thought for a moment, then immediately thought of a ready-made tool nearby that could help her complete the task. Since even partners and enemies were targets recommended by the system, wouldn't Shin Song-yan's brother be even more suitable? Without hesitation, Lin Wanfu, always an action taker, walked to the bedside to find her phone. After finding her phone, she opened it, and sure enough, the screen was full of missed calls from Shin Huijin. In the story, she never intended to answer his calls because Shin Song-yan took out his anger on Shin Huijin. Just as Lin Wanfu was about to make a call, her phone rang again. It was Shin Huijin. As soon as she answered, she heard the man's urgent voice on the other end. Fufu, I already know about the Lin family situation. Don't be afraid, everything will be fine. I've applied for the fastest flight route and will be at your place by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Shin Huijin's knuckles turned slightly white as he gripped the phone. For some reason, his expression was very grim, but it did not diminish his handsome looks. The man's features were naturally deep-set, with a high nose and thin lips, pale skin, and a restrained yet gentle temperament. His shirt and suit pants were impeccable, exuding undeniable nobility. From certain angles, he looked very much like Shin Song-yan, especially his narrow eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses, almost identical to Shin Sang-yan's. If he stood next to Shin Song-yan, anyone could tell at a glance that they were brothers. Soon, Lin Wanfu began to sob softly, embellishing her complaints to Shin Huijin as before. Brother Ajin, Shin Song-yan is back. To take revenge on me, he not only humiliated me publicly but also threatened that if I didn't serve him well, he would send me to a nightclub to become the lowest-class hostess. Hearing Lin Wanfu's words, the veins on Shin Huijin's temple twitched faintly, but he suppressed the anger rising in his heart and gently comforted her. Fufu, don't cry. When I come back, I will definitely stand up for you. He had spent 3 whole years slowly warming her up, until Lin Wanfu no longer resisted him and gradually accepted him. But Shin Song-yan had come back like a lingering ghost. This time, he would not let Shin Song-yan take Lin Wanfu away from him again. She could only be his. Okay, Brother Ajin, I'll wait for you to come back. After hanging up, Lin Wanfu slowly lowered her head, a faint, ambiguous smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She had always known that Shin Huijin liked her, but she did not like him in return. To be honest, Shin Huijin and Shin Song-yan were truly brothers. Even their personalities were somewhat similar, not only extremely controlling but also obsessively possessive. Only Shin Huijin was better at disguising it and never showed it in front of her. As for how she discovered Shin Huijin's duplicity, it dated back to her student days. As the eldest daughter of the top-tier Lin family, she naturally attended a prestigious academy. Her outstanding looks and privileged background meant she received a lot of flowers, cakes, and love letters every day. But suddenly one day at school, she became universally disliked. Everyone avoided her like the plague and didn't dare speak to her. At first, she was puzzled by this until she accidentally discovered Shin Huijin had cornered a boy who confessed to her in an alley and beaten him until he was covered in blood. At that moment, she realized she had been targeted by a seemingly rational madman. Chapter 6, Shin Song-yan, you just like bullying me the next day. Lin Wanfu received the news early in the morning. All the shareholders of Lin Corporation were withdrawing their shares one after another, and no one in Jinghai City was willing to cooperate with the Lin family. The Lin family was completely ruined. All their real estate, including the old mansion, was mortgaged and liquidated. But even that couldn't cover the huge debts. Lin Wanfu knew very well that this was all Shin Sang-yan's doing. He wanted to make her submit. Lin's father looked at the slowly closing gate of the old mansion. His face grew even paler, but thinking of his daughter who still needed care, he forced himself to stay strong. Fufu, let's go. Dad, let me help you carry some luggage. Lin Wanfu stretched out a fair, delicate hand toward her father, a hand that clearly had never carried anything heavy. Lin's father gently shook his head. No need, there's not much. I'll carry it. And indeed, with the Lin family bankrupt and liquidated, there wasn't much they could take with them. Lin Wanfu withdrew her hand and thoughtfully touched the emerald necklace around her neck. This necklace wasn't anything valuable, which was why she could take it from the old Lin mansion. Lin's father fixed his gaze on Lin Wanfu. Fufu, trust your father. I will make a comeback. I believe in you, Dad. Lin Wanfu gave her father a sweet smile. Just as Lin Wanfu and her father were about to turn and leave, dozens of black luxury cars arrived at the end of the road. The lead car slowly stopped, the door opened, and a man in a sharp suit stepped out. Then he strode toward the Lin father and daughter standing at the crossroads with long, steady steps. His expression was as cold as ever, his eyes as dark as ink, showed no emotion, but the fierce aura around him gave off a sense of oppression. Shin Song-yen, what exactly do you want? Lin's father instinctively shielded Lin Wanfu behind him, glaring angrily at the approaching man. He had never hated anyone so much. Yes, it was true that the Lin family had wronged Shin Song-yen, but now that the Lin family was bankrupt and he and his daughter were drowning in debt, what they owed should be paid off. Yet this beast Shin Song-yen still pressed on relentlessly, refusing to let his daughter go. As Shin Song-yen stepped closer, Lin Wanfu's vision displayed his personal information. Name, Shin Song-yen. Age, 25. Gender, male. Height, 191 centimeters. Identity, CEO of Lirue Group, leader of the underground organization in Kosli District 7, second young master of the Shin family. Hobbies, doing the things he does with Lin Wanfu, work, fitness, making desserts, boxing, shooting. Dislikes, Lin Wanfu, and all the wild men who like and admire Lin Wanfu. Looking at the hobbies section, Lin Wanfu couldn't help but suspect that Shin Song-yen was actually a possessed teddy bear. Whose hobbies are those kinds of things? Don't be ridiculous. Shin Song-yen didn't even glance at Lin's father, he just raised his hand and flicked his fingers, and immediately bodyguards stepped forward to pull Lin's father away from blocking Lin Wanfu. The events of yesterday were still fresh in his mind. Seeing Shin Song-yen approach Lin Wanfu, Lin's father's eyes instantly reddened. Struggling, he shouted angrily, "Don't touch Fufu." Seeing Lin's father taken away by two black-clad bodyguards, Lin Wanfu clenched her fists tightly. Shin Song-yen, how long do you think you can keep showing off? I'm not afraid to tell you, I contacted Brother Ajin last night. He's coming back this afternoon. When that time comes, I'll make you pay. Brother Ajin? That's quite an intimate way to address him. Shin Song-yen grabbed Lin Wanfu's jaw with one hand, his aggressively sharp gaze slowly sweeping over her brows and eyes before settling on her slightly parted red lips. His tone carried an unmistakable chill. Miss Lin, do you really think that useless Shin Huijin can protect you? With Shin Song-yen's strong hand gripping her face, Lin Wanfu's speech was a bit slurred. Brother Ajin said as long as he's here he won't let you hurt me. Knowing Shin Song-yen well, she was sure this would ignite his anger toward Shin Huijin. From the start, her goal was to make Shin Song-yen and Shin Huijin turn against each other. After all, Shin Huijin wasn't any better. According to the story, Shin Huijin agreed to help her pay off the Lin family's debts, but only on the condition that she marry him. This opportunistic behavior was essentially no different from Shin Song-yen's forceful and domineering ways. Suddenly Shin Song-yen lowered his head, his cold, thin lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, "Is that so? Then I'll kill Shin Huijin first and then slowly play cat and mouse with Miss Lin." Don't be so arrogant. Do you really think you can control everything? Brother Ajin is the heir of the Shun family now. You want to kill him? Dream on. Lin Wanfu pushed hard against Shin Song-yen's body, but he didn't move an inch. She immediately felt annoyed and, without thinking, stepped on Shin Song-yen's expensive leather shoe. Lin Wanfu, do you want to die? The piercing pain made Shin Song-yen's expression falter for a moment. 3 years apart, this woman's temper hadn't changed at all. She'd flare up at the slightest provocation. Being good to her was a given. Any slight displeasure was a grave sin, unforgivable. Stupid, selfish, and malicious. He didn't even know what he had liked about her before. Lin Wanfu wasn't afraid of Shin Song-yen, who was like a paper tiger. She lifted her chin high. Who told you to get so close and try to take advantage of me? You're like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You deserve it. Shin Song-yen sneered and suddenly wrapped his arm around Lin Wanfu's slender waist, forcing her against him. Miss, should I say you're naive or just plain stupid? If I really wanted to take advantage of you, believe me, tonight you'd be a gift on my bed for me to play with. Unable to break free from Shin Song-yen's hold, Lin Wanfu glared at him fiercely. You're a beast. Miss, well said. I really am. Saying that, Shin Song-yen dragged Lin Wanfu toward the car as if ready to punish her on the spot. Help! Lin Wanfu's cries for help were swallowed by Shin Song-yen's kiss, fierce and ruthless, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Feeling Shin Song-yen's hand moving over her thigh beneath the thin skirt, Lin Wanfu panicked completely, silently calling out to System 0573 in her mind. Now trapped, she deeply regretted not stopping while she was ahead and provoking Shin Song-yen to her own peril. Host, it's okay. I've detected the male lead's emotional fluctuation value. As long as you don't provoke him further, he won't do anything too extreme to you in the car. System 0573 was anxious watching its host being bullied, but, drained of energy, it could only fret helplessly. Even with System 0573's assurance, Lin Wanfu was still very scared. In the story, she was pinned down by Shin Song-yen for 3 days and nights until she died. How could she not be afraid? Her clear eyes gradually filled with tears, her red-rimmed eyes looking pitiful and easy to bully. Shin Song-yen looked at Lin Wanfu's appearance and the movement of his hand paused slightly. But soon, he resumed his previously cold and domineering attitude. Now you're scared. You only know how to bully me. I hate you. Lin Wanfu's soft little voice was tinged with a hint of crying. Shin Song-yen couldn't bear to see it. He took some tissues and wiped Lin Wanfu's tears. What kind of bullying is this? Compared to the methods he used against others, what he did to Lin Wanfu was like children playing house. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanfu cried even more sorrowfully. My family has already been ruined by you. My father and I owe a huge debt and are almost out of options. How else do you want to bully me? Are you trying to force me to death? Hearing this, Shin Songyan's eyes darkened. He gently stroked Lin Wanfu's delicate face. As long as you beg me, I will let you go and I will also spare the Lin family. Impossible, you're delusional. Lin Wanfu was a wealthy heiress who had been pampered by everyone and was always the one others bowed to. Because she had foreknowledge of the plot, she would show weakness to Shin Songyan out of fear, but begging him was absolutely out of the question. Then don't blame me for being ruthless to you, Lin Wanfu. This is all what you owe me and you deserve it. Shin Songyan's cold aura surged fiercely, continuously corroding Lin Wanfu's fair, jade-like skin, with an indescribable burning heat. Chapter 7. The cold-faced, underwear-washing type male lead. Just as Lin Wanfu thought she was doomed, the car window was suddenly tapped. Brother Songyan, are you in the car? A clear youthful voice came from outside the window, breaking the sultry and ambiguous atmosphere inside the car. Shin Songyan's eyes gradually cleared. He released Lin Wanfu, who had been pinned under him on the back seat. Then he quickly took off his suit jacket and draped it over Lin Wanfu. The jacket was full of Shin Songyan's scent, which Lin Wanfu found extremely annoying and wanted to throw far away. However, her dress had just been torn to shreds by that bastard Shin Songyan, and not wanting to expose herself, she had no choice but to endure the humiliation and wear the jacket. She really didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. He always liked tearing her clothes. Out of the corner of his eye, Shin Songyan saw Lin Wanfu obediently put on the jacket. Only then did he lower the car window and look at the handsome young man standing outside. Looking for me? Brother Songyan, Grandpa asked me to see if you're free to come to dinner at my house tonight. Suyu looked at Shin Songyan's handsome face, a trace of unintentional admiration flashing in his eyes. Before transmigrating into this book, his favorite novel was The Discarded Young Master of a Wealthy Family, The Uncrowned King. The male lead, Shin Songyan, was portrayed as a man of great charisma and perfection. Not only was he devilishly handsome, highly intelligent, and exceptionally capable, but he was also a rare male lead in male-oriented novels who didn't have a harem. When he first read the book, there was only one thing he was particularly dissatisfied with: a man as perfect as the male lead clearly deserved a better woman. But the damn author insisted on making the male lead fall for a spiteful female antagonist with no redeeming qualities. That was definitely the male lead's biggest flaw. The villainous female antagonist, Lin Wanfu, was a beautiful but spoiled, capricious, and selfish rich girl. Worse still, Lin Wanfu was fickle and promiscuous. To be with the male lead's villainous older brother, Shin Huijin, she conspired with him to frame the male lead, causing him to endure 3 years of intrigue and betrayal abroad. At first, when the male lead returned to take revenge on the Lin family, so you thought the male lead had finally woken up. But the more he read, the more something felt off. Every time the male lead encountered Lin Wanfu, he seemed to lose his intelligence. In the end, he was destined to grow old alone because of Lin Wanfu. I'm not free. Shin Songyan glanced at Suyu, who seemed lost in thought, then prepared to raise the car window. If it weren't for the cooperation with the Su group, he wouldn't even bother with the somewhat crazy Suyu. He didn't know where this lunatic had come from, always nagging about helping him find true love. Was he really that starved for affection? In desperation, Suyu didn't care anymore and directly blocked the car window with his hand. I know you're usually very busy, Brother Songyan, but tonight is my grandfather's 80th birthday banquet. Could you please, for the sake of the times I've helped you, spare some time to come and celebrate his birthday? He had transmigrated into this book's world 3 years ago, becoming the young master of the top-tier Su family, a minor cannon fodder character barely described in the book. But that didn't matter. Usually people who transmigrate into books do so to change the fate of certain characters. And the character he wanted to change was undoubtedly the male lead, Shin Songyan. So when he heard the male lead was exiled abroad by the Shin family, he secretly followed him to Costly and used his knowledge of the plot to help him several times. Do you mind if I bring someone else? Shin Songyan's dark eyes lowered, casting a small shadow that concealed the fleeting curiosity in his gaze. Come to think of it, he was quite curious too. Back then in Costly, why was Suyu always able to know the action plans of his hostile forces in advance? If Suyu weren't the young master of the Su family, he might have already used unconventional means to get the answers from him. Of course I can. Suyu suddenly keenly noticed a corner of a red skirt peeking out. It seemed there was more than just Shin Songyan in the car. The smile that had just appeared on his face instantly stiffened at the corner of his lips. The red skirt, combined with the fact that it was this time of day and on the male lead Shin Songyan's car, immediately made him think of that vicious female supporting character Lin Wanfu, whom he hated to the core. He hadn't expected that after all his efforts, the male lead would still be entangled with the vicious female supporting character. Lin Wanfu had been feeling somewhat drowsy until she heard Shin Songyan say he wanted to bring one more person. Without thinking, she complained, "That kind of birthday banquet is boring and dull. If you want to go, go yourself." "I'm not going, you don't get to refuse." Shin Songyan directly reached out and covered Lin Wanfu's noisy mouth. Seeing her about to bite his hand, he said coldly, "If you want your dad to be beaten to death by my men, then bite." Did she think he was still the obedient Shin Songyan who always listened to her? Lin Wanfu desperately clawed at Shen Sungyan's hand, covering her mouth, gritting her teeth and cursing him. You only know how to threaten me, you bastard. Su Yu looked at Lin Wanfu in shock. She really was a brainless, vicious female supporting character, daring to insult the ruthless figure who had established the largest organization in the most chaotic area of Costly. Meeting Su Yu's gaze, Lin Wanfu's personal information appeared before her eyes. Name, Su age 19, gender, male, height 185 centimeters, identity, young master of the Su family, hobbies, reading novels, playing games, racing, dislikes. Lin Wanfu. After a long while, Su Yu finally came back to his senses from being stunned by Lin Wanfu's beauty. He awkwardly looked away, constantly reminding himself that she was just a hateful, vicious female supporting character and he must not be fooled by her appearance. Sungyan, she called you a bastard. The subtext could be read as, Lin Wanfu has already offended you like this, why don't you just finish her off? Shen Sungyan said expressionlessly, I'm not deaf, you don't have to repeat the insult. Su Yu, he really wanted to ask Shen Sungyan why, if he heard it, he didn't retaliate against Lin Wanfu, but he didn't dare. The male lead was ruthless in dealing with other enemies who offended him, never stopping until he destroyed them, but with Lin Wanfu, he was so lenient, it was blatantly double standards. Lin Wanfu was somewhat interested in Su Yu, a character who had never appeared in the story before, but she was hungry now and had no energy to care about other matters. This morning, before I had time to eat breakfast, they kicked me out of the Lin family's old mansion. Her fair little hand tugged at Shen Sungyan's sleeve, full of grievance. Shen Sungyan coldly pulled Lin Wanfu's hand away. I'm just a bastard who threatens you, I don't have food to give you. Shen Sungyan, are you trying to starve me to death? Lin Wanfu's tears fell one by one like broken pearls. Anyone who saw them would be unable to resist wanting to fulfill her every request. Shen Sungyan frowned tightly. Stop crying, you're dirtying my car. Lin Wanfu, angry and ashamed, said, I don't care about riding in your broken car. Open the door and let me get out. Do you have money to eat? Shen Sungyan raised an eyebrow. That one sentence hit Lin Wanfu's lifeline. She obediently sat back down. I won't get out. Can you take me to eat crystal shrimp? No, I don't like crystal shrimp. Lin Wanfu pouted. Then what do you like to eat? Shen Sungyan, guess. If you guess right, I'll take you to eat. If you guess wrong, you'll starve to death. How could I possibly guess? You're just deliberately making things difficult for me. You might as well let me starve to death in your car. Lin Wanfu knew her tears were the best weapon against Shen Sungyan, so she cried even more heartbrokenly. Do you want to eat salmon? Having witnessed Shen Sungyan compromise with Lin Wanfu once again, Su Yu was almost speechless. He couldn't understand why the supposedly strong male lead's intelligence dropped whenever he met the vicious female antagonist. He said he wanted to severely punish the vicious female antagonist, making her unable to live or die, but every time it was half-hearted. The most ridiculous part was that whenever the vicious female antagonist shed tears, the male lead would turn his cold face and comfort her again. How was this any different from washing underwear with a cold face? Maybe the vicious female antagonist was right to say it was pretty cheap. Chapter 8. Shen Huijing didn't satisfy you? While Su Yu was lost in thought, Shen Sungyan's car had already driven far away, leaving him standing alone in the wind, petrified. The car moved slowly. The partition between the front and back seats had excellent soundproofing. The driver couldn't hear a single sound. Lin Wanfu boldly threw herself into Shen Sungyan's arms, leaning close to his ear and coquettishly whining, Ian, my father's health has been poor lately. Please don't mistreat him, okay? Shen Sungyan slightly lowered his eyes, hiding the ripples stirring beneath them. His tone was as cold and distant as ever, without a trace of warmth. Why should I agree to that? In fact, even if Lin Wanfu hadn't said anything, he had no intention of harming her father, let alone mistreating him. But there was no need for Lin Wanfu to know this. Back then, she had believed Shen Huijing's sweet words and hurt him so deeply. If he didn't teach her a lesson, his hatred wouldn't be soothed. Lin Wanfu wasn't afraid of Shen Sungyan's cold expression. She wrapped her arms around his neck, then buried her head in the side of his neck, muttering sulkily, I was the one who framed you. My father had no idea from beginning to end, he's innocent. She didn't want to show weakness to someone she disliked, but her father was still in Shen Sungyan's hands. Moreover, System 0573 had inexplicably disappeared. Ever since it told her to monitor Shen Sungyan's emotional fluctuations not long ago, it had vanished completely. No matter how much she called for it in her mind, it didn't respond. You admit you once framed me? Shen Sungyan's pale, slender fingers pinched Lin Wanfu's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. His thin lips parted slightly. Lin Wanfu, put away those little seduction tricks. I'm not stupid enough to fall into the same trap twice. His words dripped with sarcasm, instantly angering Lin Wanfu. She forcefully slapped his hand away, glaring at him defiantly. Stop slandering me. When have I ever seduced you? It was clearly you who got aroused the moment you saw me. Shen Sungyan grabbed Lin Wanfu's wrist. You didn't seduce me? Then what was your hand doing groping me? Who knew where this woman got the nerve to even slip her hand inside his shirt, recklessly testing his patience? Caught red-handed by Shen Sungyan, Lin Wanfu's face flushed instantly, but she still held her head high and stubbornly retorted, with your abs? Do you think I'm eager to touch them? Humph, the abs of a nightclub host feel better. In truth, just from those 2 touches earlier, she could tell Shin Sengyan's abs were well-toned. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to resist touching them a couple more times. Nightclub host? Miss Lin, could it be that Shin Huijin, that useless man, hasn't satisfied you these past 3 years, so you had to go to a nightclub to find a host? Suddenly Shin Songyan pressed Lin Wanfu's entire body against the car window. The cramped space of the cabin was a bit confining for his tall, long-legged frame, but it didn't hinder his movements. As if you've satisfied me. Flustered, Lin Wanfu blurted out something she immediately regretted. Oh no, it was all because of her loose mouth. Was she going to be killed by Shin Songyan ahead of time? Shin Songyan dangerously narrowed his eyes. I didn't know you were so insatiable. His palm gradually slid to Lin Wanfu's lower back, tracing her waistline in a suggestive caress. As Shin Songyan's burning body pressed closer and closer, Lin Wanfu panicked and stammered, "Listen to my excuses, no, listen to my explanation. What I just said was all in anger, don't take it seriously. Besides, you can't possibly have that thing in your car, right? What if I get pregnant with your child? I'm your enemy after all." Although Shin Songyan's physique made her somewhat interested in him, the plot of those 3 days and nights was too terrifying. She was only 35, still so young and beautiful, and she didn't want to die. You're so afraid of me, yet you dare to provoke me repeatedly. Do you even have a brain? Shin Songyan looked at Lin Wanfu, whose face had turned pale with fear. He furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Did she really like Shin Huijin that much? To the point that he couldn't even touch her. Clearly he was her legitimate fiancé. If it weren't for Shin Huijin stealing her away, he should have already married her by now. Seeing that Shin Songyan had no intention of letting go, Lin Wanfu lost patience and stopped pretending. If you dare to get me pregnant today, when the child is born, I'll teach him to hate you for life, telling him his father is a heinous rapist. Hearing nothing from Lin Wanfu that he wanted to hear, Shin Songyan simply lowered his head and kissed her lips. Lin Wanfu suddenly widened her eyes, seemingly not expecting Shin Songyan to kiss her so suddenly. Immediately she instinctively struggled, pushing hard against his chest with both hands. However, Shin Songyan tightly restrained her, dominantly controlling her breath, deepening the kiss continuously. Just as Lin Wanfu felt she was about to suffocate, Shin Songyan finally let her go. He leaned close to her ear, panting, "You're still as stupid and venomous as before." But he was helplessly attracted to her. Whenever he saw her, he couldn't move away. Truly pathetic. Lin Wanfu glared fiercely at Shin Song. Then why do you keep kissing me? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death by me? At this moment her red lips were slightly swollen, her beautiful eyes full of springtime charm. Even her glare seemed coquettish, not aggressive at all, making people want to do even more outrageous things to her. I'm sacrificing myself for you. I'm the one being harmed by you, so it's my bad luck. I can't let you go harm others. Saying this, Shin Songyan sat down in the back seat, then casually pulled Lin Wanfu into his arms, looking completely justified as if it were the right thing to do. Lin Wanfu unwillingly twisted around. What are you doing? Your legs are so hard, sitting like this is uncomfortable. Put me down. Don't move, let me hold you for a while. Shin Songyan's large hand firmly gripped Lin Wanfu's waist. His clear voice was hoarse and rough. If you move again, I can't guarantee I won't do something to you. Lin Wanfu immediately became obedient. She kept comforting herself in her heart. A person who wants to achieve great things must be able to endure and adapt. When the day comes that she gains power, she will definitely make Shin Songyan pay for this. Seeing the rare obedient Lin Wanfu, Shin Songyan's gaze unconsciously softened a little. Be good. As long as you promise to love only me from now on, I'll help you fill the Lin family's hole and let you continue being the eldest lady of the Lin family, okay? No, Shin Songyan, I don't love you. Lin Wanfu refused without hesitation. From her understanding of Shin Songyan, if she agreed, even if tomorrow wasn't a workday, he could get their marriage certificate and loudly proclaim to the world that she was his wife, binding her to him forever. It was almost certain that her married life with Shin Songyan would be without any freedom. Most likely, she would be watched by Shin Songyan 24 hours a day, having to do everything under his watchful eyes. Who could endure such suffocating love? Anyway, she couldn't. Chapter 9, Between him and me, it's uncertain who will win or lose. The partition suddenly descended. Shin Songyan looked at the bewildered driver and coldly spat out 2 words, stop the car. He had repeatedly set up the steps for Lin Wanfu to get down, but she kicked them away mercilessly each time. Even a clay figure has some temper, let alone him. Since she didn't want his love, then she would have to endure his hatred for her. Shin Songyan, what are you crazy about now? Lin Wanfu obviously hadn't figured out the situation yet. Shin Songyan opened the car door, his expression cold as he said, get off my car right now. Lin Wanfu looked at Shin Songyan in disbelief. You want to leave me alone in such a desolate wilderness? Shin Songyan, I'm so beautiful, aren't you afraid I'll meet some bad people and suffer misfortune? The road was surrounded by dense woods, with very few vehicles passing by, let alone pedestrians. Shin Songyan just curled his lips in a cold smile. Miss Lin, what relationship do you have with me? What obligation do I have to care whether you encounter misfortune in the wilderness? Hearing this, Lin Wanfu also got angry. She gritted her teeth and said, fine, I'll get off. But from now on, if you beg me to get in your car, I won't. Pouting, she got off the car. Looking at the deserted road, Lin Wanfu couldn't help but turn to look at Shin Song-yen. The man sat motionless in the back seat. The cuffs of his black shirt were slightly rolled up, revealing muscular arms full of strength. His sharply contoured profile was hidden in shadow, with strong brow bones and a lean jawline. His long legs were naturally crossed, exuding the quality and charm of a mature man. "I'm really leaving," Lin Wanfu bit her lip. Shin Song-yen didn't even glance at her. He ruthlessly closed the car door. Lin Wanfu watched Shin Song-yen's car drive away, furiously kicking a small stone by the roadside. After standing there sulking for a while, Lin Wanfu took out her phone and tried to call a ride through a car-hailing app. Unfortunately, because the area was remote, no one accepted the order. After waiting for a long time without a car, Lin Wanfu sat by the roadside and cursed Shin Song-yen's entire ancestry. She had recently been studying online, and her vocabulary for insults was vast and non-repetitive. At that moment, a car stopped in front of Lin Wanfu. A kind-looking middle-aged driver greeted her. "Young lady, are you waiting for a ride? There are few cars here, you probably won't get one. How about I give you a lift?" Lin Wanfu looked at the kind driver and immediately became wary, but she didn't show it. "Thank you, sir, but no. I've already sent my location to my boyfriend. He'll be here soon." "All right, then be safe." The driver smiled awkwardly and started the engine. When he reached a bend, the driver got out and nervously approached a black luxury car. "President Shin, Miss Lin doesn't trust me." Shin Song-yen replied coldly, tapping the armrest with his fingers intermittently. "Prepare a car for Lin Xuan and have him come pick up his daughter." "Understood, President Shin." The driver wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. To be honest, he really didn't understand what his boss was trying to do. He had just kicked Miss Lin out of the car and now he was pretending to give her a ride. And yet, the boss still insisted on personally staying nearby, probably worried that Miss Lin might encounter some danger. 10 minutes later, Shin Song-yen saw through the drone footage that Lin Wanfu had gotten into Lin's father's car. Only then did he lift his eyes and instruct the driver in the front seat, "Go to the Su residence." With that, he slowly closed his eyes and leaned back in the rear seat to rest. Sitting in the car, Lin Wanfu changed into the knit sweater jacket her father had brought. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the suit jacket thrown under the seat and angrily stomped on it. Before long, the suit jacket was so trampled it was unrecognizable. But Lin Wanfu was still not satisfied. She complained angrily, "Dad, do you think Shin Song-yen is crazy? First, he forcibly put me in the car, then inexplicably left me in the middle of nowhere." Lin's father had been a ladies' man in his youth. He could clearly see that Shin Song-yen's actions were just him sulking with Lin Wanfu. But Lin's father had a very poor impression of Shin Song-yen. The way Shin Song-yen acted like a bandit yesterday made Lin's father believe deep down that he was a little beast, and he would never agree to his daughter being with him. Therefore, Lin's father didn't expose this but said earnestly, "Fufu, a man as emotionally unstable as Shin Song-yen is the worst kind of partner. Who knows when he might lose his temper and hurt you? You must not like this kind of man, understand?" Lin Wanfu agreed wholeheartedly. "Dad, you're right. Of course, I would never like a dog like Shin Song-yen." "Fufu, you're so good," Lin's father said with a gentle smile. As if suddenly remembering something, Lin Wanfu took out her phone and looked at the message Shin Huijin had sent. "Dad, just drive straight to the Shin family. Shin Huijin is back and he's waiting for me there," she said. Right now, she and her father didn't even have a place to stay, and they didn't have much money, so they could only rent a cheap little house in a dirty, messy suburb. That was definitely unacceptable. She couldn't endure that kind of hardship. Lin's father tightened his grip on the steering wheel and gently reminded Lin Wanfu, "Fufu, Shin Huijin isn't a philanthropist either. If you want to benefit from him, he'll want to benefit from you too." As for what kind of benefit a man wants from a woman, it was obvious. "Dad, don't worry. Between Shin Huijin and me, it's not certain who will consume whom." Lin Wanfu twirled a strand of her black hair around her finger. Probably inheriting her father's youthful indulgence and pleasures, she didn't take romantic affairs too seriously. As long as someone was good-looking enough to please her eyes, she didn't care what their name was. "I'm just afraid you'll get stuck and unable to get out." Lin's father sighed softly. He had done some business cooperation with Shin Huijin before. Undeniably, Shin Huijin was an excellent heir to his family. He was smart, decisive, and outstanding among his peers. Except for a slight flaw in his background, he was no worse than anyone else. But after observing him a few times, Lin's father found Shin Huijin's personality extreme and his methods ruthless toward competitors. Anyone who offended him rarely had a good outcome. Then it depends on who's more skillful. If I'm outmatched, I'll admit defeat. Lin Wanfu knew Shin Huijin better than her father did. She wouldn't underestimate him, but she didn't think she couldn't beat him knowing the situation. Moreover, although System 0573 hadn't shown any activity, its automatic identity recognition function was still on. She guessed it was probably just out of energy. She wanted to try contacting Shin Huijin to see if she could restore some energy to System 0573. Lin's father said, "Have you thought about whether Shin Song-yen will let you go if you get entangled with Shin Huijin?" Lin Wanfu replied, "Dad, I have my own plan. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble." If things accidentally went wrong, she could always bow her head and apologize to Shin Song-yen, saying some nice things to appease him. She knew that Shin Songyan was easier to appease than anyone else. Give him a sweet date, and he would forget the slap. However, in the story, she stubbornly went all the way without ever thinking of appeasing Shin Songyan. With things having come to this point, Lin Wanfu still insisted on going her own way. Lin's father knew there was no use in saying more, and worried, he drove the car toward the Shin family's direction. Chapter 10. Long-planned scheme. The Shin family villa. The car came to a stop. Lin Wanfu opened the door and stepped out. As she lifted her eyes, she saw Shin Huijin waiting at the door. The man had a tall and upright figure, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit with a crisp tie, exuding an impressive aura just by standing there. From a distance, he looked young, handsome, and noble. Name: Shin Huijin. Age: 25. Gender: male. Height: 119 centimeters. Identity: heir of the Shin family, current CEO of Shin Group. Hobbies: collecting. Everything about Lin Wanfu: becoming Lin Wanfu's husband, extreme sports, piano. Dislikes: Shin Songyan, cheese, brother Ajin. Lin Wanfu threw herself into the man's arms like a fledgling swallow returning to the nest, her voice full of grievance. As soon as Shin Songyan returned to the country, he ruined my family's business, leaving my father and me with nowhere to live. He's so despicable. Shin Huijin caught Lin Wanfu steadily without moving an inch. His gentle yet restrained gaze fell on her through his thin glasses. Fufu, I've already asked the servants to prepare a room for you. You and Uncle Lin can stay here at the Shin residence without worry. Smelling the unique faint fragrance on Lin Wanfu, a barely perceptible obsession flickered in his eyes. In fact, he should be grateful to Shin Songyan. If it weren't for him, how could he have enjoyed her throwing herself into his arms? Shin Songyan did what he never dared to do. He had fantasized countless times about being ruthless enough to leave her helpless and alone, so he could take advantage of the situation better. But there's no wall without cracks. He was ultimately afraid the truth would come out and she would despise him. He never acted indecisively in anything except when it came to her, always cautious and hesitant. If it weren't for this, 6 years ago, Shin Songyan wouldn't have had the chance to become her fiancé. At that moment, Lin's father suddenly stepped forward. Without showing any emotion, he gently pulled Lin Wanfu away from Shin Huijin. Shin, my dear nephew, we've troubled you. Fufu is usually spoiled by me and acts without restraint. I hope you won't take offense. Shin Huijin raised his hand to adjust the thin gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and said kindly, Uncle Lin, you are my elder. Why be so polite with me? Besides, I've always regarded Fufu as my little sister. I'm more than happy that she's close to me. How could I take offense? His black bangs half covered his brows and eyes, and a warm, gentle smile lingered at the corners of his lips. His words and actions were flawless, leaving no room for criticism. If Lin Wanfu hadn't clearly seen the hobbies section stating he wanted to be her husband, she might have almost believed his lies. Brother Ajin, I'm so hungry. Lin Wanfu peeked out from behind her father and blinked at Shin Huijin. The curve of Shin Huijin's lips unconsciously widened a little, but he quickly restrained his smile. Uncle Lin, please come with me. The elders at home are not here, so I might not entertain you properly. I hope you'll forgive me. The Lin family has fallen on hard times, yet my dear nephew is still willing to help. That is truly rare. How could I not appreciate it? Lin's father looked at Shin Huijin, who seemed to have humility and courtesy ingrained in his bones. Instead of feeling reassured, he grew even more worried. If a person could perfectly hide their true nature and show a completely opposite face to others, how terrifying must their scheming be? He dared not imagine. Before long, Lin and his daughter followed Shin Huijin into the luxurious villa standing in the best area of Jinghai City. The villa's interior was low-key and luxurious, with various antiques and famous paintings serving merely as decorations, exuding exquisite taste everywhere. Although the Lin family couldn't compare to the Shin family with its centuries-old heritage and profound background, it was still one of the top wealthy families in Jinghai City. Lin Wanfu had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Especially whenever Qin Yi came to see her, he would bring her boxes upon boxes of precious gifts. She had seen all kinds of fine things, so she was naturally not surprised by the villa's extravagance. But as she passed through the living room, Lin Wanfu's gaze was drawn to a piano placed by the window. The Shin family, being such a large and traditional family, always had many rules, so she hadn't been very fond of coming to the Shin residence before. The last time she came to the Shin family was 3 years ago, but her memory was still pretty good. The furnishings in this living room were exactly the same as she remembered, except for this piano. Noticing that Lin Wanfu seemed a bit lost, Shin Huijin stopped walking and slowly turned around. He asked gently, Fufu, what's wrong? Lin Wanfu tilted her head and looked at Shin Huijin. The last time I came to your house, I don't think I saw this piano. She felt this piano looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. Shin Huijin's expression paused for a moment. It wasn't here before. I bought this piano later. Of course, he wouldn't tell Lin Wanfu that he had snatched it from someone else. At first, he had no interest in the piano at all. The only reason he became interested was because he once heard Lin Wanfu praise a celebrity for playing the piano like a prince. I've never seen you play the piano. As she said this, Lin Wanfu's gaze dropped to Shin Huijin's hands. His hands were very beautiful, clean, slender fingers with distinct knuckles like translucent white jade. Such a pair of hands on piano keys would surely be mesmerizing. It was simply a blessing for hand enthusiasts. Shin Huaijin lowered his eyelashes, his expression gentle. I'll play for you when I have time. Let's go eat first. Hearing this, Lin Wanfu nodded. The three of them sat in a spacious, bright dining room. One exquisite dish after another was brought to the table, filling the air with delicious aromas. Lin Wanfu felt as if she were at her own home, comfortably enjoying Shin Huaijin's care. She ate to her heart's content. However, Lin's father looked at the table full of delicious dishes but had no appetite. Lin Wanfu was his daughter, so he knew her eating habits very well. He could tell at a glance. All the dishes on the table were Lin Wanfu's favorites. None of the foods she avoided were present. The cook had even carefully chopped the seasonings into fine bits according to her dietary preferences, clearly following special instructions. Dad, why aren't you eating? Lin Wanfu looked at her father's ambiguous expression, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. With a free meal ticket, why not take advantage of it? Lin's father couldn't help but sigh. Fufu, you eat. Dad really has no appetite. Just thinking that Shin Huaijin, this sly fox, had probably already set his sights on his daughter and was scheming to take her away made it impossible for him to eat. Shin Huaijin's eyes flickered slightly, then he ladled a bowl of nourishing soup and handed it to Lin's father across the table. His smile remained. Uncle Lin, if you don't eat, how will your body hold up? You surely wouldn't want Fufu to worry about you. Lin's father reluctantly took the bowl and sipped a few mouthfuls. While drinking the soup, he secretly cursed in his heart. This guy really knew how to manipulate people. Whether it was because he was too tired or for some other reason, after finishing the soup, Lin's father felt a bit drowsy. But he still forced himself to eat a little. Gradually, he felt increasingly sleepy. Seeing this, Shin Huaijin asked with concern, Uncle Lin, you don't look well. Why don't you go rest in the guest room first? Saying this, he called the servant again. Originally, Lin's father did not want to leave, but he was too exhausted physically and Lin Wanfu was also persuading him. In the vast dining room, only Lin Wanfu and Shin Huaijin, both with ulterior motives, were left. Chapter 11 When I kiss you, I'm thinking of him, do you want to eat more? Shin Huaijin picked up a piece of milky white coconut milk square. For some reason, he inexplicably liked feeding Lin Wanfu. Lin Wanfu slightly turned her head, avoiding the food Shin Huaijin brought to her mouth, and her attitude grew cold. What did you just give my dad to drink? Fufu, you misunderstood me. I just saw that uncle didn't look well, probably because he hasn't rested well these past few days, so I gave him a bowl of sleep-aiding tonic soup. There was no abnormal expression on Shin Huaijin's face, but his eyes dimmed with a hint of loneliness, clearly feeling disappointed by Lin Wanfu's distrust. Lin Wanfu's expression changed as quickly as flipping a page. She gently held Shin Huaijin's hand and looked at him innocently. Brother Ajin, I'm sorry I misunderstood you. It's okay. Shin Huaijin lowered his eyes, then smiled gently, as if he was naturally good-natured. Catching sight of the coconut milk square in Shin Huaijin's hand, Lin Wanfu suddenly had a clever idea. She tilted her head and looked at Shin Huaijin, a trace of seduction in her eyes. Brother Ajin, you keep feeding me but haven't eaten much yourself. Aren't you hungry? System 0573 said there's no standard for stealing affection. As long as emotional bonds and physical contact are formed, it counts. Emotional bonds are hard to define or grasp, so she could only start with physical contact. Not long ago, she had already tried hugging Shin Huaijin, but System 0573 still showed no reaction, which meant the energy collected from just hugging wasn't enough. Shin Huaijin stared intently at Lin Wanfu, his gaze captivating. Don't worry about me, I'm not hungry. How could he not be hungry? The thing he wanted most was right within reach, just a slight bow of his head away, yet he resisted. He absolutely would not allow that despicable side of himself to be exposed to her, ruining the gentle big brother image he had painstakingly maintained in front of her for years. But I insist on worrying about you. Lin Wanfu was naturally rebellious. She took the coconut milk square from Shin Huaijin's hand into her mouth. Then she grabbed Shin Huaijin's tie and pulled him toward her, closing in on his tightly pressed thin lips. If a hug didn't work, what about a kiss? Her delicate, flower-like face grew larger and larger in Shin Huaijin's pupils and he froze completely. She kissed him first, was he dreaming? Before he could react, Shin Huaijin felt something pushed into his mouth. A sweet taste spread continuously in his mouth. Desire deepened in Shin Huaijin's eyes. He couldn't help but reach out to hold the back of Lin Wanfu's head, taking the initiative to capture her moist, tempting red lips, kissing her deeply. It was like a valve had been opened. His kisses grew hotter and hotter, the initial light kiss gradually turning into an entanglement of lips and teeth, reluctant to part. The unfamiliar tide gradually overwhelmed reason. Lin Wanfu's head grew dizzy from Shin Huaijin's kiss, and she instinctively pushed him. However, her hand was caught by Shin Huaijin's other hand and pressed onto the chair, fingers interlaced. After an unknown amount of time, Shin Huaijin finally let go of Lin Wanfu. He gently held her and said, "It's my fault. I couldn't control myself. I'm sorry." Before Lin Wanfu could get angry, he already looked full of guilt and apologized, as if the one who had just lost control and almost suffocated her with a kiss wasn't him. But Lin Wanfu wasn't so easily fooled. She was best at being spoiled and arrogant, pushing her luck. I'm very angry now. You have to find a way to make me happy. Do you like this set of jewelry? Shin Huaijin clearly knew Lin Wanfu's temper well. He pulled out a red velvet gift box from somewhere. As the gift box was opened, the natural diamonds on the necklace and bracelet emitted a dazzling glow, instantly conveying their high value. No woman could resist the allure of jewelry, especially when it was both beautiful and expensive. How did you know I like this? Lin Wanfu picked up the necklace, which was set with dozens of sparkling diamonds, and toyed with it in her hands. She had long had her eye on this auction item. But the sudden disaster that befell the Lin family had left her no mood to attend any auctions. Unexpectedly, Shen Huijin paid attention to the jewelry she liked even in his spare time. She remembered that the starting price for this set of jewelry at auction was 80 million, and the final price would be at least 300 million. A while ago, I saw your posts on Moments, Shen Huijin said. He liked to keep track of everything about Lin Wanfu and naturally never missed any updates she posted. Lin Wanfu smiled sweetly. Brother Ajin, so you also browse Moments? I thought people like you CEOs only think about work. I only browse your Moments. Shen Huijin gazed at Lin Wanfu with gentle eyes and a mesmerizing smile on his lips. What he didn't say was that his mind was filled not with work, but with her. Suddenly losing interest, Lin Wanfu tossed the necklace aside. A trace of melancholy flashed in her eyes and the corners of her mouth drooped slightly, showing a troubled expression. You're so good to me. If only you had been the one engaged to me from the start. It's not too late now, Shen Huijin almost hinted, his eyes full of undisguised joy and hope. But Lin Wanfu said guiltily, it's too late, Brother Ajin. When you kissed me just now, the face of that bad guy Shen Songyan suddenly popped into my mind. I don't even know when I started liking him. Hearing Lin Wanfu say she liked Shen Songyan, Shen Huijin's mood instantly plummeted to rock bottom, and his heart ached uncontrollably. Suddenly I feel like I've been so bad to you. Lin Wanfu looked at Shen Huijin with a few more shades of shame in her eyes. Even though Shen Huijin was nearly driven mad with jealousy, he remained calm. Fufu, I don't blame you, but someone like Shen Songyan who doesn't care about your feelings at all doesn't deserve your affection. But before Lin Wanfu could continue, Shen Huijin interrupted, and after what we did to him 3 years ago, do you think he would still like you? Lin Wanfu looked sad. I regret it. If I hadn't spitefully framed Shen Songyan 3 years ago, causing him to be kicked out of the Shen family, he wouldn't have come back to take revenge on me. Regret was impossible. She simply wanted to deepen the conflict between Shen Huijin and Shen Songyan. Two mad dogs biting each other made for a better show. Suppressing the violent impulses in his heart, Shen Huijin held Lin Wanfu's hand. Fufu, we are already on the opposite side of Shen Songyan. We are destined not to coexist peacefully. If you like him, it won't end well. Perhaps his previous methods against Shen Songyan had been too mild. You should have crushed him completely. As long as Shen Songyan disappeared from this world, he wouldn't have to worry about Lin Wanfu being taken away. Brother Ajin, I understand what you're saying, but I just can't help wanting to see him. Lin Wanfu looked at Shen Huijin with pleading eyes. I heard he's going to the Su family's birthday banquet tonight. Will you take me? Shen Huijin instinctively wanted to refuse. But then he thought, taking Lin Wanfu to the banquet would also be an opportunity to strike at Shen Songyan. Chapter 12. Everyone's fighting, and you're still eating. Night fell. In the lavish and bustling banquet hall, the lights were dazzling, glasses clinked, and celebrities and dignitaries gathered in great numbers. Lin Wanfu appeared at the Su family patriarch's birthday banquet alongside Shen Huijin, instantly drawing countless gazes. Everyone involuntarily held their breath, watching the breathtakingly beautiful woman linking arms with the handsome man as they slowly entered the venue from the entrance. The woman wore burgundy off-shoulder mermaid dress, her slender waist cinched so tightly it could barely be grasped, the skirt flowing and lively like a fish's tail, swaying gently as she walked. Only after the two had walked far did the quiet hall erupt into a wave of commotion and chatter, with people whispering among themselves. Isn't that the eldest young master of the Shen family? Who's the woman with him? She's so beautiful. She's the eldest daughter of the Lin family, don't you know her? I just returned to the country and haven't seen her before. So she's the dream girl you all keep talking about. Let's keep this between us. Why are you telling others? Are you trying to get me into trouble? Not at all. Can't I just think about it? Shoo, keep your voice down. I'm telling you, this Miss Lin is the forbidden fruit of that Shen family guy. That Shen family guy? The eldest young master. Don't worry about whether he's the eldest or second young master. Just know that Miss Lin is definitely going to be Mrs. Shun, so don't talk nonsense. At the same time, Lin Wanfu spotted a familiar figure from afar. The man's height was exceptionally outstanding, and combined with his remarkable aura, even standing in the dense crowd, he was eye-catching, like a crane among chickens. Seeing Lin Wanfu suddenly stop, Shen Huijin followed her gaze and saw Shen Songyan talking with someone. A flicker of coldness quickly passed through his eyes. Then, his hand wrapped around Lin Wanfu's waist, as if to declare his claim. Brother Ajin, what's wrong? Lin Wanfu feigned confusion and turned to Shen Huijin. Shen Huijin leaned close to her ear. There are too many people at the banquet. I'm afraid of losing you. Shen Songyan also noticed Lin Wanfu and Shen Huijin. From his perspective, their posture was extremely intimate, as if whispering sweet nothings. His hand holding the wine glass tightened continuously, and before he realized it, the glass had cracked like a spider web. Wasn't the banquet supposed to be dull and boring? Then why did she turn around and come to the banquet smiling brightly, linking arms with Shen Huijin? So in the end, what made her feel bored wasn't the banquet at all, but him. Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering quietly fell to the ground. It was the wine glass Shin Songyan had crushed. Because the guests were mostly distracted by Lin Wanfu and Shin Huijin's arrival, no one immediately noticed Shin Songyan's odd behavior. Until someone happened to glance over and exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. Shin, why is your hand bleeding?" Hearing this, Minnie looked at Shin Songyan's hand cut and bleeding from the glass shards. Shin Songyan's eyelashes lowered slightly and he said calmly, "It's nothing, I just didn't hold the glass steady." Usually those who serve at such top-tier wealthy family banquets have undergone very strict training and naturally have experience handling emergencies. Soon, someone brought over a first aid kit. "Thank you." Shin Songyan took the disinfectant alcohol and gauze handed by the waiter with an indifferent expression, treating the wound on his hand without flinching, as if feeling no pain. "Songyan, long time no see." Hearing the voice, Shin Songyan looked up, and then he saw Shin Huijin's extremely hypocritical face. He almost instinctively glanced beside Shin Huijin but didn't see Lin Wanfu. After calmly scanning around, he finally caught sight of Lin Wanfu in the dessert area. She was still the same as before, always liking to eat things that were unbearably sweet and never seeming to get tired of them. Shin Huijin shifted slightly, blocking Shin Songyan's gaze toward Lin Wanfu. He forced a smile and said, "I heard your new project ran into trouble. Although you made a mistake 3 years ago and were expelled from the Shin family by Grandpa, we are still brothers sharing the same bloodline. If you need anything and I can help, just say so. Lin Wanfu isn't even here, who are you putting on a show for?" Shin Songyan wrapped the bandage around his hand again and again. His low voice showed no emotion, cold like eternal millennial-old ice. Shin Huijin had just returned to the country, and immediately his company's new project was mysteriously sabotaged and forced to stop. Who would believe it wasn't Shin Huijin's doing? Because of his huge influence abroad, the Shin family couldn't do anything about him now and could only suppress his still developing new company in the country secretly. Likewise, he could at most only cause some damage to the deeply rooted Shin family domestically. If he wanted to completely overthrow Shin Huijin and kill him, it wouldn't be that easy. "You always misunderstand your brother like this, it hurts me. I just want to help you. Good dogs don't block the way." Shin Songyan clearly didn't want to talk more with Shin Huijin. He lifted his foot to walk toward the dessert area. However, Shin Songyan hadn't taken 2 steps before Shin Huijin reached out to stop him. Shin Huijin's gaze fell on Shin Songyan's hand, his face still wearing a warm smile. "Rather than going to eat desserts, I think you should go to the hospital and get checked." Understanding the sarcasm in Shin Huijin's words, Shin Songyan sneered coldly, "You better mind your own business. I remember your mom suspected you had a split personality 3 years ago and even specially made an appointment with a psychiatric specialist for you. I wonder if your brain has healed after all these years." Shin Huijin's eyes flickered slightly, smiling ambiguously. "Did you forget? That was just a misunderstanding, my dear brother. It was also his fault for not being careful enough, letting the household servants discover the secret in his room, which caused his mother to misunderstand that he had mental problems." "Don't call me brother, it sounds disgusting." Shin Songyan's obsidian-like eyes glowed with a cold light, like a leopard ready to pounce, full of danger. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two Shin brothers, the people around all instinctively lowered their presence, afraid of becoming collateral damage in the fight of gods. Such a big commotion at the banquet naturally drew Suyu, the young master of the host Su family, over. Suyu looked at Lin Wanfu, who was still eating desserts, and couldn't help but lean over and whisper to her, "Enough, stop eating. They're about to start fighting over there." He had never seen such a greedy and malicious supporting female lead. Everyone was focused on the conflict, but she was just eating. Lin Wanfu used a small silver fork to pick up a small cake from her plate and ate it before turning to look at Suyu. "Will their fighting affect my eating?" Because he was close, Suyu was once again dazzled by Lin Wanfu's stunning beauty, feeling dizzy. "It probably will," Lin Wanfu pouted and coquettishly said. "What should I do then? Your desserts are all so delicious. Why don't you make them go outside to fight so they don't disturb my eating?" Suyu blushed and scratched his head. Is that so? Then you eat more, I'll go make them fight outside." Taking 2 steps in sync, Suyu belatedly realized something. No, wait. Has he been possessed? He actually had the audacity to offend the ruthless male lead and the biggest villain in the book. He was practically courting death. Damn, that vicious female antagonist is definitely going to cast a curse. Chapter 13, The vicious supporting female is actually the author's own daughter. Are you deliberately trying to harm me? Suyu angrily turned his head, but when he met Lin Wanfu's clear, bottomless peach blossom eyes, he swallowed all the curse words he was about to say and only said, "Given your malicious intentions, you're not allowed to eat my family's little cake." After saying that, he put on a stern face and snatched the plate and small fork from Lin Wanfu's hand. Lin Wanfu looked down at the small cream stain on her skirt and pouted unhappily. "You dirted my new dress and scolded me. I'm going to complain. Just you wait." Seeing Lin Wanfu about to go find Shin Huijin, Suyu immediately panicked. He hurriedly grabbed Lin Wanfu's hand. "Dad, please don't go complain about me. I'm guilty. I was ungrateful and blind. I was wrong. Here, take it back." As he spoke, he returned the plate and small fork to Lin Wanfu intact, as if tossing away a hot potato. No joke, if the vicious supporting female went crying to the villain to complain, he would most likely die a very miserable death. After all, the villain Shin Huijin in the book was a madman who would even stab himself when ruthless. After the vicious supporting female Lin Wanfu died, Shin Huijin's life had only one goal left, to perish together with the male lead Shin Songyan. I don't want it. Lin Wanfu showed no mercy. She directly shook off Su Yu's hand and threw down the plate. Seeing Lin Wanfu turn to leave, Su Yu's mind raced rapidly, racking his brains to figure out how to appease her. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. Your dress is dirty and doesn't look good on you anymore. Why don't you come upstairs with me to change? My sister ordered 2 sets of evening gowns, and one hasn't been worn yet. Also, there are desserts upstairs. After you change, you can enjoy all kinds of sweets beautifully without anyone disturbing you. He vaguely remembered that the vicious supporting female Lin Wanfu was lazy, loved to eat, and was extremely vain. Lin Wanfu looked down at her chest. I probably can't fit into your sister's evening gown. Hearing this, Su Yu's gaze involuntarily drifted to Lin Wanfu's chest. The next second, his fair face instantly flushed red. He began to seriously suspect that the vicious supporting female was actually the author's own daughter. Otherwise, how could all the good things be monopolized by Lin Wanfu alone? She was born into a wealthy family, possessed top-tier beauty and an enviable figure, and had a doting father who let her live a carefree life for 35 years. That would be one thing. But in the book, the male lead and the villain, both with looks and power, were Lin Wanfu's sycophants. Originally, he didn't want to admit that the male lead he admired was a love-struck sycophant, but the fact was just that. Lin Wanfu's spoiled and capricious personality was inseparable from their indulgence. In short, she was spoiled rotten. When he first read the book, he vaguely felt that Lin Wanfu's downfall was entirely her own doing. If only Lin Wanfu had lowered her head and softened her attitude, said a few kind words to the male lead, he would bet that the male lead would 100% forgive her and treat everything she did as if it never happened. Maybe even if Lin Wanfu had a child by someone else, the male lead would find a way to be a stepfather. Looking at Su Yu's face, which was like a painter's palette, Lin Wanfu said impatiently, "What are you thinking? Forget it, I might as well go find Shin Huijin." Su Yu gritted his teeth and said, "You can squeeze into it." Without hesitation, he pulled Lin Wanfu upstairs. Therefore, he didn't notice the ambiguous smile curling at the corner of Lin Wanfu's lips. Before, she only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun, paying no attention to the business world or its people, and had no interaction with them. Now that she wants to collect energy for System 0573, she must understand who Shin Songyan's business partners and competitors are. According to the information she found, the recent projects developed by Shin Songyan's company have mostly been in cooperation with the Su family. So before attending the Su family banquet, she had already researched the Su family. Besides Su Yu, the young master, the Su family also has a second miss, Su Yu, and an eldest master, who is Su Yu and Su Yu's biological older brother, Su Che. Su Che's resume is exceptionally impressive: overseas study, graduated from a prestigious school, took over the family business Su Group, and doubled the group's assets in just 1 year. However, there is very little information about Su Che online, only 1 or 2 blurry photos of business cooperation, but it can be vaguely seen that his facial features are superior and he shouldn't be ugly. Moreover, Su Yu has rosy lips and white teeth, with an especially delicate appearance, like a cute little puppy. From a genetics perspective, as Su Yu's biological older brother, Su Che can't be ugly either. But she still needs to see Su Che in person. If Su Che turns out to be unattractive, she will have to regretfully look for other targets. She is a face-conscious person and doesn't want to compromise. Asterisk soon, Lin Wanfu followed Su Yu upstairs and entered a room decorated in cool tones. You can change your clothes in my room. I'll wait for you in the second-floor living room, Su Yu said, handing Lin Wanfu a brand new evening dress he took from his sister's room. Before leaving, he anxiously reminded her, don't go to the wrong room. It's okay if you enter other rooms by mistake, but please don't go to the room diagonally opposite mine. That's my brother's room. He's not feeling well today. If you disturb his rest, he'll get angry at you. Lin Wanfu obediently nodded. After Su Yu went downstairs with peace of mind, she threw aside the dress. This Su Yu is more naive than she thought. She was just worried about not having a chance to get close to his brother Su Che, and he just gave her the opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Lin Wanfu walked down the corridor and pushed open the slightly ajar door of the room diagonally opposite Su Yu's room. The room was dimly lit, with the curtains tightly drawn. As soon as Lin Wanfu entered, she heard a dull, hoarse voice whispering in her ear. Get me a glass of water. Hearing the somewhat unclear words, Lin Wanfu turned on the light and looked toward the bed. She saw a man covered with a thin blanket, his pale face flushed with an unusual redness. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his hair was disheveled, but none of this affected his good looks. Instead, it added a touch of frailty. Name, Su Che. Age, 25. Gender, male. Height, 185 centimeters. Identity, CEO of Su Group. Hobbies, making money, diving, skiing. Dislikes, know-it-all fools. Lin Wanfu slowly approached the bed and looked at the man who was barely conscious. She reached out and touched his forehead. It was burning hot with a fever. Feeling the coolness of Lin Wanfu's hand, Su Che greedily rubbed against her palm. The tingling sensation in her palm made Lin Wanfu instinctively want to pull her hand back. But just as she was about to move, Su Che grabbed her hand. Then in a daze, Su Che gently pressed her hand against his face. His burning cheek felt like a red-hot iron block scorching. What are you doing? Let go of me. Sensing Lin Wanfu's displeasure, Suche occasionally murmured weakly through his lips, Don't go, I feel bad. Chapter 14 Forced Love? Lin Wanfu leisurely looked at Suche. What does your discomfort have to do with me? Let me. Before she could finish, Suche pulled her onto the bed, holding her tightly as if afraid she would leave. Be good, listen to me. If you let me hold you, I'll give you money, more money than you can spend. Because of his persistent high fever, Suche was completely incapable of basic reasoning at the moment. Instinctively, he used what he thought was most important to keep Lin Wanfu. She was not only cold all over but also limp. Holding her was much more comfortable than using a cooling patch. Who cares about your money? Let go of me. Lin Wanfu tried to break free from Suche's embrace, but he was too strong, she couldn't escape. Besides, she didn't really want to break free. Suche buried his face in the hollow of Lin Wanfu's neck, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Why don't you want money? Money is the best thing in the world. How can you despise it? He couldn't understand how anyone could resist the allure of money. It was the kind of money that could make even ghosts work. Because I don't love money. Of course, this was a lie to Suche. Lin Wanfu not only loved money but also loved to claim other people's money as her own. Suche was still not convinced and tempted her again. I'll tell you a secret. My family has a basement full of cash and gold bars. If you obediently let me hold you, I'll take you to see the mountain of gold. You can lie on it for 10 minutes, no, 15 minutes, but no more. Lin Wanfu laughed at Suche's teasing. You're holding me like this, aren't you afraid I have a boyfriend? She hadn't thought about it either. In reality, Suche was a complete money lover, nothing like the aloof image rumored online. Boyfriend? Suche's mind froze for a moment, then he said righteously, do you mind having one more boyfriend? I'm very rich and I don't mind supporting you and your boyfriend with my money. Lin Wanfu suddenly leaned close to Suche's ear, her red lips brushing his earlobe as she whispered, but I have many boyfriends. Can you support them all by yourself? Suche, clearly a very successful businessman, even with his fevered mind, didn't forget. To bargain, can you abandon a few of your boyfriends? Lin Wanfu's hand stroked Suche's chest. Each one of them is very good. Who should I abandon? Don't touch me like that. I'm getting even hotter. Suche frowned and held Lin Wanfu's soft, boneless hand, his tone mixed with seriousness. He had been glad to have finally found a good way to cool down, but with Lin Wanfu's legs and hands occasionally rubbing against him, he felt worse and worse. Then let go of me, put me down. Lin Wanfu immediately took advantage of the situation. Without a second thought, Suche pinned the struggling Lin Wanfu to the bed, making her unable to move. If you move again, I'll have to tie you up. Be good, I don't want to do that to you. So you pushed open the door and the scene before his eyes was his usually honest and upright older brother pressing Lin Wanfu down on the bed like a beast. Moreover, his brother was boasting about playing bondage. He was instantly so shocked that his vision went black and he nearly lost his mind. Damn it. His brother, a minor character whose combined scenes in the book didn't even add up to a chapter, actually dared to covet the women of the male lead and the villain. Damn, he didn't want to die, he wanted to live a few more days. Thinking this, so you didn't care about anything else. He grabbed a nearby desk lamp and smashed it onto the back of Suche's head. Brother, are you out of your mind? Can you be a little more sober? He had waited for a long time on the second floor but didn't see Lin Wanfu come down, so he had no choice but to come upstairs to look for her. He searched all the way down the corridor, checking every room except his brother Suche's, but he never saw a trace of Lin Wanfu. Originally, he didn't expect to find her in Suche's room anyway, since in the story his brother had never met Lin Wanfu and had no connection with her. But he still planned to come in and take a look. Who would have thought? Lin Wanfu was not only in his brother's room, but was almost forcibly taken by Suche. He was really baffled. Why did the men in this book always lose their intelligence and want to do all sorts of things to the vicious female antagonist as soon as they saw her? If it weren't for the fact that before transmigrating he was very sure he was reading a serious male-oriented wealthy family novel, he would have suspected he had entered some kind of romance novel. His head suddenly took a heavy blow, and Suche was in so much pain that his consciousness cleared a bit. He raised his hand and blankly touched the back of his head, and sure enough, he felt blood. Xiaoyu? Why did you hit me? Suche turned his head, confused and aggrieved, looking at Xiu standing by the bed. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. His usually obedient and sensible younger brother was hitting him. Are you even shameless enough to ask that? Look at what you did. Why can't you learn something decent? You insist on forcing yourself on her. Don't you open your eyes and see if she's someone you can touch? Xiu threw down the lamp and pushed Suche away, then pulled Lin Wanfu up from the bed. After confirming that Lin Wanfu's dress was intact, he finally breathed a little easier. What a headache. He still had to figure out how to make sure Lin Wanfu didn't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, if the male lead and the villain found out, the future of the Su family would be doomed. He even thought up the male lead's line, it's getting cold, the Su family is going bankrupt. Brilliant. So brilliant that he was about to go crazy. He had finally transmigrated back into the book, still a wealthy young master, and could have lived a peaceful life lying low. He never expected to be so brutally stabbed in the back by his own cheap brother. Suche had to have his eye on the male lead's precious treasure. Tell me, in which book does a character fight the male lead for a woman and end up with a good outcome? Besides, he clearly remembered that the villain Shin Huaijin in the book had the worst ending because he fought the male lead for the vicious female antagonist. He died in a fiery inferno. Today's matter isn't over between us. Lin Wanfu fanned the flames on the side, putting on a displeased look, but in her heart, she found the brothers Suche and Siyu extremely amusing. Forcible love? Me? Suche looked dazed, his mind clearly not back to its usual sharpness. I didn't force her, I was going to give her money. To Suyu, this sounded like Suche wanted to take advantage of the Lin family's bankruptcy to keep Lin Wanfu as a kept woman. He kept a straight face and picked up the lamp he had thrown down. So you want to keep a golden house for your beauty? Suche thought for a moment and said, I do have a golden house. It wouldn't be impossible to keep her there. He really liked holding Lin Wanfu. If she was willing to be held by him every night, then he could reluctantly agree to let her live in his golden house. Lin Wanfu looked at Suyu and Suche, who were clearly not on the same wavelength and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Brother, are you deliberately trying to drive me crazy? Suyu's hand holding the lamp trembled uncontrollably, it was from anger. In the end, he still patiently added, I don't care what you're thinking, but you're not allowed to have your eye on this woman. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. He had said all the good and bad words. If his brother still insisted on being stubborn, then he wouldn't hesitate to act against him for the greater good. Suche slightly frowned, Xiaoyu, I can give you everything else, but she makes me feel very comfortable. I really like her, you can't compete with me for her. Suyu, what kind of ruthless words are these and how far have they actually gone? At this moment, Shin Huaijin's gentle and lingering voice suddenly came from the corridor. Fufu, where are you? Can you hear me? It's time for us to go home. Although Shin Huaijin's voice was clearly pleasant, Suyu broke out in a cold sweat. He inexplicably felt as if death was imminent. Chapter 15, She is their weakness, Ajin. Before Lin Wanfu could finish speaking, Suyu beside her tightly covered her mouth. Little ancestor, I beg you, please don't tell anyone about what just happened, okay? As long as you agree, I'll do anything you want. I'll be your most loyal lackey. Suyu looked at Lin Wanfu with tears in his eyes, his will to survive reaching its peak at this moment. If you agree, blink 3 times and I'll let go immediately. Lin Wanfu stared at Suyu as if seriously considering the condition he set. Then she blinked her big, watery eyes exactly 3 times. Seeing Lin Wanfu blink, Suyu let out a long breath and slowly removed his hand from her mouth. I got it. From now on you're my lackey and you have to listen to everything I say. Lin Wanfu tilted her head, looking at the still shaken Suyu, smiling like a little devil. If you make me unhappy, I'll exaggerate today's incident when I tell Brother Ajin. Maybe you don't know Brother Ajin's temper well, he can't stand seeing me wronged. Miss, since you said that, how dare I make you unhappy? I want to live a few more years, Suyu grumbled inwardly. Who said he didn't know? He knew all too well, no one knew better than him. The villain in the story, Shin Huaijin, was definitely a ruthless man who disowned all relatives. His only weakness was Lin Wanfu. Therefore, after Lin Wanfu's exit in the plot, Shin Huaijin had no weaknesses left. Imagine how hard it is to deal with someone without any weaknesses. The male lead could win not only because he was clever, but also partly due to the protagonist's aura. While Xi was lost in these thoughts, Lin Wanfu had already stepped past him and opened the door. Then she waved to the man at the end of the corridor who was on the phone. Brother Ajin, I'm here. Hearing Lin Wanfu's voice, Shin Huaijin immediately hung up the phone and walked over in 3 quick steps. Fufu, why are you here? I called you just now, but you didn't answer. I was very worried. Shin Huaijin reached out and gently stroked Lin Wanfu's head. A faint smile always lingered at the corner of his lips, like pure white snow or the bright moon in the world. Truly elegant and gentle as jade. Lin Wanfu said half-truthfully, this is a new friend I met. We were having dessert upstairs just now, so I didn't hear the phone ring. Hearing this, Siyu finally relaxed completely. Only then did Shin Huaijin notice that Lin Wanfu was not alone in the room. There was an unfamiliar young man and a man who seemed to have a head injury. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Who are you? Meeting Shin Huaijin's probing gaze, Siyu instinctively dropped the lamp he was holding. Then, enduring the tingling on his scalp, Siyu blocked Suche and awkwardly smiled at Shin Huaijin. Mr. Shin, I'm Suyu. We met before at the Shin family banquet, but you probably don't remember. He understood, both the villain and the male lead brothers had face blindness and could only remember the face of the vicious female supporting character. Shin Huaijin's eyes were gentle as he smiled at Suyu, but the smile never reached his eyes. My Fufu likes to play around. Thank you, young Master Su. Mr. Shin, you're joking. It's my duty, Siyu said with a flattering expression, but inwardly he kept mocking Shin Huaijin. My Fufu? More like in your dreams. According to the plot, it wouldn't be long before the male lead would forcibly take the vicious female supporting character. By then, Shin Huaijin would be the one crying. He was waiting to see the show. Brother Ajin, I'm sleepy. Lin Wanfu hugged Shin Huaijin's arm, her small voice soft, even when speaking normally carrying a hint of coquettishness. Okay, let's go home. Shin Huaijin couldn't help but stroke Lin Wanfu's hair again. His gaze toward her was exceptionally gentle, free of any impurities, filled only with pure affection. Suddenly, Lin Wanfu wrapped her arms around Shin Huaijin's neck. I'm so tired, I don't want to walk anymore. I want you to carry me. For such a good thing, Shin Huaijin naturally had no reason to refuse. He didn't even need both hands. With one hand, he easily lifted Lin Wanfu. Suyu watched the two of them showing off their love so vividly, and felt as if he hadn't eaten dinner but was already full. Damn it, he really wanted to go to the kitchen and get some money for this couple shamelessly showing off their affection in public. Shin Huijin looked at the drowsy Lin Wanfu. If you're sleepy, go ahead and sleep first. I'll wake you when we get home. After saying this, he looked up at Suyu and politely said, I'll take Fufu and leave first. Please convey my apologies to your father on my behalf, young Master Su. Although Suyu's inner drama was rich, when Shin Huijin looked over, he forced a fake smile again. Mr. Shin, take care. Just as Shin Huijin was about to turn, a fair, slender hand grabbed Lin Wanfu's wrist. Suyu was startled and followed the hand to its owner, who was indeed his brother Suche. In an instant, he almost lost his soul from fright. However, Suche was unaware of the grave mistake he had made. He just didn't want Lin Wanfu to leave. You can't go. Stay and keep me company. Shin Huijin's eyes narrowed. President Su, may I ask what you mean by this? He had felt Suche looked familiar earlier, and now that he saw his face clearly, he recognized who he was. He wanted to suppress Shin Sengyan's company in the country, so he had to investigate his background first. As far as he knew, Shin Sengyan's biggest partner was the Su Group, which was led by this President Su. My brother might be delirious from a high fever. Don't take him seriously. Su used all his strength to drag the unwilling Suche away and even covered his mouth to silence him, afraid he would say more nonsense. But Shin Huijin was not convinced. Since President Su is not in his right mind now, I will visit again another day. Hearing this, Su quickly came up with a clever line, Mr. Shin, you and Miss Lin are a perfect match, clearly destined for happiness. Don't let my brother cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness in advance. Yeah, right. What Su said was obviously what Shin Huijin wanted to hear, and his expression softened considerably. Your head injury looks serious, President Su. You should see a doctor soon. I won't keep you any longer. Shin Huijin, holding the now asleep Lin Wanfu, picked up her bag and turned to walk steadily out of the room. Su watched Lin Wanfu sleeping soundly on Shin Huijin's shoulder and was utterly speechless. She can fall asleep anywhere, truly impressive. Meanwhile, on the second-floor balcony, Shin Songyan stood by the railing, expressionless, watching Shin Huijin carry Lin Wanfu into the car. At that moment, a tall bodyguard in black approached Shin Songyan and whispered, Boss, shall we proceed as planned? Shin Songyan's eyes were as cold as ever. Withdraw all snipers ambushed along Hongfeng National Road. The black-clad bodyguard said in surprise, Boss, we prepared for a whole month to snipe Shin Huijin this time. If we withdraw now, we might suffer heavy losses. Do I need to repeat myself? Shin Songyan cast a cold glance at the black-clad bodyguard, his gaze resembling that of looking at a dead man. Feeling an intense sense of oppression, the black-clad bodyguard's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he began to stammer, I understand, I'll go tell the brothers to withdraw immediately. Chapter 16, A Substitute? A substitute will do. The car moved steadily. Shin Huijin sat in the back seat holding the sleeping Lin Wanfu. He gently brushed away a stray lock of hair from her cheek, his gaze tender and focused. He just quietly looked at Lin Wanfu, as if everything around them had disappeared. The night scenery outside the window gradually receded, and inside the car, the only sound was their soft breathing. Sir, it seems the ambush on Hongfeng National Road is planning to withdraw. We should take this opportunity to. Shin Huijin slightly raised his eyes, and his gaze instantly turned cold, like a flickering cold star. He said nothing, only raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. The driver immediately understood and closed his mouth, no longer speaking. The partition between the front and back seats slowly rose, dividing the back seat into a private space. Seeing this, Shin Huijin lowered his head again to look at the still sleeping Lin Wanfu in his arms, the tenderness in his eyes resurfacing. Perhaps because Shin Huijin's gaze was too intense, Lin Wanfu suddenly let out a soft whimper, fluttered her eyelashes, and opened a pair of light tea-colored eyes still tinged with sleepiness. Brother Ajin, are we not home yet? She habitually hugged Shin Huijin's waist, nestling herself into his embrace that smelled fresh like pine after snow. Shin Huijin spoke softly, almost there, Fufu, you sleep a little longer. His voice was magnetic and clear, slightly hoarse as if moistened by dew, extremely alluring. So pleasant it felt like your ears could get pregnant. But Lin Wanfu shook her head. She sat up straight and looked at Shin Huijin face to face. Brother Ajin, at the banquet I heard many people say you want to raise me as a golden cage bird. Is that really what you want? Shin Huijin's expression paused for a moment. Fufu, I don't want to lie to you. I did think that once, but I know it wouldn't make you happy. So no matter how much I want to, I won't do it. You have to believe me, no matter what, I won't hurt you, nor will I let others hurt you. His hand restrainedly supported Lin Wanfu's waist to prevent her from falling off his lap. Lin Wanfu was non-committal about Shin Huijin's words. She curled his tie in her hand, playing with it. Then can you help me pay off the Lin family's debts? I want to be the eldest lady of the Lin family. I don't want to keep living as a guest in the Shin family. She knew very well that Shin Huijin would refuse her just like in the book's plot. Shin Huijin liked her and dreamed of having her. Now that she was in trouble, she could only rely on him. He would never give up such a good opportunity. He wouldn't force her, but he wouldn't let her leave either. The boiling frog in warm water was his usual tactic. He would find ways to make her accept him willingly. Sure enough, Shen Huaijin's eyes darkened. You're not a guest. As long as you want, you can become the mistress of the Shen family anytime. He lowered his head and kissed Lin Wanfu's forehead, treating her like a rare treasure. Lin Wanfu slightly turned her head, avoiding Shen Huaijin's continued kisses. A flash of deep thought passed through her eyes. She remembered that in the book's plot, she was mocked by Shen Songyan at the Su family banquet. Because of that, she and Shen Songyan were even more at odds, giving Shen Huaijin the chance to take advantage. Then she was forced to agree to Shen Huaijin's proposal. Even though the plot was now a complete mess, the main storyline was still being pulled back by uncontrollable forces. There was no doubt that if she agreed to become the mistress of the Shen family now, on the day of her wedding with Shen Huaijin, that outlaw Shen Songyan would probably kidnap her again. What awaited her then would be 3 days and nights. Seeing Lin Wanfu's resistance, Shen Huaijin would be lying if he said he wasn't disappointed. But he quickly restrained the subtle expression on his face and smiled gently. It's okay, Fufu, it's okay if you don't want to. I'm willing to wait for you to accept me. He had already waited for nearly 7 years. What was a few more years? After all, time was the one thing he never lacked. Lin Wanfu suddenly grasped Shen Huaijin's hand. I just don't want to be so unfair to you. Brother Ajin, I can't accept that my heart thinks of Shen Songyan, yet I have to agree to be your bride. That kind of me is too detestable. When she wanted to deceive someone, even Shen Huaijin, who was the best at disguising his feelings, couldn't see any flaws. Shen Huaijin's desire to kill Shen Songyan grew even stronger, but he showed nothing on his face. No matter how Fufu treats me, I won't complain. In my heart, Fufu will always be the best. I'm not good, I'm very bad. I clearly don't like you, but I can't bear your kindness to me. Lin Wanfu cupped Shen Huaijin's face with both hands, her gaze a little confused, murmuring, sometimes when I see your face, I even mistake you for Shen Songyan and want to kiss you. Fufu, stop, I don't want to hear this. Shen Huaijin's hand at his side clenched tighter and tighter, his nails digging into his palm, drawing faint traces of blood, yet he still refused to let go, as if he didn't feel the pain. Lin Wanfu seemed not to hear Shen Huaijin's words, nor notice his abnormality. She continued, Brother Ajin, do you know? Every time at moments like this, I really hate myself. How could I treat you like this? Shen Huaijin took a deep breath, barely steadying his turbulent heart. Fufu, this is not your fault. Matters of the heart are inherently complicated and unpredictable. However, Lin Wanfu seemed completely immersed in her own world, ignoring Shen Huaijin's words. She reached out and took off the thin gold-rimmed glasses from Shen Huaijin's nose, gently stroking his face. More alike, Brother Ajin, you really look a lot like Shen Songyan, but he wouldn't smile at me like you do. He's always cold to me, as if I owed him $1,000,000 in a past life. Shen Huaijin suppressed the overwhelming bitterness surging in his heart. Suddenly, he grasped Lin Wanfu's hand, staring steadily at her, and said in a low voice, so in the end, you just want me to be a substitute for Shen Songyan? Before Lin Wanfu could answer, Shen Huaijin pressed her neck and forcefully kissed her. His hand tightened around Lin Wanfu's waist, pulling her close as if to embed her into his very bones. Lin Wanfu was firmly held in Shen Huaijin's arms with no room to retreat. His kiss was intense, filled with long-suppressed emotions. Perhaps forced to reveal his true nature, Shen Huaijin was nothing like his usual gentleness. He held absolute dominance, his fierce possessiveness almost crushing her. Reason and thoughts both fell, leaving only instinctual conquest and aggression. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Huaijin released Lin Wanfu and whispered in her ear, being a substitute is fine. He never knew that one day he would be so humble, willing to be Shen Songyan's substitute just to receive a little bit of that charitable attention. But if not a substitute, then what else could he be? From beginning to end, he was a pitiful nobody loved by anyone. Chapter 17 finished. He seems even crazier by the time they arrived at the Shen residence. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night. As soon as she got out of the car, Lin Wanfu saw her father pacing anxiously back and forth at the door. Dad. Lin Wanfu raised her smiling face and called out to him brightly, then without hesitation, she shook off Shen Huaijin's hand and ran toward her father. Seeing her father, she suddenly recalled the plotlines that System 0573 had told her about earlier. At first, she didn't really understand the so-called plot and didn't pay much attention to it. But as all the events started unfolding exactly as in the book, she had no choice but to take it seriously. In the story, her father went mad when he learned she was dead and desperately demanded Shen Songyan to give him her body. But how could Shen Songyan possibly agree? Later on, her father asked everyone if they had seen his Fufu, becoming more and more deranged. Because of her death, everyone close to her met a bad end, either dead or insane. Fortunately, she had learned the plot in advance, so she still had a chance to change her fate. As long as she didn't end up like in the story, her father would be fine, and Qini would be safe too. Lin's father looked at Lin Wanfu, who had returned unharmed, and finally felt somewhat relieved. Fufu, why are you back so late? Where did you go? Suddenly he noticed Lin Wanfu's lips were red and swollen, looking as if they had been bitten by a dog. The thought that someone had taken advantage of his little cabbage made Lin's father feel deeply upset. Shen Huaijin walked over unhurriedly. Uncle Lin, I took Fufu to the Su family banquet. I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you. I apologize. Hearing Shen Huaijin's explanation, Lin's father's expression softened a bit, but he still disliked him. He knew all too well what kind of dirty thoughts men of Shen Huaijin's age harbored. Men would flatter a woman in every way, but their ultimate goal was to get her into bed. He knew exactly what kind of man he was when he was young, so he would never allow his daughter to fall in love with a man like him. Shen Huaijin was excellent, but not excellent enough to be his daughter's husband. She was the daughter he had raised with half a lifetime of effort, and she deserved the very best. Dad, the Su family's birthday banquet was boring, but their desserts were delicious. I liked the brownies. Lin Wanfu linked arms with her father and chattered about the evening's events. Lin's father listened patiently. Although it was all trivial nonsense, his previously gloomy mood inexplicably improved. His Fufu was the most obedient and sensible child in the world. Those who said she was immature were definitely just jealous that he had a daughter like her. Pure sour grapes. Shen Huaijin watched Lin Wanfu and her father chatting in the living room, unable to join their conversation. He couldn't help but speak up. Fufu, it's very late. You and Uncle Lin should get some rest. He knew it was wrong to even be jealous of Lin's father, but he couldn't control himself. The more he liked her, the stronger his possessiveness became. He not only wanted her gaze to rest solely on him, but greedily wanted her to rely only on him. Lin's father glanced at the time and said, Fufu, you should go to bed now. All right then. Lin Wanfu leaned close and kissed her father on the cheek. Good night, Dad. Seeing this, Shen Huaijin's fingers slightly curled, then slowly relaxed again. Brother Ajin, can you take me to the room? Lin Wanfu turned to look at Shen Huaijin beside her. Sure. Shen Huaijin smiled and nodded. Lin's father was about to get up from the sofa to stop them, but Lin Wanfu had already followed Shen Huaijin upstairs. He wanted to chase after them, but then he remembered that his daughter always had her own ideas. If he rashly disrupted her plan, she would definitely throw a tantrum. Shen Huaijin led Lin Wanfu to a room on the second floor and neither spoke along the way. Once inside the room, Lin Wanfu said to Shen Huaijin, Brother Ajin, you should rest early too. After saying this, she was about to enter the room and close the door, but Shen Huaijin grabbed her wrist. Immediately, Lin Wanfu felt the world spin and seemed to hear the faint sound of the door closing behind her. Suddenly pulled into the room by Shen Huaijin, it took her a while to react. What are you doing? Shen Huaijin pressed Lin Wanfu against the door, his gaze burning and deep. Where's my goodnight kiss? What goodnight kiss? Lin Wanfu feigned ignorance. Shen Huaijin didn't mind. He suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned down close to her neck. Fufu, I know you're smart. You want me to willingly be a stand-in for Shen Songyan, so shouldn't you give me some benefits? After all, even training a dog requires meat cans as rewards, let alone a person. His warm breath brushed over the skin of Lin Wanfu's neck, causing a tingling sensation and giving her the illusion that he was kissing her. Lin Wanfu thought for a moment, then stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Shen Huaijin's cheek, and kissed him. All right, can you let me go now? Shen Huaijin raised an eyebrow. Lightly. Fufu, could it be that you think of me as a father too? His well-defined fingers lifted Lin Wanfu's chin, and a teasing smile played at the corner of his lips. Lin Wanfu, she really didn't expect Shen Huaijin to have this kind of kink, playing so wildly. Truly, the more refined, the more twisted. Are you doing this on purpose? I want you to be Shen Songyan's stand-in, and you want to play role-playing games with me. Lin Wanfu grabbed Shen Huaijin's tie, her gaze slowly sweeping over his delicate brows and eyes. On the surface, he looked like a noble young master from an old family, but inside, who knew how dirty he really was? Don't like that title? Then I'll change it. Shen Huaijin suddenly bit Lin Wanfu's earlobe, his low voice entering her ear word by word. Lord, do you like me calling you that? What are you talking about? Lin Wanfu's peach blossom eyes suddenly widened. Was she hallucinating? Or was Shen Huaijin possessed? Who would have thought the word Lord would come from the mouth of someone controlling most of the country's economic lifeline? It was like the sun rising in the west. Shen Huaijin's hand ambiguously stroked Lin Wanfu's shoulder blade through the thin fabric, his somewhat casual tone laced with a faint smile. Fufu, don't you always say I'm unfair to you? Then let's be fairer from now on. Tonight you're the Lord, tomorrow night I'll be the Lord, how about that? As Shen Huaijin closed in, Lin Wanfu's back pressed against the cold door, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Shen Huaijin seemed crazier than in the story. Could it be that she had overstimulated him? Chapter 18. Love is a tilted umbrella. Brother Ajin, I don't like it when you act like this. Lin Wanfu reached out to press against Shen Huaijin's chest as he kept pushing down. Her eyes gradually filled with a hazy mist, resembling a frightened, fragile young animal. If it were just playful teasing, she wouldn't mind playing along with Shen Huaijin. But from the tone he used just now, she could tell he wasn't merely after some fleeting pleasure. He was serious. Shen Huaijin's expression paused for a moment. He gently wiped the tears from the corner of Lin Wanfu's eyes with his fingertip. Fufu, don't be afraid. I was just joking with you. It's my fault. I didn't expect the joke to scare you. Clearly, she was the one who had unleashed the ferocious beast locked deep in his heart. He should have made her pay a little price for it to teach her a lesson. But in the end he softened. She was used to using fake tears and weakness to manipulate him, and he always failed to resist, surrendering every time. Lin Wanfu gazed into Shen Huaijin's deep black eyes like thick ink and whispered, Just now you suddenly seemed like a different person. It felt so strange. Shin Huaijin had always hidden his true self well in front of her. This was the first time she had seen that side of him. A sickly crazy vibe. She even suspected that Shin Huaijin had long ago prepared a little dark room just for her. To avoid waking up one day and mysteriously finding herself locked in that dark room, it seemed she really needed to coax him. Fufu, I'm a living person, not your toy. I have my own joys and sorrows. Shin Huaijin said this softly, then picked up the slightly stunned Lin Wanfu and walked toward the nearby large bed. She was always like this, allowing herself to do as she pleased while forbidding him from doing the same. For example, she could be unhappy and throw a tantrum at him, but he couldn't show any personal emotions in front of her. She could treat him as a substitute for someone else, recklessly toying with his body and heart, but he couldn't reveal his true self to her. She could naturally enjoy being loved by him, but he couldn't ask her to love him back. Undoubtedly, she was more shrewd and stingy than any businessman he had ever met. No matter how much he gave her, even if he just wanted a tiny bit of return, she would be unwilling. Terrible. Lin Wanfu wrapped her arms around Shin Huaijin's fair, slender neck and kissed him gently. Brother Ajin, I don't see you as a toy. Please don't be mad at me. Go to sleep early. Good night. Shin Huaijin gently laid Lin Wanfu on the soft big bed, then pulled over a blanket and carefully covered her. Love was like this, the one being loved felt entitled while the one giving love was cautious. Like a tilted umbrella. One person always had to get wet, and since he couldn't bear to let Lin Wanfu get wet, he had to endure the piercing cold rain alone. Suddenly, Lin Wanfu stretched a hand out from under the covers and held Shin Huaijin's hand. Brother Ajin, does liking me make you feel very painful? No, I'm not in pain. Shin Huaijin lowered his eyes to look at Lin Wanfu lying on the bed. His gaze was unusually gentle, even his brows radiated warmth. You're lying. Lin Wanfu tugged Shin Huaijin onto the bed with just a little force, pressing her whole body against his chest, her ear close to his heart. You're clearly very sad. Shin Huaijin's heartbeat completely lost its rhythm. Then will you pity me and give me a little love? He gazed deeply at Lin Wanfu. Unconsciously, a faint blush appeared at the corners of his eyes and brows, and his breathing became chaotic, rapid, and intense. Brother Ajin, if it weren't for Shin Songyan, I would definitely like you, because you are really so good that I simply can't bear to let you go. Lin Wanfu calmly turned the spearhead once again towards Shin Songyan, playing the game of sowing discord to perfection. Shin Huaijin's hand brushed over Lin Wanfu's back. Suddenly he flipped over and pinned her under the quilt. Fufu, are you telling the truth? He stared intently into Lin Wanfu's eyes, his gaze burning especially hot. So he also had a chance to be loved, but Shin Songyan had cut in and stolen that chance from him. But it's okay, he can still take it back. As long as Shin Songyan completely disappears from this world, Fufu will fall in love with him. Lin Wanfu slowly embraced Shin Huaijin and whispered, it's true. You're no worse than Shin Songyan. If the person I met first was you, I would definitely like you. Fufu, actually, the person who met you first was me. Shin Huaijin slightly lowered his eyes, his thick and long eyelashes slowly sweeping down a small fan-shaped shadow, covering the obscure and unclear emotions in his eyes. He indeed met Lin Wanfu earlier than Shin Songyan. But at that time, he was insecure and sensitive because of his background and didn't even have the courage to greet Lin Wanfu, so she didn't know he existed. And she wouldn't have liked him 7 years ago. What did you say? Because Shin Huaijin's voice was very low just now, Lin Wanfu didn't hear clearly, so she asked again. Nothing, I'm just saying Fufu should go to sleep. Or else tomorrow you'll turn into a little panda. Shin Huaijin gently pinched Lin Wanfu's cheek, his tone returning to the gentle and tender manner from before, just like coaxing a child. Maybe in Shin Huaijin's heart, Lin Wanfu was no different from a child because she had all the traits of a mischievous kid. Lin Wanfu said proudly, no way, I won't get dark circles. How could she not be proud? A powerful and feared big shot outside, yet easily toyed with by her, controlled in all his emotions, anyone would be proud in that position. Shin Huaijin lowered his head and touched Lin Wanfu's nose tip with his own in a doting way. I'm worried I'll get dark circles because then I'll become ugly. You have appearance anxiety. Lin Wanfu blinked at Shin Huaijin, those curled eyelashes like two little fans, as if they could stir up a breeze. Shin Huaijin pressed his forehead against Lin Wanfu's. The smile in his eyes was warm and tender, his low, husky, magnetic voice sounded like a cello. Yes, I'm afraid of becoming ugly, then Fufu won't like me anymore. Even if you get dark circles, you won't become ugly. Lin Wanfu raised her hand, her fingertips gently brushing over Shin Huaijin's brow bone, unobstructed by glasses. His bone structure was excellent, with deep eye sockets and a high nose bridge as if carefully sculpted by the god of creation. All right, it's very late, go to sleep early. Shin Huaijin said as he released Lin Wanfu and intended to stand up. But Lin Wanfu grabbed his hand again. Brother Ajin, it's my first time sleeping at someone else's house. I'm scared. Can you stay and keep me company? Can I take this as an invitation? Shin Huaijin's gaze dropped to Lin Wanfu's lips as red as rose petals. A dark flicker surged in his deep eyes, then vanished in an instant. Chapter 19, advancing by retreating in the early morning, all was silent. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window's bay, illuminating the spacious and bright room. Lin Wanfu slowly opened her light tea-colored eyes. Slightly turning her head, she met Shin Huaijin's deep black gaze. The man lay on his side beside her, his eyes fixed on her with an intense stare for who knows how long. Shin Huaijin gently leaned close to Lin Wanfu's ear, his voice lazy and husky. "Good morning, Fufu." Lin Wanfu cupped Shin Huaijin's face with both hands. "Brother Ajin, you didn't sleep all night, did you?" As she raised her hand, the soft quilt covering her slowly slipped down, revealing her silk nightgown and her snow-white skin glowing faintly. Her lips shimmered with moisture, making her appear both pure and alluring. But the most captivating were her naturally affectionate peach blossom eyes, clear as crystal and innocent, yet the slight upward tilt at the corners constantly cast subtle charms without her realizing it. Shin Huaijin struggled to suppress himself, finally restraining the wild impulse inside. In the end, he only held Lin Wanfu tightly, burying his face in the hollow of her neck. "Fufu, you're too harsh on me. With you lying beside me, how could I possibly fall asleep?" His voice was muffled, tinged with an undeniable grievance. At least capitalists give workers some sweetness, but Lin Wanfu was worse than a capitalist. She was a thorough slave owner, only ever enslaving him. Last night he thought there might finally be some hope, but it turned out she simply wanted him to keep her company in bed. Lin Wanfu's fingertips slipped into Shin Huaijin's hair, gently stroking as if smoothing the fur of a large canine. "Can I set you free? I'll move away from the Shin family with my father and I won't bother you anymore." Hearing this, Shin Huaijin suddenly lifted his head. His eyes red as he pressed Lin Wanfu's shoulders. "You don't want me anymore? What exactly about me are you dissatisfied with?" Lin Wanfu shook her head softly. "I'm not dissatisfied with anything. I just suddenly realized that you never owed me anything. I shouldn't always torment you." Her small voice was soft and sweet, like the most lingering breeze from Jiangnan, carrying the flavor of the Wu dialect. But Shin Huaijin couldn't hear any of it, as if the string of reason in his mind had suddenly snapped. "If you know it's tormenting me, then why won't you be a little kinder to me? How am I inferior to him, Shin Songyan? Is he really that important to you? Why do you only like him? Tell me why." The hostility around Shin Huaijin surged. His eyes, which had just been calm and gentle, instantly turned dark and fierce, sending chills down one's spine. The gentle mask was completely torn off. At this moment, he resembled a cornered beast, desperate and ready to bite. "Brother Ajin, I'm sorry, it's my fault." Lin Wanfu embraced the emotionally unstable Shin Huaijin, gently patting his back as if to soothe him. She wasn't afraid of the Shin Huaijin because she knew that dogs that bark usually don't bite. "Fufu, I beg you, just don't leave me. No matter how you torment me, I can accept it." Shin Huaijin's eyelashes were slightly wet, his face pale to the point of looking sickly, like a discarded defective product, filled with a broken fragility that invited pity. "Just now, when I heard you say you want to cut ties with me in the future, my heart shattered." Lin Wanfu was silent for a long time before speaking. "But is it really good for us to torment each other like this? Every time I see you in pain, my heart hurts too." Shin Huaijin tightly grasped her hand as if it were his last lifeline. "As long as I can be with you, I will endure it gladly. Fufu, please don't push me away anymore. Didn't you want me to be a substitute for Shin Songyan? Fine, I will learn to speak like him, imitate his expressions, even how he kisses you. I can learn all of that. Brother Ajin, please don't be like this. I don't want you to be Shin Songyan's substitute anymore." Lin Wanfu looked at Shin Huaijin, who was almost being toyed with, and shed 2 crocodile tears. It seemed she was finally moved by him. "Is Fufu feeling sorry for me? That's so nice." Shin Huaijin pulled Lin Wanfu into his arms. Just receiving a little bit of her concern made him exceptionally satisfied. "Dad should be up by now. If I don't go downstairs soon, he'll come looking for me." Lin Wanfu pushed the sticky man away. However, Shin Huaijin held her tightly and refused to let go. "Then promise me you won't move out of the Shin family. I can't always rely on Dad and you to support me. I want to try being independent," Lin Wanfu said. "Isn't it good for me to support you?" Seeing Shin Huaijin's face darken again, Lin Wanfu helplessly patted his head. "How about this, Brother Ajin, you lend me some money. Then you'll be my creditor and you can come to collect your debt anytime. I won't have any reason to stop my creditor from coming to collect, right?" After saying that, she couldn't help but give herself a big mental thumbs up for her cleverness. This way, she not only indirectly told Shin Huaijin that she wouldn't cut ties with him, but also managed to squeeze some money out of him. Shin Huaijin's expression brightened from gloom to sunshine. "Later, I'll give you my secondary card. Spend as you like." What a generous creditor. Lin Wanfu immediately smiled brightly, her eyes curved like spring flowers. When she first came to the Shin family to seek refuge with Shin Huaijin, it wasn't just to stay, but for his money. Although living in the Shin family was comfortable, having Shin Huaijin's money meant she could live well outside too. Even more freely than in the Shin family. Lin Wanfu was very happy to get the money, and Shin Huaijin was equally happy to get the result he wanted. He said with a smile in his eyes, "So now, as your creditor, do I have the right to carry you to wash up? You're the creditor, I'll listen to you." Lin Wanfu obediently wrapped her arms around Shin Huaijin's neck, her whole weight pressing on him. Shin Huaijin picked Lin Wanfu up from the bed and walked to the bathroom, carefully squeezing toothpaste for her and handing her a towel. If Lin Wanfu hadn't refused to let him brush her teeth because she didn't want to look like a helpless person, he probably wouldn't have needed her to do anything at all. After washing up, the two went downstairs together. Lin's father saw their intimate appearance and, without thinking, pulled Lin Wanfu close to him. He said earnestly, Fufu, Dad has already found a new job and rented a new place. Let's not bother others anymore, okay? Okay. Lin Wanfu surprisingly didn't argue. Shin Huijin's eyes darkened unconsciously, but he still said nothing. He kept reminding himself not to push too hard, or he would get nothing. The business world's deceit and treachery were no small matter. How could Lin Wanfu's little schemes fool him? He was just going along with the flow. If she liked to play, then of course he wouldn't let her be disappointed. Chapter 20. The first step to hooking him, becoming his secretary without Shin Huijin's interference. Lin Wanfu and her father quickly moved out of the Shin family villa and bought a house in a nice upscale community in the city center. These days, Lin's father was busy pulling in investments, while Shin Huijin was busy trying to ruin Shin Song-yin. They didn't have much energy to pay attention to Lin Wanfu. After playing video games alone at home for a few days, Lin Wanfu started to feel bored. At that moment, she remembered System 0573. She had already tried intimate contact with Shin Huijin and Su Che, but the amount seemed insufficient. System 0573 still showed no sign of activation. It seemed that just hugging and kissing wasn't nearly enough. Looks like she had to sleep with someone to try it out, but she had to choose the person carefully. First, she definitely had to exclude Shin Song-yin and Shin Huijin. If she slept with either of them, she was afraid she couldn't hide it from the other, and it would only bring trouble upon herself. She had to pick someone easier to handle, someone who would cooperate with her in secretly having an affair. Got it. The two brothers from the Su family seemed like good candidates. With that thought, Lin Wanfu got out of bed, put on her fluffy slippers, and walked to the wardrobe. Opening it, her pink-tinged fingertips brushed over the latest fashionable dresses one by one. Finally, she stopped at a mature professional suit. A light gray fitted blazer paired with a matching high-waisted pencil skirt perfectly showcased Lin Wanfu's curvy figure, exuding a strong sensuality. Describing her as a natural-born seductress was nothing short of accurate. But compared to her devilish figure, her face, still stunningly beautiful without a trace of makeup, was even more dazzling. Just one glance could captivate and enthrall anyone. Dressed neatly, Lin Wanfu grabbed her bag, slipped on a pair of simple yet elegant high heels and headed out. Reaching the underground parking lot on the basement level, she got into a newly purchased luxury sports car. Of course, as an unemployed drifter with empty hands, she couldn't afford such high expenses herself. All these cars, houses, clothes, and jewelry were paid for with Shin Huijin's money. Shin Huijin's phone was probably already flooded with a bunch of transaction notifications, all thanks to her. Lin Wanfu pressed the accelerator and the white sports car sped off like a wild horse unleashed. Straight to the Su Group building. About 10 minutes later, the white sports car stopped in front of the Su Group building, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Wanfu stepped out of the car gracefully and lightly, exuding an innate arrogance in every gesture. Her flawless, beautiful face was so clean it lacked any trace of mundane life, yet those peach blossom eyes, which looked tender even to dogs, shimmered with aggression. Combined with her provocative figure, she gave a strong visual impact. A reincarnation of Daji herself. A stunning beauty and a luxury car, undoubtedly extremely eye-catching. Everyone coming and going at the company entrance couldn't help but stop and stare at Lin Wanfu. Ignoring the crowd, Lin Wanfu walked straight into the Su Group building. Sister, hello, I submitted my resume this morning and wanted to ask where the interview is. Though it was a simple sentence, the receptionist felt like her bones had softened. She instinctively raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, luckily no drool. Blushing, the receptionist said, May I have your name? I need to register it. Damn it, why was her broken mouth suddenly stuttering? Boo-hoo, she was leaving a bad impression on the beauty. Lin Wanfu. She was like those naturally seductive vixens in movies and TV shows. No matter if male or female, as long as she wanted, no one could resist her. Miss Lin, please follow me. The receptionist quickly completed Lin Wanfu's registration, and then warmly led her the way. Okay, thank you, sister. Lin Wanfu blinked gently, behaving so obediently that it made people want to protect her. The receptionist was the perfect example. Seeing Lin Wanfu's naive appearance, she couldn't help but remind her, Miss Lin, this time the interview is for the secretary position under President Su himself. President Su hates it when people act smart and talk back to him. If he says something, don't ever argue with him, or he'll make you cry. Sister, is President Su a very strict boss? Lin Wanfu called the receptionist sister repeatedly, almost coaxing her into revealing her bank card password, let alone anything else. The receptionist leaned in and whispered, Do you know why the last secretary quit? Let me tell you, it was because President Su scolded her away. President Su is like a living king of hell in the company. Don't ever provoke him. Secretary Wang tried to take shortcuts and ended up getting scolded badly by President Su. After giving Lin Wanfu this subtle warning, the receptionist pushed open a glass door. It's the office at the very back. You can go and buy yourself. Okay, thank you, sister. If I pass the interview, I'll treat you to bubble tea. Lin Wanfu gave the receptionist a smile so sweet it was almost saccharine, leaving her completely dazzled. By the time the receptionist came back to her senses, all she saw was Lin Wanfu's swaying figure as she walked away. Accompanied by the soft tapping of high heels, Lin Wanfu stopped in front of the last office door. She slowly raised her hand, her fingers as delicate as carved white jade, and gently knocked. Knock knock knock. The sudden knocking sounded especially clear in the quiet office, causing Suche's expression to pause slightly. Please come in. After saying this, Suche lowered his head and continued flipping through the contract on his desk, focused and serious. As the door opened and closed, Lin Wanfu gracefully entered Suche's office. The young man sitting upright at the desk wore a thin, tailored white shirt. His figure was straight and smooth, his neck fair and slender, his face cool and calm, giving off a pure and bright aura like moonlight. President Su, we meet again. The soft, familiar yet strange voice reached his ears. Suche put down the pen in his hand. He instinctively looked up, and the next second, he met a pair of sparkling, watery, beautiful eyes. What are you doing here? Suche awkwardly looked away, a faint blush creeping up his ear tips. He clearly remembered the day he was sick and held Lin Wanfu, refusing to let her leave no matter what. Of course, I'm here to apply for the position of your... Lin Wanfu deliberately paused here, resting her hands on Suche's desk, smiling sweetly as she leaned in to look at him, her red lips parting to say 2 words, secretary. Miss Lin, don't joke around. What merit do I have to deserve you as my secretary? Suche never met Lin Wanfu's gaze. He felt that if she became his secretary, his earning speed would definitely plummet. That absolutely wouldn't do. He even started to get a bit paranoid. Could Lin Wanfu be a spy sent by Shin Huijin? To sabotage his earnings? And to ruin his cooperation with Shin Songyan? How sinister. Chapter 21, not a secretary but a lover? If not a secretary, then what do you want me to be? Lin Wanfu suddenly leaned closer to Suche, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with a hint of a smile irresistibly alluring. Could it be that President Su still plans to keep me in your golden house filled with cash and gold bars as your lover? Her lips hovered just above Suche's reddened ear, the light breath accompanying her words drifting onto his neck, causing the blush on his ear to slowly spread down to his neck. Suche instinctively leaned back, as if trying to escape the burning heat and the intoxicating scent at his nose that was invading his mind and disrupting his thoughts. He cleared his throat and tried to regain composure. At the last banquet, I unintentionally offended Miss Lin. I sincerely apologize and hope Miss Lin will consider that I was unwell at the time and not mention this matter outside. Lin Wanfu was very beautiful and countless people wanted her. But those people only dared to think about it in their hearts. Even if the Lin family went bankrupt, no one dared to touch Lin Wanfu. Because everyone in the circle knew Lin Wanfu was the predetermined Mrs. Shun of the Shun family. No one in Jinghai wanted to be targeted by those 2 troublesome people from the Shin family at the same time, and he was no exception. He was just an ordinary businessman wanting to make money. He didn't want to risk his life without earning a cent. Lin Wanfu blinked with a feigned troubled look. But my family is bankrupt and I have no money now. Since you don't want me to be your secretary, I have to find a way to earn some money to avoid starving. President Su, guess how much I could get if I sold your gossip to the paparazzi? Her eyes were clear and innocent, but the corners were tinged with rouge, faintly seductive. Suche clearly understood the threat behind Lin Wanfu's words. He suddenly clenched the pen on the table, almost breaking it. Miss Lin, name your price. I'll buy it out, he said through clenched teeth, his face dark. Good, he had never suffered such a loss before. She was the first person in the world to make him waste money. Lin Wanfu suddenly laughed coquettishly, perfectly embodying the vicious villainess. President Su, don't you understand the difference between being full every meal and being full just once? What I want isn't money but a job that can feed me every meal. Can you be a secretary? Suche asked in a low voice. As far as he knew, this Miss Lin only knew how to eat, drink, and play all day. He didn't believe she could handle secretary work. Lin Wanfu said confidently, I can't. I'm just here to kill time. Actually, I don't have to be your secretary. If your company has other high-paying jobs that don't require much work, I can reluctantly accept those too. Suche. Sometimes he really wanted to call the police, but he couldn't. He was friends with Shin Songyan and had a good relationship. Therefore, he naturally knew that Shin Songyan was only suppressing the Lin family on the surface, but in his heart, he still cared about Lin Wanfu. If anything happened to Lin Wanfu and his company, he bet Shin Songyan would immediately come looking for trouble. President Su, have you made up your mind? If someone didn't know, they might think Lin Wanfu was interviewing Suche. Suche had no choice but to compromise. Don't go causing trouble in other departments. Just stay in my office. Lin Wanfu asked as your secretary. Suche gave a cold hum. Lin Wanfu tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Then where's my workstation? And how much is the salary? Let me be clear, if the salary is too low and the work too much, I won't do it. Suche casually pointed to the sofa in the nearby lounge area. You just have to sit there every day, do nothing, and get a monthly salary of 80,000. Miss Lin, are you satisfied? Lin Wanfu smiled cheerfully. President Su, can I play games, watch dramas, and eat snacks then? Suche didn't smile. He endured again and again. I don't care what you want to do. I have only one requirement. Don't disturb my work, or you'll be fined 100. Just as Suche thought he was being reasonable enough, Lin Wanfu was still not satisfied. She pouted. 100 is too much. You only pay me 80,000. If you find me several times, won't I be working for free? Suche looked at the audacious Lin Wanfu and wanted to ask her if she was here to work for him. But the words changed at the tip of his tongue to 50. Only then did Lin Wanfu nod in satisfaction. Then I can start working now. You have to start paying me from today, not a penny less, or you're a heartless boss and I'll expose you online. Not a penny less. Suche ground his back teeth secretly. He finally understood that Lin Wanfu was purely here to scam him. President Su, you're so kind. Lin Wanfu's sweet little voice was like honey, sickeningly sweet. Suche felt his face burning like it was on fire, intensely hot, and his heartbeat became somewhat irregular. He pretended to be indifferent and said softly, "Stop talking and go sit over there." Okay. Lin Wanfu walked to the nearby lounge area. After sitting on the sofa for a while, she began to complain again. President Su, the sofa in your office is so hard, it's uncomfortable to sit on. Can you get me a softer one? Fine, I'll get you a new one. Suche was almost losing his temper from the torment. He really didn't know how Shin Songyan could tolerate such a troublesome woman like Lin Wanfu. Thinking that Shin Songyan should have already received the message he sent him and would probably come to Su Corporation soon to take this troublemaker away, he decided to endure a bit longer. However, Lin Wanfu obviously had no intention of letting Suche off so easily. She said coquettishly, "President Su, I want a strawberry boba milk tea and a raw chocolate mousse." Suche expressionlessly picked up the direct line phone, go to the milk tea shop and buy a strawberry boba milk tea, then buy some desserts from the shop next door and send them to my office. Lin Wanfu somehow came up beside Suche. She leaned close to his ear. "President Su, I really like the receptionist sister. Buy one for her too." Feeling Lin Wanfu's body pressing closer and closer, Suche suddenly felt restless. He steadied himself and said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Buy one more and send it to the receptionist." Although Suche appeared calm and composed, if one listened carefully, his usually steady and cold voice seemed to tremble slightly. Clearly he was nervous. "President Su, you're so good to me. Shouldn't I repay you?" Before Suche could react, Lin Wanfu put her hands on his shoulders and sat on his lap. Suche abruptly hung up the phone. He instinctively wanted to push Lin Wanfu away, but she clung to him like an octopus. His fair cheeks instantly flushed bright red, like a boiled shrimp. "Get off my lap." Hearing this, Lin Wanfu shouted even louder, "If I get off, I get off. Why are you so fierce?" At that moment, footsteps of moderate volume and some indistinct conversation came from outside the office. "I'm looking for your President Su. President Shun, our President Su is in the office. I'll take you there right now. This way, please." Chapter 22. Collusion. At this moment, Suche was truly panicking. Sure enough, when a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water gets stuck in their teeth. Shin Songyan didn't come early or late, but just happened to show up at this time. "Let go of me quickly, get off me." Suche deliberately lowered his voice and warned Lin Wanfu, "The office door isn't locked, they can come in directly." With their current ambiguous posture, if Shin Songyan came in and saw them, it would be no surprise if he misunderstood. Isn't Shin Songyan on a business trip to another province? How could he suddenly come to your company? Lin Wanfu didn't want to be caught red-handed by Shin Songyan either. She looked around but didn't see any place in Suche's minimalist office to hide someone. She immediately became a bit flustered. "If Shin Songyan finds out about this today, don't blame me for dragging you down with me and exposing our affair." Suche immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? What affair? It's pure slander. If I say there is, then there is. Anyway, Shin Songyan will believe whatever I say." Lin Wanfu stood up from Suche's lap, then said to him, "If you don't want Shin Songyan to kill you, move your leg and let me in." Suche was shocked. He never expected Lin Wanfu to say something like that in broad daylight. You have no shame. Can you stop with the rubbish in your head? I want you to move your leg so I can hide under your desk." Seeing Suche blushing and not reacting for a long time, Lin Wanfu took the initiative to push his leg aside and crawled under the small space in front of his desk. "Get out! What does this look like?" Suche didn't dare to look down because from his angle, the first thing he saw was a large patch of snow-white skin. That extremely seductive scene was vivid and enticing. Just one glance made one's blood rush instantly, followed by a surge of heat. Lin Wanfu suddenly reached out and tugged on Suche's trouser leg, whispering a threat. "You better figure out how to hide this from Shin Songyan, or don't expect to have a good time." "Let go, don't pull my pants." Suche's face was like a palette, turning from white to red. Then from red to green, looking quite spectacular. If he had known he would run into such a troublesome thing as Lin Wanfu, he wouldn't have come to the company today, no matter what. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. A pair of long legs in a sharp suit stepped into the office. A tall, upright man walked in with a noble posture, like a nobleman from a medieval oil painting. His expression was indifferent, with long, thick eyelashes covering a pair of jet black eyes, exuding a trace of coldness. Shin Songyan's thin lips pressed slightly. His gaze swept lightly across the office. "Where's Lin Wanfu?" Suche picked up a water cup and took a tactical sip, trying to make his voice sound normal. "I rejected her job application. She has already left." "Is that so?" Shin Songyan pulled out the chair in front of Suche's desk and sat down. "Then why did you call me here?" Suche, he finally understood what it felt like to lift a rock only to drop it on his own foot. Right now, Lin Wanfu was still hiding under his desk. If Shin Songyan noticed, he probably wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. So he had to grit his teeth and say, "Shouldn't you know Miss Lin better than I do? I was worried she might cause trouble in my company, so I informed you in advance. How long ago did she leave? Shin Songyan looked at Suche casually, tapping his long knuckles on the desk rhythmically, his tone indifferent. He was too familiar with the scent on Lin Wanfu. The office still lingered with a unique fragrance, indicating she had been there for quite some time. Suche said without changing his expression, if you go after her now, 5 minutes ago you should still catch up. No rush, I can always find her. Let's first discuss the bidding plan for the land in the west of the city. Shin Songyan crossed his legs naturally. His well-tailored suit outlined his broad shoulders and slim waist. He exuded an innate elegance and nobility that made people involuntarily want to submit at his feet. Take a look at this first. Suche handed Shin Songyan a folder from his right side. Now that Shin Huijin is clinging to you, it's not easy for us to win the land in the west of the city. The space under the desk was very narrow, and Lin Wanfu hiding there was uncomfortable. Listening to Suche and Shin Songyan endlessly discussing work, she angrily pinched his leg hard. Ow! Suche gasped. The sharp pain in his thigh twisted his delicate and handsome face for a moment. Shin Songyan slowly raised his eyes and looked at Suche, whose expression was rather strange. What's wrong with you? Nothing, just suddenly a toothache. Suche calmly grabbed the hand Lin Wanfu was using to cause trouble and squeezed her palm as a warning. Knock knock knock, the office door was suddenly knocked lightly. Suche straightened his expression, come in. Soon, an employee walked in and placed something on Suche's desk. President Su, these are the strawberry boba milk tea and desserts you just asked me to buy. The employee secretly glanced at her boss, then at Shin Songyan, and couldn't help but complain silently. So these rich and handsome cold CEOs actually like to drink milk tea and eat desserts in private. The contrast is just too much, isn't it? Go to finance to get reimbursed. Suche felt utterly defeated. He could already foresee that within 10 minutes, rumors about his love for strawberry boba milk tea and sweets would spread throughout the company. However, the worst part was not this. Shin Songyan picked up the milk tea that looked particularly out of place on the desk and looked at Suche with a half-smile, toothache but still drinking milk tea and eating sweets? Looks like you really love it. I say, Shin Songyan, aren't you meddling too much? You don't even allow me to like milk tea. Suche snatched the milk tea from Shin Songyan's hand, inserted the straw, and took a sip. He who always drank black coffee to stay alert, suddenly took a sip of milk tea and found it unbearably sweet. Is this thing really meant to be drunk? He clearly wasn't used to milk tea, but he couldn't show it, feeling like a mute eating bitter herbs. Could it be that he broke some heavenly rule in his past life? Your taste is quite unique. Shin Songyan lowered his head and continued to carefully review the plan. Obviously, he wouldn't finish it anytime soon. Suche chewed the strawberry boba balls in his mouth, thinking that if Shin Songyan didn't leave soon, Lin Wanfu would lose it. His eyes flickered slightly as he picked up a small cake beside him and asked Shin Songyan, do you want some? No. Shin Songyan refused without even looking up. Chapter 23 You drank my milk tea? Compensate me. Suche wore a cold, indifferent expression and said seriously to Shin Songyan, then you should take the materials and leave quickly. Don't disturb me while I'm eating dessert, I need to keep face. Alright, Shin Songyan closed the folder. I've roughly looked over the plan, it's pretty good. If there are any changes needed later, I'll email you. Suche nodded slightly. Shin Songyan slowly stood up, his eyes glancing at the pile of desserts on the table. He added, if you have a toothache, eat less. He had known Suche for several years, but only today did he realize that Suche loved these sweet, rich treats. For some reason, he thought of Lin Wanfu again. She also loved desserts and couldn't walk away when she saw them. Because of that, he had secretly enrolled in a baking class back then. He had made desserts for Lin Wanfu in various ways for 3 years. Thinking back now, it would have been better to feed them to dogs. At least dogs would wag their tails at him. Seeing that Shin Songyan seemed distracted, Suche couldn't help but urge, what are you thinking about? Are you leaving or not? His tone carried a barely noticeable urgency because he was about to lose control of Lin Wanfu under the table. She was biting his hand. His fingers hurt with a prickling, tingling sensation. If not for his strong self-control, he might have made some strange noise. Shin Songyan lowered his eyelashes and said, next time she comes looking for you, don't pay her any attention. According to his understanding of Lin Wanfu, her coming to interview at Su Group was mostly because she was attracted to Suche's looks. After all, ugly men were not her type. She was shallow, judging people by their faces first, then by their abs. You're overthinking it. I don't want to get involved in your fight with Shin Huijin and waste my time making money. Out of Shin Songyan's sight, Suche's hand gripping the armrest turned slightly white from the force. Damn it, he felt like all his patience in this life was about to run out today. Shin Songyan said calmly, then you'd better avoid her from now on because she likes guys who look like you. 6 years ago, to get close to Lin Wanfu and retaliate against Shin Huijin, he had investigated everything about her. He knew she had a boyfriend during her student days, her first love, her white moonlight. But that person later went abroad. He didn't know if that person was too low-key or too skilled, but he couldn't find much information about him. He only knew he was an outstanding scholar with excellent character and looks. He vaguely remembered others describing that person as cold and distant like a bright moon hanging high, beautiful but unattainable. That description also fit Suche perfectly. Alright, I got it. Suche didn't want to talk more with Shin Songyan now, he just wanted him to leave quickly. He really was about to lose it. Lin Wanfu was too much of a pest. Shin Songyan gave Suche a look of unclear expression, then turned and left the office with the documents. He's gone, come out now. Suche's clear voice was hoarse, obviously suppressed to the extreme. President Su, my foot is numb. Lin Wanfu looked up slightly at Suche. Her fair, tender little hand rested on his knee, her eyes full of emotion. That pitiful, delicate posture was extremely endearing but also made one's heart itch to do something naughty to her. Like a poppy flower full of temptation. I'm a normal man, don't look at me like that. Suche's gaze gradually lowered. He tried not to look where he shouldn't, then gently took Lin Wanfu's hand and pulled her out from under the desk. Whether intentional or not, Lin Wanfu followed the force on Suche's hand and directly threw herself into his arms. Suche's face instantly flushed red. Lin Wanfu, have you hugged enough? Let go. He had never seen a woman more shameless than Lin Wanfu, always finding ways to take advantage of him. At this moment he couldn't have imagined that later on he would not only lose his heart to her but shamelessly use every trick to let her take advantage of him. Knowing full well she was a deadly poison, he still indulged like an addict, drinking poison to quench his thirst. Mr. Su, you drank my strawberry boba milk tea, how are you going to compensate me? Lin Wanfu's hands wrapped around Suche's waist, completely ignoring his bluster. She had long seen through that Suche was just a hypocrite who said one thing but meant another. If he really didn't want her close, she wouldn't even be able to get near him, let alone cause trouble on him. Men were all the same, though their bodies liked her embraces, they were too proud to admit it. Suche's hand lifted and then dropped. Let go of me, I'll have someone buy you a new one. He defended himself in his heart, not because he was reluctant to push Lin Wanfu away, but because he worried about hurting her if he used too much force, and then Shin Songyan would come looking for trouble. But I don't want milk tea now. Lin Wanfu slowly leaned closer to Suche, her words exhaling a light breath, her eyes full of seduction. I only want the boba. The ambiguous atmosphere burned reason. Lin Wanfu was like a siren luring humans into the deep sea, her soft, boneless hands gently stroking Suche's rolling Adam's apple. Perhaps bewitched, Suche couldn't help but lower his head and kiss the bad woman in his arms who was constantly tempting men to break their principles. The office was very quiet, so the subtle sounds of clothing rubbing and breathing became especially clear. Suche had never kissed another woman, but he was sure no one smelled sweeter than Lin Wanfu. Breathing intertwined, smelling Lin Wanfu's unique fresh fragrance, he felt something strange happening to him. He could even feel his body screaming for more. Just kissing was far from enough. Are you going to devour me alive? Lin Wanfu clung to Suche's shoulder. His kiss was awkward and reckless, making her ache. Her eyes were slightly red, long lashes holding tears, looking so pitiful. Sorry, Suche hurriedly wiped Lin Wanfu's tears, his emotions complicated. He must be possessed. Otherwise, how could he have pinned Lin Wanfu against the desk and kissed her like a beast? And made her cry. Lin Wanfu pushed Suche dissatisfied. Saying sorry is useless. You need to take real action like transferring me $1 million or so. Suche. Is extortion this straightforward nowadays? After a long silence, Suche finally spoke. Didn't you say you don't love money? He heard it clearly that day, there was no mistake. Lin Wanfu suddenly smiled. I don't love money, but I love your money. Suche immediately darkened his face. So you're after my money, not me. So annoying, but he didn't even know what he was angry about. Lin Wanfu boldly retorted, why can't I want both you and your money? Chapter 24. The Greedy Secretary, Greedy. Suche said this, but the cold expression on his face unconsciously softened quite a bit. People are all greedy. Once you have bread, you want cake. Once you have cake, you want your own exclusive baker. Desire is endless, Lin Wanfu said proudly, not ashamed at all. President Su, you should praise me. I'm more honest than anyone else. Suddenly, Suche pinched Lin Wanfu's cheek. Let me see how thick your skin is. Lin Wanfu unhappily slapped Suche's hand away. Don't touch me or I'll accuse you of workplace harassment. She clearly chose to selectively forget what she had done to Suche earlier. Her righteous tone perfectly illustrated the saying, be strict with others but lenient with oneself. Suche almost laughed from anger. You accuse me of workplace harassment? How can you say that? How can't I? Weren't you the one who kissed me first? You even made my lips swollen. At this, Lin Wanfu showed displeasure and kicked Suche vindicatively, leaving a faint footprint on his expensive suit pants. Watching Lin Wanfu's unreasonable behavior, Suche felt a dull headache. If you hadn't kept teasing me, would I have made your lips swollen? So what? Just admit that the kiss just now felt good. Don't say it didn't, I could feel your... Realizing what Lin Wanfu was about to say, Suche didn't hesitate. He pulled her into his arms and tightly covered her mouth. Staring at Lin Wanfu's blinking eyes, Suche said harshly, I'll pay you hush money. You can't say a single word about what happened today. With Lin Wanfu's shameless attitude, he really feared she would go around spreading rumors and ruin his reputation. Then he wouldn't be able to face anyone. When Lin Wanfu nodded, Suche finally let her go. Lin Wanfu tidied the stray hair by her cheek, then lightly tapped her red and swollen lips with her finger, meaning unclear. President Su, my mouth is hard to seal. If you don't give me enough, it definitely won't stay shut. Although she was talking about hush money, Suche's gaze uncontrollably drifted to Lin Wanfu's rosy lips. Her lips were perfectly shaped like a small cherry mouth, delicate and exquisite. Probably not even a slightly larger strawberry could fit in one bite, let alone anything else. After a long silence, Lin Wanfu leaned her head against his ear and whispered softly, "President Su, have you decided how much hush money to give me?" Suche suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and said in a low voice, "Send me your bank card number." "President Su, add me first." Lin Wanfu took out her phone, swiped to open the Big Eyes Green Bubble app, and showed her QR code for Suche to scan and add her as a friend. With a ding, the notification sounded, and Suche and Lin Wanfu successfully became friends. Looking at Suche's system avatar on his account, Lin Wanfu mercilessly mocked him. "You look pretty young, so why does your social media account have such an old person's vibe?" Suche. He took his phone and typed something. Then Lin Wanfu's phone rang with a notification. Seeing the 80,000 transfer from Suche, Lin Wanfu suddenly found even his system avatar pleasing. She changed her expression as quickly as flipping a page. "President Su, who said this avatar has an old person's vibe? This avatar is awesome." Suche slightly raised his chin and coldly glanced sideways at the cunning, money-loving woman. Greedy and full of lies. Lin Wanfu immediately started grumbling, "I don't like hearing that from you. You make so much money anyway, and you can't possibly spend it all. What's wrong with spending some on me? Should I be thanking you for that too?" Suche casually tossed his phone onto the desk. "That's not necessary. Helping you spend your endless money is part of my job," Lin Wanfu said, then glanced down at the time. "Mr. Su, it's time to get off work. Remember to transfer the hush money to my account." Suche grabbed Lin Wanfu as she was about to turn and leave. "Wait, clarify this for me. What exactly is our relationship?" "You're the boss and I'm your secretary," Lin Wanfu said, her beautiful eyes curving like a crescent moon, sparkling with laughter, as enchanting as a bright moon halo, impossible to look away from. Suche lightly pressed his lips together. "Then how does helping me spend money become part of your job?" He didn't know what was wrong with himself, but he was definitely dissatisfied with Lin Wanfu's answer. Lin Wanfu fiddled with the collar of Suche's shirt and looked at him with an innocent expression, her warm breath softly brushing his reddened ear. "Because I'm a greedy secretary and I want to take a shortcut to spend the boss's money." Understanding the implication behind Lin Wanfu's words, Suche's tone became a bit sharper. "You're unambitious." He thought he had good self-control, but today he had lost it several times already. Yes, you're right," Lin Wanfu replied with a perfunctory attitude. Seeing Lin Wanfu was impervious to reason, Suche was at a loss and had to lay his cards on the table. "Don't think about any crooked schemes. I'm not that kind of person. I would never have an improper relationship with my employee." Lin Wanfu neither agreed nor disagreed with Suche's words. She took out her phone and checked the time again. "I've already worked 5 minutes overtime. Rounding up, that's 6 hours. You have to pay me overtime." Suche looked at the math genius in front of him speechlessly. "Did your PE teacher teach you math?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wanfu suddenly turned cold. She pushed Suche away and walked toward the office door. "Lin Wanfu." Suche instinctively called out, but Lin Wanfu ignored him completely. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He didn't say anything else. Why was she angry? Flooring the accelerator all the way, Lin Wanfu returned to her apartment in less than 10 minutes. She took the key from her bag and opened the door. At the entrance, she took off her high heels and grabbed a pair of fluffy slippers from the shoe rack to change into. As she walked into the living room, she saw a handsome man sitting on the sofa reading a book. He wore a simple black shirt, with 2 buttons casually undone at the collar, revealing a delicate collarbone and faintly visible chest muscles, very eye-catching. "Shin Song-yen, what are you doing in my house?" Lin Wanfu frowned slightly. Hearing her voice, Shin Song-yen slowly lifted his gaze from the book and looked at Lin Wanfu not far away. "Come here." His tone was emotionless, cold, and hoarse with a grainy texture. Lin Wanfu found it extremely amusing. "You want me to come just because you say so? Who do you think you are? You never learn," Shin Song-yen said as he slowly stood up and walked toward Lin Wanfu, exuding a dangerous aura. Seeing this, Lin Wanfu instinctively turned and ran toward the door, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't open it. Heavy footsteps gradually approached. Shin Sung-yen's large hand firmly trapped Lin Wanfu's waist from behind, pressing her against the cold door. "Tell me, what have you been up to today?" He lowered his head and leaned close to Lin Wanfu's neck, the intense masculine scent continuously stimulating her sensory nerves, making her whole body tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 25, The Resentful Husband Who Can't Get Love. "I want to do whatever I want. Is that any of your business?" Lin Wanfu was naturally rebellious, only yielding to softness, not force. She struggled hard, trying to break free from Shin Sung-yen's restraints, but how could she be a match for him? After a brief scuffle, Shin Sung-yen grabbed Lin Wanfu's hands and tied them behind her back with his tie. Immediately after, Shin Sung-yen, with Lin Wanfu's movements restricted, led her from the entrance to the living room, then mercilessly threw her onto the sofa. "Lin Wanfu, 80% of the Lin family's debt is mine. Do you think I have no right to control you?" He looked down at the frail woman on the sofa. The light and shadow sharply defined the contours of his face, and his obscure, unreadable expression made his aura even more aggressively imposing. Lin Wanfu's eyes reddened with anger. Shin Songyan, you despicable scoundrel, shameless and vile, disgusting. Heaven truly has no eyes. People like Shin Songyan deserve to die abroad. How could he be the male lead? She must have been cursed for 8 generations to be targeted by such a reckless mad dog. The sofa cushion beside her sank under the man's tall figure, completely covering Lin Wanfu. Like a wolf marking its territory, he trapped her on the sofa, allowing no one to peek or covet. Feeling Shin Songyan's burning chest pressing close, Lin Wanfu instinctively recoiled. What exactly do you want? Shin Songyan reached out, grabbed Lin Wanfu's delicate, pale ankle, and dragged her back without a word. His warm breath sprayed on her neck. What do I want? You tell me what I want, Miss Lin. Hearing this, Lin Wanfu panicked inside but forced herself to stay calm. Shinsong, I know your influence abroad is huge, but this is my country. If you dare to act recklessly, I will definitely call the police. Then you can look forward to going to jail. Though she said this, she was actually very uncertain. Someone like Shin Songyan, who could do such insane things as kidnapping and imprisonment, wouldn't be affected by calling the police. Moreover, Shin Songyan could appear silently in her home and leave her nowhere to escape, which meant his people were definitely around. If he really wanted to do something to her, he probably wouldn't leave any evidence for her to use against him. Miss Lin, you're adorably stupid. Shin Songyan's cool fingertips brushed over Lin Wanfu's delicate brows and eyes, landing on her slightly swollen lips. It seems you're good for nothing but seducing men. A trace of violence flashed in his eyes. His rough fingertips heavily caressed Lin Wanfu's tender lips, as if trying to wipe something off them. But Lin Wanfu hadn't even worn lipstick. His touch only made her naturally red lips even redder. Lin Wanfu couldn't stand such mockery. She glared fiercely at Shin Songyan, each word dripping with venom. Do you know what you look like right now? You're like a resentful husband who can't get love. You're just jealous that I seduced Su Che, not you. That's all you're good for, so you deserve to be treated like a dog by me. Shin Songyan was hit where it hurt by Lin Wanfu's words. His face darkened further and his tone turned cold. Are you really that desperate? Always thinking about seducing other wild men. Lin Wanfu was so angry she laughed bitterly and spoke even more recklessly. Even if I were so desperate that I hooked up with 7 or 8 male models in one night, it's none of your business. 7 or 8 male models. That's quite a skill. I really underestimated you. Shin Songyan suddenly sneered, then his fingers rested on the metallic buckle of his belt. With a slight click, a black leather belt was pulled out and held in his hand. Lin Wanfu was startled, and a trace of panic finally appeared in her eyes. Shin Songyan, I warn you, if you dare to touch me today, I will definitely have Shin Huijin kill you. Shin Songyan ignored Lin Wanfu's harsh words. He casually unbuttoned the cuff of his shirt, rolled it up slightly, revealing a smooth and strong forearm, with faintly bulging veins that were inexplicably alluring. Do you want to lie down yourself, or should I make the first move? What did you say? Lin Wanfu almost thought she was hallucinating, her face full of astonishment. This bastard wouldn't really want to hit her with the belt, would he? So perverted, how could he even think of that? Shin Songyan folded the belt and used the end to lift Lin Wanfu's chin, lowering his gaze to look at her. I was too gentle with you before, which is why you never learn your lesson. His deep, magnetic voice sounded in Lin Wanfu's ear, mixed with an undeniable possessiveness that made her heart tremble. Lin Wanfu turned her head to avoid him. Shin Songyan, besides using your power to pressure me into submission, what else can you do? Do you think I'll like you because of this? Dream on. She lifted her foot to kick Shin Songyan in front of her, but he caught her calf. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly pinned her down on the sofa, forcing her to lie face down. You'll find out what else I can do soon enough. Shin Songyan pressed one hand on Lin Wanfu's shoulder and used the other to brush aside the hair covering her face, his voice hoarse as he said, Lin Wanfu, even if forced melons aren't sweet, I'll still twist one off and take a bite. You'll never escape me in this lifetime. You belong to me, and only to me. His tone was unusually calm, yet faintly revealed a terrifying obsession. Lin Wanfu was not a good-tempered person to begin with. Being treated with such humiliation, how could she suppress the anger burning inside her? Shin Songyan, aren't you cheap? Have all the women in the world died out? Why are you only targeting me? Shin Songyan grabbed Lin Wanfu's jaw. Looking into her tear-filled, blurry eyes, he softened. I'll give you one last chance. As long as you admit your mistake, I won't mind that you went to see Su Che. Lin Wanfu bit down hard on Shin Songyan's tiger mouth, her gaze full of hatred. You're always so self-righteous. Even my dad didn't control me. Who do you think you are to control me? Her chest heaved with rapid breaths, clearly out of breath. Shin Songyan's hand was bleeding from the bite, but he only let out a muffled grunt from his throat. He didn't lessen the pressure on her jaw at all, still holding it firmly, speaking each word clearly, because I am your fiancé. Tasting the faint metallic flavor of blood in her mouth, Lin Wanfu was disgusted. We broke off the engagement 3 years ago. How are you still my fiancé? Shin Songyan was indifferent. That was the Lin family unilaterally breaking off the engagement without my consent. Lin Wanfu sneered. Breaking off an engagement needs your consent? Are you out of your mind? Do I need your permission to sleep with someone else in the future? The next second, she couldn't laugh anymore. because Shin Songyan struck her once with the belt. It didn't hurt, but it was extremely humiliating. Chapter 26. She runs, he chases, she can't escape. Even with wings, Lin Wanfu had never suffered such humiliation before. Her eyes quickly reddened. Shin Songyan, I hope you die a terrible death. However, Shin Songyan paid no attention to such harmless curses. He bent down and gently stroked Lin Wanfu's cheek. It seems you still don't realize your mistake. Lin Wanfu glared at him angrily. What mistake did I make? You made no mistake, the one at fault is me. Shin Songyan said as he threw away the belt in his hand. Since you want a man so badly, I should satisfy you. No sooner had he finished speaking than he grabbed Lin Wanfu's jaw again, forcing her to open her mouth. Before Lin Wanfu could say anything, Shin Songyan pressed his other hand on the back of her head and lowered his head to kiss her lips. The man's breath was cold between his lips and teeth, and the force of the kiss was aggressive, fierce, and rough. It was as if he wanted to swallow her whole, accompanied by faint swallowing sounds. The ambiguous tension continued to ferment, spreading recklessly in the quiet living room. After an unknown amount of time, Shin Songyan finally released Lin Wanfu, who was panting slightly, allowing her to breathe fresh air. Noticing Shin Songyan's hand sliding down her lower back, Lin Wanfu instantly panicked. She no longer cared about being stubborn and pleaded, I was wrong. Calm down, everything I said just now was said in anger. She really didn't want Shin Songyan to torment her for 3 days and nights. That would surely be fatal, terrifying indeed. Shin Songyan gently wiped the sparkling tears from the corner of Lin Wanfu's eyes, along with those at the corners of her mouth. Too late. Today, I will make you remember me forever. Under the eaves, one must bow. Lin Wanfu could only soften her voice and say, Ian, can we do this another day? I'm not in a good condition today. This show of submission obviously worked on Shin Songyan, and his attitude gradually softened. But he still had no intention of letting Lin Wanfu off. Not in a good condition, huh? I'll check myself. He had already given her many chances, but she refused them all. Since he could never win her heart, he would have to keep her body. Lin Wanfu instinctively clamped her legs together. Her delicate voice unconsciously trembled. Ian, I really am not in a good condition. Please don't do this. I'm scared. Shin Songyan stood in front of the sofa, looking down at the woman on it, full of temptation. The next moment his fingers pinched Lin Wanfu's small, exquisite chin, lifting her face. His voice was low and hoarse. Then you should think of other ways to please me. Lin Wanfu looked at Shin Songyan in shock. She must be imagining things, right? That was exactly what he meant. No, with his behavior he was nothing like the male lead in a proper male-oriented wealthy family novel. Don't know how. Shin Songyan's knobby fingers rested on Lin Wanfu's hairline, stroking her silky smooth black hair intermittently. It's okay. I have plenty of patience to teach you. Lin Wanfu wanted to avoid Shin Songyan, but the strength of his grip made her unable to move at all. The next morning, Lin Wanfu woke up but did not see the heartless Shin Songyan. She angrily cleaned up all the traces he had left in the room. Just as Lin Wanfu picked up a suit jacket that had fallen under the sofa and threw it into the trash can, her phone rang. Lin Wanfu picked up the phone on the sofa. Seeing that the caller was Suche, she thought for a moment and answered the call. Soon the man's voice came through the phone, clear and pure, as melodious as jade striking stone. Lin Wanfu, you are already half an hour late. Are you planning not to take this month's salary? On the other end of the phone, Suche sat in his office, his long and exceptionally handsome fingers lightly tapping on the desk. Lin Wanfu rolled her eyes. President Su, I'll be at the company soon. Don't dock my salary. Oh, and I haven't had breakfast yet. Remember to prepare breakfast for me, or if I starve to death at your company, you'll be held responsible. She had completely come to terms with reality. She definitely couldn't compete with the overwhelmingly powerful Shin Songyan on her own. So she had to find a way to accumulate more energy for System 0573 to awaken it and establish contact. If System 0573 was around, she wouldn't be so passive facing Shin Songyan. Suche listened to Lin Wanfu's unreasonable demands, feeling both annoyed and amused. What do you want to eat? After saying this, he realized something was off. What did it matter to him that Lin Wanfu hadn't eaten breakfast? But since he had already said it, he couldn't take it back and could only justify himself in his mind. He just didn't want others to think he was a stingy boss who let his employees work on an empty stomach. Lin Wanfu thought for a moment, then listed a series of her favorite foods: sandwiches, blueberry muffins, fresh shrimp steamed buns, pumpkin porridge. Suche couldn't help but interrupt. Enough, can you finish all that by yourself? I can't finish it, I can take the rest home to feed the dog. Suche had no rebuttal. Come to the company earlier, or if the breakfast gets cold, I won't buy you a new one. Hearing this, Lin Wanfu replied perfunctorily, got it, you're so naggy, I'm going to take a shower now, bye. Lin Wanfu hung up the phone immediately. Staring at the call-ended screen for a while, Suche gently put down the phone. He picked up the documents nearby. Originally, he intended to start working, but he couldn't focus on a single word on the papers. Because his mind kept replaying the thought, she went to take a shower. The more he thought about it, the redder his face became. He didn't even need to touch his face to feel the heat spreading. Lin Wanfu took a shower, then picked out a dress from her wardrobe with a cunning hollow back and backless design to change into. Afterward, she left. This left Shin Songyan, who had returned with plenty of groceries, empty-handed. Looking at the empty room, he threw the groceries and shopping bags into the trash bin with a cold expression, then stormed out. The apartment wasn't far from Su Group, and Lin Wanfu drove there quickly. She walked into Su Che's office as if she were very familiar with the place. "Good morning, President Su." Hearing the familiar voice, Su Che looked up and saw Lin Wanfu dressed flamboyantly like a temptress. He couldn't help but frown slightly. "If you're here to work, you should dress more formally." Thinking about how many people must have stared at Lin Wanfu as she came up from the company lobby, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Lin Wanfu boldly hooked Su Che's tie and said something ambiguous. "But President Su, if I don't dress up prettily, how can I get your attention? It's work time now, behave properly." Su Che's heartbeat was out of rhythm. After a brief pause, it started pounding fiercely again, unable to suppress the fluttering in his heart. Lin Wanfu tilted her head and asked, "So does that mean I don't have to behave properly after work?" Chapter 27. She must have her reasons for doing that. Su Che naturally understood Lin Wanfu's hint. His breath suddenly grew heavier, his voice hoarse. "Are you like this with everyone?" His Adam's apple rolled up and down silently, and his thick, long eyelashes trembled slightly from restraint. Lin Wanfu grabbed Su Che's tie and gently tugged, closing the distance between them. "I only act like this with you." The overly close proximity made her even catch the faint scent of Gulong's cologne on him. A playful glint flashed in her eyes. Yesterday, Su Che definitely didn't have this scent on him, so he was secretly passionate after all. "Why did you suddenly set your sights on me?" Su Che gazed at the woman so close to him. Reason told him that whether from the perspective of Shin Sengyan's partner or as his friend, he shouldn't get too involved with the woman he liked. But he just couldn't restrain himself. Lin Wanfu blinked her clear, bottomless eyes and showed an innocent expression on her face. "Because you're young, good-looking, especially rich, and single. If I don't set my sights on you, then who else?" As she spoke, she stroked Su Che's face. He was indeed handsome, with a cold, ethereal appearance, pale skin, and elegant temperament. Someone who stunned at first glance and grew more attractive the longer you looked. "Aren't you afraid Shin Huijin will find out?" Su Che gently brushed away Lin Wanfu's hand, his words carrying a hint of probing. He had heard that she had an ambiguous relationship with Shin Huijin, and there were even rumors that something was about to happen between them. "Then we'll just find a way to keep him from knowing." Lin Wanfu walked sinuously around the desk to Su Che's side and sat on his lap as if she had no bones. Feeling Lin Wanfu's fingertips slip into his shirt collar, Su Che pushed her away with a serious expression. Then he pursed his lips and said, "Forget it. I won't be the kind of person who steals someone else's partner." Undeniably, he was deeply attracted to Lin Wanfu as well, but he had his limits. He would never knowingly be the third party to break up a relationship. He wasn't that low. Lin Wanfu smiled faintly, half true, half false. "What corner is there for you to dig? Shen Huijin just wants to take advantage of the situation and keep me as his golden cage bird. You don't really think I have some secret relationship with Shen Huijin, do you? Is everything you said true?" Su Che looked at Lin Wanfu with some hesitation. If I have to say I have some secret with Shen Huijin, then maybe I do." Lin Wanfu twirled a strand of her loose hair around her finger again and again. Only when Su Che's expression turned completely cold did she speak again, slowly. 3 years ago, Shin Huijin and I conspired to frame his own younger brother, Shin Songyan, who is also my ex-fiancé." Upon hearing this, Su Che was first slightly stunned, then instinctively asked, "Why did you do that? Did Shin Songyan treat you badly before?" 3 years ago, when Shin Songyan was framed and slandered as one of his few friends, Su Che definitely knew some of the inside story. But he only knew it was Shin Huijin's doing and didn't know Lin Wanfu was involved. No wonder Shin Songyan took revenge on the Lin family as soon as he returned to the country. At first, Su Che thought Shin Songyan was just angry that Lin Wanfu had broken their engagement when he was in trouble and turned to Shin Huijin. He never expected there was really hatred. After standing for a while, Lin Wanfu felt a bit tired. She sat on Su Che's lap again and leaned against him, softly resting on him. "Shin Songyan treated me well and loved me very much, always putting me first. I wanted the stars, but he didn't give me the moon." "Then you also conspired with Shen Huijin to frame him?" Su Che looked at Lin Wanfu with a complicated gaze and said softly, "Don't. You think what you did was too much." Clearly, Lin Wanfu's actions were downright malicious, yet he didn't dislike her at all. It was probably because her pure and innocent eyes were so misleadingly strong that he even thought she might have her reasons. "Too much? You think I'm too much?" Lin Wanfu suddenly sneered. "Was it me begging Shin Songyan to love me, or was I begging him to treat me well? Why? Must I marry him just because he loves me? Who set that rule? You don't like him, you don't want to be engaged to him, you could have just refused. Why go so far as to harm him?" After saying this, Su Che realized he had said something foolish. The Shin family was powerful and Lin Wanfu had no right to refuse. "Su Che, you are so close to Shin Songyan. Don't you know what kind of person he is? Do you think I never refused Shin Songyan? From the start, I didn't agree to the engagement, but did my refusal matter? I still became his fiancé." With just a few words, Lin Wanfu turned herself from the perpetrator into the victim, but she wasn't satisfied yet. "Also, in the eyes of men like you, I'm just a vase with beauty but no substance. My thoughts don't matter." She wanted Su Che to feel guilty toward her. Because once a man feels guilty toward a woman, he becomes a fool. Su Che looked at the sorrowful Lin Wanfu and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. I don't think of you that way. She was also forced into this. What fault did she have? Sensing that Su Che seemed to believe her, Lin Wanfu revealed her true intentions. She leaned on his shoulder and sobbed. Shin Songyan was so aggressive that I had to beg him before he would spare the Lin family, and Shin Huijin had sinister intentions. If I asked him for help, it would be like bargaining with a tiger. I have no other way, mister. Su, please help me, won't you? Su Che clearly knew he shouldn't get involved in the Lin family's mess, but seeing Lin Wanfu so anxious, he couldn't bear to refuse. What do you want me to do to help you? Lin Wanfu slowly moved closer to Su Che, brushing her lips against his jaw. As she brushed, she suddenly bit lightly and licked. Mr. Su, if you help me pay off the Lin family's debts, I will definitely repay you well. Su Che was instantly parched by Lin Wanfu's ambiguous actions. His amber eyes were filled with emotion. The Lin family's debt isn't a small amount. How do I know you won't take advantage of the situation like Shin Huijin? He suddenly understood Shin Huijin. A woman as stunning as Lin Wanfu would probably captivate anyone who saw her, making them uncontrollably possessive. Then will you? Lin Wanfu hooked her smooth arm around Su Che's neck and threw the question back at him. She had already given Su Che the chance to take advantage of her. If he didn't know how to climb higher from this, he really was a blockhead and deserved to be single forever. However, Su Che's answer surprised Lin Wanfu. He said, I can help you pay off the Lin family's debt all at once, but you have to work for me and pay me back. Lin Wanfu. After all this man still only thinks about making her work for him. Great, she was about to have another creditor. Lin Wanfu was not ready to give up. Besides working for you, don't you have any other ideas? She could clearly feel that Su Che had feelings for her. You shouldn't miss such a good opportunity. After a moment of silence, Su Che pointed to the pile of documents on the desk and said, think about it, you've already wasted half an hour of my work time today. Roughly calculated, I've lost nearly 500 million. I'll deduct 50 yuan from your salary. Lin Wanfu immediately resorted to her old trick, using a small coquettish voice to act cute with Su Che. President Su, I know I was wrong. As long as you don't deduct my salary, you can punish me however you want. Su Yu, carrying a variety of breakfast items, arrived at Su Che's office door and immediately widened his eyes. Damn, what is his brother doing? What kind of noise is this? Chapter 28. Can I play with you on behalf of my brother? After a while, Su Yu began to calm down a bit, constantly reassuring himself in his heart. It's nothing, it's nothing. His brother is no longer young. It's normal for him to have personal needs in that area. As long as he doesn't get entangled with Lin Wanfu, no matter how many women his brother plays with, it won't affect the Su family. But he still felt a bit dazed. After all, who wouldn't feel like the sky was falling if they suddenly and unexpectedly discovered that their aloof, untouchable brother was actually two-faced? Moreover, he always felt that the seductive voice he just heard sounded familiar. I'm wearing black lace today, Mr. Su. Don't you want to take a look? At this moment, Su Yu was standing at the office door. This time he heard clearly, and a trace of terror appeared in his eyes. Was it an illusion? Why did the voice inside the office sound so much like Lin Wanfu's? No, that can't be. According to the story, at this time Lin Wanfu should be being fought over by the male lead and the villain. How could she possibly appear at Su Corporation, and in his brother's office no less? Sigh, it must be his imagination scaring himself. With a heart full of anxiety, Su reached out and gently pushed open the office door. The next second, he saw the two people embracing. One was his substitute brother Su Che, the other was the hateful, vicious supporting female Lin Wanfu. Great, it really was Lin Wanfu. The Su family was doomed. Noticing Su at the office door, Su Che almost instinctively grabbed the coat hanging nearby and covered Lin Wanfu, blocking the sudden exposure of her springtime charm. Su said with a numb expression, are you playing with toys in the office? Am I coming at a bad time? Although he didn't know if it was because of the butterfly effect from his transmigration into the book that caused the plot to be so messed up, he knew that if the male lead and villain found out Lin Wanfu was involved with his brother, the Su family would definitely be finished. Su Che forced himself to stay calm and said, Xiao Yu, you misunderstood. It's not what you think. Can you first push away the woman still sitting on your lap so I don't misunderstand? Su looked at Su Che speechlessly. If he and Lin Wanfu had nothing going on, he would immediately poke his own eyes out. You're still young, don't meddle in adult matters. Lin Wanfu still shamelessly leaned against Su Che's chest. Her alluring peach blossom eyes glanced sideways at Su Yu, the slightly upturned corners of her eyes like little hooks, making people's hearts itch. Her red lips parted and closed. I just thought your brother works hard, so I gave him a special reward. Su Che hurriedly covered Lin Wanfu's mouth with his hand. His breathing particularly rapid. Don't corrupt the child. Enough, stop showing off your affection. I left your breakfast here. Next time, don't make me run errands. Saying this, Su expressionlessly placed everything he was holding on the desk. Not long ago, he had received a message from Su Che asking him to buy breakfast and bring it to the company. At the time, he was wondering why Su Che was buying so much breakfast alone and even specified several stores to get their signature dishes. Just as Su Yu was about to turn and leave, Su Che suddenly called out to him in a low voice. Xiao Yu, haven't you always wanted to play racing games? I can help you hide it from mom and dad and provide enough funds. I only have one condition. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Currently, Su Corporation was closely cooperating with Shin Sengyan's Lirue Group. Breaking ties would be harmful to him in every way. Moreover, Shin Sengyan held the Lin family's huge debts. If he wanted to do something to Lin Wanfu, it would be effortless. Before confessing to Shin Sengyan, he had to find a way to help Lin Wanfu pay off her debts. Siyu said impatiently, "Are you kidding me? Going out to spread rumors about you and Lin Wanfu?" He was barely managing to keep this mess under wraps. How could he possibly go around talking about it, unless he wanted to die? Taking advantage of Su Che's attention being on Suyu, Lin Wanfu slipped off his relaxed hand and coquettishly said, "President Su, I'm hungry. Feed me." She didn't care at all that Siyu was still there, treating him as if he were invisible. Su Che wanted to refuse, but when he met Lin Wanfu's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say no. "What do you want to eat?" he asked. "President Su, you're so good to me." Lin Wanfu kissed Su Che in front of Suyu. Then she acted spoiled again. "I want to eat blueberry muffins." Su Che fed her diligently without complaint. After Lin Wanfu was full, there was still plenty of breakfast left on the table. She pretended to be remorseful. "I can't eat anymore, but there's so much left. It's all my fault for being so selfish, wanting to eat everything and wasting so much food. It's okay, I'll eat it." Su Che reached out and gently patted Lin Wanfu's head, completely forgetting that she had said she would pack the leftovers to take home to feed the dog. So you watched the two of them acting all lovey-dovey, the veins on his temple twitching as he clenched his fists tightly. No, this vicious villainess was a demon causing trouble. He couldn't let her mess with his brother like this. He knew that before, whenever he tried to ask Su Che for some pocket money, Su Che was stingy like a miser. But now Su Che said he would cover all the expenses for his racing hobby without a hint of hesitation. How long had Lin Wanfu known Su Che? And she had already turned his cold, aloof brother into a lovesick fool. It was ridiculous. No one would believe it if he told them. After leaving Su Che's office, Suyu waited downstairs at the company for almost the entire morning before Lin Wanfu finally came out. Without a word, he grabbed Lin Wanfu and started walking away. "You're hurting me, let go." Lin Wanfu complained. Suyu ignored her complaints and silently led her into a small alley. The tall young man blocked Lin Wanfu in the alley, leaving her no room to move. Staring at Lin Wanfu's displeased expression for a long moment, Suyu pursed his lips and asked, "What exactly do you want? Can't you tell?" "Of course I want to sleep with your brother." Lin Wanfu's words were blunt and bold. "My brother is an honest man. Don't toy with him. Can't you play with me instead?" Suyu looked at the beautiful yet almost demonic woman before him. Having read the original story, no one understood Lin Wanfu better than he did. Her selfishness was terrifying. From beginning to end, the only person she truly loved was herself. Getting entangled with someone so heartless would only hurt his brother Su Che. "I'm not interested in boys who are too young." Lin Wanfu smiled brightly at Suyu, her gaze slowly sweeping over his youthful face. It was clear that his features resembled Su Che's: delicate brows, clear eyes, rosy lips, and white teeth, truly handsome. The puppy-like look was very appealing, but she preferred mature men and had no interest in boys. "Big sister, haven't you heard the saying, the younger they are, the wilder they get?" Suyu trapped Lin Wanfu between the wall and his chest, bent down, and slowly whispered into her ear, "And at my age, I still have endless energy. Isn't that way more fun than my old-fashioned brother?" Chapter 29. Her online romance. "Tell me, how come you're more fun than your brother?" Lin Wanfu seemed interested in Suyu. Her soft little hand brushed against his chest, her beautiful eyes slightly lifted, shimmering like autumn waters, irresistibly alluring. Suyu's expression paused for a moment. "Lin Wanfu, as long as you promise not to go after my brother anymore, I have a way to help you escape the control of Shin Sengyan and Shin Huijin, and help your father make a comeback, so you can be the eldest lady of the Lin family again." He knew Lin Wanfu didn't like Shin Sengyan or Shin Huijin. The only person she cared about was her father. By the middle to late stages of the story, Shin Huijin and Shin Sengyan were already fighting over Lin Wanfu with bloodshot eyes, no longer caring whether their methods were clean or not. They both knew that Lin's father was the most important bargaining chip, so they simultaneously targeted him. In the book, Lin Wanfu agreed to Shin Huijin's opportunistic proposal not only because she was forced into a dead end, but also because her father was in Shin Huijin's hands. Shin Huijin used every means to hold Lin's father hostage. Of course, Shin Sengyan wasn't a good person either. He was just a step slower than Shin Huijin. Otherwise, he would have used Lin's father as a bargaining chip to force Lin Wanfu to marry him. Thinking of this, Suyu lowered his eyes slightly, his gaze toward Lin Wanfu becoming somewhat complicated. Actually, thinking carefully, she was quite unlucky. None of the men who fell in love with her at first sight in the book were normal. They were all crazed, obsessive, and mentally unstable. They were either trying to force her love or already forcing her love. She was like a trophy, fought over by them endlessly with no freedom to choose. How could she not be pitiful? "Just you." Lin Wanfu looked at the shameless young man before her, a trace of interest flashing in her eyes. Even Su Che couldn't guarantee pulling the Lin family's mess out of the mud. Yet Suyu said he had a way. If she remembered correctly, Suyu was still a college student. Besides being the young master of the Su family, Shin Sengyan and Shin Huijin could crush him like an ant anytime. Siyu stared at Lin Wanfu and said softly, Shin Sengyan's Larry Group developed so rapidly because he has a top scientific genius, Pei Qingwei, by his side. We just need to recruit Pei Qingwei, and the Lin family can turn things around. Even Shin Songyan won't be able to stop it. He couldn't help but feel lucky. Before transmigrating, he had read the novel The Abandoned Young Master of the Wealthy Family is the Uncrowned King several times and could recite the plot by heart. If he used the advantage of knowing the plot in advance, he might be able to seize the initiative each time, possibly restrain Shin Songyan, and help Lin Wanfu change her fate. Why do you think a bankrupt eldest daughter and a college student can recruit such an important scientific talent from Shin Songyan's side? Lin Wanfu looked at Siyu with interest. It was the first time she had heard the name Pei Qingwei. System 0573 told her that the book's plot she knew mostly revolved around her, and she was unaware of plots and characters unrelated to her. As such an important person by Shin Songyan's side, Pei Qingwei couldn't have no description in the book. From this it could be inferred that the plot she received was only a part of the whole. Siyu pursed his lips. As long as Pei Qingwei sees you, he will definitely follow you. It was quite dramatic. In the plot, after Lin Wanfu's death, Pei Qingwei realized she was the person he had been desperately searching for, and he indirectly caused her death, which he couldn't accept. At the end of the novel, Pei Qingwei took Lin Wanfu's body from Shin Songyan, then held the body and set a big fire at home. That fire not only killed Pei Qingwei himself but also Shin Huijin, who had rushed into the blaze. I know I'm charming and lovable, but don't flatter me so much, Lin Wanfu said with a strange expression as she looked at Siyu. I've been hanging around your brother for several days and he still hasn't agreed to do what adults are supposed to do with me. As for that Pei Qingwei you mentioned, I never even met him before. How could he have seen me and just walked away with me? He's not a dog I raised. She was well aware of her great charm, but geniuses had extraordinary minds. Mere beauty couldn't win them over. Speaking of geniuses, she recalled that during her school days, she had an online romance with a top student who had an incredibly beautiful voice. Few people knew that she was actually a voice enthusiast. By chance, her phone received a push notification for an online debate competition where participants didn't show their faces. She wasn't interested in such videos at first. But the voice of the first debater on the opposing side in that video was so beautiful that just hearing it made her imagine a handsome face. Later, using her financial means, she added the opposing first debater, Yun Yi, using the online name Wan Wan. She spent about a month turning Yun Yi from a cool, aloof guy who only replied with, oh, or, okay, into a clingy, jealous sweetheart. Every night, Yun Yi would call her with his deep, magnetic voice, repeatedly calling her baby. At that time, she was worried that his appearance might not match his voice, so she never asked for a photo. As everyone knows, the most attractive thing about online romance is the invisibility and intangibility, which leaves endless room for imagination. As long as the other party didn't send photos, she could match his voice with an incredibly handsome face in her mind. Moreover, Yun Yi was a high IQ top student. No matter what she didn't understand and asked him, he could immediately provide answers, making him a perfect electronic boyfriend. Unfortunately, when Yun Yi later suggested meeting in person, he suddenly disappeared. She guessed it was because he felt inferior after seeing her selfies. It was her fault for being too beautiful. After a long silence, Siyu finally spoke, is it possible that he really is the dog you raised? For some reason, he inexplicably didn't want to tell Lin Wanfu the true identity of Pei Qingwei. Just thinking about having to play matchmaker for Lin Wanfu with another man made him very annoyed. But if he wanted to change Lin Wanfu's current situation, he had to bring Pei Qingwei into their camp. In the book, Pei Qingwei was the male lead Shin Sengyan's most trusted good brother. They met in the underworld of Costly, sharing a life-or-death bond in common enemies. The first time Shin Songyan met Pei Qingwei, Pei was being chased by assassins and Shin saved him. Then, Shin learned from Pei that Shin Huijin had paid heavily to hire killers to assassinate him. Though unaware of the reasons, following the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Shin quickly established a friendly relationship with Pei. Together, they took control of Costly's 7th district. If Shin Songyan was the monarch of Costly's 7th district, then Pei Qingwei was his chief strategist. Hey, are you even listening to me? Lin Wanfu waved her hand in front of Suyu's eyes. For some unknown reason, Siyu seemed particularly prone to daydreaming, often zoning out mid-conversation. Feeling something waving in front of his eyes, Siyu instinctively reached out to grab it. Gradually coming back to his senses, Siyu realized he was holding Lin Wanfu's jade-white hand. The soft touch made him somewhat flustered. What did you just say? He immediately let go of Lin Wanfu's hand as if burned by boiling water. Whether before or after entering the book, he had always been single since birth, only good at talking big. Being younger means being wilder? But why do I see you not even daring to touch my hand? Lin Wanfu looked at Siyu's cheek, which was visibly flushing. Her beautiful eyes curved into a half-moon, smiling brightly. I really don't believe you would dare to touch me anywhere else. Siyu quickly interrupted Lin Wanfu. Our main task now is to get close to Pei Qingwei. I know where he will appear. Come with me. Where are you taking me? My school. Chapter 30, Friend's Wife, So Tempting to Bully Lai Rui Group. The metallic doors of the futuristic laboratory slowly slid open to both sides, and a tall, elegant young man, graceful like an orchid, strode out. Although the man wore a white shirt, his skin was strikingly pale with a cold hue. His eyelashes were long and curled, his eyes a light shade, a small mole adorned the bridge of his high nose, and his jawline was beautifully defined, his features sharp and refined. He looked like a perfect, exquisite painting crafted by the creator. No stroke more or less could be added. Dr. Pei, President Shin is waiting for you in the office. The assistant waiting outside hurried forward and, as usual, handed back the phone that Pei Qingwei had entrusted to him. Pei Qingwei took the phone with a detached expression. His voice was pleasant but carried a clear chill. The assistant, clearly familiar with Pei Qingyue's taciturn nature, continued, Dr. Pei, you have a lecture at Jingxi University today at 2 p.m. Pei Qingwei nodded. Okay. Then he took the coat the assistant handed him, put it on, and left the laboratory. Hearing the heavy footsteps, Shen Songyan, sitting at his desk, looked up at the man entering and casually asked, was the experiment successful this time? In fact, knowing Pei Qingyue's abilities, he could already guess the result. It was definitely good. Pei Qingwei sat down on the leather sofa nearby, took out his phone, and skimmed through the experiment report, speaking succinctly. The AI experimental subject numbered N19895 has already acquired daily communication abilities and can provide simple services. However, to have combat capabilities, it will still take some time. At this point, Pei Qingwei put down his phone. The domestic experiments end here. I will take all the laboratory materials to Costly for the next phase. Once artificial intelligence steps beyond providing services to humans, its nature changes. Domestic regulations are very strict in this area, so he could only continue the next stage of research in Costly. You'll be safer in Costly. When do you plan to leave? Shin Songyan's eyes were pure black, like a bottomless icy pool, intimidating to behold. Since the establishment of Lai Rue Group, Pei Qingyue had faced no fewer than 20 assassination attempts domestically. Especially as Lai Rue Group rapidly developed, the bounty on Pei Qingyue's head had secretly reached 5 billion. With such a huge fortune as temptation, there were always fearless people willing to risk their lives. But his foundation in the country was still shallow, and it was hard to guarantee no mistakes would occur, allowing those people to succeed. Not considering it for now. A dark shadow flickered in Pei Qingyue's eyes, his gaze somewhat obscure. Because I haven't yet seen Shin Huaijin die with my own eyes. Those 4 years of hiding abroad were all thanks to Shin Huaijin. If it weren't for Shin Huaijin's sudden appearance, he wouldn't have lost contact with his Wanwan, who still hasn't been found. I'm curious, why does Shin Huaijin want to kill you? As far as I know, although he's a mad dog, he doesn't bite randomly. He only targets those who threaten him. Shin Songyan rarely showed a trace of curiosity. Pei Qingyue's fingertips lightly stroked the slightly worn phone in his hand, his tone indifferent. I don't know. 7 years ago he inexplicably came after me, threatening me to go abroad by using my sick grandmother in the hospital. You know what happened afterward? After I left the country, he hired assassins to kill me. Even now he couldn't figure out what grudge or hatred he had with Shin Huaijin. Shin Songyan looked at Pei Qingyue thoughtfully, then changed the subject. You've been using that old phone for almost 7 or 8 years now. Still not planning to change it? No exchange, there are the most important things of mine inside. Pei Qingyue thought of the chat record saved on his phone, and his expression unconsciously softened a bit. He would definitely find Wanwan. Shin Songyan raised an eyebrow, still thinking about that online boyfriend you haven't even met in person? I've already told you, the information you asked me to check is all fake. Maybe the other party isn't even female. Impossible, I've heard her voice, Pei Qingyue retorted with displeasure. Shin Songyan said, voice changer. He didn't understand either. Usually, Pei Qingyue was sharper than anyone else, but every time he talked about his online boyfriend, his IQ seemed to drop by 800 points, almost to 0. If it's a voice changer, can I tell? Pei Qingyue's lips pressed down slightly, clearly unhappy with Shin Songyan's words. Go away, I don't want to talk to someone with love on the brain. Shin Songyan raised his hand, pointing to the office door. Hearing this, Pei Qingyue sneered and stood up. You call me love-brained? Who can compare to you? Miss Lin treats you like poison, yet you shamelessly keep pestering her. He knew what Shin Songyan had done. Just because he was in the lab didn't mean he was unaware. He just didn't care. Also provoked by Pei Qingyue's words, Shin Songyan fired back with mutual insults. At least I can pester her, but you don't even have a dream girl. This was a strong attack. Pei Qingyue's face darkened completely, his voice full of anger. Shin Songyan, you'd better keep one eye open when you sleep at night. Planning to assassinate me? Shin Songyan was indifferent. Pei Qingyue said sarcastically, do I have the ability to assassinate you, the head of the organization? After saying that, he left in a huff. Jingxi University is the top university in the country, with an outstanding international reputation, truly a cradle for cultivating top talents in various fields. Lin Wanfu was quite surprised when Siyu brought her to this historic university. Although she knew Siyu was a university student, she didn't know he could get into Jingxi University. But on second thought, it seemed quite normal. After all, wealthy families never raise useless people. With countless resources poured in, even a dumb pig would eventually wise up, let alone someone who wasn't stupid to begin with. The campus environment was excellent, shaded by green trees, flourishing flowers and plants, and the air was filled with a fresh scent. Siyu discreetly shielded Lin Wanfu from the gazes of passers-by along the way, then lowered his head and said to her, Pei Qingwei is an honorary professor at Jingxi University. Today he will give a lecture here. Lin Wanfu grumbled unhappily. A lecture? That's so boring, I won't go. She was about to leave. Without hesitation, Siyu grabbed Lin Wanfu's hand, both angry and anxious. If you miss this opportunity, it will be hard for you to see Pei Qingwei again. Then sooner or later you'll become Shen Sengyan's plaything again and die an unnatural death. The book's description of Lin Wanfu's death was vague, not specifying the cause. But the part where Shen Sengyan snatched Lin Wanfu from Shen Huijin's wedding and imprisoned her in costly was described in detail. Later, Lin Wanfu died, mysteriously and unclearly, and the only person she had contact with before her death was Shen Sengyan. The culprit seemed obvious. However, he could never understand what reason Shen Sengyan would have to kill Lin Wanfu. As a reader, he could feel Shen Sengyan's boundless favoritism toward Lin Wanfu. Not to mention killing her. Even when angry, Shen Sengyan was always gentle. You say I will die an unnatural death? Lin Wanfu slightly narrowed her eyes, her tone tinged with a hint of ambiguity. How interesting, this Siyu seems to be much more intriguing than she had imagined. All signs pointed to the fact that Siyu was very likely a reborn individual, or perhaps, like her, possessed a system. Realizing she had accidentally let something slip, Siyu quickly changed the subject. I was just speculating. Forget these trivial details. Meeting Pei Qingwei is the priority. While dodging Lin Wanfu's probing, he pulled her toward the grand staircase classroom. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. No wonder I haven't seen you around lately. Turns out you've been secretly dating. Didn't expect you to be so fickle, abandoning your bros as soon as you get a girlfriend. Siyu turned around and saw it was his childhood friend and partner in mischief, Chu Qixin. The young man had a wild mane of silver hair, and his star-bright eyes looked at Siyu. The light streaming in from the hallway window softened the cold arrogance in his features, adding a touch of youthful vigor. Seeing Siyu standing still, Lin Wanfu turned her head and happened to catch sight of the boy with a very distinctive appearance not far away. Probably due to mixed blood, the boy's features leaned toward Eastern aesthetics, but his eyes were like a vast ocean of deep blue, exuding an exotic charm. Almost the moment Lin Wanfu looked over, Chu Qixin was unexpectedly struck by the impact of her beauty. Damn, this is bad. It seems he's fallen in love at first sight with his good friend's girlfriend. Well then, friend's wife, can she be taken advantage of? Chapter 31, each harboring their own secrets. Name, Chu Qixin. Age, 85. Gender, male. Height, 185 centimeters. Identity, heir of the Chu family. Hobbies, eating, drinking, having fun, being a celebrity, racing, skydiving, rock climbing, billiards. Dislikes, attending classes. Lin Wanfu looked at Chu Qixin's personal information. After a moment of thought, she recalled that the Chu family, once one of the three great wealthy families in the capital alongside the Su family and the Lin family before their bankruptcy, seemed to have a young master, the only heir of the Chu family. As for why the Shen family wasn't counted among the three great wealthy families, it was because aristocratic families were even more prestigious than wealthy families. This was also why everyone in the capital held a certain respect and fear for Shen Sengyan and Shen Huijin, not only because of their family background but also because they were known for being ruthless and unrelenting. Especially Shen Huijin, who harbored resentment because the old master Shen had arranged a marriage contract between her and Shen Sengyan. After gaining control of the Shen family's power, he directly sidelined the old master Shen and sent him, along with Shen's father who meddled in the matter, to a retirement home he had built for them. Chu Qixin blushed under Lin Wanfu's intense gaze and unconsciously became nervous. Why you? Hello. I'm Siyu's friend. Hearing his own somewhat stammering voice, his face turned even redder. Hello, I'm also a friend of Siyu, Lin Wanfu said with a bright smile as she looked at Chu Qixin. He reminded her of a ragdoll cat she had raised long ago. Although it had passed away a few years ago, she still remembered it had a pair of beautiful deep blue eyes just like Chu Qixin's, as vast as the ocean. Coincidentally, Chu Qixin's hair color was the same as that ragdoll cat's fur. If he wore a black collar, cat ears, and a tail, he would look exactly like an anthropomorphic cat. Siyu interrupted their eye contact with a displeased expression. Can't you be a little more virtuous? He just came of age, don't go ruining him. Based on his understanding of Lin Wanfu, she was exactly the kind of big scoundrel who flirted without taking responsibility. One moment she was tender and affectionate, the next she would abandon someone without a second thought. To protect his brother Suche and the simple-minded Chu Qixin from being harmed by this scoundrel, he had to keep an eye on her. Siyu thought he was looking out for others, but Chu Qixin retorted unhappily, don't talk nonsense. My 85th birthday was just a few months ago. He wasn't just newly of age, she could still ruin him. Chu Qixin thought to himself. Siyu didn't want Lin Wanfu to have too much contact with Chu Qixin, so he changed the subject. Weren't you saying a while ago that you wanted to enter the entertainment industry? Why are you here at school instead of busy preparing for your concert? You don't even like attending classes. It wasn't that he didn't trust Chu Qixin, but he knew this novel too well. Any man involved with Lin Wanfu would end up abnormal, even crazy. Chu Qixin was a pure, innocent fool. If he got involved in this mess, no one would know how he'd end up. Concert? Are you a singer? Lin Wanfu asked Chu Qixin with interest. But it wasn't particularly unusual for a wealthy second-generation heir to dabble in the entertainment industry. I'm a new singer, and this is my first performance. Sister, I'll give you 2 tickets. You and Su can come support me, okay? Chu Qixin looked at Lin Wanfu expectantly. His eyes were bright and clear, his eyelashes thick and curled, lips slightly pink, with high cheekbones and a prominent nose bridge, giving his face a deep, refined look, much like a foreign prince. Sure, Lin Wanfu agreed happily. As if afraid Lin Wanfu would change her mind, Chu Qixin quickly pulled 2 concert tickets from his pocket. Sister, here are the tickets. You must come. His lips uncontrollably curled up, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth exuding a natural youthful spirit. So you saw the two chatting again, so he simply reached out and pushed Chu Qixin away. All right, you should leave quickly. Don't hold us up from doing important things here. What important things? Can't I listen? Chu Qixin was unwilling to leave at all. He still didn't even know her name. Was he considering changing his girlfriend? So you said to Chu Qixin very perfunctorily, adult matters, children should stay out of it. Who are you calling a child? Chu Qixin flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Fufu, have you had fun these past few days? A man's voice suddenly drifted from behind Lin Wanfu, clear and gentle, neither fast nor slow, extremely tender. Lin Wanfu's expression froze for a moment, then she turned her head back to normal. She saw Shen Huijin had come over at some unknown time. Against the light from the corridor window, shadows outlined his facial features more sharply, and the shadow cast by his lowered eyelashes under his eyes made the innate aura of a superior being he exuded even stronger. Lin Wanfu smiled sweetly and threw herself into Shen Huijin's arms. Brother Ajin, weren't you on a business trip out of town? Seeing this, Chu Qixin instinctively wanted to approach Lin Wanfu but was held back by Suyu beside him. I missed you, so I came back early. Shen Huijin gently embraced Lin Wanfu, a warm smile on his lips. Of course, it wasn't just because he missed Lin Wanfu. This time, he went on a business trip to another province to trouble Shen Songyan and compete for the development rights of a piece of land in the neighboring city. But during the bidding, Shen Songyan chose to forfeit and even left early. The only reason Shen Huijin could think of for Shen Songyan to change his plan was Lin Wanfu. He was supposed to arrive at Lin Wanfu's home yesterday, but he ran into some minor trouble on the way. Although Shen Songyan's ambushes couldn't threaten him, they were as annoying as flies. Lin Wanfu smiled and said, if others heard that, they'd scold you for being blinded by lust. Yeah, I am blinded by lust. Shen Huijin's expression remained gentle as his cool fingers lightly brushed Lin Wanfu's face. Fufu, do you want to go back to the Shen family with me or take me to your home? Lin Wanfu's eyelashes fluttered a few times. Shen Huijin seemed to give her a choice, but it was actually a choice within the limits he set. Don't want to go anywhere? Then how about I stay here and keep you company listening to Professor Pei's lecture? At this, Shen Huijin's gaze swept over Suyu and Chu Qixin not far away, finally resting on Suyu. Shen Huijin's gaze was perfectly normal, but Suyu felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. And that was indeed the case. If it weren't for Suyu having a capable older brother, Su Che, on his side, just for wanting to take Lin Wanfu to meet Pei Qingwei, Shen Huijin would have taken his life outright. That was someone he had erased from Lin Wanfu's world by all means, and he would never allow him to appear again. Compared to Shen Songyan, he feared Pei Qingwei more. He was her first love. Let's go to my home. Lin Wanfu reached out and linked arms with Shen Huijin, suddenly interrupting his thoughts. Alright, let's listen to Fufu. Shen Huijin habitually patted Lin Wanfu's head. Watching their backs grow farther away, Chu Qixin really wanted to chase after them, but Suyu held him back. Chu Qixin looked at Suyu, his tone full of frustration at his lack of action. They've taken your girlfriend away, and you're still silent? You're such a coward. She is not my girlfriend. Suyu lowered his voice again, his expression serious. Chu Qixin, that man is Shen Huijin. If you don't know who Shen Huijin is, you should go home and ask your dad right now. It was also his fault for being too careless, focusing only on avoiding Shen Songyan and forgetting about Shen Huijin. As the biggest villain in the book, Shen Huijin could fight the male lead Shen Songyan to the death. Dealing with him was no less difficult than dealing with Shen Songyan. The situation had developed to this point. He wanted to help Lin Wanfu escape from Shen Songyan and Shen Huijin, which was even harder than scoring full marks on the college entrance exam. But he was unwilling to give up just like that. He truly wanted her to gain real freedom. Chapter 32. No one knows how to smooth a dog's fur better than she does in the car. The seat space wasn't cramped. Yet Shen Huijin insisted on holding Lin Wanfu on his lap, as if he wanted to be stuck to her every moment. Fufu, I heard you're working as Su Che's secretary? Shen Huijin's fingers, as white and smooth as jade, twirled a strand of Lin Wanfu's black hair. His voice was hoarse, strangely alluring. Lin Wanfu knew there was no way to hide the truth from Shen Huijin, so she had already prepared a set of excuses. My father wants to make a comeback, but Shen Songyan has been secretly suppressing him, leaving no way out for us father and daughter. So I have to find a way to completely destroy his cooperation with the Su group. Brother Ajin, you're right. We're already on opposite sides and he has humiliated me repeatedly. If I still liked him, that would be too degrading. As expected, Shen Huijin believed her explanation and didn't probe further, only looking at Lin Wanfu helplessly. Why won't you just ask me for help? If you just told me whatever you want me to do, I wouldn't refuse you, you know that. Shin Huijin's gaze was as gentle as water, and his tender words were full of favoritism and indulgence toward Lin Wanfu. He never liked the fragile, delicate type. Therefore, he didn't mind being schemed against or used by Lin Wanfu. No matter how cunning she was, he wasn't exactly a good person either. They were meant to be a perfect match. I'm no longer a wealthy young lady. I have to learn to support myself. I can't rely on you for everything. That would make me completely worthless. Lin Wanfu leaned against Shin Huijin, inwardly sneering. If this was help without expecting anything in return, how could she possibly refuse? Shin Huijin gently wrapped Lin Wanfu in his arms, his pleasant voice sounding in her ear. Fufu has her own ideas, and I won't interfere much, but I will always stand behind you. As long as you look back, you'll see me. The doors of the Shin family are open only for you. As he finished speaking, Shin Huijin suddenly pinched Lin Wanfu's chin and lowered his head to kiss her. The kiss was aggressive, lips and teeth intertwined. He seemed starved for a long time, conquering and sweeping through her defenses. Lin Wanfu instinctively grabbed Shin Huijin's collar, drawing the scant oxygen from him. Shin Huijin's hand held her slender waist, and gradually he was no longer satisfied with just that. His kisses grew hotter, starting to kiss her chin, her neck. Sensing Shin Huijin's intention, Lin Wanfu leaned on him, panting, and said, I don't want to do this in the car. Shin Huijin chuckled lowly, his voice deep and seductive. There's a partition and privacy glass. No one will hear or see us except me. As he said this, his lips brushed against Lin Wanfu's ear and gently bit it. That tingling, numbing sensation made Lin Wanfu push Shin Huijin away, but it's uncomfortable in the car, and it feels so strange. I don't want to do this. She was really fed up. Why did Shin Huijin and Shen Songyan, these two brothers, always think about doing this or that to her in the car? Could it be these special fetishes were all inherited genes from the Shen family? Shin Huijin didn't intend to force Lin Wanfu. Seeing her really unwilling, he said regretfully, then Fufu, pity me a little and let me hold you. Wouldn't it be even more uncomfortable if you held me? Lin Wanfu was on pins and needles but didn't dare to move recklessly. Seeing the unusually obedient Lin Wanfu, the curve of Shin Huijin's lips widened even more. Fufu, be good. I won't feel uncomfortable for long. She was really too obedient, so obedient that he wanted to tease her. Just then, Lin Wanfu's phone rang and the conspicuous contact name, Suche, instantly caught Shin Huijin's eye. Lin Wanfu instinctively reached out to grab the phone. However, Shin Huijin held her hand as she was about to hang up, then swiped to answer the call. Lin Wanfu, you said you were going home to change clothes, but it's so late already. Why haven't you come to the company yet? It was Suche's voice. Shin Huijin's eyes darkened as he toyed with Lin Wanfu's hand in his palm and said calmly, President Su, Fufu has caused you some trouble at your company these past few days. There was a long silence on the other end of the call. Then Suche spoke again, please trouble President Shin to return the phone to its rightful owner. Shin Huijin lowered his gaze to look at Lin Wanfu. Fufu, President Su is looking for you. Aren't you going to say a few words to him? Lin Wanfu replied slowly. President Su, I haven't been feeling well this afternoon. I want to take a half day off. As soon as she spoke, she realized her voice was hoarse, making it hard not to arouse suspicion. So without waiting for Suche's consent, she used her other hand to hang up the phone. Looking at the call-ended screen, Suche's expression grew increasingly grim. She was a complete liar, claiming she had nothing to do with Shin Huijin. It was all a deception. Shin Huijin buried his face in the hollow of Lin Wanfu's neck and rubbed against it. If I stop you from working at Su Group, will you be mad at me? Hearing Shin Huijin say this, Lin Wanfu didn't respond to him directly. I always thought Brother Ajin was different from others, but it turns out I was wrong. You're no different from those who want to tame me into a golden cage bird. Shin Huijin was once again caught by Lin Wanfu. He couldn't deny the special place he held in her heart. Fufu, don't think of me that way. I'm just jealous of Suche. I don't really want to stop you from working. Why are you so jealous? Lin Wanfu cupped Shin Huijin's handsome face with both hands and rubbed it. Since the last time she took off his ever-present thin gold-rimmed glasses, he hadn't worn them again. Even as she rubbed his face, Shin Huijin didn't resist. He even pressed his cheek into her palm. Because I'm the reincarnation of a jealous spirit. If you like another man, I'll be so sour I'll kill you. Shin Huijin, a powerful figure in public, was seriously saying the most unmanly words in private, making Lin Wanfu laugh. She had to admit, compared to Shin Songyan, who only knew how to coerce her with harsh methods, Shin Huijin was much smarter. He gave her some freedom, provided emotional support, and was willing to lower his pride. But she knew very well. All of this was based on her still being under Shin Huijin's control. Once she escaped his grasp, he wouldn't be any better than Shin Songyan. Though she thought this, Lin Wanfu showed no sign of it on her face. She ambiguously said, from now on we won't need to buy vinegar for cooking at home, having you is enough. Shin Huijin ignored the first part of her sentence and only heard the last 5 words. Like a big cat being petted by its owner, he was exceptionally docile and harmless. Fufu, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook for you. Sweet and sour pork. Okay. Chapter 33, She Does Evil. He will hand her the knife. Lin's father has been busy outside lately and is basically never home, so there's no one at the house. As soon as the door opened, Shin Huijin pressed Lin Wanfu against the door and kissed her repeatedly. The desire he had just suppressed surged back like a raging tide. Shin Huijin picked up Lin Wanfu and walked toward the sofa. His low voice pressed against her ear. Fufu, you feed me first, then I'll feed you, okay? Those words were like a long hook dipped in opium, full of temptation, pulling her deeper and deeper. Lin Wanfu was placed on the soft sofa by Shin Huijin. She fought the instinct to pull away and used her hand to push against his chest, blushing as she said, "There's none at home. I don't want to get pregnant so early. Maybe next time." She was really annoyed. She couldn't sleep when she wanted to, and though she didn't want to be with acted like lustful ghosts. Whether it was Shin Songyan or Shin Huijin, she wouldn't dare sleep with either of them, no matter how devastatingly handsome they were. These two were like 502 glue, once stuck, hard to remove. If she had any real relationship with them, she bet that just once would be enough for her to inexplicably get pregnant and be forced into marriage because of the child. No, none, huh? Then what's this? Shin Huijin suddenly pulled out a square plastic-wrapped item from the gap beside the sofa. His narrow eyes half-closed, and a dangerous aura instantly radiated from him. When Lin Wanfu saw the words on the packaging clearly, her brain froze for a moment, then quickly started working. Brother Ajin, you know my dad used to like playing around with women. I really didn't expect that even now he still hasn't changed his ways and secretly brings women home to fool around. She was forced to do this, having no choice but to throw dirt on her own father. Because she had to shift this black mark away from herself. Otherwise, if Shin Huijin found out this thing actually fell out of Shin Sengyan's pocket last night, that would truly be the end of her. Shin Huijin looked at Lin Wanfu with half disbelief, half suspicion. You're saying this belongs to Uncle Lin? He had heard about Lin's father's youthful exploits and thought it was possible. Lin Wanfu hugged Shin Huijin tightly and suddenly began to sob softly. Brother Ajin, do you think my dad is planning to find me a stepmother? I'm so scared. I have nothing left. I don't want to lose my dad again. Feeling Lin Wanfu's helplessness, Shin Huijin's heart ached terribly. He didn't care about anything else. He gently wiped her tears and comforted her. Fufu, don't cry. It's okay. You still have me. But Lin Wanfu suddenly sat up from the sofa. Fufu, what's wrong? Shin Huijin looked at her silently, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. He always knew Lin Wanfu was very dependent on her father, so he feared she might have thoughts of hurting herself. Lin Wanfu gazed at Shin Huijin, placed her hand on his shoulder and softly asked, Do you love me? Leaning closer, her words were like the song of a siren full of enchantment. Shin Huijin looked at Lin Wanfu with burning eyes. He held her hand and placed it over his heart. No one loves you more than I do. Can you feel it? My heart beats faster only for you and only you can make it so alive. Satisfied with Shin Huijin's answer, Lin Wanfu nestled into his embrace again. I don't want a stepmother. Brother Ajin, help me find out which woman seduced my dad. Her small voice was still soft and sweet, but somehow gave off a chilling feeling. Shin Huijin immediately understood that Lin Wanfu was once again using his feelings, but he showed no displeasure at all. He even asked her, You found out. What do you want to do? In this world, only useless people have no value, and the fact that she could use him was, in a way, proof of his worth. Lin Wanfu leaned softly against Shin Huijin, her face more innocent and pure than an angel's, and spoke the most vicious words, I want her dead. All right. Shin Huijin didn't hesitate even for a moment. As the saying goes, if you're going to act, act fully. Lin Wanfu, as usual, spoke coquettishly. Brother Ajin, do you think I'm too cruel? Clearly that woman is not at fault, but I blame her for everything. I've said it before, no matter what, in my eyes, Fufu is the best. Shin Huijin clearly understood Lin Wanfu's temperament and indulged her as always, and Fufu is not cruel at all. The cruel one is me. I don't want to see you sad, so I deal with the people who upset you. It has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to feel guilty. She was selfish, hypocritical, and fickle, yet he still loved her. This was an obsession etched into his very bones, impossible to erase. Lin Wanfu casually uttered sweet words, Brother Ajin, you're so good. I can't live without you in this lifetime. Wrong again. It's me who can't live without you. Shin Huijin's gaze was full of deep affection, like an ocean brimming with love, making one helplessly fall and drown in it. Lin Wanfu knew well what Shin Huijin liked to hear. I really want to be with you like this forever, but Shin Songyan just won't let me be. He keeps causing trouble for me. Shin Huijin breathed heavily, his voice hoarse. Fufu, if I kill Shin Songyan so he can never bother you again, will you agree to marry me? All right, as long as you kill Shin Songyan and make sure he has no burial place to avenge me, I'll marry you. A trace of ruthlessness appeared in Lin Wanfu's eyes, resembling hatred born of love with no flaw visible at all. She had seen this kind of emotion on too many men's faces, acting it was no challenge at all. Shin Huijin kissed Lin Wanfu on the forehead. Fufu, I've prepared a wedding dress for you, the style you like. I'm looking forward to seeing you wear it. Brother Ajin knows me so well? Lin Wanfu tugged at Shin Huijin's tie, their eyes locked. Shin Huijin smiled, I know you better than I know myself. Really? Then guess what I'm thinking right now. Lin Wanfu blinked her peach blossom eyes lightly, full of charm, like a bewitching enchantress. Shin Huijin pinched Lin Wanfu's fair little face and chuckled softly. I guess you want to eat the sweet and sour pork I made. No one was more mischievous than her. Every time she teased him until he was uncomfortable all over but refused to give in. Brother Ajin, you're so smart. Lin Wanfu slightly opened her mouth, making an exaggerated surprised expression, mischievous and cute enough to soften hearts. Little glutton. Shin Huijin couldn't help but pinch Lin Wanfu's chin and kissed her again while her mouth was open. Alright, stop tempting me or you won't have dinner tonight and we'll have to eat something else. After saying this, Shin Huijin reluctantly let go of the blushing Lin Wanfu and got up to head to the kitchen. Chapter 34. The High-End Hunter. When Lin Wanfu walked into the kitchen carrying a plate of strawberries, the elegant man was standing with his back to her, chopping vegetables. His eyes were slightly lowered, and from her angle she could just see his delicate profile, the high, straight nose, the tightly pressed cherry-red thin lips that looked so kissable. The most beautiful thing, however, was his hands, fair, well-proportioned, long and strong, with knuckles shining like jade. Even his chopping movements were as pleasing to watch as playing the piano. Lin Wanfu walked up beside Shin Huijin, picked a plump, bright red strawberry from the fruit plate, and fed it to his lips, softly saying, Brother Ajin, thank you for cooking for me. Here's a strawberry as a reward. It's very sweet. I just ate one. She looked at Shin Huijin with bright, clear eyes, and even if she were feeding him poison, he would probably eat it without hesitation. Thank you for the reward, Fufu. Shin Huijin slowly lowered his head, and as Lin Wanfu's hand opened to let him bite the strawberry, his lips inevitably brushed against her fingertips, extremely intimate. Lin Wanfu's fingertips grazed Shin Huijin's lips. Brother Ajin, I forgot to tell you earlier, when you investigate that woman, don't let my dad find out. He's never really liked you, and if he knows you're investigating him, he'll definitely oppose our relationship even more. She wasn't worried her lie would be exposed because Shin Huijin wanted her to be completely dependent on him, so he wouldn't actually investigate the stepmother she made up. But just in case, she gave him a warning. Because of this caution, Shin Huijin was even less likely to investigate whether her father really had a mistress. He was good at handling situations and would probably choose not to offend either side. Shin Huijin looked at Lin Wanfu with a smile in his eyes. You really don't let me off easy. Look, I just ate a strawberry from you, and you've already given me another task. Is that even a task? Lin Wanfu pouted in dissatisfaction and pretended to complain. Men's words are all lies. You said you'd always treat me well, but I asked you to do such a small thing, and you're not happy. If I marry you, will I have a good life? Hearing this, Shin Huijin put down the knife. Then he reached out and pinched Lin Wanfu's chin, his fingertips sinking into the soft flesh of her cheek. Let me see how your 37-degree mouth can say such cold words. Lin Wanfu unwillingly brushed his hand away and glared at him. You're so good at talking, do you often chat with other women online? Shin Huijin blinked innocently. Fufu, why do you accuse me without evidence? Aren't these all posts you shared on your moments? Thinking carefully, it did seem to be the case. Lin Wanfu looked at the ceiling and floor, avoiding Shin Huijin's gaze, and added, Don't keep spying on my moments, or don't blame me for blocking you. Suddenly Shin Huijin lowered his eyelids, his tone tinged with a hint of sadness. Fufu, I just want to understand you better. You never share with me, and besides looking at your moments over and over, I have no other way to know what you like or dislike. Such an approach, combined with Shin Huijin's handsome, wealthy, and devoted nature, few could resist. But Lin Wanfu was precisely the exception. She had grown up surrounded by love, and there was no shortage of people who cared for her. It was not easy to move her. Yet she showed a touched expression, even softening her tone a little. From now on, I'll share every little detail of my life with you, okay? I'm very happy, Fufu. Shin Huijin's gloomy expression instantly vanished, replaced by a gentle, heartfelt smile. It was possible he was deliberately playing the victim, but his earlier disappointment was genuine. No one wants the person they like to ignore them. Seemingly infected by Shin Huijin's smile, Lin Wanfu also smiled with her eyes curved warmly. Brother Ajin, when will your sweet and sour pork be ready? I'm so hungry. If you hadn't come into the kitchen to bother me while I was cooking, you'd have eaten by now. Shin Huijin gently pinched Lin Wanfu's nose, speaking with a doting expression, All right, go on out. The frying oil smoke will be strong later and might bother you. Then hurry up. After saying this, Lin Wanfu turned and left the kitchen. Halfway out, she seemed to remember something, turned back, and took the plate of strawberries left in the kitchen. Seeing this, Shin Huijin could only smile helplessly, then started the stove and skillfully cooked the ingredients. When Lin's father returned, he immediately saw Lin Wanfu sitting on the sofa, watching TV and eating strawberries. Fufu, why are you eating fruit in the living room? Did you have dinner tonight? Lin's father asked with a frown. He had been very busy recently, so he hired a housekeeper to take care of his daughter. Normally, she should be eating in the dining room at this time. Having not seen Lin's father for several days, Lin Wanfu naturally missed him. She got up, ran to him, grabbed his hand and coquettishly said, Dad, are you done with work? Not yet. I was worried about you being home alone, so I came to check on you. Lin's father looked at Lin Wanfu's rosy face and guessed she hadn't suffered much hardship, so he felt relieved. But soon, he noticed her lips looked like they had been bitten by a dog. Just then, Shin Huijin came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of food and locked eyes with Lin's father. Both fell into a brief silence. Seeing Shin Huijin, Lin's father understood everything and immediately felt a surge of anger. Fufu, someone as busy as Huijin, handling countless affairs every day, and he's not even your boyfriend. How can you let him come to the house to cook for you? That's so irresponsible. On the surface, it sounded like he was scolding Lin Wanfu, but in reality, he was sarcastically targeting Shin Huijin, making him recognize his relationship with Lin Wanfu. With Shin Huijin's high emotional intelligence, he couldn't possibly not understand, but he still maintained a gentle demeanor. Lin's father said, Huijin, it's getting late. You should head back early. I'll have a proper talk with her later. Uncle Lin, don't blame Fufu. I've always treated her like a little sister. What's wrong with a brother cooking a meal for his sister? Besides, I've recently taken a liking to cooking. Shin Huijin's lips curled slightly as he quickly shut down Lin's father's implied dismissal with a few words. Lin Wanfu watched Shin Huijin calmly speak these righteous words, her expression subtly complex. If Lin's father weren't here, she really wanted to ask Shin Huijin which good brother would have pinned his sister against the back of a car seat, behind a door on a sofa, with his lips all swollen from kissing. Seeing Lin's father about to say more, Shin Huijin immediately took the initiative. Uncle Lin, you probably haven't eaten yet. Right? Why don't you sit down and try my cooking? This sounded a bit backwards, as if he were the host and Lin's father the guest. However, Lin's father couldn't refuse. Shin Huijin had put it this way, and if he declined it would be a complete loss of face for the heir of the Shin family. In the end, the three sat down at the dining table to eat. As for whether Shin Huijin and Lin's father ate their fill, Lin Wanfu didn't know, but she herself ate quite well. Perhaps smart people find it easy to learn anything, and Shin Huijin's cooking was so good that it even won over Lin Wanfu's stomach. It should be known that she was extremely picky about food. Chapter 35, Wanting money, power, and status. Because Lin's father had returned, Shin Huijin had no choice but to leave after dinner. Dad, I'm going back to my room. Just as Lin Wanfu was about to get up and leave the dining room, her father suddenly called out to her. Fufu, do you like Shin Huijin? Lin's father fixed his gaze on Lin Wanfu. He didn't know when his daughter had started walking down his old path, fluttering among many men like a butterfly. She was even more skilled than he was back then, effortlessly playing them like puppets. But the more you walk by the river, the more likely your shoes get wet. And the people she provoked were each more difficult to deal with than the last. If they found out, no one could save her. Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. Dad, does liking someone really matter? Compared to those intangible feelings of love, I care more about the money, power, and status they bring me. Lin Wanfu lightly propped her chin with her hand, looking innocent, but her eyes were full of ambition. Lin's father didn't think ambition was wrong, but he said worriedly, have you thought about what you'll do if you get burned by the fire you start? Feeling bored, Lin Wanfu picked up a dinner knife from the table and toyed with it in her hand. I once heard Chini talk about something interesting. Some underground assassin organizations abroad use a method called raising gu, where people are placed in an arena to kill each other until only one remains. At this point, Lin Wanfu paused and looked up at her father with a complicated expression. Dad, don't you think they're fighting in an arena right now? Fufu. Lin's father hesitated to speak. He began to regret letting Qin Yi get close to Lin Wanfu without supervision. Look at what he had taught her. A trace of excitement appeared in Lin Wanfu's eyes. I'm curious who will be the last one standing. Lin's father sighed softly. Dad knows he can't control you. But remember not to underestimate anyone. Dad, I'm your daughter. Of course I won't make such a rookie mistake. Lin Wanfu used chopsticks to pick up a piece of sturgeon and put it into her father's bowl, smiling sweetly. You barely ate anything just now. Try the fish your thoughtful little darling picked for you. It must taste different. Seeing his daughter who was so good at coaxing, even though Lin's father didn't want to eat Shin Huijin's cooking, he still ate it. Then Lin's father spoke gently, Fufu, Dad still has some work to handle. You should rest early. Then Dad, don't work too hard. Lin Wanfu knew her father had been extremely busy lately, but besides saying a few caring words, she couldn't help him at all. She blamed herself for having been a spoiled parasite before, only caring about eating, drinking, and having fun, knowing nothing about business. But it was not a big problem. She could still help her father in other ways, hoping he would succeed, so she could live peacefully as a rich second generation. Asterisk the next day, when Lin Wanfu woke up, her father was already gone, probably busy with his entrepreneurial ventures again. After having breakfast at home, Lin Wanfu dressed up beautifully and went to Su Corporation. Passing by the front desk, Lin Wanfu greeted the receptionist proactively. Sister, did you like the milk tea last time? Her smile was dazzling. Secretary Lin, the milk tea was delicious, thank you. The receptionist blushed as she replied. If it weren't for how creepy it felt, she wouldn't even want to throw away the packaging of the milk tea and the little cake. Lin Wanfu blinked at the receptionist. So you have to keep my being late today a secret, okay? The receptionist was completely dazzled by Lin Wanfu's electrifying peach blossom eyes and agreed without a second thought. Sis, you're so nice. Here, this brooch is for you. It matches your outfit perfectly today. Lin Wanfu took a gardenia brooch out of her bag and placed it on the front desk. Coming from a wealthy family, she knew exactly how to win people over with small favors for her own benefit. This brooch is far too valuable. I definitely can't accept it. Please take it back. The receptionist looked at the brooch on the desk. Although she couldn't tell the brand, she recognized that the pearls and diamonds on it were genuine. If I'm giving it to you, then it's yours. With that, Lin Wanfu turned and headed toward the CEO's private elevator, which went straight to the top floor of the company. Entering the office, Lin Wanfu didn't see Su Che. But soon, she noticed the lounge area had new sofas. Secretary Lin, you're here? Hearing the voice, Lin Wanfu slowly turned around and saw Su Che's assistant carrying bags of items into the office. Lin Wanfu asked, "Where's Su Che? And why did you buy so many things?" After hanging up the phone yesterday, she hadn't received any messages or calls from Su Che, so he was probably genuinely upset. Men are petty and get angry easily. Assistant Wang seemed used to Lin Wanfu calling Su Che by name. President Su went out for a business meeting. These snacks were all things he told me to buy yesterday morning. He had already figured it out. This Secretary Lin, though officially a secretary, would probably become the lady of the Su group before long. Just put them there then. Lin Wanfu acted as if she were at home, instructing Assistant Wang to place the snacks on the coffee table in the lounge area and arrange them by category for easy access. Once Assistant Wang finished arranging the snacks, Lin Wanfu settled into the soft sofa, snacking while playing games. Assistant Wang, who had thinning hair, looked on enviously and sighed inwardly as he left the office. Truly different fates for different people. He worked like a beast of burden while she enjoyed life at work. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the front desk was tense. Did Lin Wanfu come to the company today? Why, yes. The receptionist watched Su storm upstairs with a fierce look. Worried Lin Wanfu might get into trouble, she quickly took out her phone to call Su Che. Su Che's younger sister, Manager Su Yu, hated sly and sneaky people the most. Plus, since Secretary Lin had that kind of relationship with Su Che, Manager Su was most likely coming to cause trouble for her. The receptionist was very worried. However, the Lin Wanfu she was concerned about was lying awkwardly on the sofa playing games. Just as Lin Wanfu finished a game, the office door was pushed open from outside. She slowly lifted her head to look toward the door, and to her surprise, the person who entered was not Su Che but a tall young woman. The woman had short hair cut to her ears, with a spirited look in her brows. Her slender eyebrows arched slightly, adding a sharpness to her face that made her look especially capable. As Lin Wanfu sized up Su Yu was also scrutinizing her. "You must be Lin Wanfu?" Previously, she had heard that the Tushin brothers had fought fiercely over a woman and thought it was a bit exaggerated. But after seeing Lin Wanfu in person, she thought it was not exaggerated at all. Lin Wanfu was stunningly beautiful. Such beauty was bound to bring disaster, especially since her brother had recently been blinded by lust. She couldn't let Lin Wanfu stay at Su Group any longer. Their family temple was too small to withstand her havoc. "Do you have business with me?" Lin Wanfu's eyebrows curved slightly. Su concealed the astonishment in her eyes and said coldly, "The Su family does not keep idlers. I am officially notifying you now, Lin Wanfu, you are fired." Lin Wanfu pursed her lips about to speak, when suddenly she heard a clear voice. "Su Yu, I don't believe I gave you the authority to make personnel changes in my office." Su Yu turned to look at Su Che, who was striding over and couldn't help but show a surprised expression. That's odd, didn't her brother go to Chu Group? To come back in time to save the situation like this, he must have floored the accelerator until it smoked. Chapter 36. He won't show her any more kindness. Lin Wanfu's eyes darted around. Then she quickly stood up from the sofa and hurried over to Su Che, complaining pitifully, "President Su, if you don't come back, I'm going to be bullied." Su Che glanced at Lin Wanfu coldly, looking at her as if she were a stranger. Who else can bully you? There were so many protectors around her that even picking one out at random was enough to intimidate others. Lin Wanfu didn't care about Su Che's cold expression at all. She took the opportunity to hold onto his arm, looking proudly at Su Yu, acting like a fox using a tiger's might. "Did you hear that? President Su said no one can bully me as long as he's here. I have a backing. If you want to fire me, think again." Su Yu's temples throbbed with anger. "Brother, she's just a little seductress. You have to fire her." Su Che expressionlessly pulled his arm free from Lin Wanfu's grasp and said in a deep voice, "I've already said, any personnel changes in my office will be arranged by me personally." Hearing this, Su Yu immediately flew into a rage. "You arrange? You might as well empty the Su Group and give it away. Are you tired of having money to spend?" She was also the financial director of Su Group, and the company's accounts had shown obvious losses in the past few days. At first, she thought there was a mole inside the company and worked overtime overnight to check the accounts. She didn't know before, but after checking, she found the mole was her own brother, Su Che, and he was filling the Lin family's financial holes. Su Che silently tore off his tie and casually tossed it onto the armrest of the boss's chair. Then he picked up the cup on the desk, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it all in one gulp. "The tea is cold. Go out and ask Assistant Wang to brew a fresh pot and bring it to the office," he said. Meeting Su Che's sudden gaze, Lin Wanfu blinked. "You mean me? What else?" Su Che's attitude toward Lin Wanfu had clearly cooled considerably, as if he really regarded her as a secretary now. Lin Wanfu pouted. "Fine." After Lin Wanfu left the office, Su Che decisively locked the office door, ensuring Lin Wanfu couldn't get in or hear the conversation inside. Su Che then looked at the confused Su Yu. "You don't need to worry about the company's accounts. At the latest, by tomorrow, I will cover the deficit with my personal assets." After discovering yesterday that Lin Wanfu was deceiving him, He decided he would never show her any kindness again. Therefore, he certainly couldn't let Lin Wanfu know that he was the one helping the Lin family behind the scenes. That would only encourage her arrogance, making her think she could summon him at will and dismiss him just as easily. I think you're blinded by love. Suyu's anger was not quelled by Suche's words. What she really cared about wasn't the money, but that Suche, a usually mature and steady decision-maker, had abandoned his principles for a woman. Today he could cover the Lin family's huge debt. Tomorrow, who knows, he might hand over the Su group. After all, people blinded by love, whether men or women, are no different from fools. Mind your own business. Suche walked to the desk and sat down, then picked up the documents beside him and began to read, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation with Suyu. Suyu's expression darkened further and her words became sharper. Brother, can you be more clear-headed? Everyone in the circle knows that Lin Wanfu is still entangled with the Tushin brothers. She's using you, playing with your feelings. Don't you see? Suche's hand holding the documents tightened slightly. He looked up at the emotionally charged Suyu. Enough. Whether she's using me or playing with my feelings, that's between her and me. It has nothing to do with you. Alright, I'll call Mom and Dad right now and have them come back from abroad. Saying this, Suyu took out her phone to make the call, but she heard Suche's cold voice. That's good. The wedding requires both parents to be present. You call your parents back, they can just attend my wedding. Suyu was shocked and exclaimed, Are you serious? You still want to marry Lin Wanfu? Are you out of your mind? Those two lunatics from the Shin family will definitely kill you. The Su group had close cooperation with the Lai Rui group, and she had met Shin Songyan many times, so she knew him well. Shin Songyan was like a ferocious lone wolf in the wild. Once he targeted someone, losing a layer of skin was the lightest punishment. And Shin Huijin appeared very gentle on the surface but was extremely scheming. Moreover, he never lost to Shin Songyan in their struggles. Could he really be a good person? Suche remained expressionless and said, I didn't plan to, but you reminded me. As long as I marry Lin Wanfu, then she won't be considered to have toyed with my feelings. Suyu. Sometimes she really wanted to call the police. She felt like her brother had been switched with someone else. Seeing Suyu turn away with a stern face, Suche suddenly called out to her. Xiaoye, wait. Just as Suyu thought her brother had finally come to his senses, she heard from behind, when you go out, remember not to close the door tightly. If you're worried she can't get in, then why lock the door? Suyu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Suche certainly wouldn't admit it was because of his pride. He just said, don't worry about it. I have my own plan. Suyu knew Suche was a complete money lover, so she hit him where it hurt. I'm waiting to see you lose both your money and your woman. Suche. He suspected his sister had been switched. Otherwise, how could she say such vicious things to her own brother? Asterisk after Lin Wanfu received enthusiastic attention from the secretaries at the secretariat, she returned to Suche's office. Only Suche was inside, dealing with a pile of work. Suyu was no longer there. After thinking for a moment, Lin Wanfu came up with another bad idea. She tiptoed over to Suche, hooked her arm around his neck, and coquettishly said, President Su, why did you lock the door just now? I couldn't get in, and my legs went numb standing outside. You have to make it up to me by rubbing them. Suche immediately changed the subject. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me at work? That's a 50 yuan deduction from your salary. Lin Wanfu released Suche and feigned dissatisfaction with a cold snort. I even specially bought 2 concert tickets to invite you to watch the concert together. But you want to deduct my salary. I'm very angry now. I'll invite your brother to the concert instead, just to spite you. Suche's expression darkened. He reached out, grabbed Lin Wanfu's wrist, and pulled her into his arms. You seem to enjoy being fought over by brothers? She had already provoked Shin Songyan and Shin Huijin, and now she wanted to provoke his brother too. Lin Wanfu studied the expression on Suche's face and slightly curled her lips. President Su, are you jealous? Suche didn't want to answer that question. He said, where are the concert tickets? If she lied to him again, he would have to teach her a lesson so she wouldn't get any snacks for a week. Lin Wanfu leaned close to Suche's ear and whispered, in the pocket inside my jacket. Feel for it. Chapter 37. Don't you just like beasts? Suche cursed the demon in his heart. Seeing that Suche hadn't moved for a long time, Lin Wanfu moved closer to him again, her eyes hazy and affectionate. President Su, just touch it, there really is a ticket. Looking at the tempting Lin Wanfu before him, Suche felt dry in his mouth, his Adam's apple rolling several times. The desire growing inside urged him to possess her, to keep her from flirting with other men. But the remnants of reason forced him to stay clear-headed, struggling to suppress that impulse. Unfortunately, it was of little use. He could clearly feel his whole body screaming for her. As if the next second he would completely lose control. To prevent himself from making an irreversible mistake, Suche pushed Lin Wanfu away and said hoarsely, you take it out and show me yourself. Lin Wanfu was almost impressed with Suche. If her seduction didn't work, she wouldn't say anything, but Suche had clearly taken the bait and yet preferred to suffer himself rather than do anything to her. You really are the most patient man I've ever met. Lin Wanfu picked up the tie Suche had taken off from the armrest and played with it. The black tie made her fair hand look even whiter and glowing. Suche seemed provoked by Lin Wanfu's words. Suddenly he lifted her onto the clean, tidy desk. The documents and pens on the desk fell to the floor because of his movement. But their owner had no time to care. Do you often use this kind of seduction on Shin Huijin too? He couldn't resist, right? Suche held Lin Wanfu's waist with one hand and pinched her chin with the other, trapping her in front of him with an absolutely controlling posture. Lin Wanfu didn't resist his forceful restriction, she just looked at him confused. You're so strange. Didn't you tell me you would never have an improper relationship with your employee? Before Suche could speak, she continued, since we're just superior and subordinate, I don't have to report to President Su about what I do after work, right? A trace of anger appeared on Suche's cold face. Then how do you explain repeatedly seducing me? He was angry at Lin Wanfu's careless attitude toward feelings and angry at himself for being so weak as to fall for her. Lin Wanfu kept spouting twisted logic one after another. I'm just skeptical about what you said before and wanted to test if you were telling the truth. Now I've tested it. You really are a good boss who won't have improper relations with employees, she added hypocritically. Originally, she didn't want to deliberately provoke Suche, but he was just too unreasonable. If she didn't take a risky move, she didn't know when she'd ever get to sleep with him. Just testing if what I said was true? Suche's eyes reddened with anger. He snatched the tie from Lin Wanfu's hand, stuffed it into her mouth, and pressed her onto the desk, kissing and nibbling her. Lin Wanfu was forced to endure his stormy kisses. Too bad I was lying. Suche's usually clear voice changed tone low and hoarse. He lowered his head close to Lin Wanfu's delicate collarbone and bit her as if punishing her. Lin Wanfu's mouth was tightly stuffed with the tie. Even feeling the pain from the bite, she could only emit soft whimpering sounds, making people want to ravage her even more. Suche cupped Lin Wanfu's face, his fingertips stroking her cheek intermittently. Even the tie can't shut your mouth? Could it be you want others to come in and see how I bully you? He looked at Lin Wanfu, his eyes dark and unclear, a casual smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. After provoking him, she still thought she could walk away unscathed. What a foolish delusion. Lin Wanfu seemed startled by Suche's sudden change. She looked at him helplessly, her eyes revealing a hint of pleading. Suche took in her expression fully. That pitiful look made him momentarily lose focus. But once he thought of Lin Wanfu's shameless manipulation without any guilt, he immediately hardened his heart. Lin Wanfu, it's too late for you to beg now. Since no one taught you that if you flirt, you have to take responsibility, then I'll teach you a lesson today, so you'll remember. Suche took the tie from Lin Wanfu's mouth and threw it away. Before she could make a sound, he sealed her lips with a kiss. The closeness brought the man's intoxicating scent tightly enveloping Lin Wanfu. As his breath invaded her space, she seemed to catch a faint lingering aroma of tea. However, before she could think further, her thoughts were shattered by the increasingly fierce kiss. The kiss deepened and the air grew thin. Instinctively, she wanted to pull back, but his hands firmly restrained her waist, leaving her unable to move. In the end, she could only clutch his clothes tightly. His aggressive advance seemed as if he wanted to embed her entirely within himself. Just as Lin Wanfu felt she was about to suffocate, Suche finally stopped his assault. Do you know what you looked like just now? Lin Wanfu leaned against Suche, breathing heavily, her eyes misty and charming, but her words were full of provocation. You really looked like a beast. Sure enough, men were all the same. When they realized their efforts were met with no response, without exception, they became ruthless predators. Don't you like beasts? Suche suddenly grabbed Lin Wanfu's chin, looking at her with a half-smile, his eyes growing darker. You deliberately provoke me to make me lose my mind, then take advantage of me. Lin Wanfu, how are you so cunning? Don't think he didn't see through it. This woman always found ways to seduce him, clearly craving his body. And once they got it, they didn't cherish it. That was human nature, and bad women even more so. If she succeeded, he was sure she would turn around and forget him completely. He almost fell for her trap. Lin Wanfu didn't expect Suche's mind to be so quick in this situation. She said speechlessly, what do you mean I'm taking advantage of you? Sounds like you didn't enjoy it? And can you even perform? She had misjudged him. This guy was not easy to handle at all. Might as well go after his brother. Suche remained expressionless. If you promise to give me a title afterward, I'll let you know if I can or not. Lin Wanfu looked at Suche unhappily. We're all adults here. Why are you playing at pure love? I'm not that kind of man. If you want me to have a messy relationship with you, it's impossible. Suche said firmly, with no room for negotiation. Lin Wanfu had no choice but to dangle a carrot. Fine. I promise to let you be my boyfriend. She never said he had to be the only boyfriend, she could still find a second, a third. But Suche wasn't interested in that carrot. He said, I don't want the title of boyfriend. I want to be your husband. Lin Wanfu, are all these men crazy? Why do they want to enter the graveyard of marriage at such a young age? Chapter 38. If this one doesn't work, then try the next to collect energy for System 0573. Lin Wanfu decided to coax Suche first. Alright, hubby, she deliberately pinched her soft little voice, rolling the word, hubby, around on her tongue, calling it out with endless twists and turns. Any man would be unable to resist such temptation. Suche, already stirred up, felt the fire within him flare even more intensely. He could only rely on tightly holding Lin Wanfu to relieve the various fierce restlessness inside him. Say it one more time. His voice was hoarse and rough, carrying an indescribable desire as it fell into her ears. For a moment he really wanted to be a beast. Sensing that Suche's patience was reaching its limit, Lin Wanfu's hand gently stroked his back. "Hubby, I feel so uncomfortable, I want you to kiss me." She had already made up her mind. Once she put Suche to sleep, she would immediately escape and never come back to Su Group. As for promises, she never kept her word anyway. Besides, what's wrong with telling a little white lie occasionally? However, Suche was as cunning as a monkey. He suppressed the urge to kiss Lin Wanfu and said hurriedly, "Let's go get our marriage certificate now. Once we have a legitimate relationship, you can do whatever you want tonight." There were too many people who liked her, and she was always so unpredictable, never speaking a true word. Promises alone gave him no sense of security. He wanted to be completely tied to her. Thinking that he probably wouldn't give her anything for free, Lin Wanfu immediately wanted to pull away. She pretended to be conflicted and said, "Marriage is a lifelong matter. After thinking it over, I still can't be so rash. Give me some time to consider." She had never met anyone more difficult than Suche. She really didn't know which male virtue class he was the top student of. She wondered if he wasn't afraid of developing some problem from holding back so much. "How long do you need to think?" Suche had a bad feeling for some reason, but he knew he couldn't push too hard, so he tried to appear less eager. Lin Wanfu smiled with her eyes curved like crescent moons. "That depends on when your engagement ring is ready." A blush appeared on her face. That youthful, love-struck look made it impossible to see that her real intention was to stabilize Suche first, then slip away at the right moment. Just from Suche wanting to marry her right away, she knew he wasn't someone easy to shake off. And now she was still in his company. If she didn't play it well and really pushed him too far, what might await her could be a luxurious little black room. 3 days, at the latest 3 days. I'll let you see a one-of-a-kind engagement ring. Suche looked at Lin Wanfu seriously, his gaze focused and burning. Lin Wanfu opened her clear, innocent eyes like a little deer and smiled sweetly. "I only like the most dazzling diamonds. If it's not, I won't have it." Hearing this, Suche chuckled softly. Then he pressed Lin Wanfu back into his arms again, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice lazy. "All right, I'll give you the most dazzling diamond." "You're so good," Lin Wanfu said softly. Suddenly Suche asked, "Then who do you think is better, me or Shen Huijin?" Just thinking about her overly ambiguous relationship with Shen Huijin made him feel a lingering bitterness. Lin Wanfu was silent for a moment before speaking. "I've known Shen Huijin for nearly 6 years. To me, he's like an older brother. When I was sick, he stayed up all night taking care of me. When I was hungry, no matter how busy he was, he would bring me my favorite food. When I was unhappy, he would find ways to cheer me up." "Don't say any more, I don't want to hear it." As early as when Lin Wanfu said she had known Shen Huijin for nearly 6 years, Suche was already a bit unsettled, not to mention all the little moments they shared afterward. He would have been better off not asking. The more he asked, the angrier he got. Lin Wanfu, skilled in dog training tactics, naturally gave a sweet plum after a slap. "How can you be so stupid? If I liked Shen Huijin, do you think you'd still have a chance to propose to me? Besides, feelings developed from long companionship aren't love. Love should be impulsive, passionate, and sudden, making you want to have the other person at first sight." Suche thought carefully, and indeed Lin Wanfu showed a strong desire to have him. Slightly fitting the pieces together, his mood instantly turned from gloomy to bright. "You're just attracted by looks." He pretended to be reserved as he let go of Lin Wanfu, waiting for her to cling to him and act coquettishly. Lin Wanfu naturally saw through Suche's little trick and cooperated by pinning him down on the boss chair. Their posture was very suggestive. Suche half reclined in the chair while Lin Wanfu lay entirely on top of him. "Do you know? That day at your place, I accidentally barged into your room and saw you lying on the bed. If you hadn't been so seriously ill, I almost wanted to do something bad to you." Lin Wanfu deliberately emphasized the last 2 words, making it sound very intriguing. "How can there be a woman as lecherous as you?" Suche vaguely remembered that day but was too sick to recall clearly. He only remembered holding Lin Wanfu, unreasonably not letting her leave. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that she could have such thoughts even about a sick person. Lin Wanfu retorted indignantly, "I'm a girl, I don't smoke or drink. What's wrong with being a little lecherous? You swear you'll only be lecherous for me from now on?" Suche looked at Lin Wanfu with concern. People like her who cared about appearances were the most likely to change their minds. He would have to keep an eye on her constantly. Lin Wanfu felt extremely wronged. "You haven't even let me be lecherous for you?" She was truly aggrieved. After all the effort and all her tricks, she got nothing in return. Next time she picked a target, she'd have to be more careful. She couldn't let such a good family man ruin her. That would be a great sin. "Then I'll let you touch my abs, and you swear?" Suche slowly lifted his shirt, revealing a lean waistline and firm abs with no trace of fat, faintly showing a sexy V-line. Lin Wanfu couldn't help but reach out and touch. She had to admit, Suche's abs were exceptionally well-toned, both powerful and aesthetically pleasing. Sensing Lin Wanfu trying to cross the line, Suche quickly grabbed her hand. "Behave, I only said you could touch my abs." His breathing noticeably deepened. Lin Wanfu pouted, "You're so stingy." Suche pretended not to hear. "All right, aren't you going to swear now?" Lin Wanfu also pretended not to hear. "Hubby, I suddenly remembered there's a shop with really delicious black sesame buns. Can I go buy some for you? Promises were fine, but swearing was definitely out. She didn't believe in those ghost and god sayings before. But since she was already bound to such an unscientific system, who knew if those ghost and god sayings were true? I'll have Assistant Wang go buy them. You swear first. Su Che was relentless, pulling Lin Wanfu as she tried to get up. Lin Wanfu's voice was sweet to the point of being cloying. I just want to personally buy something tasty for my hubby. Su Che's head got hot hearing that and he agreed, then come back early. Hubby, wait for me just 10 minutes. Lin Wanfu leaned close and kissed Su Che on the cheek. Su Che was completely dizzy from Lin Wanfu calling him husband over and over again. He watched her leave the office with longing. He painfully sat in the office waiting for more than 10 minutes, but Lin Wanfu did not return. He took out his phone to send a message asking where she was. But the next second, a red exclamation mark appeared on his screen. She had blocked him. Chapter 39, If you don't obey, you should be locked up. Su Che's expression darkened completely, a storm brewing in his eyes, as if a tempest was about to break. Unwilling to give up, he called Lin Wanfu again, only to find that his number had been blocked by her. With a bang, he slammed his phone onto the ground. Staring at the shattered phone, Su Che ran his fingers through his hair, irritably brushing the strands away from his forehead. Why did she have to lie to him again? All he wanted was a normal relationship with her. Was that really so wrong? In his understanding, liking someone meant giving them exclusive affection and a sense of security, and marriage was the best way to provide that security. Although considering how long they had known each other, proposing marriage now was a bit rushed, but she could have simply refused him. He wasn't forcing her to agree. Yet after she said yes, she went back on her word, using the excuse of buying black sesame buns for him, then disappeared without a trace, leaving him completely fooled. Damn emotional deceiver. If he ever caught her, he'd tie her up and drag her to get married if he had to. She had promised him with her own mouth, so she had to take responsibility for her words. The angrier Su Che got, the more his eyes reddened, his knuckles cracking slightly as he clenched his fists. After a long while, he finally calmed down and picked up the direct line, dialing a number. Come to my office. His tone was calm, his voice cold. When the HR manager entered Su Che's office, he immediately felt a heavy pressure in the air, making him rack his brain to figure out if he had made any mistakes recently. Unable to find the cause, the HR manager nervously asked, President Su, what do you need me for? Su Che's expression was stern, his eyes devoid of any emotion as he looked at him. Pull up all the employment information and resumes related to Lin Wanfu. The watch on his wrist reflected a faint cold light, his entire presence exuding the aura of a superior, an indescribable sense of oppression. Understood, President Su. I'll get right on it. After leaving Su Che's office, the HR manager let out a long sigh. But he was puzzled. Why did President Su suddenly want Lin Wanfu's information? And from the tone, it didn't sound like good news. He did have an impression of Lin Wanfu. After all, she was a goddess-level beauty who, upon joining Su Group, effortlessly captivated the admiration of single men throughout the company and even within a 100-mile radius. Unfortunately, everyone only dared to admire her in their hearts. No one took any real action. Putting aside whether she was a suitable match, the various rumors circulating from the company's secretariat were enough to dispel most people's fantasies about Lin Wanfu. After all, who would dare to compete with their direct superior for a woman? That would be madness. While lost in these thoughts, the HR manager gathered all of Lin Wanfu's personal files. Because Su Che was pressing him, he didn't have time to review them and immediately delivered the files to his office. Receiving the folder containing Lin Wanfu's information, Su Che gestured for the HR manager to leave. The HR manager understood and respectfully exited. Su Che opened the folder and took out a stack of documents with Lin Wanfu's name on them. He flipped through them and found that except for her name and age, all other information was blank. Her home address was even more ridiculous. She had listed Building 2, Unit 1101, Fondo Garden. Seeing this, Su Che almost laughed in anger. Having dealt with the big problem of Su Che, Lin Wanfu felt at ease and went shopping. She swiped Shen Huijin's card to buy several beautiful bags before leaving the mall fully satisfied. Perhaps heaven could not bear to see her too comfortable. Just as she entered the underground parking lot, she was abducted and forced into a black car. Dizzy and disoriented, Lin Wanfu was stunned. When she came to her senses, she had already fallen into a familiar embrace, smelling the cold aura emanating from the other person. You never cherish the chances I give you. It makes me very angry and troubled. Do I have to lock you up with chains before you obediently listen to me? A hoarse, magnetic voice sounded in Lin Wanfu's ear. Hearing Shen Sengyan's sickly words, her whole body trembled uncontrollably, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. Right now, Shen Sengyan's behavior was exactly like a kidnapping. How could Lin Wanfu not be afraid? She trembled as she said, "You can't treat me like this. Don't forget this is in the country. Illegal detention is a very serious crime." Upon hearing this, Shen Sengyan suddenly sneered, as if mocking Lin Wanfu's naivety. "You can sue me, but before you do, you should think about how to regain your freedom from me." Saying this, Shen Sengyan tightened his grip around Lin Wanfu's waist. His burning chest pressed against her back, making it impossible to ignore his presence. "What exactly do you want?" Lin Wanfu forced herself to calm down and think about why Shin Songyan suddenly went mad again. Could it be because he found out she went to see Su Che? She vaguely remembered that the last time he forced her to do that kind of thing, he seemed to warn her that if he found out she provoked Su Che again, it wouldn't just be about using her hands but no, that would be deadly. She had to think of a way. Suddenly, Shin Songyan grabbed Lin Wanfu's chin. He lowered his eyes to look at her, his thin lips slightly parted. I will lock you up until you give birth to my child. At this point, he no longer cared whether she liked Shin Huijin or Su Che. He just wanted to use every means to keep her by his side, even if she hated him. After all, he had a lifetime to wear her down. Looking at Shin Songyan's expression, which was completely genuine, Lin Wanfu's survival instinct urged her to pull at the car door and repeatedly bang on the window glass to attract the attention of passers-by. Someone is trying to kidnap me, help. Before she could finish her plea, a large hand covered her mouth. She could only watch helplessly as the car smoothly drove out of the underground parking lot. The hand covering Lin Wanfu's mouth gradually moved down, stopping at her neck. He stroked the snow-white skin on her neck like creamy jade with his fingers and whispered, "Such a beautiful neck, it's a pity not to wear something on it. I've custom-made 2 chains for you. Do you prefer black or silver?" His deep, unfathomable eyes flashed with a hint of pathological obsession. Just from Shin Songyan's tone, Lin Wanfu knew the chains he mentioned could never be ordinary necklaces. She was both shocked and angry, but she forced herself to swallow her anger, her eyes blurred with tears as she said, "Ian, don't treat me like this. I haven't been disobedient. I did listen to you and resigned from Su Group. You can check if you don't believe me. Enduring for a moment brings peace." One day she would make a dog chain for Shin Songyan and put it around his neck. Otherwise, she could never dispel the hatred in her heart. Shin Songyan's cold lips pressed against Lin Wanfu's ear. "I don't believe a single word you say." No sooner had he finished speaking than his light kisses fell on Lin Wanfu's neck and shoulders, slowly kissing and gently biting. Under his absolute power and control, she was like an object in his palm, at his mercy to be abused as he pleased. Chapter 40. Did you hear that? She likes me. Unconsciously, the car seemed to have stopped, yet the ambiguous atmosphere inside the cabin did not cease. Ian, you hurt me." Lin Wanfu's alluring, delicate moan did nothing to deter him. Instead, it only made him want to tease her more. "It has to hurt for you to remember it." Shin Songyan grasped Lin Wanfu's hand, forcefully prying open her interlaced fingers, then pressed them against the car window glass. Since she insisted on pushing him step by step to this point, she should just endure it. It was no one's fault but hers. Lin Wanfu looked at the crazed and ruthless Shin Songyan, tears rolling down one after another from her eyes, leaving 2 faint tear streaks on her cheeks. "I really have already resigned, Ian. Please believe me once more." She bit her rosy lips tightly, struggling not to cry out loud. Her pale, delicate face was full of fear, unease, and vulnerability, looking truly pitiful. Seeing Lin Wanfu's pitiful appearance, Shin Songyan's stubborn heart softened again, but he was still angry inside. So he kept a cold expression. "Why should I believe you? You went to Su's group, surely not just because of Su Che, right? From what I know about you, you want to sabotage the cooperation between Su's group and me, don't you?" At this, a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. "You've always been greedy. If you want something, you must have it. Would you give up before achieving your goal? Not even a dog would believe that." Lin Wanfu looked at Shin Songyan with the wronged expression. "You only know how to slander me. When have I ever been greedy? I went to Su's group to be Su Che's secretary, clearly to annoy you, to get your attention. Can't you see that? Why do you have to think so badly of me?" To avoid being crushed by Shin Songyan's harshness, she racked her brains to pick words he liked to hear. "And you said I like Su Che? Have you ever looked in the mirror? With such a pretty face like yours, if I don't like you, why would I like him?" This probably pleased Shin Songyan. A trace of amusement appeared in his eyes. "You went to Su's group to get close to Su Che just to get my attention?" She really hadn't changed at all, lying non-stop. But it didn't matter. He didn't like hearing her tell the truth anyway. It only made him upset. I was wrong. Back then, I shouldn't have sulked because you forbade me from looking for Qin Yi, then been influenced by Shin Huijin, putting you in danger." Lin Wanfu's eyes were red. Her long eyelashes, like butterflies against the backlight, cast a shadow beneath her eyelids. "It was my fault. Can you give me a chance to make it up to you? Tell me, how do you want to make it up to me?" Shin Songyan watched Lin Wanfu's act leisurely. Suddenly, Lin Wanfu had a bright idea. "I remember you once said you wanted to do all the things couples do. Then let's start by going to a concert together. Coincidentally, I bought 2 tickets for a concert. I originally wanted to surprise you, but that day you left and never came back to find me, so I never got the chance to tell you." She pouted slightly as if complaining. Shin Songyan smirked. "Weren't those concert tickets meant for Su Che?" Lin Wanfu looked at Shin Songyan in surprise. "How could they be for Su Che? I don't like him. Why would I go to a concert with him?" "So, going to the concert with me means you like me?" Shin Songyan pressed. Lin Wanfu reached out and hugged Shin Songyan willingly, nestling obediently into his arms. "You know, I only like good-looking people, and you're so much better looking than Su Che. If I don't like you, who else would I like?" If it weren't for knowing exactly what Lin Wanfu has been up to at Su's group recently, Shin Songyan almost would have believed her lies. But he had no intention of exposing her. Do you think I'm better looking than Suche? Ian, do you have some misunderstanding about your own looks? Suche's face is bland and featureless. How could he possibly compare to you? Lin Wanfu spoke harshly, disparaging Suche without a trace of guilt in her eyes. She was about to be driven crazy by Shin Songyan. How could she care about other trivial matters? Shin Songyan held Lin Wanfu's hand, playing with it. I'll ask you one last time, who do you like? His tone was calm, yet carried an indescribable meaning. Under the pressure of the situation, Lin Wanfu could say anything without changing her expression. Ian, the one I like is you. Always you. Did you hear that? She likes me. Shin Songyan suddenly rolled down half the car window and locked eyes with the man outside. His gaze was full of the victorious challenger's provocation. Lin Wanfu's heart skipped a beat. She quickly realized she had been tricked by this sly bastard Shin Songyan. Shin Songyan watched the constantly changing expression on Lin Wanfu's face and found it extremely amusing. Baby, why did you stop talking when Suche showed up? Lin Wanfu turned her head stiffly, and the next second, she met a pair of furious, bloodshot eyes. The man outside didn't know how long he had been standing there or how much he had overheard. But looking at his dark, cold face, one could guess he had heard quite a lot. Suche stared fixedly at the woman in Shin Songyan's arms, gritting his teeth. Lin Wanfu, you're really something. Using me as a tool to anger Shin Songyan? And you say I look bland and uninteresting, not as good as him. No, listen to me explain. Before Lin Wanfu could finish, Shin Songyan's hand began to stroke and knead her waist gently but firmly, causing her to involuntarily let out a soft cry. He didn't care at all that Suche was still there, utterly despicable. Realizing Shin Songyan was deliberately doing this to show off to Suche, Lin Wanfu cursed him over and over in her heart. Seeing the two flirt openly, Suche was so angry his whole body ached. If the car door hadn't been locked, he might have already lost his mind and opened it to snatch her away. Shin Songyan looked up at Suche's sullen face and raised an eyebrow. Don't you see we're about to get down to business? You're still here planning to watch. Suche's head throbbed from Shin Songyan's words, so he didn't intend to let him off either. She's my wife. If there's anything going on, am I not allowed to see it as her husband? Your wife. Shin Songyan's eyes darkened. Then he looked down at Lin Wanfu's flushed face in his arms and asked softly, is that so? Before Lin Wanfu could come up with an excuse, Suche sneered, this morning she was lying on me, calling me husband and begging me to kiss her. I thought you already knew. Hearing this, Lin Wanfu was terrified. She wished she could cover Suche's foul mouth. Now it was over for her. Chapter 41, Jumping back and forth on the edge of self-destruction. Lin Wanfu was already extremely flustered, especially as she noticed Shin Songyan's gaze growing increasingly dangerous. She immediately buried her face in his neck, rubbing softly, Ian, don't listen to his nonsense. How could I possibly say such shameless things? He's slandering me. Suche laughed angrily, you say I'm slandering you? Tell me which of my words slandered you. Wasn't it you who provoked me first? Haven't you said enough shameless things? Do you want me to repeat them to you one by one? He was usually measured and rarely lost his temper, but now his expression was tense, his eyes cold as ice, and even his clear voice was filled with suppressed anger. Indeed, if the knife isn't stabbed into one's own body, one never knows the pain. He hadn't understood why Shin Songyan always acted so irrationally whenever Lin Wanfu was involved. Now he understood. Falling for a carefree woman like Lin Wanfu and being driven crazy by her was only a matter of time. Just as Shin Songyan was about to say something, he heard Lin Wanfu's unusually forceful rebuttal. Don't think you can scare me by shouting. I have a clear conscience and nothing to hide. Do you really think you can throw dirt on me with empty words? Ridiculous. You say I provoked you, can you show me any proof? Did I harass you with calls outside work hours or send you flirtatious messages? Lin Wanfu was teetering on the edge of self-destruction. To protect herself, she turned the tables. I even have the transfer records you sent me. That's your hush money. I didn't want to tear things apart with you, but since you insist on attacking me, to prove my innocence, I have to expose your true beastly nature today. Her gaze toward Suche was filled with anger, while her fingers tightly gripped Shin Songyan's clothes, knuckles whitening as if drawing security from him. Though Shin Songyan knew Lin Wanfu was pretending, seeing her red eyes and nose made her look like a helpless little victim, and he felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. He had thought about giving up on his feelings for Lin Wanfu to stop the endless entanglement that only hurt both of them. But she was the woman he had loved for 6 whole years. Letting go was like cutting off a part of his own body. It wasn't that easy. Suche looked at the two leaning on each other in the back seat, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, and said darkly, I want to hear what other nonsense you can come up with. Ian, the reason I suddenly resigned from Sue's group isn't just because of you, but also because of Suche, this beast. He tried to take advantage of me and wanted to force himself on me. Lin Wanfu sobbed as she took out her phone and opened the saved screenshots of transfer records. Look, these are all hush money from him. You're not a fool. You know there's no such thing as a free lunch. If he hadn't done something terrible, why would he give me so much money? At this moment, she couldn't help but feel grateful for her careful nature, always leaving herself a way out just in case it might come in handy someday. At first, she blackmailed Suche because she feared being exposed by Shin Songyan or Shin Huijing for her intentions toward Suche. She had already planned that if discovered, she would claim she was after Suche's money. Anyway, they couldn't know she was after the man himself, or she would definitely be locked away. Shin Songyan said coldly, Suche, our cooperation ends here. Suche laughed bitterly with rage, but not because of Shin Songyan. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Wanfu, a dark color swirling in his eyes. This woman, seemingly as fragile as a bindweed, was actually full of poison. Lin Wanfu, I underestimated you. I've taken note of what happened today. You better pray that Shin Songyan can protect you for life. If you fall into my hands, I'll make sure you know what it truly means to have a beast's heart behind a human face. After saying that, Suche left with a dark expression. The car window slowly rolled up. Shin Songyan pinched Lin Wanfu's chin and kissed her, his voice hoarse. Ruined my cooperation with Sue's group, satisfied? You also bankrupted my family. Lin Wanfu turned her head to avoid Shin Songyan's grip, as if sulking with him. Shin Songyan slowly lowered his head, leaning close to Lin Wanfu, whispering near her ear, why don't you beg me, flatter me, and I'll consider investing in your dad's new company. If he really wanted to suppress the Lin family, her father wouldn't have had the chance to start a new company. But Lin Wanfu wouldn't care about that. She would only remember that he destroyed her family. Thinking about it, she probably wished he would disappear without a trace tomorrow. Even so, he had no regrets. No matter what he did, he couldn't win her heart. Compared to being completely forgotten by her, he'd rather be hated and despised, at least then she would remember him. Lin Wanfu pressed down hard on Shin Songyan's hand, stopping his increasingly inappropriate actions. Feeling wronged, this car isn't even soundproof. She really wanted to curse. A dog like Shin Songyan, who always wanted to strip her clothes, deserved to be the male lead? The author of this book must be crazy. Shin Songyan loved Lin Wanfu's coquettish weakness. He could clearly feel his own excitement. Good girl, since you know it's not soundproof, just endure it and don't make a sound. His fingertips gently brushed Lin Wanfu's skin, caressing the lace edge of her black stockings. Feeling the unusual touch, Lin Wanfu's eyes instantly widened. Shin Songyan, you're not human at all. You're just a dog constantly in heat. Even though she tried hard to hold back, she couldn't help but let out a broken whimper. Shin Songyan chuckled lowly, you say I'm a dog? Then if I have you, what are you? Lin Wanfu understood the implication. How dare you insult me? Without thinking, she slapped Shin Songyan. Afterwards, she regretted it a little. If she provoked Shin Songyan, she'd be the one suffering. She was about to soften and coax him when she heard his dog-like words again. I didn't insult you. You insisted on taking it personally. How's that my fault? Shin Songyan raised his hand to touch his slapped face, his strength better than last time. It seemed to hurt more than a little kitten's scratch. Lin Wanfu had no way to deal with Shin Songyan. She was both angry and anxious. You just know how to bully me. As she spoke, tears rolled down, her voice choking. Shin Songyan pulled Lin Wanfu into his arms. You're the one who cursed and hit me. You say I'm bullying you? Who taught you to fake injuries like that? Though his words were cold and harsh, his action of wiping Lin Wanfu's tears was especially gentle. Lin Wanfu didn't appreciate it at all. When she was truly angry, she wouldn't listen to anyone. I don't care, you're bullying me. You're a bad seed. I hate you. Shin Songyan bent down and bit Lin Wanfu's shoulder. His gaze was full of possessiveness, his aggression as strong as a beast's. Good girl, remember. You're only allowed to hate me in your heart. Otherwise, I'll gag you so you won't say things I don't want to hear. Chapter 42. Are you poaching? I want to join too. You bit me again, and you say you're not a dog? Lin Wanfu glared fiercely at Shin Songyan. However, at this moment, her hair was messy and her eyes were moist and watery. So her feigned fierceness didn't come off as aggressive. Instead, it carried a hint of coquettishness, making one want to do something even more outrageous to her. Yeah, I'm a dog and I only bite you. As if to prove the truth of this statement, Shin Songyan hugged Lin Wanfu again, leaning close to her neck and leaving a conspicuous red mark on her snow-white skin. You shameless rogue, you scoundrel. Lin Wanfu's chest heaved with anger at Shin Songyan's shamelessness. Could this be karma? She had just made Suche so angry he was half dead, and now Shin Songyan was making her so mad she wanted to stab him. Shin Songyan laughed instead of getting angry. That's a really nice insult. Call him mean or crazy, it didn't matter. He just liked seeing Lin Wanfu helpless and at a loss. She was just too adorable. Lin Wanfu felt an inexplicable sense of powerlessness, like punching cotton. She was completely helpless against Shin Songyan. She had thought about running away, but where could she go? Shin Songyan wielded such power domestically that he knew her every move. If she rashly went abroad, with Shin Songyan's vast influence overseas, it was obvious she would become a dish on his table at his mercy. That would truly be calling to heaven and earth in vain. Why stop insulting me? Shin Songyan's cool fingers lifted Lin Wanfu's chin. Daring to daydream in front of him, could she be thinking about some other wild man? At that thought, Shin Songyan's eyes darkened, and his expression showed displeasure. Lin Wanfu pouted. Your face is as thick as a city wall. Insulting you is just a waste of breath. Shin Songyan said nothing, only, come home with me or go to the concert. Choose one. Go to the concert, Lin Wanfu answered without hesitation. Because this was a single-choice question. Unless she was out of her mind, she wouldn't choose to go home with Shin Songyan. Home. That meant his bed. A flicker of disappointment passed through Shin Songyan's eyes, but in the blink of an eye, his expression turned indifferent again. Tell me the address. I don't know. You figure it out yourself. Lin Wanfu took out 2 concert tickets and handed them to Shin Song-yen. Luckily, she hadn't lost them, or she wouldn't have been able to explain. The concert was dazzling with starlight, countless spotlights shining on the huge stage. Chu Qixin had given VIP tickets, so Lin Wanfu and Shin Sung-yen's box had an excellent view, able to take in the sea of people below. The entire venue was packed, colorful light boards illuminating excited faces. As the music's prelude began, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. There were all kinds of shouts, noisy and chaotic, but soon all voices were drowned out by the name Chu Qixin. Lin Wanfu's gaze was drawn to the 7 or 8 boys on stage, each with distinctive looks. She immediately spotted Chu Qixin standing center stage. He wore stage makeup, delicate and beautiful. Though there were many on stage, Chu Qixin was dazzling. His silver-white short hair was styled fluffy and smooth, and his bright blue eyes were round and clear. When he smiled, he radiated sunshine. His face was clearly blessed by heaven, born to be a top star. Shin Song-yen sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Seeing Lin Wanfu watching intently, he suddenly pulled her into his arms, forcing her to look at him. Changing tastes? Now you like little boys? He glanced at Chu Qixin out of the corner of his eye. He looked quite young, so she could say it. Lin Wanfu looked at Shin Song-yen with a dissatisfied expression. What nonsense are you talking about? Can't I just be watching their performance purely? I'm not like you without limits or morals. Shin Song-yen gave Lin Wanfu a sidelong glance and said sarcastically, you're so moral, yet you're two-timing. It was always Lin Wanfu who wrongly accused others. She couldn't stand being falsely accused herself, so she angrily said, when have I ever two-timed? Don't just blurt things out. They were the ones who insisted on pestering her, acting like her sycophants. What did that have to do with her? How did it become her two-timing? Shin Song-yen lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. I'm not strict enough, you attempted to two-time but failed. Lin Wanfu. He was surprisingly straightforward. Since the conversation had come this far, she knew there was no point in arguing. Lin Wanfu simply laid her cards on the table. Yes, I'm a bad woman. You better run quickly or I'll deceive you emotionally, financially, and physically. That last part was a slip of the tongue. I won't deceive you physically, she quickly corrected. Deceive physically? Did Shin Song-yen, that bastard, even need to deceive? He probably couldn't wait to do that with her. A faint smirk curled on Shin Song-yen's lips. Haven't you heard that evil people are dealt with by evil people? Bad women like you deserve to be dealt with by evil men like me. Lin Wanfu snorted coldly. You're all talk. Are you sure I'm only good with words? Shin Song-yen suddenly grabbed Lin Wanfu's face, his fingertips gently stroking her moist, swollen lips, and said softly, I just tasted them a few days ago. Forgotten so soon? Looks like I need to remind you. You. Lin Wanfu seemed to remember something, and her face instantly flushed. Compared to Shin Song-yen, she was still too conservative. Only he could say such reckless things in a place where people might overhear without batting an eye. Shin Song-yen, let me go. Upon hearing this, Shin Song-yen held her even tighter. He pressed down on Lin Wanfu, struggling in his arms, his deep voice hoarse with a hint of roughness. Why struggle? Want me to take care of you right here? Lin Wanfu immediately quieted down because Shin Song-yen, this beast, might actually do it. Seeing this, Shin Song-yen just kissed Lin Wanfu. Don't disturb me while I'm watching their performance, Lin Wanfu said unhappily, pushing his face away. Shin Song-yen was a man who liked quiet. He rarely went to lively places and had no interest in the singing and dancing on stage. Afterward, Lin Wanfu was held in Shin Song-yen's arms watching the stage performance, while he held his phone, seemingly dealing with work, his long fingers occasionally tapping the screen. Shin Song-yen didn't hide anything from Lin Wanfu, so when she looked down, she saw what was on his phone. It seemed to be work-related. No wonder Shin Song-yen could make money. He could focus on work even in such a noisy environment. Lin Wanfu tried to break free from his hold while he was focused on work, but it was useless. She had to soften her voice and act coquettishly. Ian, I want to go to the restroom. If I don't see you back in 20 minutes, I'll personally come get you. Shin Song-yen said this and then released her. Lin Wanfu pouted, reluctantly submitting to Shin Song-yen's dominance. Leaving the private room, she asked a corridor attendant and then headed toward the restroom. Just as she passed a slightly open door, a large hand suddenly pulled Lin Wanfu into the room. She was completely stunned. Immediately, the world spun wildly. When Lin Wanfu came to her senses, she found herself pressed against the wall behind the door, her mouth covered by someone's hand. It's me, don't scream, Suyu said. Seeing Lin Wanfu blink, Suyu gradually loosened his hand from her mouth. What are you two doing? Chu Qixin pushed open the door to his lounge and saw Suyu and Lin Wanfu in a very intimate pose, almost like a wall slam. No, listen to me, Suyu said, caught off guard by Chu Qixin's early return, feeling flustered. You don't need to explain. I know you're trying to steal Shin Huijin away. Since I caught you, I 1 and 2, or else I'll report your affair. Suyu. He felt so wronged with nowhere to plead his case. Chapter 43, Younger Age, Wilder Nature. Chu Qixin walked in and suddenly grabbed Lin Wanfu's hand, which was pressed against Suyu's chest, his fingers ambiguously stroking her wrist. Sister, since you've accepted Suyu, you shouldn't mind if I join in, right? There seemed to be some glitter on his eyelids, flashing with each blink, catching the eye. Lin Wanfu just looked at Chu Qixin in surprise. She didn't answer his question, nor did she pull away from his touch, maintaining an attitude of neither acceptance nor rejection. You actually said that out loud? Suyu forcefully pried Chu Qixin's hand away, then pulled Lin Wanfu behind him. He guarded against Chu Qixin like he was a thief. Chu Qixin glared at Suyu in displeasure. Who are you to talk? You're a third party too. Are you allowed to be the mistress but I'm not allowed to be the fourth? After going home that day, he had secretly inquired about Lin Wanfu. He already knew that Lin Wanfu was previously Shen Sangyan's fiancé, and later got entangled with Shen Huijin. There were even rumors that soon Shen Huijin would marry Lin Wanfu. Yet now Suyu was hiding with Lin Wanfu in his personal lounge, hugging and cuddling. Chu Qixin, who do you think is the mistress? The veins on Suyu's temple twitched, his fists clenched tightly. Although Chu Qixin was never very smart, he hadn't found him this annoying before. Sure enough, in this book, any male creature who met Lin Wanfu would start thinking with their lower body. This setup made him start to suspect that the version he read before entering the book was a censored edition. Damn, this sly author really kept some tricks up his sleeve, not treating his brothers as brothers at all. Seeing Suyu's ever-changing expression, Chu Qixin mistakenly thought he was unhappy about him joining in. He snorted coldly. If I hadn't suddenly come back, you two might have been hugging and kissing by now. If you're not the mistress stealing someone else's partner, then what are you pretending? Lin Wanfu almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Suyu, this sudden heavy accusation caught him completely off guard. There was no doubt Lin Wanfu was beautiful and kissable, but did he dare kiss her? If he had that courage, he wouldn't be so afraid and wary of Shen Songyan and Shen Huijin. Forget it, I won't argue with you. You go out first, I have something to say to her, Suyu said with restraint. Chu Qixin sat down directly on the nearby sofa, chin slightly raised. This is my lounge. On what grounds do you want me to leave? Suyu steeled himself and said in a low voice, you already know I'm having an affair with Lin Wanfu. Right? Are you staying here to keep watch for us? He didn't even dare look at Lin Wanfu when he said this, his ears red as if about to bleed. Chu Qixin propped his elbow on the sofa armrest, lightly supporting his cheek with his palm. His thick, curled eyelashes fluttered like two little fans, looking extremely innocent. But what he said was not so innocent. You're hiding here having an affair for the thrill, right? Wouldn't it be even more thrilling if the three of us did it together? What did you say? Suyu was full of question marks. What did he mean by the three of them being more thrilling? Surely he didn't mean that kind of thrill. Seriously, before entering the entertainment industry, hadn't Chu Qixin ever undergone idol training? Speaking so recklessly. If such outrageous remarks were exposed online, wouldn't Chu Qixin's debut be a disaster? Chu Qixin picked up a glass of vodka from the table and drank it all in one go. A trace of haze appeared in his eyes. Sister, you see, so you can't even accept one more person. How can a man like him, who binds his feet, truly bring you happiness? Why don't you just abandon him and be with me? Seeing Chu Qixin blatantly dragging him down, Suyu's gaze grew a bit angry. It was a pity that he used to think he was a naive and sweet guy, always treating him like a younger brother, helping him hide from skipping classes and copying homework. In reality, this guy was a wolf in sheep's clothing. You're right, the younger you are, the wilder you are. Lin Wanfu looked at Suyu, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips, making the fresh flowers in the vase behind her lose their color. Both Suyu and Chu Qixin were dazzled by Lin Wanfu's brilliant smile. After a long while, Suyu finally came back to his senses. Since time was tight, he didn't bother that Chu Qixin was still there. Lin Wanfu, listen to me. I've already found a way to cause some trouble for Shen Songyan's company. He won't have time to deal with you for now. You must have him send you home immediately afterward. I'll be waiting downstairs at your place. I have something very important to take you to do. This is your last chance to change your fate. You must come downstairs before 10 o'clock, got it? Suyu tightly grasped Lin Wanfu's shoulders, speaking quickly with obvious urgency. How could he not be anxious? If he missed this chance, he would have no other way to help Lin Wanfu. How do you know where I live? A flicker of doubt passed through Lin Wanfu's eyes. Even Suche didn't know her address, but Suyu did. That's a secret. I'll be waiting behind the third flower bed downstairs at your place. As long as you come to find me before 10 tonight, I can answer all your questions. Suyu fixed his gaze on Lin Wanfu for a long moment before lowering his eyes, hiding the complex emotions beneath. He didn't know when it started, but he had inexplicably become more and more concerned about Lin Wanfu, to the point that even his original intention had changed. You're so annoying, always keeping secrets. Lin Wanfu pouted unhappily, but undeniably, her curiosity was thoroughly piqued by Suyu. Every time she was with Suyu, he gave her a particularly strange feeling. Although he hid it well, she could still sense that he seemed to have no sense of belonging in this world. He always viewed everyone around him as an outsider, playing the role of Suyu when necessary. Most importantly, he knew everything that was going to happen in the future. Even if he was a reborn person, he couldn't possibly know how many flower beds were downstairs at her home, right? So the most likely explanation was that he wasn't a reborn person but a transmigrator. Since the world she was in was a novel, it was normal for a transmigrator to appear, wasn't it? Just as Lin Wanfu returned thoughtfully to the private room where Shen Songyan was, Suyu was about to leave Chu Qixin's lounge, but he was called back. What exactly did you mean by what you just said to Lin Wanfu? And what are you taking her to do? Chu Qixin unconsciously tightened his grip on the wine glass. This feeling of being excluded was unpleasant. Suyu's eyes darkened. The more you know, the worse it is for you. Shu Qixin sneered, she's right. You're the most annoying person, always keeping secrets. Shu Qixin, I'll remind you one last time. If you don't want to die mysteriously one day, you'd better stay away from Lin Wanfu. There are only mad dogs around her that will bite. With that, Siyu left. For the sake of friendship, he certainly didn't want Shu Qixin to meet with misfortune, but it's hard to reason with a damn ghost. That was all he had to say. Chapter 44. The gears of fate began to turn after Lin Wanfu returned to the private room on time. She told Shin Songyan that she wanted to go home, and he did not refuse. After sending her home, Shin Songyan hurriedly left, looking like he really had something urgent to attend to. After thinking for a moment, she rummaged through her house and found a bottle of high-concentration pepper spray. Although she could feel that Suyu had no ill intentions toward her, one must always be cautious. Having brought plenty of useful self-defense items, she went downstairs to the third flower bed. There she saw the young man waiting behind the flower bed. The young man wore a black windbreaker zipped all the way up. His flaxen messy hair looked fluffy under the warm orange light, making his delicate features stand out and giving off a very easy-to-bully impression. His appearance showed no aggression, making it easy for people to let their guard down. Suyu, shouldn't you tell me now where you're taking me? Hearing the familiar soft voice, Suyu, who was looking at his phone, was momentarily stunned. Then he looked up at the newcomer. She had changed clothes and coincidentally, she was also wearing a black windbreaker. If one didn't look carefully, it looked like they were wearing matching couple outfits. Suyu's face uncontrollably flushed, but thinking he still had important matters to attend to, he said seriously, Qin Yi escaped from L and returned to the country, but he was seriously injured and suffered memory loss due to a heavy blow to the head. At 2 a.m. tonight he will be chased and knocked unconscious by the largest assassin organization in L in a small alley on Beifeng Street in the southern part of the city. Based on the plot in the book, he could think of only 2 ways to change Lin Wanfu's ending. One was to have Lin Wanfu contact Pei Qingwei early to dismantle the powerful forces of the male lead, Shin Songyan. Unfortunately, this plan was ruined by Shin Huijin. His other plan was to safely deliver Lin Wanfu to Qin Yi before Shin Songyan and Shin Huijin found out. Qin Yi was the only person in the book who would not harm her. Even with all his memories lost, Qin Yi would instinctively find his way back to the country, even crawling if necessary. It was clear how much Qin Yi loved Lin Wanfu. However, fate played tricks. Qin Yi didn't know that Lin Wanfu had moved with her father, so he went in the wrong direction. When reading the book, he envied Lin Wanfu. So many people in the book treated her well and loved her. That was something he never had. He had never been loved. From birth, he was seen as a burden by everyone. Even his biological parents didn't love or want him. In the real world, lying in a hospital bed, the most common thing he heard was, "Why aren't you dead yet? Why do you still live to burden the family?" He was in pain. He wanted to go out and work to earn money, but his congenital heart disease made it difficult even to leave the ward. Like a bird trapped in a cage, he was confined to a small hospital room, counting the days waiting for death. Why do you know all this so clearly? Lin Wanfu asked the question that had been on her mind. Siyu suppressed the fleeting sadness in his eyes, looked down at Lin Wanfu and said hoarsely, I not only know these things, but I also know that if we don't find Qin Yi before 2 a.m., he will be taken out of Jinghai City by a girl named Zhang Xiaoya. This was also a major tragic point in the book. Zhang Xiaoya was a lively and cheerful girl. If she hadn't met Qin Yi after graduating from university, she would have returned to her hometown, found a stable job, and lived a peaceful life. But the gears of fate made Zhang Xiaoya meet Qin Yi, who wandered in the gray area. She fell in love with him at first sight, risked danger to save him, and even took him home. After Qin Yi woke up, he left without a word. He returned to Jinghai City and even found the Lin family's old residence, but no matter how thoroughly he searched, he couldn't find the person he wanted to see. He couldn't remember what that person looked like or what their name was. He only knew that this person was very important to him. This is how it was described in the book. Later, Zhang Xiaoya found Qin Yi under a dilapidated bridge and brought the lost and disoriented him back home. At first, Zhang Xiaoya thought Qin Yi was naturally taciturn and slow to warm up, but in the end, she realized that his heart had long been occupied by someone else, leaving no room for anyone else. Even if she died in front of him, it wouldn't move him. Who is Zhang Xiaoya? Lin Wanfu searched her memory but found no recollection of that name. The storyline she received from System 0573 didn't include this person. Siyu said lightly, a big fool. How could he not be? Knowing he would die yet still recklessly charging into the line of fire. Lin Wanfu deliberately probed, you're so strange. Could it be that you're one of those book transmigrators written about in novels? Hearing this, Siyu was momentarily stunned. Then he immediately caught on and mercilessly mocked. Lin Wanfu, you must have read too many melodramatic novels and fried your brain. A transmigrator? Why don't you say I'm an alien undercover on Earth? He didn't want to be treated as an outcast like last time, so he had to keep the secret of transmigration well hidden. Lin Wanfu wasn't going to let Siyu off easily. Then how do you know so much? Siyu replied casually, actually, I learned fortune-telling from someone. I predicted you'd have a bloody disaster in the future. They say heavenly secrets shouldn't be revealed. By telling you this, I'm risking thunderbolts from the sky. You should be grateful. Siyu, why are you helping me? Lin Wanfu's eyelashes drooped slightly, making it hard to read her expression, whether she believed him or not. Just because I pity you, Ziyu said casually. He glanced at the time on his watch again. It's already 11 o'clock. If you don't come with me to find Qin Yi, you'll be nothing more than a plaything to Shen Songyan for the rest of your life. This was somewhat slanderous toward Shen Songyan, but Ziyu was forced into it. If he didn't scare Lin Wanfu, she probably wouldn't follow him. Suddenly, Lin Wanfu said something shocking. Ziyu, do you like me too? How could I possibly like you? Ziyu retorted hastily without thinking, but his racing heart betrayed him. Even though Ziyu had just embarrassed her, Lin Wanfu laughed instead. It's good you don't like me. I don't want you to like me either because everyone who likes me ends up becoming someone I hate. Sometimes I even wonder if there's something wrong with me that makes them turn out that way. Catching the melancholy in Lin Wanfu's eyes, Ziyu couldn't tell if she was acting since she was the best at lying, but he genuinely felt sorry for her. Lin Wanfu, it's not your fault. It's their unhealthy feelings toward you. True love should be about respect and restraint, not control and possession. Ziyu looked at Lin Wanfu seriously and emphasized each word, it's not your fault. Lin Wanfu suddenly reached out and hugged Ziyu tightly. Can you really help me escape their control? If you trust me, I can help you. The clear voice of the young man by her ear sounded especially resolute. Lin Wanfu's eyes curved slightly, her smile blooming like a flower. So easy to fool. Chapter 45 Shen Songyan, someone wants to kill me. The streets were especially quiet in the early morning, with very few vehicles passing by, let alone pedestrians. Ziyu held his phone for navigation, occasionally looking up to observe the surrounding buildings. When the street sign for Beifeng Street came into view, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't gotten lost. He silenced his phone and put it away, then turned to look at Lin Wanfu, who was closely following behind him. We're here. This is the place, but I don't know exactly which alley Qin Yi is in. We'll have to go in and look. Lin Wanfu glanced at the dimly lit street, then suddenly grabbed Suyu's hand. It's so dark inside. Can you hold my hand? I'm a little scared. Meeting Lin Wanfu's affectionate peach blossom eyes, Ziyu awkwardly looked away. He forced himself to stay calm and said, let's be clear, this is you asking me to hold your hand, not me trying to take advantage of you. Lin Wanfu obediently nodded. Yes, it's not that you want to take advantage of me, it's that I'm letting you. Why do the more you say that, the weirder it sounds to me? Ziyu felt something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. But finding the person was the priority, so he didn't think too much about it. Beifeng Street was remote, surrounded by old, uninhabited houses. The streetlights on both sides had been broken for years, flickering on and off. The ground was full of potholes and occasionally one or two rats would scurry out from the corners. It was Lin Wanfu's first time stepping into such a dirty and chaotic place. She felt uneasy but forced herself to follow Ziyu forward. No matter what, she had to find Qin Yi. Suddenly, a crack sound rang out. Lin Wanfu's face paled and she instinctively tightened her grip on Suyu's hand, catching his attention. Ziyu tilted his head to look at her, noticing her obvious discomfort. He lowered his voice to comfort her, don't be afraid, it's just a crush can. Saying that, he kicked away the flattened can at Lin Wanfu's feet, as if venting on her behalf. There are so many alleys here. Can we really find Qin Yi before 2 a.m.? Lin Wanfu worried. Where there's a will, there's a way. Ziyu couldn't promise Lin Wanfu anything. Since stepping onto Beifeng Street, he had a bad feeling, but he didn't want to say it and add to her burden. They searched alley by alley along the road. Throughout, Ziyu kept a close eye on Lin Wanfu, carefully kicking away bottles and stones on the ground to prevent her from tripping. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached. Out of the corner of his eye, Ziyu saw several dark figures. He quickly pulled Lin Wanfu to hide behind a shipping container and covered her mouth to keep her quiet. There's blood on the ground. He must be nearby. Split up and find him. Kill him on sight. The man's cold voice was emotionless but filled with terrifying murderous intent. Ziyu felt like crying but had no tears. He was worried something would go wrong, so he had followed the exact route that Zhang Xiaoye took in the story. In the story, Zhang Xiaoye never encountered the assassins chasing Qin Yi. So why did he have to run into them? This plot is seriously unfair. Who's there? Come out. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Ziyu had no time to think. He grabbed Lin Wanfu and ran. Boss, it's not Qin Yi. Should we chase? The man in black turned to the man who had spoken first, cautiously glanced at him, then immediately lowered his head. Go. Keep it quiet and clean it up. The man stood quietly under an eave, the dim light obscuring his features, faintly outlining a delicate and superior profile. His jawline was beautifully curved, his demeanor cold and mysteriously unfathomable, possessing an inexplicable allure. Yet, he exuded an aura of detachment, giving the impression of being close yet unreachable. Yes, boss. After speaking, the man in black quickly disappeared into the night. The night was hazy and silent, with the chaotic sound of footsteps unusually clear. Ziyu led Lin Wanfu to hide here and there, but the masked man in black relentlessly pursued them. It was obvious he had no intention of letting them go. Ziyu, I can't run anymore. Lin Wanfu was delicate and couldn't endure such torment. If Ziyu hadn't supported her, she would have almost collapsed. Seeing this, Ziyu frowned deeply, then bent down and said in a low voice, Get on, I'll carry you. Lin Wanfu obediently leaned on Ziyu's back. Siyu carried Lin Wanfu, winding through twists and turns to evade their pursuer. Fortunately, she felt light as a feather, so he didn't feel any weight. Suddenly feeling a wetness on his neck, Siyu suppressed his inner fear and comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Nothing will happen to you. Have you forgotten? I can tell fortunes. Before we left, I cast a divination. Even if we face danger today, we'll turn misfortune into fortune. It was only natural for Lin Wanfu to be scared to tears. If conditions allowed, he too would want to cry out for help. Who wouldn't be afraid when chased by an assassin? That was a ruthless fugitive who killed without blinking. Really? Lin Wanfu's choked voice trembled, evoking deep sympathy. While watching for obstacles ahead, Siyu distractedly said to Lin Wanfu, I'm not like you who always likes to lie. I never lie. He only occasionally told small, well-meaning lies. Do you have Shin Seungyeon's number in your phone? Lin Wanfu suddenly asked. She had left her phone at home before leaving. Otherwise, she would have contacted Shin Seungyeon to save her long ago. Although she disliked Shin Seungyeon, she couldn't deny that he gave her a strong sense of security. As long as Shin Seungyeon was around, no danger except the one he personally brought would happen to her, and her troubles would disappear. Siyu thought for a moment and said, I have his number. The phone is in my pocket. In such a critical moment, he couldn't care about anything else. He just hoped Shin Seungyeon hadn't blocked his number. Otherwise, he and Lin Wanfu would have to check out early tonight. Lin Wanfu, aware of the urgency, fumbled in Suyu's pocket, found the phone, searched the contacts for Shin Seungyeon's number, and dialed. But after several attempts with no answer, and the assassin's figure drawing closer, Lin Wanfu grew anxious, tears streaming uncontrollably. Fortunately, on the fifth call, the phone finally connected. Shin Seungyeon, save me. Someone wants to kill me. Pei Qingwei, holding Shin Seungyeon's phone, heard the terrified, incoherent voice of the woman on the other end. His expression froze and he said blankly, Wanman, is that you? The voice was so familiar that even after 7 years, he still remembered it vividly. Hearing a voice clearly not Shin Seungyeon's on the line, Lin Wanfu's heart sank halfway. Don't ask who I am. Just pass a message to Shin Seungyeon. If he doesn't come to Beifeng Street soon, he can prepare to collect Lin Wanfu's body. Lin Wanfu. Pei Qingwei wanted to say more, but the call was cut off. When he tried again, the phone was off. What are you doing with my phone? Shin Seungyeon strode into the office and snatched the phone from Pei Qingwei's hand. Pei Qingwei looked uncertain and said, your phone kept ringing just now, so I answered it for you. That Miss Lin from your family asked me to tell you that someone wants to kill her. He had heard the name Lin Wanfu before and knew she was Shin Seungyeon's former fiancée, but he never expected her voice to sound so much like Wanwan's. Moreover, both their names contained the character Wan. Chapter 46 Danger. Because it was too dark, so you didn't see the road clearly and accidentally tripped over a wooden plank on the ground. The moment he fell, he instinctively shielded Lin Wanfu, making himself a human cushion for her. The sudden accident caused Lin Wanfu to lose grip of her phone, which fell into a pile of debris. Hiss! Sharp steel nails on the wooden plank scratched Suyu's back, causing him to gasp in pain. Lin Wanfu felt the blood on Suyu's back, her eyes full of panic and helplessness. You're bleeding. Of course, she wasn't worried about Suyu. She was just afraid that if he died, no one would protect her. Little mouse, you're quite fast. A cold, sinister voice came from behind. Hearing this, Siyu casually picked up a wooden stick from the ground. Then Siyu gritted his teeth and stood up despite the pain. He positioned Lin Wanfu behind him and calmly said, I know, people in your line of work are only after money. My brother is the president of Su Group. My family has no shortage of money. As long as you let me and my girlfriend go, I promise not to pursue this, and I'll give you a huge sum of money to disappear far away. The offer is tempting, the man said as he stepped closer, the knife in his hand gleaming coldly. His face was covered by a mask, making it hard to see his features, but his exposed eyes were fierce and cruel. But unfortunately, my boss has already given a death order. I can't let you see the sun tomorrow. Just bad luck for you. Siyu retreated while whispering to Lin Wanfu behind him, run quickly, don't worry about me. But I don't know the way. Lin Wanfu was terrified. Her soft little voice trembled uncontrollably, faintly tinged with tears. The surrounding alleys were pitch black and looked dangerous. She had no idea where to run. Siyu realized that if Lin Wanfu ran alone in such a place, it might be even less safe than staying here. He was suddenly caught in a dilemma. The man looked at Suyu, who was still trying to resist, and said impatiently, stop struggling. My knife is fast. You'll feel no pain once your eyes close. Siyu sighed heavily. I never thought I'd die alongside the person I hate most. Then he threw a punch at the approaching man. The man dodged swiftly. He instinctively reached for his gun but remembered his boss's order and had to pull back. What a pain. The man muttered a curse under his breath. Siyu had learned some martial arts and trained regularly, but after all, he was just an ordinary college student. How could he be a match for a professional killer? After a few exchanges, Siyu was kicked hard and flew into a broken wall. He collapsed weakly to his knees, blood continuously dripping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Wanfu hurried over to support him. Siyu, don't die. If you die, what will I do? She bit her lips, almost colorless, her delicate face stained with tears, evoking pity. Siyu's complexion was extremely pale. He stammered, sorry, it's my fault. I got you into this. Probably injured internally, he kept coughing up blood, clearly near death. Realizing this, Lin Wanfu forced herself to calm down, not to be afraid, and to find a way to survive. Look on the bright side. At least your girlfriend will die with you. You should be grateful. Just as the man's knife swung down, Lin Wanfu suddenly turned to look at him, locking eyes with him. Aren't you looking for Qin Yi? I know where he is. After running for her life for a long time, the woman's hair was somewhat disheveled, and her face was smudged with a bit of dirt, but this did not affect her beauty in the slightest, it only made her more pitiable. The man was completely captivated by Lin Wanfu's beauty to the point that he didn't even catch what she was saying. He just blankly sheathed his knife. Seeing that the news of releasing Qin Yi had worked, Lin Wanfu couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. Although this trick wouldn't hold for long, it could at least buy some time and a chance to survive. But what she didn't expect was that the man said, "You're so beautiful it would be a pity to kill you. Why don't you come with me? I won't kill you and I'll even pay you." His gaze toward Lin Wanfu was full of infatuation. Lin Wanfu was a bit speechless. She had thought it was her quick thinking that made the man put down his knife, but it turned out to be her looks. After a long silence without Lin Wanfu's reply, the man's brows furrowed with displeasure. "Isn't it better to be with me than with your pretty boy boyfriend?" Seeing the man's lecherous intentions toward Lin Wanfu, so you didn't hesitate to pick up a stone from the ground and throw it at him. You toad wanting to eat swan meat, Tui." The man grabbed the stone with one hand. "Humph, since you want to die so badly, I'll send you to meet the king of hell right now. Go ahead, if you have the guts, kill me first." So you stared at the man fearlessly. Even though he was covered in wounds at this moment, he still stood firmly in front of Lin Wanfu without backing down. He had died once before, in fact he was more afraid of death than anyone, but he didn't want her to get hurt. She was so prone to crying, if she got hurt, she would probably cry her eyes out again. Of course, this wasn't because he cared about her, he was just afraid she would go complain to Shin Songyan and Shin Huijin, dragging the Su family into trouble. After all, she was even better at implicating others than ancient emperors. If she was unhappy, she would make the whole family unhappy. "You have some backbone. I've suddenly changed my mind. I won't kill you first. I want you to watch with your own eyes how I take your girlfriend. Just thinking about it excites me." The man's gaze swept past Suyu and landed on Lin Wanfu behind him. That sticky, lustful look was very uncomfortable. "She's not my girlfriend." Suyu squeezed his palm hard, using the pain to keep himself conscious. Then he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. "If you're not afraid of dying, then touch her." The man sneered disdainfully. "No matter whose girlfriend she is after tonight, she will be mine." The assassin organization most detested hypocrisy. Normally, he would never risk disobeying his boss's orders, but this woman was just too beautiful. He couldn't bring himself to kill her. So he suddenly sneered coldly. "I know you're a professional assassin from the biggest assassin organization in air, Night Hawk. You must have heard of Shin Songyan from District 7 of Costly, and she is Shin Songyan's fiancée. Do you dare to touch her?" Shin Songyan had a huge private armed force abroad. If he really got provoked, even Night Hawk, the biggest assassin organization in air, would have a hard time. Air and Costly were only separated by a river. The man had of course heard of Shin Songyan. He looked coldly at Suyu. "Don't try to scare me. Shin Songyan has no damn fiancé. He doesn't even have a female mosquito around him." The organization had previously received a bounty on Shin Songyan and even sent a beautiful female assassin to kill him. But that beautiful female assassin came back lying down. So you had no other choice. Lin Wanfu run. Running away was at least a chance to survive. He would try to hold off the man as long as possible to buy her time to escape. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Wanfu realized that running away was the best option among all. In the end, Lin Wanfu chose to leave Suyu behind and ran into an alley with an uncertain path ahead. Suyu was even prepared for death. But in the end, he underestimated Lin Wanfu's appeal to men. He didn't expect the man to give up killing him and instead chase after the fleeing Lin Wanfu, which caught him off guard. He wanted to pursue her too, but he was powerless. Chapter 47 scared her. "Then you deserve to die." The night was pitch black, as if the sky was covered by a huge dark curtain without even the faintest glimmer of stars. Lin Wanfu dared not stop running for a moment. The pitch-black alley where she couldn't see her own hand instinctively filled her with fear, but she could only hold back her tears silently. However, no matter how desperately she ran, it was all in vain. She had run into a dead end. "Be obedient and don't run around. If my colleagues find you by accident, I won't be able to save you." The man walked slowly toward Lin Wanfu. The dry branches on the ground made faint cracking sounds under his combat boots, like alarms striking the heart. Lin Wanfu retreated while thinking of a strategy. She definitely couldn't win in a fight. Only by outsmarting him could she survive. "I really am Shin Songyan's fiancé. If you dare to do anything to me today, he will definitely avenge me. Then your organization will only choose to sacrifice you to keep the peace. How about this? You take me to see your boss and I'll tell you where Qin Yi is. That way you won't take any risk and can even earn merit." Such an obvious choice to seek benefit and avoid harm, anyone would choose the latter. That killer boss who talked about killing all the time was probably no good either, but she had no other way. At this point, she could only take it step by step. "You really are smart. Too bad I won't let you see my boss. A hint of admiration flashed in the man's eyes. Why? Lin Wanfu's beautiful peach blossom eyes widened slightly, filled with panic, confusion, and fear. You're too beautiful. If the boss takes a fancy to you, then I won't have a chance to get you. The man's greedy gaze locked tightly on Lin Wanfu. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Just one look at her made a person feel heat surge through their body, blood rush, and want to do something excessive to her. Although his boss was only interested in killing and stayed away from women, there were always exceptions. I warn you, don't come any closer. Lin Wanfu was out of options. Her tear-filled eyes blurred as she backed away, but behind her was a solid wall, nowhere to retreat. If you cooperate, I won't hurt you. The man drew closer and closer. Just as his hand was about to reach Lin Wanfu's face, suddenly a quick, precise spray of pepper spray hit his vulnerable eyes. The burning sting made the man cover his eyes and howl in pain. His vision blurred, but killers had extremely sharp hearing, and he still held onto Lin Wanfu. Let go of me, get off. Lin Wanfu struggled desperately to pry his fingers off her wrist, but couldn't budge him at all. I originally wanted to be gentle with you, but you're too disobedient, which makes me very angry. The man's cold, hoarse voice was like a venomous snake's hiss, chilling to the bone. Realizing the man would never let her go, Lin Wanfu's heart sank. She kicked over some nearby debris to make noise and shouted loudly for help. Help! Unexpectedly, just as she made a sound, the man precisely covered her mouth. Ignoring the pain from the pepper spray in his eyes, the man sneered, You think if you attract others, you'll be saved? They'll just join me in dealing with you. Being a killer was a high-risk profession. They were a group of desperate men living day to day with no sense of morality or shame. Hearing the whimpering cries like a small beast's, the man unconsciously loosened his grip on Lin Wanfu's mouth. At that moment, Lin Wanfu was truly scared. Her voice began to tremble uncontrollably. I have an unlimited black card. I can give it to you, tell you the password. Please let me go, okay? This black card was a supplementary card given to her by Shan Huijin. Even if she shopped until the mall was emptied every day, she could never max it out. Unfortunately, every expense she made was under Shan Huijin's control. Otherwise, she would have long since paid off the Lin family's debts and injected capital into her new company. The man looked at the black card Lin Wanfu took out, which was embossed with gilded floral patterns and designs, making it particularly eye-catching. Although his eyes were impaired by the chilly water, he was not completely unable to see and could naturally tell that Lin Wanfu's black card was genuine. Are you really Shin Songyan's fiancé? A trace of fear quickly flashed in the man's eyes. If that's the case, then I definitely can't let you go. Anyone who knew Shin Songyan had basically heard that he was a ruthless madman. If today's incident reached Shin Songyan's ears, the outcome was predictable. Lin Wanfu's eyes reddened, tears welling up. Believe me, as long as you let me go, I definitely won't tell Shin Songyan anything about you. The man hesitated for a moment, then said, You want me to let you go? Impossible. Be honest and come with me, at least then you'll suffer less. I can't bear to let her suffer even a little. Who the hell are you to make her suffer? A cold, bone-chilling voice came from behind the man, and immediately he was kicked heavily to the ground. The next moment, a shining black leather shoe mercilessly stepped on the man's hand as he tried to draw his gun. Are you Shin Songyan from District 7 of Costly? The man looked at the tall figure in a black trench coat before him, fear evident in his eyes. That was fear of Shin Songyan. You just touched her with this hand, didn't you? Shin Songyan looked down at the man beneath him, each stomp accompanied by the man's agonized screams. No answer? So you touched her with both hands. The man's hand twisted under Shin Songyan's shoe, the sound of bones breaking one by one was clear. The screams were so dreadful they made one's scalp tingle. After crushing both of the man's hands into comminuted fractures, Shin Songyan lifted his foot and walked toward Lin Wanfu. Seeing this, the man struggled to stand, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at Shin Songyan's back. I'm with the night owl. If you treat me like this, my boss won't let you off. Shin Songyan. Lin Wanfu's eyes were filled with tears. Shin Songyan took off his trench coat and draped it over the clearly frightened Lin Wanfu before turning to look at the man who had threatened them. At some point, Shin Songyan had a black gun in his hand. His deep, sinister eyes were like eternal ice, devoid of any emotion. You're Xia Yufeng's dog? Fine, I've noted this debt. As an assassin, the man was naturally sensitive to killing intent, but with his hands broken, he could barely lift them, let alone draw a gun. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. But how could Shin Songyan let him escape? Shin Songyan kicked the man down again, this time stepping on his shoulder blade with such force that he couldn't even get up. Close your eyes. This was said to Lin Wanfu. The man was terrified. Don't kill me. You scared her, so you deserve to die. No sooner had Shin Songyan finished speaking than a gunshot rang out. The man instantly fell silent, blood pooling everywhere. Chapter 48 Her heart is smaller than a needle's point. Shin Songyan remained expressionless even after killing the man. He took out a clean handkerchief and casually wiped his gun. Then he threw the handkerchief onto the corpse lying in the pool of blood covering the man's unwilling eyes. After doing this, Shin Songyan turned to Lin Wanfu who was still hiding in the corner. She was truly frightened, curling up like a scared little animal, showing none of her usual arrogance. Pitiful and heart-wrenching. Shin Songyan, why did you come so late? I was almost bullied. Lin Wanfu's lips twitched downward slightly. Her eyes were moist as she looked at Shin Song-yen approaching, full of grievance. Shin Song-yen bent down and gently picked up Lin Wanfu, who looked like a dirty rag on the ground. He lowered his eyes and said, "You know you're scared, yet you wander around at midnight. Do you think everyone is as tough as me, letting you be fierce at home every day?" Once the danger was over, Lin Wanfu immediately reverted to her old self, pouting and complaining. "I suffered such a big grievance and you still blame me? You have no conscience." Hearing her unreasonable words, Shin Song-yen's expression didn't change, as if he was used to it. "You only just realized I have no conscience? My conscience was eaten by dogs long ago." Holding Lin Wanfu with one arm, he steadily walked toward the alley exit. Suddenly, Lin Wanfu reached out and patted Shin Song-yen's broad shoulder, saying, "Wait, put me down." "For what?" Shin Song-yen asked coldly. "Is that person on the ground dead?" Lin Wanfu looked down at the man lying stiffly on the ground. Not long ago, Shin Song-yen told her to close her eyes and she instinctively did. Then she heard the gunshot. Shin Song-yen lowered his eyes slightly. Out of consideration, he still didn't tell Lin Wanfu the truth. "He's not dead. He just got shot and fainted from the pain. He'll wake up soon." "That won't do." Lin Wanfu groped Shin Song-yen all over. "Where's your gun? Give it to me quickly, I want to shoot him again." Shin Song-yen, he had overestimated this vicious woman's kindness. Feeling Lin Wanfu's hands wandering lower and lower, Shin Song-yen grabbed her hand. "Stop touching. I lied to you just now. He's already dead and can't die again." Lin Wanfu still felt a bit unsatisfied. "Then put me down. I want to kick him a couple of times." Shin Song-yen had no choice but to put her down. Lin Wanfu walked over to the corpse and kicked him hard several times, cursing as she did, "You ugly thing, trying to molest me, you deserve to be beaten to death." Shin Song-yen stood aside watching Lin Wanfu's vengeful behavior. He updated his understanding of her. He had thought she would be scared, but she was actually very bold. Having vented her anger, Lin Wanfu turned to Shin Song-yen and reached out her hands, wanting him to hold her. Satisfied now? Shin Song-yen resignedly picked Lin Wanfu up again. Lin Wanfu's slender arms wrapped around Shin Song-yen's neck like vines. She leaned close to his ear and whispered sweetly, "I heard it back then. It was the order of the assassin's boss to chase me. You can't let his boss off either. This was nonsense, purely for revenge." Got it." Shin Song-yen's hand gently stroked Lin Wanfu's back, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Even if Lin Wanfu didn't say it, he had no intention of letting the Night Hawk's leader off easily. Anyone who provoked the one person he cared about should be prepared for his retaliation. "Will you always protect me like this?" Lin Wanfu suddenly cupped Shin Song-yen's handsome face with both hands. "A few days ago, I had a dream. In the dream, you did something very bad to me, something so terrible that it killed me." She stared intently into Shin Song-yen's deep, ink-black eyes as if trying to find some clue. She inexplicably began to doubt the storyline that System 0573 had told her. Would Shin Song-yen really watch her die? Based on what she knew of him, the answer was no. "Lin Wanfu, are you still not weaned? You actually believe what happens in dreams?" After saying this, Shin Song-yen noticed that Lin Wanfu's mood had clearly dropped a few degrees. He gently patted her back. "If you behave from now on, I won't scare you anymore." Lin Wanfu half-jokingly said, "You have the nerve to say that? If you didn't keep scaring me, would I have such dreams?" As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes again. "I've never seen anyone cry more than you." Shin Song-yen was at a loss with Lin Wanfu. He held her with one arm and wiped her tears with the other. "Dreams are false, and usually they're the opposite of reality. Maybe in real life, it's you who did something very bad to me, something so terrible that it killed me. Don't slander me. If you die someday, it'll definitely be because you've done so many evil deeds and got your just deserts." Lin Wanfu was very double-standard. It was okay for her to do bad things, but if others did, they were evil. Shin Song-yen looked at the self-righteous Lin Wanfu before him, feeling both annoyed and amused. But his face remained expressionless. I deserve it." Hearing Shin Song-yen's concession, Lin Wanfu finally nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it." Shin Song-yen said nothing, but from an angle Lin Wanfu couldn't see, the corners of his lips twitched upward for a moment. As if suddenly remembering something, Lin Wanfu patted Shin Song-yen's shoulder again and whispered, "So you might have been beaten to death trying to save me. Can you send someone to rescue him?" Since the storyline System 0573 gave was problematic, so you couldn't die. If he died, she would have no way to verify where the storyline was wrong. "He's already been sent to the hospital." Shin Song-yen's voice was as cold and emotionless as ever. After learning the news, he had rushed to Beifeng Street without stopping for a moment. On the way, he found Siyu first, and then, guided by him, found Lin Wanfu. Fortunately, he arrived in time. If he had been any later, he couldn't guarantee he would have stayed conscious. "Aren't you going to ask me why I'm out so late in a place like this?" Lin Wanfu looked at Shin Song-yen, and when she mentioned Siyu, she had already thought of an excuse. Lin Wanfu even rehearsed her lines mentally, but Shin Song-yen only said, "You wouldn't tell me the truth even if I asked, so forget it. As long as you're okay." Hearing this, Lin Wanfu was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, Shin Song-yen suddenly stopped walking. He put her down and slipped a cold object into her hand. It was his gun. "Hold on to it. Go sit on the steps under the eaves over there and wait for me." Shin Songyan pointed to the steps not far away. Just as Lin Wanfu was about to ask what was going on, she saw a tall, upright figure emerge from around the corner. The man wore a well-tailored suit. He had slightly curly, light golden long hair, a stern face with chiseled, nearly perfect features, and a pair of wild green eyes that resembled a wolf lurking in the jungle, sharp, alert, and hiding ferocity. Chapter 49 targeted by the fierce wolf again. Name: Xie Yufeng. Age: 25. Gender: male. Height: 119 centimeters. Identity: leader of the Night Owl, the largest assassin organization in L, the world's top-ranked professional assassin, the fourth godson of the Fralid Mafia godfather. Hobbies: killing. Dislikes: people. Lin Wanfu looked at the blonde man's personal information and instinctively took several steps back, putting distance between them and hiding behind Shin Songyan. This kind of dangerous person made her feel a little scared. Sensing Lin Wanfu's unease, Shin Songyan reached out and gently rubbed her head, whispering, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Xie Yufeng withdrew his gaze from Lin Wanfu, his eyelashes twitching slightly to conceal the ripple in his eyes. His voice was cold and emotionless. "You killed my men. Give me a reason." Hearing this, Lin Wanfu immediately betrayed him. "Don't talk nonsense. It was Shin Songyan who killed them, not me." She didn't mean to betray Shin Songyan on purpose, it was just that this man in front of her was too frightening. Who in their right mind has a hobby of killing? He's a downright psychopathic killer. Ungrateful little heartless one. Shin Songyan reached out with pure malice and pinched Lin Wanfu's cheek, causing her to glare at him unhappily. Lin Wanfu lied without blushing or skipping a beat, not even needing to think it over. "I'm clearly an honest and enthusiastic citizen. I just saw with my own eyes that this man cruelly killed your men. You should call the police. Once the police arrive, neither of these lawless maniacs will escape. They'll all be caught." She thought to herself. Xie Yufeng. The man's handsome sword-like eyebrows furrowed slightly. Shin Songyan looked at the man who suddenly introduced himself, his eyes growing wary. "No one asked your name." He had dealt with Xie Yufeng several times before. This man was very troublesome. Once he set his sights on someone, it was hard to shake him off. Qin Yi was the best example. He had been hunted by Xie Yufeng for a full 10 years. All because Qin Yi saved Xie Yufeng's target. "Shin Songyan, your fiancé is quite interesting." Xie Yufeng's voice was somewhat cold, sounding like the chilling clink of jade in the silent night, sending a shiver down the spine. Shin Songyan's expression darkened, then he raised his hand to unbutton his cuff and said to Lin Wanfu, "I have some things to discuss with him. You go sit over there for a while." Sensing the tension between the two, Lin Wanfu quickly slipped away to a distance to watch. Xie Yufeng stood still, coldly glancing at the corpse on the ground nearby, then slowly said, "Tell me, why did you kill my men?" Shin Songyan looked at Xie Yufeng, speaking with a double meaning. "You made a move on my fiancé. Do you think he shouldn't die?" As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled up his shirt sleeve and punched hard at Xie Yufeng's face. Xie Yufeng dodged the punch by sidestepping, then immediately kicked Shin Songyan in the abdomen. Shin Songyan was no less skilled. He swiftly avoided Xie Yufeng's attack and threw another punch at him. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Gradually, their back-and-forth fight escalated into a deadly battle as if each wanted to kill the other. The sound of fists hitting flesh and buildings breaking echoed sharply in the quiet surroundings. Not knowing the way, Lin Wanfu hadn't run far. She stood under the eaves watching the two fight more fiercely. Suddenly, Lin Wanfu had a bright idea. She pulled out the pistol Shin Songyan had given her. Then, imitating what she had seen on TV, she chambered a bullet, squinting as she aimed at Xie Yufeng and fired. Shin Songyan suddenly felt a chill down his back. His body instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the bullet fired at him from behind. He abruptly turned his head to look at Lin Wanfu, who was rubbing her hand pitifully under the eaves, his voice tinged with anger. "I gave you the gun for self-defense, not to kill me." Lin Wanfu was even angrier than Shin Songyan. "You're talking nonsense. I was clearly aiming at Xie Yufeng just now. You insisted on blocking him, which caused me to miss. It was all Shin Songyan's fault for being more of a hindrance than a help. If it weren't for him getting in the way, she would have eliminated the threat long ago." Xie Yufeng raised an eyebrow slightly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Your fiancé shoots pretty well. Looks like she's trying to find a new fiancé." Hearing Xie Yufeng's mockery, Shin Songyan's face darkened terrifyingly. "You want to die?" Xie Yufeng calmly straightened his dislocated finger bones as if he felt no pain. "I do want to die, but unfortunately you don't seem capable of killing me." At these words, Shin Songyan sneered coldly. Hey. There was no visible change on his face, but in reality his injuries were no less severe than Xie Yufeng's. The fight earlier had broken one of his ribs, but he hadn't made a sound, so no one noticed. "I have things to do, so I won't play with you anymore." Xie Yufeng gave Lin Wanfu a deep look before turning and walking toward the black car parked on the street. Just as he was getting into the car, a bullet grazed his face and shattered the car window. "Boss, are you okay?" Xie Yufeng waved off his approaching subordinates and then reached up to touch the warm blood on his cheek. This little raccoon that Shin Songyan raised had quite the nerve to shoot at him, but unfortunately, her aim was terrible. Seeing that she missed Xie Yufeng again, Lin Wanfu didn't hesitate to shove the weapon into Shin Songyan's hand, blatantly framing him. Meeting Shin Sangyan's gaze, Lin Wanfu raised her hand, reddened from the recoil of the pistol, and coquettishly pouted, "Ian, my hand hurts so much I can't hold anything steady. Here's the gun back." Shin Song-in fell silent immediately. He didn't mind taking the blame for Lin Wanfu, but even if he shot with his eyes closed, his aim wouldn't be that bad. A rustling sound arose, and many masked men in black suddenly appeared from nowhere, countless dark gun barrels all pointed at Shin Song-yen and Lin Wanfu. Almost simultaneously, several infrared laser sights appeared on Xia Yufeng and his men. It was obvious that snipers were lying in ambush nearby, and they were all Shin Sangyan's men. "Put the guns away." Xia Yufeng took out a handkerchief and leisurely wiped the blood from his fingertips. The black-clad men exchanged glances but ultimately obeyed their leader's order and put away their guns. Seeing this, Shin Song-yen also raised his hand to signal the snipers behind him to withdraw their infrared sights. "I'll compensate you with 100 cars," he said. Xia Yufeng was indifferent to Shin Song-yen's words, continuing to wipe his hands until they were spotless again before tossing the handkerchief aside. "You don't need to compensate me for the car." Saying this, Xia Yufeng bent down to pick up the silver bullet that had fallen onto the back seat of the car. Holding the bullet in his hand, he looked at Lin Wanfu standing beside Shin Song-yen with a half-smile and said, "I really like this welcome gift your fiancé gave me." Chapter 50. I'm very angry, come here. Kiss me. After Xia Yufeng left with his men, Shin Song-yen had his subordinates bring a car. When Lin Wanfu and Shin Song-yen got into the car, a tall, cold figure like a lonely moon emerged from behind a phoenix tree, watching the speeding car thoughtfully. Shin Song-yen and Lin Wanfu sat in the back seat. He didn't expect her to bandage his wounds, so he took out a medical kit and silently treated his injuries. Then he simply wrapped the wounds himself before putting on a shirt that was lying nearby, buttoning up 2 buttons casually. Seeing Lin Wanfu staring out the window at the alley, Shin Song-yen frowned. He reached out, pinched her jaw, and turned her face toward him. "What are you looking at?" He had suffered such serious injuries for her, yet she didn't say a word of concern, just kept staring out the window. Were those dark alleys and dilapidated abandoned houses really that interesting? "Ian, your injuries look really bad. Don't you need to see a doctor first?" Lin Wanfu instinctively leaned against the window, blocking Shin Song-yen's view. She wore a look of deep worry, but in truth, she was worried about something else. Just now, she had seen Qin Yi from afar. He seemed unconscious, helped out of the alley by a woman, probably Zhang Xiaoya, as Su Yu had mentioned. Although she wanted to find Qin Yi, with Shin Song-yen watching her closely, she could only think about it. If Shin Song-yen found Qin Yi, he would definitely try to kill him, no doubt about it. "This little wound won't kill me." Shin Song-yen stared into Lin Wanfu's clear eyes. "What I want to know now is, did you really aim that shot at Xia Yufeng just now and not at me?" His hand wandered teasingly over Lin Wanfu's fair, slender swan neck, as if hearing an unsatisfactory answer would make him snap her neck. Lin Wanfu spoke bluntly. "Shin Song-yen, has your brain been eaten by zombies? In that situation, what good would killing you do me?" Shin Song-yen held Lin Wanfu's hand, looking at the scraped palm. His brows furrowed slightly. "Don't shoot recklessly next time. You can't even aim properly, just causing trouble." Lin Wanfu saw Shin Song-yen take disinfectant alcohol from the medical kit and immediately struggled, trying to pull her hand back from his grip. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Seeing the resistance written all over her face, Shin Song-yen's frown deepened. "Don't move. I'm just disinfecting the wound on your hand." He knew Lin Wanfu was afraid of pain. But if her hand wasn't properly disinfected, infection could make things worse. "Just a scrape. It'll heal on its own. I don't want it disinfected." Lin Wanfu tried hard to twist Shin Song-yen's fingers, but he still held her wrist firmly, unmoving like an unbreakable iron clamp. She had no choice but to warn Shin Song-yen, "If you don't let go of my hand, I'm going to kick you. Don't blame me for bullying you just because you're injured." Go ahead and kick." Shin Song-yen didn't take Lin Wanfu's powerless threat seriously at all. Lin Wanfu angrily kicked him. But the next second, Shin Song-yen bent his knees to pin down her unruly legs and tied her uninjured hand to the car door with his tie. "Shin Song-yen, let me go or I..." Before Lin Wanfu could finish, her mouth was stuffed with a clean piece of gauze. Hold it in. Don't scream." Shin Song-yen held Lin Wanfu's hand and used a piece of alcohol cotton to disinfect her wound. His movements were gentle and meticulous, completely unlike the rough and simple way he treated his own wounds. After disinfecting, he took some ointment from the medical kit and gently applied it to her reddened palm. Once the ointment was gradually absorbed, Shin Song-yen removed the gauze from Lin Wanfu's mouth and threw it away, coaxing, "All right, don't be angry anymore. Should I let you bite me to vent?" Lin Wanfu glared at him fiercely. "Who wants to bite you? I'm not like you, a dog. Go away." Shin Song-yen wasn't angry either. "You're right, only puppies bite people. You're not a puppy, so you don't bite." Feeling again like a punch landed on cotton, Lin Wanfu's eyes instantly reddened with anger. She scolded in a soft voice, "Shin Song-yen, you're such an annoying pest. I hate you to death." Suddenly, Shin Song-yen grabbed the back of Lin Wanfu's neck, lowered his head, and kissed away the tears at the corner of her eyes. His clear voice turned slightly hoarse. "Why don't you ever learn? Have you forgotten what I told you last time? You only know how to bully me." Lin Wanfu was pinned down by Shin Song-yen, unable to move, her soft little voice full of complaints against him. Everyone else obeyed her completely except Shin Song-yen. He did respond to her requests, but he had his own rules. For example, if he thought something was good for her, he would forcefully achieve it regardless of her wishes. No matter how much she expressed dissatisfaction, it was useless. And this was the thing she hated most about Shin Song-yen. Their eyes met, and Shin Song-yen said softly, "If you behave, I won't bully you." He untied the hand Lin Wanfu was bound with and gently embraced her. "I want to go home." Lin Wanfu grabbed the loosened collar of Shin Song-yen's shirt and said harshly, "If you don't take me home, I'll never talk to you again." This kind of threat only worked on those who loved her. Shin Song-yen was silent for a moment before speaking. "If you're tired, sleep for a bit first. When we get to your place, I'll wake you." He could never truly be ruthless to her, which was why she was always fearless. Because she knew very well he loved her. The two of them were silent all the way. After Shin Song-yen sent Lin Wanfu downstairs at her home, he watched her go upstairs before letting the driver take him home. Shin Song-yen lay back in the back seat, covering the bleeding wound on his abdomen with his hand. His already poor complexion grew even paler. At some point, the gauze he had bandaged was soaked with fresh blood, a striking scarlet in sight. Lin Wanfu returned home and, upon turning on the living room light, saw the distinguished man sitting on the sofa. It was Shin Huijin. His black bangs half covered his eyes, his long legs crossed, sitting casually on the sofa. Hearing the noise, Shin Huijin slowly raised his eyes. "Fufu, why are you coming back so late?" His long knuckles tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the sofa, and the expensive platinum watch on his well-defined wrist gleamed faintly. Lin Wanfu felt something was seriously wrong. She suppressed the urge to turn and run, and whispered, "Brother Ajin, I accidentally played outside too long. I'm very angry. Come here, kiss me." Shin Huijin's deep, magnetic voice sounded, containing a subtle possessiveness, dangerous yet alluring. Chapter 51, Misfortune drawn eastward. Sensing the danger lurking in Shin Huijin's tone, Lin Wanfu felt uneasy and anxious. Yet she hesitated but still walked toward Shin Huijin. After all, she couldn't live without this free ATM. Lin Wanfu took the initiative to sit on Shin Huijin's lap, then leaned close to his handsome face and kissed him. "Brother Ajin, it's so late already. Fufu is so sleepy." Just as Lin Wanfu was about to pull away, Shin Huijin suddenly grabbed her waist, pressing her body tightly against his. His eyes darkened as he stared at Lin Wanfu, his fingertips gently brushing the blush-tinted corner of her eye. A nearly pathological obsession surfaced in his gaze. "You don't feel sleepy when you're with Shin Song-yen, but you do when you're with me?" Hearing this, Lin Wanfu's heart skipped a beat, realizing Shin Huijin must have known she had just come back in Shin Song-yen's car. She couldn't help but panic a little. But soon Lin Wanfu calmed down. Her butterfly-like eyelashes fluttered slightly, a misty haze appearing in her eyes as anger filled her voice. "Don't mention that beast Shin Song-yen. I hate him." Seeing Lin Wanfu's uncontrollable fury, Shin Huijin was momentarily stunned, then instinctively comforted her. "Fufu, did Shin Song-yen do something to you?" He couldn't imagine what kind of excessive things Shin Song-yen might have done to make Lin Wanfu so angry. Thinking of this, Shin Huijin clenched his fists tightly, a surge of violent energy rising within him. "Brother Ajin, please don't ask anymore, okay?" Lin Wanfu avoided Shin Huijin's gaze and looked at a nearby vase, acting as if she had her reasons but wouldn't say. Shin Huijin cupped Lin Wanfu's pale little face, turning her gaze toward him and looking at her steadily. "Fufu, I don't want you to hide anything from me. But I don't want you to dislike me." Lin Wanfu threw herself into Shin Huijin's arms, trembling as she cried with tears streaming down her face. Shin Huijin immediately felt heartbroken. "How could I dislike you? No matter what, I will never dislike you." "I don't believe it. You men all like to coax people. If I tell you, you definitely won't like me anymore." Lin Wanfu's fair skin flushed as she cried. Her eyes and nose were red, tears shimmering pitifully. "I swear, Shin Huijin will only ever love Lin Wanfu or else I won't live a good life." Shin Huijin's eyes, deep and bottomless like a cold pool, seemed to drift with layers of mist and rain, appearing hazy. Yet when he looked at Lin Wanfu, a bright and gentle light flickered. Moved by Shin Huijin's vow, Lin Wanfu was silent for a long time before finally summoning courage. "It was Shin Song-yen who kidnapped me. He not only forced me to do those things but also threatened me with my father, forbidding me from telling anyone. I hate him to death. He's an inhuman beast." The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. Two clear tears slowly slid down her pale face, fragile and innocent. Shin Huijin held Lin Wanfu tightly, gently and restrainedly stroking her hair. "Fufu, it's okay. From now on, I'll stay by your side every step of the way. I won't give Shin Song-yen any chance to hurt you again. Don't be afraid." Lin Wanfu's crying abruptly stopped. To avoid Shin Huijin noticing anything, she buried her face in his chest and muttered, "If that's the case, then you won't be able to work properly and earn money to buy me beautiful jewelry." Staying by her side every step of the way, just hearing that was chilling. After some deep thought, Shin Huijin said again, "Then I'll find you some bodyguards?" He had previously suggested arranging female bodyguards to protect her, but she had refused, saying it felt too restrictive. "I don't like having someone following me everywhere." Unsurprisingly, Lin Wanfu refused again. Shin Huijin patiently coaxed, "Fufu, for your safety, can you endure it just a little?" "Why should I endure it? Don't you love me?" Then why don't you try to solve the problem at its root? Lin Wanfu questioned. Her logical thinking was as clear as ever, always choosing the option that favored herself. Shen Huijin reached out to smooth the slightly messy strands of hair by Lin Wanfu's cheek and said softly, Fufu is right, I should solve the problem at its root. His voice was still pleasant and melodious, but there was a hint of barely concealed killing intent mixed in. Satisfied with the answer, Lin Wanfu looked at Shen Huijin with a bit more reliance. Brother Ajin, can I hug you to sleep? Whenever you're here, I sleep very peacefully. She leaned on Shen Huijin's shoulder, her small voice soft and gentle, whispering by his ear like a coquettish little kitten. Shen Huijin's Adam's apple moved involuntarily. My patience isn't as good as you think. If you keep this up, I won't be able to resist doing something bad to you. Hearing this, Lin Wanfu quickly raised her hand to block Shen Huijin's approaching lips. I'm really tired, I want to sleep. Shen Huijin caught her hand, lowered his head, and kissed her fingertips. All right, you sleep, I'll do my own thing. Just the thought of the marks left on her by Shen Songyan made him insanely jealous. He wanted her so badly that his whole body ached. Feeling the hand on her thigh slowly moving upward, Lin Wanfu's face showed a look of panic and unease, perfectly portraying the trauma-induced stress reaction. Don't touch me. Hearing Lin Wanfu's cries, Shen Huijin instantly sobered up. He said guiltily, Fufu, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I couldn't control myself. Lin Wanfu didn't say anything, only sobbed softly as if frightened by Shen Huijin. Can I carry you to the bedroom? I promise I won't do anything to you. Shen Huijin coaxed patiently. Lin Wanfu hesitated, looked at Shen Huijin, and finally nodded. After getting her consent, Shen Huijin picked Lin Wanfu up and walked toward her bedroom. He laid Lin Wanfu on the bed, covered her with a blanket, then sat by the bedside watching over her until she fell asleep. Late at night. In the pouring rain, several black luxury cars were parked steadily in front of a mansion with a European style. Soon, bodyguards holding umbrellas respectfully opened the door of the lead luxury car. Sir, we've arrived. With this cold voice, a shiny leather shoe stretched out from the car, followed by the tall and upright figure of a man. He wore a black coat, and his every move exuded an aura that was hard to ignore. Shen Huijin walked step by step toward the mansion. Naturally, the mansion's bodyguards wouldn't let the stranger in. Who are you? The mansion's bodyguard asked. Shen Huijin's gaze fell on the bodyguard. I want to see my good younger brother. Step aside. The bodyguard was somewhat overwhelmed by the commanding presence of Shen Huijin but still dared not retreat. My master is already resting. Please come back tomorrow. I can't wait until tomorrow, Shen Huijin said coldly. Before the bodyguard could react, he saw dozens of people suddenly surge in behind Shen Huijin. Seeing this, the bodyguard knew the visitors were hostile and immediately sent a message to the other bodyguards of the mansion. In no time, the people Shen Huijin brought clashed with the mansion's guards, creating a chaotic scene. But all this seemed unrelated to Shen Huijin himself. He calmly walked through the chaotic crowd and went upstairs. Chapter 52, Pulling each other's hair. Calling the other a mistress. Pushing open the bedroom door, Shen Huijin saw Shen Songyan lying against the bed. His face looked grim. His hand was in a cast, and his abdomen was wrapped in layer upon layer of gauze, making him look like a half-paralyzed cripple. What kind of pillow talk did she feed you this time? Shen Songyan lifted his eyes to look at the man standing at the door with a face as cold as water. This man was always rational in his actions, but now he had recklessly broken into his home without any reason. Shen Songyan could only think of one cause. Lin Wanfu must have said some provocative words to him again. Before meeting Lin Wanfu, although Shen Songyan and Shen Huijin didn't get along, they never wished each other dead. But after meeting Lin Wanfu, they constantly wanted the other dead, just to have her all to themselves. Shen Huijin walked to the bedside and lowered his eyes to look at Shen Songyan on the bed. Fufu said you forced her. Is that true? He now held a silver pistol, the barrel aimed at Shen Songyan's heart. Even with a gun pointed at him, Shen Songyan's expression remained unchanged. He raised an eyebrow and said, so what if I did? She's going to be my wife sooner or later. What I want to do to her, do I need your permission, you third party? No sooner had he spoken than he also pointed a gun at Shen Huijin standing by the bed, as if daring him to shoot, threatening to die together. This directly hit Shen Huijin's anger point. His grip on the gun tightened slightly. Shen Songyan, do you even know who the real third party between us is? Shen Songyan sneered coldly, a secret crush is nothing. In Lin Wanfu's eyes, I came first, you came later. What Shen Huijin hated most in life was this. He looked at Shen Songyan as if looking at a corpse. You're as annoying as you were when you were a kid. Of course, you can't compare to how you and your mother know how to please that old man. Shen Songyan's words were like poison. So toxic that even licking his lips could kill himself. Thinking of his old man, that immortal, he must be regretting it deeply now, having raised a white-eyed wolf with his own hands. Shen Huijin's mouth was no less sharp. Shen Songyan, you're really pitiful. Your dad doesn't love you, your mom doesn't love you, and now even Fufu doesn't love you. You think I care about her love? What I want is for her to lie beneath me and submit to me. Shen Songyan was completely consumed by anger, continuously spitting venomous words. Shen Huijin, you've probably never seen her in bed, right? After all, you always hide in the dark corners spying on everything about her. You don't have the guts to touch her. People like you will never get love. You'll only be like a wild dog marking your territory. Shin Huijin completely tore off his gentle mask. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice full of endless sarcasm. You think getting her body means getting her heart? That's just wishful thinking. Shin Songyan was indifferent. At least I can get her body while you get nothing. Sooner or later, I will erase every mark you left on her, bit by bit, so she belongs to me completely inside and out. Obviously, Shin Huijin was also overwhelmed by anger. Shin Songyan was even more reckless with his words. You'll never erase the marks I left on her in this lifetime because she might already be carrying my child. When the child is born, I'll reluctantly let her call you uncle. Those last two words were full of aggression. Bang bang, two gunshots rang almost simultaneously. However, neither hit the other's vital spot. Shin Huijin's bullet grazed Shin Songyan's shoulder, while Shin Songyan's bullet only hit Shin Huijin's arm. Blood instantly stained both of their clothes red, yet it did not extinguish the fury in their eyes. However, the pain brought them back to some semblance of reason. Shin Songyan squinted slightly. You want to continue? I don't mind betting my life with you, but have you thought about this if we both die? Who benefits? He hadn't forgotten that besides Shin Huijin, there was also Suche who had his eyes on Lin Wanfu, watching her like a hawk. Shin Huijin was no fool either. He immediately realized he had been too impulsive tonight. Then, clutching his injured arm, he left Shin Songyan's bedroom without a word. Asterisk the next day. Lin Wanfu didn't get up until 3 in the afternoon. If she hadn't been hungry, she might have slept even longer. She was completely unaware of the near-death struggle between Shin Huijin and Shin Songyan the night before. As for not seeing Shin Huijin at home, she didn't think much of it, assuming he had gone to work early. After eating a simple meal to fill her stomach, Lin Wanfu went out straight to Jinghai First Hospital. She didn't know where Qin Yi had been taken by Zhang Xiaoya, so she had to ask Siyu for clarification. At the hospital, Lin Wanfu found the floor of his ward using the room number Siyu had sent her. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she ran into an old acquaintance. It was none other than Suche, whom she had recently offended badly. The man stood in front of the elevator, his tall and handsome figure like a perfectly sculpted masterpiece, every line deep and smooth. His refined face showed little expression, his thin lips curled into a slight arc, and his long, thick eyelashes covered cold, distant eyes that exuded a hint of cruelty. Almost instinctively, Lin Wanfu pressed the elevator close button desperately. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. A large, knobby hand blocked the elevator doors. Immediately, Suche grabbed Lin Wanfu's wrist and pulled her out of the elevator. Running away when you see me? Lin Wanfu, so you do feel guilty. Lin Wanfu struggled to pry Suche's hand off, trying to break free while arguing guilty? I just suddenly remembered I came to visit a patient without bringing flowers or fruit, so I was going to buy some. Hearing Lin Wanfu's nonsense, Suche sneered, not buying black sesame buns this time. He hated buns the most in his life, especially black sesame ones. What are you being sarcastic about? Lin Wanfu glared at Suche indignantly, acting as if she were the victim. I warn you, let go of me now, or I'll call for help. Call for help to see how I kiss you to death? I didn't know you had such a special fetish. Suche cornered Lin Wanfu in the hospital stairwell, his gaze on her like a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. Lin Wanfu was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Weren't you craving my body before? Wanting me to kiss you, hold you, sleep with you? The darkness in Suche's eyes deepened. Now I can give you all that. Lin Wanfu said righteously, I really didn't expect your thoughts to be so filthy. I thought you were a gentleman. I was wrong about you. With Suche looking like this, how could she dare sleep with him? She couldn't handle it at all. Qin Yi was better. Even if she slept with him, he wouldn't cling to her and annoy her. Since childhood, Qin Yi had been like a loyal puppy. When she petted him, he wagged his tail happily. When she ignored him, he obediently stayed by her side. Seeing that Lin Wanfu was clearly trying to distance herself, Suche was driven nearly mad. Gentleman? I'm not. I'm a beast with a human face and a beast's heart. Chapter 53. Just playing around, don't come any closer. Lin Wanfu watched Suche warily, who seemed a bit off, silently thinking of a strategy. She now deeply regretted provoking Suche. But she couldn't blame herself. When she applied to Su's group, her impression of Suche was still stuck on when he was sick. Back then, Suche held her and asked if she minded having an extra boyfriend, looking rather dim-witted. How could she not have preconceived notions and think he was easy to handle? Who knew this man had so many faces? No wonder Siyu said his brother was an old-fashioned relic. It was true, Suche was like a remnant of the feudal era. Even in 2050, he still clung to the old idea that once you sleep with someone, you have to marry them, like an extremely pedantic old scholar. Suche looked at Lin Wanfu, who seemed like a different person, with a complicated gaze. His voice carried a hint of hard-to-hide disappointment. I don't understand. How can your heart change so quickly? Just a few days ago you were clinging to me, saying you liked me. How long has it been? And now you're so eager to draw a line between us. Tell me, what did I do wrong? Are you playing me like this? Lin Wanfu's expression paused for a moment, then she said coldly, you didn't do anything wrong. I just suddenly found you really boring and don't want to play with you anymore. That sounded very hurtful. But she was always like this, only caring about her own happiness, never about others. If she were soft-hearted, she would have accepted Shin Huijin long ago. Years of companionship and care couldn't move her, let alone someone she'd known for less than a month. How could they leave any mark on her heart? Don't want to play with me anymore? Suche's hand slowly clenched into a fist. It felt like a fire was burning inside him, jealousy swelling uncontrollably. You think I'm boring? Then who's interesting? Shin Huijin? Or Shin Song-in? Lin Wanfu interjected seriously, I think your brother Suyu is more interesting than them. Suddenly, Suche reached out and grabbed Lin Wanfu's waist, trapping her in his arms. Gritting his teeth, he said, Lin Wanfu, are you trying to drive me crazy on purpose? Let go, release me. I'm your brother's girlfriend now. What kind of image is this, you holding me like this? Lin Wanfu fearlessly blurted out, then pushed Suche, trying to break free from his embrace. Break up with him, understand? Suche tightly grabbed Lin Wanfu's jaw, forcing her to look at him. She had already caused him enough trouble, he couldn't let her ruin his obedient and sensible brother. Lin Wanfu was best at talking nonsense. Suyu would give his life for me. If I go to him and say we're breaking up, aren't you afraid he might lose it and jump off the hospital building? What she said sounded reasonable, making it impossible to guess she was completely fabricating it. Suche pressed his lips tightly, his dark pupils swirling with overwhelming intense emotions. You're ambiguous with Shin Song-in, and now you tell me you're Suyu's girlfriend. How many boats do you want to stand on before you're satisfied? His intuition told him she was a fickle and greedy woman. He should get out in time. But he didn't know when he had developed a gambler's mentality, still hoping she was just playing around and betting she would settle down one day. Lin Wanfu looked at Suche with dissatisfaction. You think I want anything to do with that bastard Shin Song-in? I wish I could stay far away from him. If he weren't using his power to oppress me, I wouldn't have to flatter him. Suche stared at Lin Wanfu for a long time before suddenly asking, are you serious about Suyu? Yesterday, after receiving the hospital's critical condition notice, he rushed to the hospital and stayed outside the operating room all night without sleeping. Early this morning, Suyu had passed the danger period, so he finally had time to investigate how he got injured. When he found out that Suyu and Lin Wanfu had gone to Beifeng Street in the middle of the night and were chased by foreign assassins, he had a bad feeling. As if confirming his suspicion, he also discovered that Suyu was injured while protecting Lin Wanfu. It was obvious that his own younger brother and he had fallen for the same woman. Lin Wanfu continued to talk nonsense with a serious face. I originally just wanted to play with Suyu, but he seemed to take it seriously and got seriously hurt for me. I can't bear to tell him the truth. Do you think you'll die if you don't play with men? Suche's eyes flashed with anger, his face dark as complex emotions raged like a storm in his heart, unable to calm down for a long time. Just from Lin Wanfu's tone, he knew she didn't like Suyu, but she agreed to be his girlfriend. This was clearly treating feelings like a game, extremely malicious. Knowing I like to play with men, you still don't stay away from me? Be careful, I might play with you too, Lin Wanfu whispered with a light laugh by Suche's ear, tingling and enchanting. Lin Wanfu thought that with Suche's stubborn personality, he would immediately be angry and push her away. But unexpectedly, Suche said hoarsely, you can play with me however you want, as long as you promise me that once Xiao Yu's injuries heal, you'll break up with him. He did this for Suyu's own good, not wanting him to sink deeper and be unable to extricate himself. Lin Wanfu looked at Suche, slightly surprised, you're so strange. Before, when I wanted to play with you, you pretended to be reserved and killed my interest. Now that I don't want to play with you, you eagerly come over. Suche was handsome, came to her willingly, and was exactly her type. If she hadn't truly understood him yet, she definitely wouldn't refuse. But at this moment, she didn't want to stir up trouble. Unconsciously, Suche's thoughts were completely led by Lin Wanfu, just think of me as willingly lowly. His tone carried a hint of self-mockery. Lin Wanfu stood on tiptoe, cupped Suche's face, her red lips hovering near his ear at a teasing distance. Before I break up with Suyu, you better hide your feelings for me well. Otherwise, if he misunderstands you as the third party who cuckolded him, he won't be able to handle the blow. How can there be such a bad woman like you in the world? As soon as she finished speaking, Suche grabbed the back of Lin Wanfu's neck and kissed her without a word. Their noses touched, their slightly hurried breaths gradually mingled, lips and teeth grinding and entwining, accompanied by swallowing sounds that made one blush. Lin Wanfu felt dizzy from the kiss. She instinctively wanted to pull away, but the back of her head was firmly held. Suche tightly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close, and lowered his head to deepen the kiss again. In the quiet stairwell, ambiguity grew wildly, heartbeats amplified infinitely, slowly devouring reason and dragging people into the abyss of indulgence. Chapter 54. Her boyfriend has a high-risk job. Suche's voice was hoarse and rough. Xiao Yu is still an immature kid. What kind of happiness can he bring you by being with him? You're right, he's definitely not as fun as you. Once he's healed, I'll break up with him. Just bear with it a little longer. Lin Wanfu slightly lifted her head to look at Suche. The square princess collar of her dress, loosened a bit from the earlier kiss, partially concealed the red marks below her collarbone. How long do I have to endure this? Unintentionally catching sight of the evidence he had left behind, Suche's breath suddenly hitched, and his heartbeat once again went out of rhythm. He could feel his urgent desire for Lin Wanfu to break up with Suyu. He longed to have her. To be honest, he wasn't a good person either. To ease his guilt, he even grandiosely blamed this urgency on not wanting his younger brother to get hurt. In reality, his behavior was no different from trying to steal Suyu's girlfriend. Sensing that Suche truly believed him, Lin Wanfu continued to deceive him, hesitatingly saying, "About a month. I'll break up with Suyu in a month." For now, she just needed to keep Suche steady. The rest could be dealt with later. Besides, maybe in a month she would have already run away with her own father in Qin Yi. Suche's gaze darkened as he stared at Lin Wanfu. His hand gently caressed her fair, jade-like face. "I'll trust you one last time. Don't lie to me. If you haven't broken up with Suyu in a month, I won't hesitate to forcibly separate you two." He regretted it. He shouldn't have been so impatient at first. He should have agreed to be her boyfriend first and then taken things slowly. If he had the status of boyfriend, he wouldn't be so passive, not even having the right to question her about seeing someone else. Lin Wanfu's eyes darted around as she boldly spoke. "Since you're already the other man, why be in such a hurry? Why not enjoy the thrill of an affair a little longer?" Hearing this, Suche's expression darkened. "One means two. Since I'm giving you the thrill of an affair, does that mean you'll look for others to seek excitement too?" Lin Wanfu blinked. "If you put it that way, I've thought of a win-win solution." Although Suche had a feeling Lin Wanfu wouldn't say anything pleasant, he still asked, "What solution?" Sure enough, as soon as Lin Wanfu spoke, Suche's clenched fist tightened. "If you keep being the other woman and secretly have an underground affair with me, won't you always get that thrill? That way, I'm happy and you're happy." Before Lin Wanfu could finish, Suche silenced her with action. He kissed her fiercely. Only when Lin Wanfu was nearly out of breath did he relent. "If you want me to be your lover who can never see the light of day, I'm telling you, no way." Suche's voice was filled with determination. "I'll give you at most a month. If you don't break up with Suyu, I'll expose our relationship right in front of him." After catching her breath, Lin Wanfu pouted unhappily. "You're so annoying. I was just giving an example. I never said I wouldn't break up." "You'd better mean that." Suche looked at Lin Wanfu with suspicion and said again, "Take my number off your blacklist." "All right." Lin Wanfu took out her phone. Under Suche's watchful gaze, she obediently removed his number from the blacklist and even added a green bubble with big eyes to his contact. Then, Lin Wanfu pulled Suche aside to plot, "I'll go check on Suyu in the ward first. You come back later. If he notices anything, it won't be good for his recovery." She had to find a way to get Suyu to cooperate with the act. Otherwise, as soon as Suche saw him, the whole thing would be exposed. "All right." Suche squeezed out a word through his teeth. With just a few words, Lin Wanfu managed to fool Suche, then she went to the hospital room where Suyu was. The young man was lying back on the hospital bed, his delicate, clean, and refined face showing a sickly pallor, which only made his red lips look more enchanting. He looked even more beautiful than a girl. When Suyu saw Lin Wanfu enter the room, he was momentarily stunned, then his eyes brightened. "You really came?" Not long ago, when he received Lin Wanfu's message asking for the hospital and room number, he thought she was just asking casually, but he didn't expect her to actually come to see him. At least she had some conscience. "Suyu, are you feeling better?" Lin Wanfu sat on the edge of Suyu's bed, her gaze full of concern. "I'm fine." Suyu's face involuntarily flushed. He turned his head away, not daring to meet Lin Wanfu's eyes. "Don't worry too much. It's okay if we didn't find Qin Yi this time. I know where Jing Xiaoya's hometown is. We can still go to her house to look for Qin Yi." Hearing this, Lin Wanfu immediately seized the opportunity. "But I've run into a bit of trouble. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend for a while?" "Why?" Suyu instinctively wanted to refuse. Come on, being the boyfriend of a vicious supporting female lead is a high-risk job. Who knows, if he agrees today, he might become a prematurely deceased ex-boyfriend tomorrow. Lin Wanfu looked at Suyu with a worried expression. "Recently, Shin Huijin has been pressuring me too much. He's repeatedly brought up marriage and I can't refuse him harshly or offend him because my dad's new company depends on his support. I have no other choice. Maybe if he knows I have a boyfriend, he'll back off." Suyu wanted to say that this kind of trick wouldn't make Shin Huijin back off but would only anger him. But seeing the mist in Lin Wanfu's eyes, he couldn't bear to discourage her and make her more anxious. "Let's be clear, I'm only pretending to be your boyfriend. If this doesn't work, you have to tell them clearly that we're fake, not a real couple." He was still young, he didn't want to die. I definitely won't drag you down." Lin Wanfu nodded obediently. Suyu said worriedly, "Later we should sign an agreement. I want to keep it as evidence, otherwise I won't feel at ease." Lin Wanfu still nodded obediently. "Since you're helping me, I'll peel an apple for you." "No need, I'll do it myself," Suyu said as he quickly grabbed the fruit knife on the table and started peeling the apple. A delicate young lady like Lin Wanfu, who never did any chores, peeling an apple? Impossible. Better not have her cut her finger and blame him later. Lin Wanfu propped her chin on her hand, watching Suyu peel the apple, then suddenly asked, "Didn't you say Qin Yi would come back to Jinghai once more? Then why don't we just wait for him at my old family home? Why do we have to go to Zheng Xiaoya's place?" Suyu paused his peeling. "I'm not very good at fortune-telling. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I can't tell when Qin Yi will come back to Jinghai the second time." "You can't blame him. The plot just doesn't say." "Want some?" Suyu handed the peeled apple to Lin Wanfu, who was looking at him expectantly. "Try it first to see if it's sweet." "I only eat sweet ones," Lin Wanfu said coquettishly. So you had no choice but to cut off a small piece and taste it first, then handed it back to Lin Wanfu. Go ahead, it's very sweet. Lin Wanfu didn't take it. Instead, she took Suyu's hand and bit a small piece of the apple. When Suche came in, this was the scene he saw. The atmosphere between the two was so exclusive that it felt like his heart was being gnawed by thousands of ants, unbearably painful. Chapter 55. Marry me. All my money is yours, Xiaoyu. Suyu had been distracted, staring at Lin Wanfu, when suddenly he heard his older brother Suche's voice by his ear. He was startled and reflexively wanted to explain. Brother, Lin Wanfu suddenly interrupted Suyu. Suyu, since your brother has already seen it, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Understanding the hint in Lin Wanfu's words, Suyu played along immediately. Brother, I'm dating Fufu. Please don't tell mom and dad yet. I want to wait until our relationship is stable before I tell them myself. This was good. Letting Suche misunderstand that Lin Wanfu was his girlfriend would definitely stop him from having any thoughts about her. In a way, he was saving Suche from misery, so he wouldn't have to suffer from love anymore. Suche was inwardly jealous to the point of madness, but he still kept a smile on his face. Xiaoyu, you're already an adult. Will you date as your freedom? Of course I won't interfere. To prevent Suyu from saying too much, Lin Wanfu softened her voice and coquettishly said, I still want to eat an apple. Take it yourself, Suyu said, his face flushing red. When no one was around, he could feed her, but now with his brother watching, it was too embarrassing. Lin Wanfu pretended to be angry. You're my boyfriend. Can't you be a little more considerate? Suyu had no choice but to grit his teeth and feed Lin Wanfu the apple in front of Suche, showing off their affection. Watching their interaction, Suche's smile looked a bit stiff, but he forced himself to keep smiling. It was obvious that Suyu was different with Lin Wanfu. He clearly liked her. Therefore, Suche couldn't let Suyu notice anything unusual, or else he might get upset and end up in the ICU again. Gradually, Suyu felt uneasy under Suche's strange gaze. Brother, with Fufu here taking care of me, it's fine. If you have something to do, you can go back first. Suche looked at Lin Wanfu, who was enjoying being fed by Suyu. Was this really taking care of someone? Although it was somewhat laughable, Suche didn't say much. All right, my company has some matters too. I'll come back to see you later. Rather than staying in the hospital and making things uncomfortable, it was better not to see it and not be bothered. As soon as Suche left, Suyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wanfu swallowed the piece of fruit in her mouth. She slowly said, Suyu, your injuries look like they'll take a long time to heal. Why don't you tell me where Zhang Xiaoya's hometown is? I'll go find Qin Yi myself. Suyu refused without hesitation. How can that be? What if something dangerous happens to you alone? No matter what, I have to find Qin Yi. He is very important to me, Lin Wanfu said. Suyu gritted his teeth and said, don't worry. I'll get discharged tomorrow, and I'll go with you. Zhang Xiaoya's hometown was in a remote city. How could Suyu feel at ease letting Lin Wanfu go alone? She was so headstrong. If she got into a conflict with someone and no one was around, she would be the one to suffer. Lin Wanfu put on a troubled expression. But are you really okay? Suyu comforted her, I'm fine. My injuries aren't that serious. All right, then I'll come find you tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Wanfu got up and left the ward. Passing through the empty hospital corridor, she had just reached a corner when someone grabbed her. The next moment, a familiar cool fragrance enveloped her, faint but pleasant. It was Suche's scent. Aren't you supposed to be busy at the company? Lin Wanfu gently fiddled with Suche's meticulously tied tie. Suche looked at her intently, my mind is full of you, how am I supposed to work? Then aren't you losing a lot of money? Lin Wanfu's black hair flowed like a waterfall. She twirled a strand around her finger, her eyes like a pool of spring water, shimmering with ripples, bright and charming. She remembered well that Suche was a complete money lover. You attract me more than money. Suche quietly gazed at Lin Wanfu, a tenderness and affection shining in his eyes that even he hadn't noticed before. Mr. Su, indulging in beauty leads to downfall. Lin Wanfu placed her hand on Suche's shoulder, smiling playfully, I still prefer seeing you make money for me to spend. Marry me and all my money will be yours. The Su Group's market value is over 100 billion. In Suche's cold eyes, a flicker of light shimmered, as if countless threads of affection were swirling, ready to pull her deep into his gaze. He didn't mind that she was after his money. More than that, if she liked money, the wealth he possessed could bind her for a lifetime. Hearing such astronomical assets, Lin Wanfu was not surprised at all. Before the Lin family went bankrupt, their assets were not much less than the Su family's, so she was not shocked. Lin Wanfu did not give Suche a definite answer. She only vaguely said, then aren't you basically working for free? If it's for you, I'm willing. Suche's words gave the impression of a wedding in progress. Lin Wanfu lowered her eyes slightly, let's talk after I break up with Suyu. All right, whatever you want. Learning from last time, Suche patiently didn't push too hard this time. She was like quicksand, the tighter you hold, the faster she slips away. Jiangxin City, an old residential area. Zhang Xiaoya frowned, looking at the blood-stained coat on the table, feeling troubled. This morning in her fluster, she had accidentally brought the man's coat back with her. Last night, after finishing her part-time job and heading home, she passed through a small alley and found a severely injured man unconscious. Originally, she didn't want to meddle, but the man was so handsome that she couldn't bear to leave him. Later, she took him to the hospital. But in a big city like Jinghai, Hospital expenses were far beyond what a recent college graduate without a formal job could afford. Just one emergency surgery nearly drained all her savings. Moreover, the man remained unconscious and he had no identification on him, so she couldn't contact any family. Helpless, she had no choice but to bring him back to her hometown. Sigh, if this coat is thrown in the outside trash bin, someone might see it and call the police. Zhang Xiaoye picked up the coat on the table, feeling a headache coming on. Suddenly, a small object fell from the coat pocket, hitting the floor with a clear sound. She looked closely. It seemed to be a golden pocket watch. Zhang Xiaoye picked up the watch and opened it, and an old photo appeared before her eyes. The man in the photo showed only a bewitching side profile, his expression focused on the smiling girl beside him, as if he could only see her. It was clear the man in the photo was the one she found in the alley last night, and the girl, stunningly beautiful, was probably his girlfriend. Realizing this, Zhang Xiaoye lost the mood to even check if the man had woken up in the hospital. Chapter 55, A Twist of Fate. Just as Zhang Xiaoye was lost in her wild thoughts, she received a call from the hospital. Miss Zhang, may I ask when you will be able to pay the patient's treatment fees in full? If you continue to default, our hospital will not be able to continue treating the patient. Hearing the business-like tone on the other end of the line, Zhang Xiaoye clenched her phone tightly, her mood very complicated. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke. Please don't give up on the treatment. I will definitely find a way to gather the money. After all, it was a living life. She couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. After hanging up the hospital's reminder call, Zhang Xiaoye began rummaging through her home. Her parents were both gone, leaving her only this old house. Even her university tuition was paid through her own work study and borrowing from relatives. Now she could only come up with 5,000 yuan, which was just a drop in the bucket compared to the outstanding medical fees, far from enough. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoye remembered the pocket watch that had fallen out of the man's coat pocket. She picked up the pocket watch and examined it carefully. The watch was entirely golden and very beautiful. She didn't know if it was made of real gold, and the patterns and designs on it were exquisite, making it seem quite valuable. Zhang Xiaoye couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. At this moment, she could only hope the pocket watch could fetch a good price, otherwise that man would truly be beyond saving. Because the situation was urgent, Zhang Xiaoye didn't dare to delay. She took the pocket watch to a nearby pawn shop. Miss, are you really going to sell this watch? The pawn shop owner carefully held the pocket watch, his eyes full of undisguised admiration. It was the first time he had seen a pocket watch with such top-notch materials and craftsmanship, truly a masterpiece. Especially the old photo inside the watch, resembling a golden boy and jade girl, was the finishing touch, extremely eye-catching. Based on his experience and judgment, this pocket watch was definitely an antique with extremely high collectible value. Saying it was priceless would not be an exaggeration. Zhang Xiaoye was unaware of the watch's value and tentatively asked, Boss, how much do you think this watch is worth? The pawn shop owner also cautiously replied, Miss, if you want to pawn it with no intention of redeeming, I can offer you 800,000 yuan. If you want to pawn it temporarily and redeem it later, the price will be lower. I can only offer 500,000 yuan. The price he gave was completely like treating someone as a fat sheep to be slaughtered, but business was a give and take. If she was not satisfied, he could raise the price later. Zhang Xiaoye was stunned. On the way here, she had only hoped the watch could sell for a few tens of thousands, but now the owner was telling her it was worth hundreds of thousands. Could it be that she had really saved some big gangster? She clearly remembered hearing several gunshots when she found the man covered in blood in the alley. After sending him to the hospital, thinking his identity must be complicated, she didn't dare to call the police, fearing trouble. If the man had some shady identity, reporting it would ruin everything. She might even be retaliated against. Miss, are you listening to me? The pawn shop owner urged somewhat anxiously. Zhang Xiaoye gradually came back to her senses. She stammered, Boss, I want to pawn it temporarily and redeem it later when I have the money. Selling the pocket watch was to solve the immediate problem. When the man woke up, she would tell him to redeem it himself. Carrying a large sum of money as she left the pawn shop, Zhang Xiaoye still felt a bit dazed. Pocket watch could be worth so much? Could the owner be a fool with nowhere to spend his money? Forget it, she couldn't worry about that now. She had to hurry and pay the medical fees. With that thought, she rushed to the hospital. However, when she was about to pay, she received bad news. The man she had saved had injured medical staff and escaped. These past 2 days, Lin Wanfu had been living quite comfortably because Shen Songyan and Shen Huijin hadn't come to bother her, probably because they were very busy. Little did she know, the two were actually recuperating at home. Lin Wanfu had arranged to meet Suyu in the afternoon to go to Jiangxin City to find Qin Yi. With nothing to do in the morning, she suddenly had the idea to drive to the Lin family's old mansion, which had already been mortgaged and sold. Previously, Shen Songyan had said that 80% of the Lin family's debt was owed to him, so now the old Lin family mansion was most likely under his name, becoming his personal property. Thinking of this, Lin Wanfu just couldn't bring herself to like Shen Songyan. If she hadn't been cursed for 8 generations to meet this lunatic Shen Songyan, she could have comfortably lived her whole life as the eldest daughter of the Lin family, playing however she wanted. Shen Songyan seemed to always act as her protector, but in reality without him it wasn't raining outside at all. Miss, hello, sorry to bother you. May I ask how to get to Yuchuan South Road? I accidentally got lost. A young man's clear, magnetic voice came from behind, his tone slightly rising at the end, inexplicably tender. Lin Wanfu turned to look at the man asking for directions. She saw a tall, handsome man with clear and refined features. His light eyes were framed by long, thick lashes, clean and translucent, like glass immersed in ice and snow, shimmering gently with a single blink. He was truly like snow on a high mountain, a bright moon among clouds. Walk in that direction for 500 meters. Lin Wanfu pointed the way and was about to leave, but the man called out to her, Miss, thank you. My name is Pei Qingwei. Here's my business card. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. When the man spoke, his voice was as captivating as the plucking of a jade zither. Pei Qingwei. Lin Wanfu's eyes flickered with surprise. She remembered Siyu mentioning this person. He was Shin Sungyan's indispensable right-hand man, a top-tier scientific genius of a new era. Miss, do you know me? Pei Qingwei's eyes darkened briefly, making it impossible to catch. In reality, Lin Wanfu's voice sounded more like Wan. Lin Wanfu gently shook her head. No, I just thought your voice was very pleasant. Suddenly she gave Pei Qingwei a bright smile, her beautiful peach blossom eyes curved like crescent moons, looking utterly harmless. Pei Qingwei's lips curled slightly upward. Half-jokingly, he said, your voice also gives me a very familiar feeling, especially like my first love. Isn't that pickup line a bit outdated? Lin Wanfu teased without mercy. I'm not lying to you. Pei Qingwei's tone unconsciously took on a hint of seriousness. Lin Wanfu tilted her head. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel your voice is also very similar to someone I know. She had already guessed that Pei Qingwei was Yun Yi. No wonder Siyu said he was her dog, he really was. Pei Qingwei felt a bit nervous. Who? Lin Wanfu, like my online boyfriend, but my online boyfriend definitely isn't as good looking as you. Otherwise he wouldn't have disappeared as soon as he saw the photos I sent. Probably too insecure to match me, afraid of being exposed. Hearing this, Pei Qingwei was momentarily stunned. He had never seen any photos. Someone must have used his phone. Steadying himself slightly, Pei Qingwei looked at Lin Wanfu and said calmly, that's really a pity. I've told you so much and now I'm thirsty. Lin Wanfu pouted unhappily. Pei Qingwei, I'm very sorry. To make up for it, may I treat you to a meal? It was intentional from the start. Lin Wanfu certainly couldn't refuse Pei Qingwei. All right. Shortly after the two left, a man dressed in hospital patient clothes appeared at the Lin family's old residence. Chapter 57. A group of men fighting and scrambling at a high-end restaurant. Pei Qingwei thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Lin Wanfu. Only after she sat down did he take his seat. From the moment he made contact with her, he behaved very gentlemanly and perfectly, as if every word and action had been rehearsed countless times, leaving no room for fault. The waiter handed over the menu, and after politely asking Lin Wanfu about her preferences, Pei Qingwei quickly placed the order. Name, Pei Qingwei. Age, 25. Gender, male. Height, 858 centimeters. Identity, world-class scientific genius, the largest arms dealer in costly District 7, honorary professor at Jingxi University. Hobbies, Wan, developing weapons. Dislikes, Shin Huaijin. Lin Wanfu smiled sweetly on the surface as she looked at Pei Qingwei, but after carefully reading his personal information, her wariness of him increased another notch. Pei Qingwei not only had an extremely dangerous identity but also acted flawlessly, like he was wearing a mask, making it impossible for her to grasp his true thoughts. However, from her experience, this kind of person was probably like Su Che, once stuck to you, hard to shake off. By now she had realized. Except for Qin Yi, who would yield to her, all the men she met were fighting and scrambling over her, not one of them good. Yet, whether it was her illusion or not, she always felt an invisible force was interfering with her, causing her to miss Qin Yi every time. It felt as if someone was correcting a disrupted plot, steering events back toward the storyline in the book. In short, it was trying to make her end up with the same fate as in the book, not allowing her to change her own ending. Thinking of this, Lin Wanfu slightly lowered her eyelashes, hiding the fleeting gloom in her eyes. If they didn't want her to find Qin Yi, then she would find him anyway. After closing the menu and handing it back to the waiter, Pei Qingwei looked at the absent-minded Lin Wanfu sitting opposite him. We've talked for so long, but I haven't asked how to address you? My surname is Lin Wanfu. The woman's voice was sweet, soft, with a slight drawn-out tone that made one's bones melt. That's a very beautiful name. Pei Qingwei felt a bit dry in his mouth, his Adam's apple rolling up and down several times. His heart was full of restless emotions, but he had to restrain himself. Can I call you Wan? He couldn't scare her, he had to leave a good impression. No, I hate being called Wan. Lin Wanfu's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Pei Qingwei was slightly stunned. Why? Suddenly, Lin Wanfu picked up the fork beside her. Because my previous online boyfriend called me that. He cheated on my feelings and then suddenly disappeared without a word. I hate people like that the most. Even if he had some unavoidable reason, I would never forgive him. Saying that, she angrily stabbed the fork into a pre-meal dessert. Pei Qingwei looked at the ruined dessert under Lin Wanfu's hand and fell silent instantly. He always felt that if Lin Wanfu knew he was her online boyfriend, then the fork should be stabbed into him. Better to pretend they just met. Let the past be past. Meeting Lin Wanfu's gaze, Pei Qingyue did not dodge and agreed. Yeah, people who don't care about your feelings really don't deserve forgiveness. I thought you'd defend him. Lin Wanfu feigned surprise. I always see things clearly. The moment I saw you, I knew it was his fault. Pei Qingyue said the teasing words seriously, completely unlike his cold, unsmiling self in the lab. She used to chase him, but now it's his turn to chase her. If he can make her heart flutter once, he can make it flutter twice. As for Shin Songyan, he had already broken off their engagement 3 years ago. Is there anything wrong with him pursuing his ex-fiancée? Moreover, friendship is important, but love is even more valuable. Lin Wanfu seemed amused by Pei Qingyue. You are really interesting. Just then, the waiter brought over the carefully plated dishes prepared by the chef. Please enjoy. Try the crystal shrimp here, it's very delicious. Pei Qingyue's lips curled into a faint smile. Lin Wanfu tilted her head and looked at him. How do you know I still love eating crystal shrimp? She remembered she hadn't mentioned crystal shrimp when ordering. Pei Qingyue feigned surprise. So you like crystal shrimp? What a coincidence, I love it too. Try it, this place is famous for their crystal shrimp. The first step to sparking interest is sharing the same hobbies, something she had taught him. Back then, she pretended to have a strong interest in math and insisted on having him as her online tutor. Then slyly stole his heart. It really tastes great. Lin Wanfu elegantly took a bite of the shrimp, her eyes slightly squinting, looking just like a cute and charming kitten enjoying a tasty treat. Pei Qingyue then placed his cut steak in front of Lin Wanfu and gently said, "You eat mine." "Thank you." Lin Wanfu didn't refuse. The atmosphere during their meal was very harmonious. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoye bought the fastest ticket back to Jinghai City. She went to the alley where she had found the man but found nothing. However, she did not give up. If she couldn't find the man, she really wouldn't know what to do with the hundreds of thousands of yuan she had. Several times she wanted to call the police, but she worried that would bring even bigger trouble. So she continued searching nearby. Fortunately, her luck was fairly good. She found the man wearing a hospital gown under a bridge. He was sitting with his knees bent against a pillar, his head lowered, making it hard to see his face. But the aura he gave off made it clear he was no ordinary person. Zhang Xiaoye looked at the silent man with his head down. Why did you run away from the hospital alone? She remembered the man had nothing on him except the pocket watch inside his coat. Where did he get money for transportation? After a long while, the man slowly raised his head, revealing an androgynous handsome face. Even though his complexion was pale, it did not hide his almost ambiguous gender beauty. If there really were male fox spirits in the world, he would probably look like this. Zhang Xiaoye stared at him without blinking, uncontrollably showing a look of infatuation in her eyes. Facing such a face, it was hard for her to be angry. Forget it, considering how good-looking he was, it was only right for her to spend all her savings to save him. This card still has a balance of 319,580. Originally it had 500,000, but you spent 109,420 on hospitalization, surgery, and compensation for injuring medical staff. Zhang Xiaoye handed the bank card and hospital bills to the man without hesitation. By the way, this money came from selling the pocket watch on you. I did this to pay your medical fees, so you can't blame me. If you can gather 500,000, I'll take you to that shop to redeem it now. I have no money. The man's voice was hoarse. Does your family have money? Zhang Xiaoye frowned. It shouldn't be like this. He looked so noble. How could he have no money? I don't remember. Chapter 58. Miss Lin, what a coincidence, we meet again afternoon. Lin Wanfu sent a message to her father, using the excuse of going on a trip with friends for a few days. Then she left with her luggage. Then she met up with Suyu at the airport. Give it to me. Suyu took the small suitcase from Lin Wanfu's hand and led her toward the lounge. Lin Wanfu smiled brightly and linked her arm with Suyu's. Kissy boyfriend, you've improved a lot. Suyu's face instantly flushed red. Lin Wanfu, can you be serious? I only agreed to pretend to be your boyfriend. Now that Shen Huijin and the others aren't here, we're just ordinary friends. He said this as he pulled his hand away from Lin Wanfu's embrace, looking like he was guarding himself carefully against her. In the story, the vicious female antagonist Lin Wanfu was a shameless woman who lusted after good looks. What if she took a fancy to him? Sure enough, a good-looking guy like him had to learn to protect himself when out and about. I thought you hated me, but it turns out you already consider me a friend. Lin Wanfu smiled at Suyu, her long black curls casually draped, wearing a wine-red dress. Her flawless face seemed sculpted by the creator's own hands, effortlessly capturing everyone's attention. Like a red rose blooming brilliantly in a thicket of thorns, dazzling in everyone's eyes. Suyu discreetly shielded Lin Wanfu from the occasional glances at her in the airport and used his gaze to scare off any brazen people trying to flirt with her. After a long time without a response from Suyu, Lin Wanfu looked at him dissatisfied. Are you even listening to me? I don't hate you. Suyu said another insincere line, but the past was the past and now is now. Anyway, he definitely didn't hate her now. Lin Wanfu was finally satisfied. Humph, I bet you don't dare hate me. I have something on you. Suyu asked curiously, what do you have on me? Lin Wanfu suddenly pinched Suyu's still slightly chubby cheek. Already forgetting so soon? You even said you wanted to be my lackey before. Pinched on the cheek, Suyu didn't dare resist. He just muttered softly, I thought you'd forgotten about that. How do you still remember? Don't tell me you were lying to me? Lin Wanfu narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone carrying a hint of threat. So you admitted defeat. How could I dare? The lackey will go buy the young lady a small cake right now, okay? He remembered that the book mentioned the vicious female antagonist Lin Wanfu loved sweets. Then I want to eat red velvet cake. Lin Wanfu unconsciously licked her lips, clearly craving it. Seeing Lin Wanfu make such an enticing gesture, Siyu's gaze awkwardly avoided her full red lips. He spoke a bit hurriedly, okay, wait for me in the lounge. I'll go buy it for you. Checking the time on his watch, he found only half an hour left before boarding, so he had to run to find the dessert shop. After much effort, Siyu finally bought the red velvet cake Lin Wanfu wanted. He didn't dare stop for a moment and ran back to the lounge, but unexpectedly bumped into a tall man on the way. Sorry, are you okay? Siyu instinctively apologized, then looked up and met a pair of particularly beautiful fox-like eyes. But those eyes looked at him with extreme coldness, to put it bluntly, as if looking at a corpse. After a long silence without the man speaking, Siyu hesitantly said, Are you unable to speak? He always felt something strange about this bewitching-looking man in front of him, but he couldn't quite say what was odd. At this moment, a young woman walked over. Hello, may I ask what happened? My friend is naturally not very talkative, so if there's anything you can tell me. Well, I accidentally bumped into this gentleman just now, and I want to compensate for some medical expenses. Siyu spoke truthfully. Zhang Xiaoyao waved her hands repeatedly. No need, he's fine. No need to pay for medical expenses. She really didn't want to cause more trouble. After all, the man had no identity and was also amnesiac. She had brought him into the airport not through official channels but by spending a lot of money and asking someone to handle it. Siyu watched the two hurriedly leave, a trace of thoughtfulness flashing in his eyes, but thinking that Lin Wanfu was still waiting for him, he had no time to investigate further. Running all the way back to the lounge, Siyu was already sweating lightly on his forehead. He gasped as he handed the red velvet cake in his hand to Lin Wanfu. Eat quickly, after finishing, we should board. Lin Wanfu unwrapped the cake, then took a small spoonful to taste. Finding the taste quite good, she picked up the small cake and ate it bite by bite. Siyu sat beside her watching her eat, his eyes full of unknowing tenderness. Halfway through eating, Lin Wanfu suddenly scooped a spoonful of cake and fed it to Siyu's lips. Do you want to try some? Siyu, as if possessed, opened his mouth and ate the cake. After a while, he belatedly realized that Lin Wanfu had fed him with the spoon she had already eaten from. Is it good? Lin Wanfu smiled brightly, looking at Siyu who was blushing as if about to bleed. He was too innocent. She always felt that if she kissed him with ill intent, he might be so shocked that he would faint directly. Good. Siyu was completely at a loss. Then eat it all. Lin Wanfu stuffed the remaining small cake into Siyu's hands. Of course, she wouldn't admit that she couldn't finish it. She just loved sharing. Siyu held the half-eaten small cake, unsure whether to eat it or throw it away. Lin Wanfu deliberately teased him. Didn't you say it was good? Why aren't you eating? Could it be that you were lying? In the end, Siyu succumbed to Lin Wanfu's overwhelming charm and resignedly ate the small cake. Miss Lin, what a coincidence, we meet again. Hearing a cold voice above his head like snow pressing on green pines, Lin Wanfu slowly raised her head. The next second, she locked eyes with Pei Qingwei, with whom she had just had lunch at noon. Who are you? Siyu stared warily at the man who appeared out of nowhere. This man's eyes were almost glued to Lin Wanfu, clearly with ill intentions and plotting against her. Pei Qingwei unconsciously clenched and then relaxed his hand hanging by his side. He lowered his eyes slightly. Sorry, I didn't know Miss Lin already had a boyfriend. Just a boyfriend, soon he would make him her ex-boyfriend. Siyu thought Pei Qingwei was just another player trying to flirt with Lin Wanfu and casually said, now that you know, you can leave. At this moment, Siyu didn't recognize Pei Qingwei at all because he hadn't attended his class, so it was normal not to know him. If he did know him, even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare talk to Pei Qingwei like this. Pei Qingwei looked at Lin Wanfu. Miss Lin, your boyfriend seems to control you very strictly. He doesn't even allow you normal social freedom. Siyu. Damn, where did this green tea bitch come from, causing all this trouble? Chapter 59. The High Mountain Flower turns out to be a stalker. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanfu's gaze fell on the black suitcase beside Pei Qingwei, shifting the topic. Mr. Pei, are you planning to travel as well? Hearing this, Siyu's mind momentarily froze, then he felt his vision darken. Mr. Pei? Could it really be Pei Qingwei? If this person in front of him was truly the scientific research tycoon Pei Qingwei, who was involved in various fields in the book, then just now, by claiming to be Lin Wanfu's boyfriend, wouldn't he have caused a misunderstanding with Pei Qingwei? In an instant, countless cliché novel scenarios flashed through his mind. Usually in such misunderstandings, neither party can speak out. They must endure a period of emotional and physical torment before the misunderstanding can be resolved. No, he had to find a way to clear up this misunderstanding. He couldn't let Pei Qingwei continue cooperating with Shin Song-in. These two were already exceptionally capable. Taking them down one by one was difficult enough, let alone dealing with both simultaneously. Pei Qingwei glanced at the strangely behaving Siyu and spoke at a moderate pace. A few days ago, I heard from colleagues in the lab that there's a valley in Jiangxin City with beautiful scenery, so I plan to check it out, just to relax. Lin Wanfu pretended not to notice Pei Qingyue's intentions, smiling with crescent-shaped eyes. Someone like you, who stays in the lab doing experiments every day, should definitely get out more, or you'll get bored and turn into a dullard. The business card Pei Qingyue had given her earlier stated he was the deputy director of Jinghai Biological Research Base. Miss Lin is right. Pei Qingyue quietly watched Lin Wanfu, his eyes shone brightly under the overhead light. I seem to have forgotten to ask, Miss Lin, are you traveling as well? I'm not traveling, I'm looking for someone. Lin Wanfu's eyes were as clear as morning dew, without a trace of impurity, as if not a speck of dust had ever settled there. But it's a coincidence that the person I'm looking for is also in Jiangxin City. Pei Qingyue feigned surprise. No wonder we met again. It turns out we're on the same flight. What a coincidence. Seeing Pei Qingyue and Lin Wanfu chatting as if no one else was around, Siyu suddenly interrupted. Alright, stop chatting. If we don't leave soon, we'll have to reschedule. Checking the time, it was indeed late, so Lin Wanfu stood and followed Siyu out of the lounge. Pei Qingyue stood in place, watching the two walk farther away, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. Walking along, Siyu tilted his head and asked Lin Wanfu, you've already met Pei Qingyue, why didn't you tell me? Do you value our deep, revolutionary friendship so little? He had only heard of Pei Qingyue 3 years ago when he went to Costly to help Shen Songyan, never having met him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to recognize him. Lin Wanfu looked innocent, you didn't ask. Siyu. Seeing Siyu suddenly fall silent, Lin Wanfu softly asked, I'm curious, why do you think Pei Qingyue is a good person? Siyu replied uncertainly, maybe. Because he seems pretty normal. In his view, all the characters in this book were a bit crazy, and only Pei Qingyue, who spent years in the lab, seemed relatively normal. Could it be because Pei Qingyue had never encountered Lin Wanfu before? This was bad. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? Lin Wanfu said meaningfully, I ran into him at the old house this morning, and again at the airport this afternoon. Believe it or not, we might even meet him in first class later. This guy is a bit scary, Siyu complained. How did a high IQ scientific research tycoon turn into a stalker? It's terrifying even without thinking too deeply. Lin Wanfu reached out again to pinch Suyu's cheek. Aside from everything else, pinching his cheek was genuinely fun. You're so dumb. Pei Qingyue can get along well with Shen Songyan, and you actually think he's a good person. If it were the Pei Qingyue from 7 years ago, she might have believed he was genuinely a good person, but the Pei Qingyue 7 years later was clearly someone who wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. Siyu held Lin Wanfu's mischievous hand. Since you know he's not a good person, why don't you stay far away from him? Away. Lin Wanfu shook her head lightly. Do you think I can avoid him all by myself? This time, she was able to leave Jinghai with Siyu mostly because her father hadn't left. If she had left with her father, it was likely that as soon as they arrived at the airport, Shen Songyan would have sent people to capture her. Siyu sighed, that's true. You better not run around recklessly. It wouldn't be good if you provoke them. He didn't continue his words. If he told Lin Wanfu that if she angered Shen Songyan, he would lock her in a dark room, she would definitely be scared to tears again. A bunch of annoying people always bully me. Noticing Lin Wanfu was a bit down, so you had to comfort her. Don't be unhappy. Haven't I always been trying to help you? Siyu, I'm really happy to have met you. Lin Wanfu suddenly smiled brightly like a spring flower in full bloom. Don't always smile at me so beautifully or I'll misunderstand and think you like me. Siyu tilted his head, hiding his flushed face from Lin Wanfu, but his reddened ears gave him away. He used to dislike Lin Wanfu the most, this beautiful but brainless and malicious supporting female character. But after interacting with her, he found her strangely cute. Besides having a spoiled temper and being a bit unreasonable, she wasn't really a villain. Compared to the ruthless male lead Shen Songyan or the cunning antagonist Shen Huijin, Lin Wanfu, this malicious supporting female, was hardly malicious. Fortunately, he had transmigrated into the book and met the real malicious supporting female. Otherwise, he would have been scammed by the author. Lin Wanfu stood on tiptoe and slowly leaned close to Suyu's almost completely red ear. Her voice was very soft, so soft that only he could hear. Tell me, is there a possibility that I actually like you? Suyu's eyes immediately widened, and he almost reflexively took a step back. Dad, you can't say things like that casually. I don't want to be torn apart by your fangirls and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Just thinking about the cruel methods the male lead and antagonist used in the book made him break out in a cold sweat. When reading, he thought the male lead's decisive ruthlessness toward enemies was cool and admired him. But when he became that male lead's enemy, it wasn't so wonderful. You're such a coward, Lin Wanfu pouted. So you glanced at her sideways. You call me a coward, but aren't you afraid of dying? Lin Wanfu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Hey, wait for me. So you hurried to catch up with Lin Wanfu, and suddenly he caught sight of a familiar figure ahead. It was the man he had bumped into not long ago, and it seemed he was also on this flight to Jiangxin City. Chapter 60 Ding. Your male green tea has logged in as expected. Lin Wanfu and Siyu ran into Pei Qingyue again in first class, seemingly by coincidence. However, once is coincidence, twice might still be coincidence, but 3 times is a bit insulting to one's intelligence. Suyu's gaze toward Pei Qingyue grew stranger. Big brother, your intentions are way too obvious. You're just missing a hoe to dig under my feet right in front of me. Pei Qingyue's dark eyelashes cast a small fan-shaped shadow beneath his eyelids. softening the aggression about him and adding a hint of vulnerability. Miss Lin, I didn't expect to run into you again so coincidentally, and I'm sorry it caused your boyfriend to misunderstand. See you, damn it, he remembered the book's plot didn't say Pei Qingwei was a male green tea. What's up with this guy? Suddenly he's all shady and scheming. He was no match for him at all. Lin Wanfu said with mock seriousness, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a petty little guy who always suspects I'm cheating on him behind his back. See you was full of question marks. Petty? Damn, she's got some nerve saying that. Who's more petty than her? He just snapped back at her a moment ago and look, she immediately turned around to retaliate. Little boys are like that, always suspicious at the slightest thing. I can understand. Pei Qingwei stood in the first-class aisle, dressed in clean white shirt and black pants, his figure sleek and straight, brows sharp as blades, a prominent nose carved like a chisel, and eyes cold and distant, exuding a faint chill. He carried the unique aura of a mature man, making Suyu, who wore a hoodie and had a puppy face, look like a schoolboy, exactly a little boy. Suyu's face went blank. Why don't you two just date? I'm pretty redundant. After saying that, he stormed off. Why are you leaving so fast? Lin Wanfu jogged after Suyu, naturally grabbing his hand and whining coquettishly, I can't keep up with you. Aren't you chatting well with Mr. Pei? Why follow me? Suyu asked. Lin Wanfu grinned mischievously at him, completely disarming his temper. Just worried you get jealous again. Feeling the softness in her palm, Suyu's lips involuntarily curled up, but only for a moment. He still kept his stubborn silence, pursing his lips. How could I possibly be jealous? Lin Wanfu blinked. Right, you're not jealous, I'm jealous, okay? I'm afraid you'll be stolen away by some good-looking guy outside. Suyu's face darkened instantly. Lin Wanfu, don't just blurt out rumors. I'm straight, a steel straight man. Really? I don't believe it unless you kiss me. Lin Wanfu gave a doubtful look. You're always blabbing everything out loud. The two bantered as they walked into the cabin. Seeing this, Pei Qingyue's expression darkened several shades. But soon, he returned to his previously immaculate, aloof high-cold flower demeanor, picked up his suitcase, and headed to the cabin next to where Lin Wanfu and Suyu were. Watching Pei Qingwei pass by the door, Suyu closed it without hesitation, planning to conspire with Lin Wanfu. First-class cabins are private spaces with excellent soundproofing, so there was no worry about being overheard. Seeing Lin Wanfu sit down and prepare to eat dessert, Suyu quickly took the dessert away. You've already had a piece of cake today, you can't eat more. Eating too many sugary desserts like this isn't good for your health. Why not? Lin Wanfu looked at Suyu with dissatisfaction. To prevent herself from softening, Suyu quickly finished all the desserts on the plate, because I want to eat. Lin Wanfu. Why is this guy even more gluttonous than her, looking like a starving ghost reincarnated? Does the Su family not feed him? Suyu felt a bit awkward under Lin Wanfu's gaze. He picked up his water cup and took a tactical sip. All right, let's talk about serious matters. What serious matters? A trace of doubt flashed in Lin Wanfu's eyes. Suyu was already getting anxious on Lin Wanfu's behalf. How can you be so carefree? Pei Qingwei is now like a perverted stalker, constantly watching you. Aren't you scared? Hearing this, Lin Wanfu didn't take it seriously. She propped her chin up with her hand. I'm used to it anyway. One more or one less doesn't matter. Maybe she was just naturally attractive to sick and twisted people. Those who liked her were hardly normal. Only Qin Yi was an exception. But now there was another one who looked especially easy to fool as Suyu. Suyu lowered his eyes, looking at Lin Wanfu who seemed lost in thought. He unconsciously softened his voice, don't overthink it. The abnormal ones are them, not you. Hearing this, Lin Wanfu smiled sweetly, you dared to offend Pei Qingwei just now. Aren't you afraid your loyal fan will tear you to pieces and throw you into the sea to feed the fish? Sometimes Suyu laughed awkwardly. Knock knock knock, suddenly, a knock interrupted their conversation. Suyu got up to open the door and the next second he saw a man with an elegant and cold aura. Pei Qingwei ignored Suyu and fixed his gaze on Lin Wanfu who was lazily sitting on the single sofa. Miss Lin, sorry to bother you so abruptly. Lin Wanfu looked up at Pei Qingwei, what's the matter? I'm not very familiar with Jiangxin City. Could you help me look over these two travel plans? Pei Qingwei was clearly prepared. He pushed past Suyu who was blocking the way, walked up to Lin Wanfu, and handed her an iPad. Suyu who was pushed aside, looked utterly displeased. He held back from cursing loudly. Lin Wanfu didn't take the iPad. Sorry, I'm not familiar with Jiangxin City either. Is that so? Then sorry to bother you. Pei Qingwei took back the iPad and was about to leave. But as he turned, he suddenly seemed dizzy and unsteady, clutching his forehead as he collapsed onto Lin Wanfu on the sofa, cleverly pressing down on her. What are you doing? Let her go. Suyu instinctively stepped forward and pushed Pei Qingwei away. What the hell, this guy dared to make a move on Lin Wanfu right in front of him. What kind of person could he be? Because Pei Qingwei had his back to Suyu. Suyu didn't see the series of fake moves Pei Qingwei made before collapsing onto Lin Wanfu. Suyu, you misunderstood. He seems to be, Suyu cut off Lin Wanfu. What do you mean I misunderstood? He just pounced on you. Pei Qingwei immediately looked guilty. Miss Lin, it's all my fault for causing your boyfriend to misunderstand again. But please believe me, I really didn't mean to offend you. It's just my old low blood sugar acting up. Lin Wanfu sized up Pei Qingwei and noticed his face was indeed a bit pale. She said, he just likes to nitpick. Don't mind him, it's not your fault. This guy's act was actually quite convincing. Chapter 61. Even if she loses her memory, her body still remembers him. Suyu was both angry and aggrieved, but he didn't dare to argue with Lin Wanfu. He could only sulk alone. After Pei Qingwei left, Lin Wanfu got up and walked over to Suyu, who was sitting with his head down in the corner, and reached out to push him. What's wrong? Suyu muttered sulkily. Lin Wanfu bent down close to Suyu, carefully observing his expression and feigned surprise. You're really angry? Suyu turned his face away. I'm not angry. But the next second, Lin Wanfu cupped his face with both hands, her gaze passing over his slightly reddened eyes, her tone tinged with teasing. If I didn't side with Pei Qingwei, the one who'd be in trouble would be you. She understood these men's obsessive thoughts too well. It was fine if he didn't like her, he would find a way to get rid of the person she liked, so she would have no choice but to like him. Suyu pressed his lips and said, I thought you were tempted by her looks, didn't even notice such an obvious green tea trick. You said it yourself, he's like a perverted stalker. Why would I be crazy about him? That would only be giving him an advantage. Lin Wanfu looked at Suyu as if he were an idiot. You might have a point, Suyu belatedly realized. Lin Wanfu released Suyu's face and straightened up, snorting lightly. You're so dumb, yet you still want to help me escape from Shin Songyan and the others' control? Suyu muttered. Softly, don't blame me, you're not much smarter than me. What did you say? Lin Wanfu narrowed her eyes dangerously, perfectly imitating Shin Huijin's usual imposing demeanor. Suyu immediately backed down, wearing a flattering expression. I said, Miss, you're the most beautiful and smartest, no one compares to you. With that flattering attitude, if this were ancient times, the emperor would have appointed you a dog official. Lin Wanfu said with a half smile. Suyu, that was really harsh. Well, considering how pretty she was, he wouldn't argue with her. Seeing Suyu silent, Lin Wanfu covered her mouth and let out a delicate yawn. A bit sleepy, I'll nap for a while. Wake me up when we arrive. The first-class cabin was like a small luxury RV, with both a sofa and a bed, very comfortable. Suyu watched Lin Wanfu lie down under the covers and close her eyes without a sound, his eyes widening a bit. Wait, you really don't treat me like an outsider? I'm still standing here and you fall asleep in a second. After a long time without a response from Lin Wanfu, Suyu realized she was truly asleep and felt a bit amused and helpless. He didn't know whether to be glad that Lin Wanfu trusted him so much or angry that she didn't see him as a man. After standing by the bed for a while, Suyu planned to go to the sofa to read and pass the time. But as soon as he turned his head, he was knocked unconscious, not even having time to see if the person was male or female. About a minute later, hearing faint noises nearby, Lin Wanfu was about to open her eyes and get up to check when a large hand pressed her back onto the bed, covering her mouth and pulling a blanket over her head, plunging her into darkness. Don't move. A cold voice whispered in Lin Wanfu's ear, followed by a faint, familiar scent of cold plum blossom. The voice sounded like Qin Yi's, but wasn't he supposed to have amnesia? How could he find her? Before Lin Wanfu could think further, she felt a burning chest press against her back. She instinctively wanted to turn her head toward the man. But not only was her mouth covered, she was also firmly held in his arms, unable to move at all. However, she still learned the man's identity because his personal information appeared before her eyes. Name: Qin Yi. Age: 27. Gender: male. Height: 192 centimeters. Identity: the world's strongest international mercenary. Unknown. Hobbies: Lin Wanfu, collecting all kinds of sparkling jewelry for Lin Wanfu. Dislikes: anyone who makes Lin Wanfu unhappy. At that moment, a gentle voice from the attendant came from the door. Mr. Su MS. Lin, sorry to bother you, but did you just see any strangers passing by here? Tell her, no. Qin Yi's lips pressed tightly against Lin Wanfu's ear, his voice low and husky, the warm breath in his words spreading over the skin behind her ear, causing her whole body to tremble uncontrollably. Only when Lin Wanfu nodded to show she understood did Qin Yi slowly release her mouth, but the hand he placed on her waist did not loosen in the slightest. Lin Wanfu lifted a corner of the blanket that blocked her view and noticed Suyu lying stiffly inside, not knowing if he had fainted or died. As for Qin Yi, he was now hidden between her and Suyu, completely covered by the blanket, and the attendant at the door did not notice anything unusual. Perhaps because she hadn't spoken for a long time, Qin Yi, hidden under the blanket, gently pinched her soft waist. Lin Wanfu bit her lip, barely suppressing the moan that almost escaped. Then she pressed down Qin Yi's hand and calmly said to the attendant, is something wrong? Although Lin Wanfu did not use much force, it would have been easy for Qin Yi to break free with his strength, yet he made no move. Ms. Lin, it's like this. We just found out that an unidentified person boarded this plane. For your safety and that of other passengers, if you see any suspicious individuals, please inform us as soon as possible. The attendant maintained a professional smile and spoke in a gentle tone. After a moment of silence, Lin Wanfu said, I haven't seen anyone else. All right, then I won't disturb your rest. Have a pleasant journey. Before leaving, the attendant thoughtfully closed the door. Shortly after the attendant left, Qin Yi, still under the blanket, swiftly and cleanly turned over and got off the bed, silently turning to leave. Unfortunately, before he could take half a step, a pair of soft, weak hands hugged him from behind, making it impossible for him to move. However, this inability to move was somewhat exaggerated. If he really wanted to leave, Lin Wanfu wouldn't be able to hold him back. In fact, he was also puzzled why, the moment he touched her, he felt a particularly familiar sensation. Even more, his body instinctively resisted doing anything that might hurt her. Qin Yi, where are you going? Lin Wanfu leaned against the broad back of the man, her small voice soft and sweet, tears sparkling in her eyes. She knew Qin Yi had amnesia, so his cold attitude toward her was normal, but she still felt a bit wronged. After a moment of silence, Qin Yi turned to look at Lin Wanfu kneeling on the bed, crying with tears streaming down her face. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes. Don't cry. He probably wasn't good at comforting people. These 3 words were cold and hard, just like him. Chapter 62. He should be under the bed, not on it. Qin Yi, I've been looking for you. Lin Wanfu's eyelashes trembled incessantly, tears uncontrollably pooling in her eyes. Her fair, beautiful face flushed red, the corners of her eyes shimmering with moisture. Her soft, jelly-like lips were stained with a seductive crimson. You know me. Qin Yi's usually calm and deep eyes rippled slightly, then the expression vanished. For some reason, seeing her cry so pitifully made him inexplicably uneasy. You promised to protect me forever, but you even forgot who I am. You're such a nuisance. Lin Wanfu grew angrier as she spoke. She stood up from the bed and kicked toward Qin Yi standing by the bedside, but he didn't dodge. Just as Lin Wanfu almost kicked a place she shouldn't, Qin Yi reached out and grabbed her slender ankle. I didn't mean to forget you, I really just can't remember. Qin Yi was always a man of few words, usually speaking 1 word at a time. It was rare for him to patiently explain like this. Lin Wanfu knew she was being unreasonable, but having been spoiled since childhood, once she decided something, even if wrong, it had to be right. She said stubbornly, I don't care. Anyway, forgetting me is your fault. Qin Yi was momentarily stunned, then he released her ankle and instinctively reached into his pocket. But his jacket pocket was empty. Noticing Qin Yi's action, Lin Wanfu's eyes flickered. He used to do this. Whenever she was unhappy, he would pull out all kinds of shiny, beautiful jewels from his pocket to cheer her up, just like Doraemon. Unexpectedly, even with his amnesia, this habit hadn't changed. Qin Yi found nothing in his pocket, so he lowered his hand and said softly, then kick me a few more times. His gaze dropped, as if his curled lashes coated with growth serum also drooped. His delicate features looked sculpted stroke by stroke, his skin fair, his sharp brows and eyes carrying a hint of dazzling charm, a naturally bewitching and dangerous appearance, both alluring and unattainable. Watching Qin Yi's clumsy attempt to please her, Lin Wanfu suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him back onto the bed. You're so stiff, kicking you hurts my foot. I won't kick anymore. I'm so sleepy, stay with me for a while. She clung to Qin Yi like an octopus, preventing him from getting up. Qin Yi. He had 1,000 ways to break free from Lin Wanfu's hold, but in the end, he couldn't bear to hurt her. Just then, Xi slowly woke up, holding his aching neck. The next second, he nearly lost his soul from fright. Because he saw Lin Wanfu lying beside him, and next to her was another man. In short, the 3 of them were lying on the same bed. Noticing the 2 under the blanket seemed to be intimately embracing, he instantly felt a bit redundant. Maybe he should be under the bed, not on it? Who are you? How come? So you looked at the unfamiliar black-haired man, but before he could finish, he was struck with a palm strike, and the dizziness returned. Soon after, he lay back down. Qin Yi glanced coldly at the unconscious Xi once again, then withdrew his gaze. Then he adjusted his position so Lin Wanfu could rest her head more comfortably on his arm. Lin Wanfu mumbled a few words in her sleep, seemingly calling Qin Yi's name, her fingertips clutching his clothes tightly as if afraid he would disappear. Qin Yi habitually patted Lin Wanfu's back gently. He didn't even know what was wrong with him. The moment he saw her, he just wanted to treat her well. When she cried, he wanted to give her everything. Half an hour later. Lin Wanfu slept very soundly until suddenly an alarm blared outside, waking her up. Miss Lin, there's a hijacking. They'll definitely come here. You need to come with me quickly. Pei Qingwei burst in anxiously. When he saw the 3 people on the bed, his pupils suddenly contracted for a moment, and he froze in place. What did you say? A hijacking? Lin Wanfu was also stunned, her eyes full of disbelief. Was she really this lucky? Not long ago she had just been chased by a professional assassin and now she had to face hijackers? A flush of crimson appeared in Pei Qingyue's eyes. He no longer cared about the hijacking. Just the thought of what the 3 of them had done lying on the same bed made it impossible for him to suppress his inner rage. Lin Wanfu was confused. Pei Qingwei, what are you dazing about? What exactly is going on? Pei Qingwei couldn't hear anything else. His cold gaze landed on Qin Yi, and in a hoarse voice he asked, Miss Lin, is he also your boyfriend? This man looked shady and untrustworthy, obviously no good, probably some low-life scum. He maliciously cursed Qin Yi in his heart. Even sensing Pei Qingyue's strong hostility, Qin Yi still ignored him completely, not taking him seriously. Compared to the young man he had knocked out, this guy was only slightly tougher, not worth fearing. He was confident he could knock him out too. Mr. Pei, since you say there's a hijacking, do you really have time to care about how many boyfriends I have? Lin Wanfu couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. If it were any other time, she might have had the leisure to explain to Pei Qingwei, but in such a critical moment, and with him still acting lovesick, she just wanted to curse him. Hearing the displeasure in Lin Wanfu's tone, Pei Qingyue's expression faltered for a moment. He forced himself to calm down. The flight attendants were searching for an unidentified person and accidentally discovered a group of hijackers. When their identities were exposed, they didn't hesitate. They killed 2 flight attendants in succession, took control of the economy cabin, and are expected to reach here in 15 minutes. Pei Qingwei briefly explained the terrifying situation unfolding outside. Lin Wanfu grew more and more frightened. If it were just robbery, it would be one thing, but the hijackers had already started killing, which meant they wanted more than just money. Don't be afraid, nothing will happen to you. Qin Yi suddenly took Lin Wanfu's hand and gently squeezed her palm. Glancing at their joined hands, Pei Qingwei almost lost control and wanted to shoot Qin Yi in the head. What should we do now? Lin Wanfu looked at Qin Yi and Pei Qingwei somewhat helplessly. She liked to be clever, but against cold-blooded hijackers, her little tricks were useless. Pei Qingwei said decisively, leave here and go to the business class on the first floor. Most of the first-class passengers on this flight were either extremely wealthy or influential, and would definitely be the hijackers' primary targets. He had also hacked into the surveillance and saw the hijackers forcing flight attendants to lead them this way. Lin Wanfu wanted to get off the bed herself, but the bad news had scared her badly. Qin Yi, my legs feel weak. Hearing this, Qin Yi immediately picked up Lin Wanfu, who had collapsed onto the bed. Leaning on Qin Yi's reassuring shoulder, Lin Wanfu noticed there was still someone else lying on the bed. Wait, Siyu hasn't woken up yet. Qin Yi silently picked up the still unconscious Siyu from the bed, as if carrying a handbag. Chapter 63, Encountering a Hijacking. Qin Yi held Lin Wanfu in one arm and carried the nearly 6-foot-tall Siyu in the other, looking very relaxed, even walking without so much as a heavy breath. The group left the first-class cabin together. Pei Qingwei forced a smile and said to Qin Yi, carrying 2 people alone must be inconvenient? Why don't you hand Miss Lin over to me? I'd be happy to help. Here, take him. Qin Yi expressionlessly tossed Siyu to Pei Qingwei, his action decisive. Lin Wanfu watched from the side. Pei Qingwei couldn't refuse outright, as that would make him seem unreasonable. He had no choice but to swallow his pride and accept the burden of Siyu. Before long, the group blended into the business class cabin. At this moment, all the passengers in business class were on edge, so no one noticed the arrival of a few more people. Qin Yi seemed adept at finding blind spots. Soon, he sat down in a concealed empty seat, still holding Lin Wanfu. Pei Qingwei thought for a moment, then followed with Siyu, sitting in an empty seat a row ahead of them. At this time, the hijackers were mainly concentrated in the economy class on the first floor, and the first-class cabin on the second floor. The plane was only so big. No matter where they hid, it was unsafe. It was better to stay in the relatively safer business class, where more people meant less attention from the hijackers and more room to adapt. Not long after sitting down, chaotic footsteps suddenly came from the front. The hijackers had found the business class cabin. Qin Yi looked down at the anxious Lin Wanfu in his arms and whispered, "Don't be afraid." Then he took off his coat and covered her head with it. "You're breaking the law by doing this." The first man to angrily scold the hijackers didn't even finish his sentence before being shot dead. The man's body lay in a pool of blood, a gruesome sight. Everyone in business class turned pale with fear, not daring to breathe, afraid they would be next. The scar-faced, fierce-looking hijacker pointed his gun at the trembling passengers like quails, then at the man on the floor. "Hand over all your valuables obediently, or this will be your fate. Understand?" His threatening tone was full of menace. No one dared disobey. One by one, they placed their valuables into the hijacker's sack. The hijackers walked along the seats. When someone hesitated, the hijacker cursed, "Move faster, take off your earrings too. If you dawdle, I'll shoot you." Okay. The middle-aged woman trembled in fear and hurriedly took off her gold earrings. As the hijackers drew closer, Pei Qingyue's hand slowly reached toward his waist, where a small pistol was hidden. He discreetly assessed the number of hijackers, 4 in total, all armed. It was a tricky situation. Realizing this, Pei Qingwei abandoned any plan to confront the hijackers head-on. Instead, he took off his expensive wristwatch and put it into the hijacker's sack. "Is that the only watch you have?" The hijacker eyed Pei Qingwei up and down suspiciously. Judging by his fine clothes, Pei Qingwei was clearly wealthy, not to mention his noble aura. Pei Qingwei remained calm and said, "Brother, if I were really rich, would I be flying business class? This watch is just for show. It's the only genuine thing I have on me worth some money." "Humph, putting on airs, pretending to be something you're not." The robber sneered, then pointed his gun at the unconscious Siyu beside Pei Qingwei. "What's wrong with him?" Just then Siyu woke up. He groggily opened his eyes and saw a man with a fierce expression pointing a gun at him. Had he accidentally walked into some kind of theater? "What's going on? Are you filming a movie?" Siyu was completely confused. "Filming a movie?" The robber sneered coldly as he loaded his gun. Seeing the robber's intention, Pei Qingwei frowned slightly. With his personality, he would have chosen to watch coldly, but he didn't want Lin Wanfu to think he was too cold-hearted. "My brother has some mental issues. I was planning to take him for treatment. Killing him would just be a waste of bullets." So you gradually realized the situation. He understood the robber was holding a real gun and that this was a gang hijacking. He felt both shocked and terrified. Moreover, he looked around but still couldn't see Lin Wanfu, which made him even more panicked. The robber frowned in displeasure. Sure enough, you're an idiot. You dared to look around even with a gun pointed at you? Ugh, what bad luck. Seeing the robber carrying a sack and heading toward Qin Yi and Lin Wanfu in the back row, Pei Qingyue's eyes darkened. Lin Wanfu was in great danger in this situation. It was hard to guarantee these robbers wouldn't harm her. After all, men are visual creatures, especially these ruthless desperados. Hand over all your valuables, the robber glared fiercely at the unmoving Qin Yi. None. Qin Yi's voice was flat, showing no emotion. Hearing this and seeing Qin Yi's attitude, the robber immediately flew into a rage. Kid, are you looking to die? He aimed his gun at Qin Yi, but Qin Yi's expression didn't change at all. At that moment, a short, shifty-eyed robber came over and whispered, Brother Wang, we've already killed one person to make a point. Killing more would be going too far. We don't have many men, it might get out of hand. The robber called Brother Wang thought this made sense and gave up, but he didn't intend to let Qin Yi off. What are you holding? Take off your coat. Qin Yi's coat was large, covering Lin Wanfu tightly. Feeling Lin Wanfu's fear, Qin Yi gently patted her back to comfort her. No comment, he said calmly, as if nothing could disturb his emotions. Brother Wang was furious and reached to pull off the coat. Qin Yi's eyes turned cold. He suddenly grabbed the man's wrist, broke it with a little force, and the gun fell into his hand. Almost at the same time, Pei Qingyue stood up and decisively shot and killed a robber who was raising his gun. Ah, killing again. Help! Don't kill me. I didn't see anything. The passengers screamed and scattered, turning the entire business cabin into chaos. Qin Yi skillfully knocked out Brother Wang and the shifty-eyed robber, then kicked another robber who lunged at him unconscious. After dealing with the robbers around him, he picked up Lin Wanfu from her seat and quickly left the business cabin. Seeing this, Pei Qingyue chased after him but lost him. If even he couldn't catch Qin Yi, let alone Suyu, who hadn't even noticed when Qin Yi left. Chapter 64. Don't you want to make the fake act real? The commotion in the business class cabin alerted the robbers on the second floor. Most of them went down to the first floor business class to control the situation, and Qin Yi took Lin Wanfu back to the second floor. Every robber they encountered along the way was knocked out by Qin Yi before they could even make a sound. His skills were excellent. These robbers were nothing to him. Silently taking down another robber, Qin Yi calmly glanced around. After confirming there was no danger, he walked over to Lin Wanfu nearby and naturally lifted her into his arms. Suddenly, footsteps came from the escalator. Lin Wanfu gripped Qin Yi's collar tightly. It seems someone is coming up. It's nothing. Qin Yi held Lin Wanfu and slipped into a bathroom. Soon, footsteps and some muffled conversation came from outside. Boss, they're not dead, just knocked out. This guy's moves are very decisive and precise, one hit and down. He's clearly not an ordinary person. If we confront him, we won't gain anything. Maybe we should try to make peace with him. The robber leader slapped the speaker hard across the face and cursed, useless. Bastard, we have so many men, why are we afraid of one guy? The beaten underling dared not argue. Boss is right. I was mistaken. Did you get the answers you asked for? Boss, yes, we found out. The young master of the Su family is also on this plane. If we find him, we can definitely make a big score, the underling said. The robber leader spat on the ground. Damn it, that kid's nowhere to be found. They had searched the entire first-class cabin on the second floor but never found the Su family's young master mentioned by the flight attendants. Originally, they had heard the plane was carrying a shipment of diamonds and jewelry and planned to finish this big job and quit, but unexpectedly, they found an even bigger prize. The Su family was a top-tier wealthy clan and the young master's value far exceeded that of diamonds and jewelry. Damn it, you've injured so many of my brothers. If I catch him, I'll skin him alive. The robbers' voices grew louder outside. Nervous, Lin Wanfu accidentally touched the shower switch and warm water instantly poured down on both her and Qin Yi. The sound of running water caught the robbers' attention. Qin Yi decisively pressed Lin Wanfu against the bathroom door, holding her by the neck, and lowered his head to kiss the back of his own hand, deliberately creating an ambiguous sound. The kissing sounds and the blurry shadows intertwined on the frosted glass door made it hard not to imagine more. You bastard, at a time like this, you still have time to fool around with a woman? The robber leader kicked the bathroom door hard, slightly twisting the lock. They assumed it was just some lust-driven comrade. An underling hurriedly stepped forward to persuade, Boss, the brothers have been pinned up for days, let it go. The robber leader kicked the bathroom door again, his tone unfriendly, hurry the hell up. After that, he left with his men. Listening to the footsteps fade away outside, Qin Yi slowly released Lin Wanfu and turned off the shower. His face showed no sign of emotion, but his flushed ears betrayed his inner unrest. Qin Yi, my clothes are soaked through. It's so uncomfortable wearing them. Lin Wanfu clung to Qin Yi's neck. She could feel that he seemed to have regained some memories. Otherwise, how would he know how to put on this act to fool the robbers? Bear with it. I'll find you some clothes to change into, Qin Yi said, trying not to look down. Only because the skirt Lin Wanfu was wearing, soaked by water, clung completely to her skin. perfectly revealing the exquisite curves of her body. Full of deadly temptation, Qin Yi restrained himself, wanting to leave the bathroom to find new clothes, but Lin Wanfu suddenly hugged him tightly. After a brief struggle, this time it was Qin Yi who was pinned against the bathroom door by Lin Wanfu. Lin Wanfu slowly raised her hand, her fingertips gently stroking Qin Yi's uncontrollably moving Adam's apple. "Am I not pretty?" Her soft, delicate voice whispered in Qin Yi's ear, making his breathing deepen. Qin Yi's usually calm eyes unconsciously showed a trace of a different emotion. "Pretty?" His cold voice became low and hoarse, surprisingly pleasant and seductive to the ear. "Then why don't you want to make this pretend act real?" Lin Wanfu's naturally affectionate peach blossom eyes stared unblinkingly at Qin Yi, her gaze carrying a hint of seduction. She couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't lose System 0573 support, so she had to find a way to get Qin Yi. Although the time and place were somewhat inappropriate since they had already put on the act, why not just make it a little more real? Besides, isn't it said that men's first time is usually quick? They could finish quickly. "This place won't do, the floor and walls are too cold, you'll catch a cold." Qin Yi held back Lin Wanfu's wandering hands, his expression looking somewhat serious. Yet he had a face that captivated everyone, the slight upward tilt of his eyes naturally shaded with a faint red, softening his cold and distant aura, adding a hint of desire. Standing together, Qin Yi and Lin Wanfu were a visual feast, making it hard to decide who to look at first. Lin Wanfu's lips brushed Qin Yi's ear, breathing softly like orchids. "So you mean, if we change the place it's okay? As long as it doesn't hurt you, I won't refuse any of your requests." Qin Yi's deep eyes fully reflected Lin Wanfu's figure, as if his eyes could only hold her. And indeed, that was the truth. As his memories gradually returned, he remembered. She was the one he was looking for. The one he could never betray. The one more important than his own life. He existed because of her. Lin Wanfu lowered her eyes to think for a moment. If she caught a cold, it would indeed be uncomfortable for her. With some hesitation in her heart, she let go of Qin Yi and let him go find a clean set of clothes. About 5 minutes later, Qin Yi returned, holding a brand new set of clothes, though it was unclear where he had found them. "Change into these." Looking at the clothes Qin Yi handed her, Lin Wanfu immediately thought of a mischievous idea. "The zipper on the skirt is at the back, I can't reach it. Can you help me put it on?" She looked at the equally drenched Qin Yi with an innocent and pure expression, completely hiding her wicked intentions. Qin Yi's voice was already hoarse. "Okay." Water still dripped from the tips of his hair, and his clothes seemed soaked as if they had been submerged in water. But he didn't feel cold, because the heat rising inside him was almost enough to dry the wet clothes on his body. Chapter 65, Collective Wall-Facing. After a long while, Qin Yi barely suppressed the surge of heat flooding his heart with his extraordinary willpower. "Qin Yi, hurry up, I'm so cold." Lin Wanfu had her back to Qin Yi. His slender fingers gently grasped the zipper and pulled it down. Her snow-white skin was exposed inch by inch to the air, the slightly raised butterfly bone seeming ready to spread wings and fly in indescribable beauty. Qin Yi didn't dare to look too long at the enchanting spring scenery before him that made his blood boil. He quickly helped Lin Wanfu take off her soaked dress and put on the clothes he had found. The outer clothes were dry, but the inner garments were still wet. Lin Wanfu complained unhappily, "Why didn't you bring me a set of underwear?" Actually, upon closer inspection, she recognized that the clothes Qin Yi wore were clearly taken from her suitcase. But he only took the clothes, nothing else. "I don't know," Qin Yi answered truthfully. His memory was very confused. He couldn't recall many things, but the matters concerning Lin Wanfu were still relatively clear. Lin Wanfu was a genuine troublemaker. She didn't care how difficult her demands were. "Then find a hairdryer and help me dry my underwear." Qin Yi didn't say much. He took Lin Wanfu back to her previous cabin. Even though his memory hadn't fully recovered, his mobility and counter-surveillance abilities were still terrifyingly strong, easily moving under the kidnappers' noses as if no one was around. When Pei Qingwei and Siyu found them, they saw Lin Wanfu wrapped in a blanket sitting on the bed, while Qin Yi sat on the edge of the bed with his head down, holding a hairdryer in one hand and a piece of pink and white lace underwear in the other. It seemed he was drying it. In this situation, no matter how much Pei Qingwei and Siyu tried not to think in that direction, they couldn't control themselves. "What did you do to her?" Pei Qingwei strode over to Qin Yi, grabbing his collar. His cold and handsome face was terrifyingly dark, sending chills down the spine. Just the thought that while he was hiding from the kidnappers with that fool Siyu, Lin Wanfu was rolling in bed with this wild man before him, a nameless fury burned inside him, instantly robbing him of all reason, wishing he could kill him. He was clearly her first love. If it weren't for Shen Huaijin's despicable use of power to oppress, he would have been happy with her forever, not forced to separate. He hated Shen Huaijin, hated these opportunistic wild men, and even hated Shen Songyan by association. Qin Yi turned off the hairdryer, his gaze falling on the hand gripping his collar, and said calmly, "Let go." Pei Qingwei seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. "Let me go? On what grounds?" As he spoke, he pressed the gun in his hand against Qin Yi's head. Seeing the two about to kill each other, Siyu couldn't help but think to himself that this was bad. Then he hurriedly spoke up to persuade them. "There are kidnappers outside. If you fight among yourselves, you'll both lose. Do you want Lin Wanfu to fall into the kidnappers' hands?" Although he had some inexplicable hostility toward Qin Yi due to unavoidable suspicions, seeing Lin Wanfu made that hostility vanish. Sending her to Qin Yi was his original idea. If he couldn't protect her, then he should let go. Qin Yi was one of the few in the story who could match Shen Songyan evenly, and he was emotionally stable unlike others who would intermittently lose their minds. According to the story, Qin Yi would eventually die at Shen Songyan's hands, mainly because Lin Wanfu died, and he lost the will to live. In short, Qin Yi wanted to die himself. Moreover, compared to possessing her, what he wanted to see more was for her to always be the commanding young lady, not like in the book where she became the plaything of the male lead, Shen Songyan. That version of her was too pitiful. Pei Qingwei heard what Siyu said and regained some rationality, loosening his grip on Qin Yi and coldly saying, "After we deal with those bandits, I'll settle the score with you." He kept reminding himself that there was a long way to go. Qin Yi's expression was indifferent. "Suit yourself." He casually adjusted his collar, then handed the already dried undergarments to Lin Wanfu. "All right, put these on." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanfu poked her head out from under the quilt. "You all go out, I need to change." Earlier, changing clothes in front of Qin Yi didn't bother her because she had intended to seduce him. But changing clothes in front of 3 men was really a bit difficult for her. And if she pushed things too far, how could she handle all 3 of them alone? Just thinking about it, she knew it would definitely be more terrifying than Shen Songyan's 3 days and nights. Qin Yi, Pei Qingwei, Siyu. Obviously, the 3 of them had the same thought as Lin Wanfu, and the room fell into a deep silence. Only the varying sounds of their rapid breathing could be heard clearly. After a while, Pei Qingwei said hoarsely, "I just observed the bandits' movements. They are all dining on the 2nd floor right now. If we go out, we will definitely be discovered." At the moment, only this first-class cabin was safe. Locking the door would completely block out any sound. Lin Wanfu unconsciously tightened her grip on the quilt and forced herself to stay calm. "Then you all turn around, face the wall, no peeking." Qin Yi and the others turned as instructed. From Lin Wanfu's perspective, they looked exactly like they were facing the wall in self-reflection. Lin Wanfu quickly changed clothes under the quilt, which was rare for her. She had to be quick. She was afraid of being caught. "I'm done changing." Hearing Lin Wanfu's soft, weak voice, the 3 turned back to look at her. Lin Wanfu's gaze met theirs. It had to be said, these 3 men, all equally good-looking but with distinct styles, standing together were truly a feast for the eyes. It gave her the feeling of picking male models in a nightclub. Of course, she couldn't reveal this bold thought. If she accidentally triggered some sensitive nerve, she would be the one to suffer. Pei Qingwei suddenly took out a bag of bread from his pocket and handed it to Lin Wanfu. "There's nothing else. I took this from the restaurant. You can just make do and fill your stomach." Lin Wanfu didn't refuse. She tore open the bread's packaging and ate it in small bites. "Should we discuss how to get out of here now?" The bread wasn't very tasty, but she was really hungry, so she finished it. Pei Qingwei pointed at Siyu. "Those bandits are after him. Why not let him be the bait?" This idea was hard to say didn't have some personal bias. Lin Wanfu refused without hesitation. "No, Siyu is so stupid, how could he possibly fool the bandits?" Seeing Lin Wanfu reject the idea outright, Siyu looked touched. So much so that he automatically ignored her, calling him stupid again. Chapter 66. The sense of security he gives her, "No need, I'll go. You guys protect her." Saying this, Qin Yi picked up the black pistol snatched from the robbers on the table. He skillfully disassembled the magazine to check how many bullets were left, then reassembled it. Though clearly a highly dangerous weapon, in his hands it was like a child's toy. "Are you okay going alone?" Lin Wanfu anxiously grabbed Qin Yi's hand, her face full of worry. There were quite a few robbers, and although Qin Yi was very skilled, he was still only human. Besides, he had been injured earlier. If he died, no one would protect her. She couldn't lose him. Qin Yi's warm hand gently rubbed the top of Lin Wanfu's head. "It's fine, don't worry about me. You take good care of yourself. I'll be back soon." His tone was calm but carried a subtle difference. "You can't lie to me. If you don't come back, I'll never talk to you again," Lin Wanfu pouted. Qin Yi looked down at her. "I won't lie to you." Pei Qingwei watched the 2 reluctantly part. His hands clenched into fists repeatedly, jealousy gnawing at his heart, causing a sharp pain. Siyu, standing nearby, felt nothing. From the start, he knew there was a deep bond between Lin Wanfu and Qin Yi. More than that, he knew this bond should have been broken the moment Qin Yi lost his memory, but he was the one who personally reconnected them. The current situation was entirely his doing, and he had long prepared himself mentally. In fact, besides himself, he didn't really trust Qin Yi to always treat her well. But he was utterly useless. He wasn't smart enough, nor strong enough. Other than using his knowledge of the situation to help her find a protector, he couldn't think of any other way. In the end, Lin Wanfu still let Qin Yi leave. She couldn't help him. All she could do was avoid putting herself in danger and distracting him. After leaving the first-class cabin where Lin Wanfu was, Qin Yi found the restaurant by memory. He then used stones from a flower pot to smash the restaurant's light tubes, plunging the area into darkness. Damn it, who did this? I haven't even finished eating. Who the hell turned off the lights? Which bastard is so bored they did this? God damn it. The robbers dining in the restaurant started cursing loudly, creating a noisy commotion. Qin Yi's night vision was excellent. The darkness didn't hinder him at all, in fact it helped. One by one, the shouting robbers were swiftly taken down by Qin Yi. His figure moved like a ghost, so fast that only blurry afterimages could be seen. Soon, the restaurant was filled with robbers tied tightly with curtain fabric, unconscious. After dealing with the robbers on the second-floor restaurant, Qin Yi headed toward the business class on the first floor. The first-floor business class was again under the robbers' control. The remaining few dozen passengers cowered in the corners, trembling, while the robbers guarding them threatened and intimidated them. Tell me honestly, which one of you is Suyu? If you don't tell the truth, I'll throw you all off the plane. Someone sobbed, Big brother, I really don't know any Suyu. Please don't kill me. At that moment, a scar-faced robber approached, his eyes sinisterly scanning the crowd. Then does anyone here know the kid who beat me up? This man was none other than Brother Wang, whose hand Qin Yi had recently twisted off. He already looked fierce, and with his grim expression, he appeared even more terrifying. I've never seen that person in business class before, I don't know anything, please spare my life. I'll have my family give you money, whatever amount you want, I'll give it to you. Everyone begged for mercy. One of the bandits' henchmen said, Brother Wang, the boss said these people are useless anyway. If we still can't get anything useful from them, then we... He made a throat-slitting gesture. Seeing this, the passengers tied together with hemp ropes were instantly terrified, their cries and pleas for mercy rising. Just as the bandits were about to act, Qin Yi suddenly appeared behind Brother Wang and took him hostage. The bandits were shocked and turned their guns toward him, but hesitated to shoot because Brother Wang was in front of him. Obviously, Brother Wang was also a minor leader. Put down your guns. Brother Wang snarled angrily. However, the bandits did not obey Brother Wang's order. Qin Yi's eyelashes twitched slightly. He decisively knocked Brother Wang unconscious, then flashed forward. He skillfully dodged bullets by sidestepping and quickly reached the bandit who fired, effortlessly snatching his gun and smashing the butt against his head. The other bandits rushed at him, but Qin Yi remained fearless. His moves were fast, precise, and powerful. In no time, all the bandits lay sprawled on the ground. After dealing with the bandits here, Qin Yi turned to the passengers in the corner, untied their ropes, and silently bound the bandits on the ground. Big brother, are you a special forces soldier? A young passenger looked at Qin Yi with stars in his eyes, full of admiration. No. Qin Yi stood up. The young passenger continued, Big brother, these bandits are too dangerous, can I follow you? No. Qin Yi glanced coldly at him and turned to leave the business class. Wait. A middle-aged passenger wanted to stop Qin Yi but lacked the courage, so he just called out, since you saved us, why not stay here to protect us? As the saying goes, send the Buddha all the way to the west. Saving people means saving them completely. Leaving us here, what kind of thing is that? This immediately resonated with the other passengers, who began to morally pressure Qin Yi with a chorus of voices. Exactly, and isn't it said that with great power comes great responsibility? You easily took down so many bandits, protecting us should be no problem. Besides, you injured so many bandits, if their boss comes looking for them later, won't that put us in danger? Yeah. Young man, you can't be so selfish. The crowd grew more and more agitated, as if Qin Yi abandoning them was as bad as being guilty alongside the bandits. Whether you live or die is none of my business. Qin Yi said coldly and walked without looking back toward the economy class to deal with the remaining bandits. The economy class had been controlled by bandits from the start, and the passengers there were subdued and very obedient, so the number of bandits left was not many. Who are you? A bandit saw Qin Yi suddenly appear in the aisle and instinctively raised his gun, but Qin Yi kicked him to the ground, forcing him to drop the weapon under the pressure of a black combat boot. Qin Yi dealt with the economy class bandits swiftly and tied them up in the same manner. You finally came back. You said you were going to the bathroom but disappeared. Where did you go? Zhang Xiaoyao looked at the extraordinarily handsome man before her, her infatuation deepening. She is a seasoned appearance enthusiast. A man's looks have always been a great attraction to her. When she saved him back then, she couldn't deny that she had some fantasies. After all, who hasn't read a few novels? Now he has saved her from danger and displayed extraordinary strength. How could she not be moved? It would be great if he didn't have a girlfriend. It seems possible. Could the girl in that photo be his sister? Chapter 67. Big brother doesn't talk much, but big brother loves you. Here's the card. From now on we owe each other nothing. Qin Yi succinctly said this, then took a bank card out of his pocket and handed it to Zhang Xiaoya. There was over 300,000 yuan left in the card from selling the pocket watch. Zhang Xiaoya held the bank card in a daze. Have you regained your memory? Yes. Qin Yi's expression was indifferent. Zhang Xiaoya wanted to ask more, but Qin Yi had already turned and walked away. She could only stare blankly at his back. The robbers on the first and second floors had all been cleared out. Qin Yi finally went to the cockpit and found the leader of the hijackers holding the pilot hostage. How could it be you? The leader looked at Qin Yi in terror, clearly recognizing him. At this moment, he regretted everything. If he had known that Qin Yi, this living demon, was on the plane, his top priority would have been to curry favor with him. Anyone who could be named in the underworld had heard of Qin Yi's notorious reputation. He was the ruthless man who had single-handedly stormed the El Palace, killed the El Prince in front of tens of thousands of guards, and walked away unscathed. His reason for killing the L prince was simple. The prince had ill intentions toward a Lin family heiress from the Great Xia country who was visiting L. Thinking of this, the leader's legs went weak. Qin Yi, we have no grudge or enmity. There's no need to make this a big deal. How about this, we split the goods evenly? No, you take 70%, I take 30%, how about that? Qin Yi lightly raised his eyelids. No. As soon as he finished speaking, the gun in his hand already loaded, aimed at the leader's thigh. Ah, with a scream, the leader clutched his bullet-wounded thigh, blood dripping from his hand. You refuse a toast but accept a punishment drink. You force me. The leader instinctively tried to draw his gun to fight back, but Qin Yi gave him no chance. His second shot hit the leader's arm, completely disabling him. This group of robbers was no match for Qin Yi. He effortlessly took them all down without a scratch. After handing the leader and his men over to the crew, Qin Yi went to find Lin Wanfu. From start to finish, he hadn't wasted a moment. Seeing Qin Yi return safe and sound, Lin Wanfu threw herself into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Qin Yi caught her steadily, holding her slender waist as he lifted her up. Is it safe outside? Lin Wanfu wrapped her arms around Qin Yi's neck, her voice soft and gentle, falling into his ears like sweet honey. Pei Qingwei wanted to rush over and separate them, but he had no standing to do so. He could only turn his gaze to Suyu, who was standing on a patch of green grass above. However, Suyu, Lin Wanfu's boyfriend in appearance, seemed oblivious to Pei Qingyue's hint and unaware of the growing green light above his head. He remained indifferent. Seeing Suyu's pathetic state, Pei Qingyue wished he could take his place and beat up Qin Yi, the third party. But unfortunately, he could only think about it. After all, he had no standing. It's very safe outside now. Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something, okay? Qin Yi's gaze was entirely on Lin Wanfu alone, not considering sharing even a bit with Pei Qingwei or Suyu. Lin Wanfu thought for a moment, then said to Qin Yi, I want to eat a bacon sandwich. Qin Yi noted seriously, okay, anything else? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanfu added, also, caramel butter toast, and a vegetable salad. After noting down all the foods Lin Wanfu wanted to eat, Qin Yi took her to the already cleaned-up dining room. The crew originally wanted to thank Qin Yi but had no opportunity. When they saw him come to the dining room asking if there were bacon sandwiches and other foods, they immediately went to prepare them. Pei Qingwei watched Qin Yi and Lin Wanfu sitting together eating as if no one else was there, feeling full of resentment. He walked over to Suyu and said in a low voice, Are you really willing to be cuckolded like this? A green hat is nice, it keeps you warm, Suyu said, then turned and left the dining room. He walked quickly, afraid that if he walked slowly, they would see his eyes already red all over. Qin Yi is so formidable. He should feel at ease leaving Lin Wanfu with him, but he just felt very uncomfortable inside. Pei Qingwei. How could a person be so pathetic? He couldn't understand. At 10 p.m., the plane landed at Jiangxin City Airport. All the evil hijackers on the plane were handed over to the police by the crew without exception, and they would have to pay for their actions. Soon after, passengers began to disembark one after another. Because it was so late and due to the traumatic incident, everyone was still shaken. The police were very understanding and postponed the routine questioning and recording until the next day, only asking the survivors to leave their contact information. To avoid being recognized and causing unnecessary trouble, Pei Qingyue put on a mask when he got off the plane, covering his face tightly, leaving only his eyes visible. Pei Qingwei quickly caught up with Lin Wanfu and the others. It's so late, do you have a place to stay? Mr. Pei, why are you still following us? Lin Wanfu looked at Pei Qingwei who had caught up. This person really wasn't easy to shake off. Pei Qingwei paused for a moment. Miss Lin, I sincerely want to be friends with you. My colleague has an unused house in Jiangxin City that I can stay in temporarily. Why don't you and your boyfriend come stay at my friend's place for one night? It's better than you having to find a hotel at the last minute. As he said this, his gaze shifted back and forth between Qin Yi and Suyu, and his phrase you and your boyfriend was full of meaning. No need, that would trouble you too much, Lin Wanfu refused without hesitation. Now that her backing had returned, she naturally no longer needed to pretend with these annoying people. Suyu also chimed in, I already booked a nearby hotel before coming, no need to look for one. Lin Wanfu gave Suyu an approving look. I want to return this card to you, I can't keep it. Suddenly, a strange female voice came from behind. Lin Wanfu slowly turned her head to look at the newcomer. It was a tall woman wearing a light blue knit sweater and jeans, her hair tied in a ponytail, carrying a fresh vitality that seemed untouched by the harshness of society. She looked like a recent college graduate. Zhang Xiaoye also saw Lin Wanfu and was stunned, unable to react for a long time. She had never seen such a beautiful person, almost as if she was from a different dimension than those around her. Qin Yi did not take the bank card Zhang Xiaoye handed over. Usually sparing with words, he unusually spoke more, you saved me, it's only right I pay you. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoya gradually came back to her senses. I don't want your money, Before she could finish, Qin Yi interrupted, besides this money, I have no other reward for you. Chapter 68. Lower your voice, is it really something to be proud of? Zhang Xiaoye held the bank card, feeling conflicted. This sum of money was far too much for her and she felt uneasy holding it. From just a few words, Lin Wanfu guessed Zhang Xiaoye's identity. She said, you must be Miss Zhang. Thank you very much for saving Qin Yi. This money is what you deserve. She could tell Zhang Xiaoya liked Qin Yi, but unfortunately, he belonged only to her and no one could take him away. Zhang Xiaoya bit her lip and mustered up the courage to say, I didn't save him for the money. Lin Wanfu lowered her eyes slightly. Miss Zhang, we have no intention of insulting your original intention to save someone with money. If you feel it's inappropriate to keep this money, you can choose to donate it to those in need. Her words were flawless, leaving Zhang Xiaoya with no room to argue. Zhang Xiaoya hesitated for a long time before finally speaking, the pawn shop where I sold the pocket watch is in West Alley. If you want to redeem it, you'll need 500,000. Pocket watch. Lin Wanfu thought for a moment. She seemed to have given Qin Yi a pocket watch before. She vaguely remembered that the pocket watch was a collectible her father really liked. As for why she gave Qin Yi the pocket watch, it was just to bribe him into secretly taking her to L. Her father valued her more than his own eyes and would never allow her to go to any dangerous place. L's landscape was famously beautiful, but the country was also notoriously chaotic. The corruption and inaction of the L royal family led to bloodshed and violence at any time. This made L a complete haven for criminals. Seeing the doubt in Lin Wanfu's eyes, Zhang Xiaoya quickly explained again, the hospital kept urging me to pay the fees, so I had no choice but to sell the pocket watch. But I signed a redemption contract so I can still get it back. Lin Wanfu nodded lightly. Thank you for telling us this. She didn't mention that the pocket watch was actually worth dozens of times more than 500,000. Zhang Xiaoya was most likely deceived by the pawnshop owner, who might have already run off with the watch. Noticing a hint of fatigue in Lin Wanfu's eyes, Qin Yi lowered his head and asked, Are you tired? A little. Lin Wanfu rubbed her eyes. Qin Yi slowly bent down in front of Lin Wanfu and looked at her. Come up, I'll carry you. Seeing this, Lin Wanfu's lips curled slightly and she obediently leaned on his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Suyu, who had been silent all along, walked over and took Lin Wanfu's suitcase from beside Qin Yi. Let's go. I'll take you to the hotel. Qin Yi carried Lin Wanfu and followed behind Suyu. She felt light as a feather, as if she had no weight at all. Lin Wanfu whispered close to Qin Yi's ear, You have to find that pocket watch. Okay. Qin Yi wasn't one for flowery words. The word he said most to Lin Wanfu was simply okay. Lin Wanfu rested her chin on Qin Yi's shoulder and said coquettishly, If you don't find the pocket watch, I'll be very unhappy. It was a gift I gave you, and I rarely give gifts to anyone. She was probably really tired because she fell asleep while speaking. Suyu quietly glanced back at Lin Wanfu, then immediately looked away. The three of them's figures gradually faded into the distance. Pei Qingwei saw Zhang Xiaoya still staring blankly at Qin Yi's back not far away, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. Then he slowly walked toward Zhang Xiaoya. Miss Zhang, do you like Mr. Qin? Though it was a question, his tone was certain. And you are? Zhang Xiaoya looked at the man in front of her whose outstanding temperament made him stand out. He was tall and even without seeing his face clearly, he gave off the aura of a super handsome guy. You don't need to care who I am, Pei Qingwei lazily lifted his eyelids, his gaze toward Zhang Xiaoya dark and unclear. You just need to tell me, do you like him? Zhang Xiaoya said dejectedly, even if I like him, what use is it? He already has a girlfriend. She couldn't continue deceiving herself. The beautiful, noble, and elegant woman who had just spoken to her was clearly the girl in the pocket watch photo. And her relationship with Qin Yi was obviously not that of siblings. Pei Qingwei curled his lips maliciously. Miss Zhang, you seem to have misunderstood. Qin Yi is not her boyfriend, he's just a third party interfering in someone else's relationship. What? Really? Zhang Xiaoya's eyes widened in shock, speechless. She couldn't believe that Qin Yi, who seemed so upright, would secretly steal someone else's partner. Pei Qingwei said in a nonchalant tone, Didn't you just see? There was another man who left with Qin Yi and the others, that one is her boyfriend. Ah. Zhang Xiaoya's expression grew even more shocked. What kind of complicated relationship was this? Pei Qingwei looked at Zhang Xiaoya meaningfully. Since you like Qin Yi, you should try to persuade him not to go astray anymore to avoid harming both himself and others. Women like this, who are love-struck, are best used as pawns. Maybe they can't completely kick Qin Yi out, but they can cause him some trouble. Why are you telling me all this? Suddenly Zhang Xiaoya's mind lit up. She looked at Pei Qingwei suspiciously. Pei Qingwei openly revealed his intention because I, the other woman, want to rise. Zhang Xiaoya, saying it so loudly, is this something honorable? Miss Zhang, if you cooperate with me, we can both win, right? Pei Qingwei continued to tempt her. I can not only give you a chance to get close to Qin Yi, but also help you tie yourself to him completely by using your identity as his lifesaver. Throwing out the bait, Pei Qingwei leisurely watched Zhang Xiaoya's face, which was full of struggle. He thought this temptation was a sure thing, but he underestimated Zhang Xiaoya's sense of morality. I've already taken his money, so the life-saving favor is settled, Zhang Xiaoya said, kindly reminding him, also it's wrong for him to be the other man, and it's equally wrong for you to be the other woman. Pei Qingwei, having seen many morally corrupt people in Kosli, he was a bit unaccustomed to meeting someone with a sense of morality. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to wait for the bus now. Take care of yourself, be a good person, and don't always think about ruining other people's relationships. That's not good. Zhang Xiaoya said a heartfelt speech, then dragged her suitcase and ran toward the bus stop. Pei Qingwei stood there for a while before a black luxury car stopped in front of him. Immediately, a bodyguard in black got out and respectfully opened the rear door for him. Sitting in the car, Pei Qingwei quietly watched the blurry scenery recede outside the window. Be a good person, don't ruin others' relationships? Ha, impossible. Since she provoked him, she'd better not think about leaving him. No matter what, he would have her. The black luxury car finally stopped at the entrance of a hotel. Chapter 69, His Obsession. The hotel receptionist stared blankly at the two men and one woman in front of her, all excessively good-looking. She thought today's shift was really worth it, an absolute feast for the eyes. Lin Wanfu had already woken up by the time they arrived at the hotel. At this moment, she was sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby playing a game, waiting for Suyu to finish the check-in procedures. Qin Yi silently stayed by her side, like a loyal little dog guarding its owner without leaving her side. Hello, please help me book another room, Suyu said, handing his ID to the receptionist. He had only booked 2 rooms before, but with 3 people, 2 rooms definitely wouldn't be enough. The hotel receptionist gradually came back to her senses. She said with a troubled expression, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry, but the last room in our hotel was just booked not long ago. Suyu immediately decided to use his cash power. I can pay 10 times the price as compensation. You can ask if the guest is willing to give up the room for us. Mr. Su, it's not about the money. 20 times, Suyu interrupted the receptionist. This hotel was the most luxurious in Jiangxin City. The presidential suite was 15,000 a night. 20 times that was 320,000, which was no small sum. It would be hard for anyone not to be tempted. The receptionist admitted, Mr. Su, it's not about the money. The gentleman who booked the suite has a special status and our hotel has no authority to interfere. She wanted to help these handsome men and beautiful women, but unfortunately, the guest who booked that room was a big shot her boss had called 7 or 8 times, instructing her not to offend. Miss Lin, what a coincidence, we meet again. At that moment, a clear yet slightly hoarse voice came from the entrance. A pair of long legs and a sharp suit slowly stepped through the hotel doors. The man walked over with a noble demeanor, like a nobleman straight out of a medieval oil painting. Every gesture was pleasing to the eye. Suyu instinctively looked toward the entrance and sure enough, saw the persistent Pei Qingwei again. This guy must be addicted to stalking. He was everywhere. To be honest, Suyu was starting to admire Pei Qingwei. No matter where they went, this guy could find them precisely as if Lin Wanfu had a radar installed on her. The hotel receptionist, thinking they all knew each other, spoke without hesitation. The gentleman who booked the last room I mentioned earlier is Mr. Pei. Hearing this, Lin Wanfu looked up at Pei Qingwei and feigned surprise, asking, Mr. Pei, didn't you say your colleague lent you a place to stay temporarily? Pei Qingwei replied smoothly, maybe I'm just unlucky. The electrical system in my colleague's place is having issues, so I can't stay there for now. I have to stay at a hotel. Lin Wanfu was non-committal. That's quite unlucky. How about this? Qin Yi and I can share a room and you can have one to yourself. Saying that, Suyu took his ID and 2 room cards, handing one to Lin Wanfu. Lin Wanfu took the card but said something surprising, if you sleep with Qin Yi, I'll get jealous. So I'll sleep with him and you sleep alone. She wasn't that stupid. She knew Pei Qingwei, this obsessive sicko, had designs on her, so she wanted to stay with Qin Yi. Who knew if she went into the room alone, the next second she might be knocked out and taken to some underground dungeon or dark room. You can't overestimate these people's morals. Suyu. Pei Qingwei. After a long silence, Suyu looked at Lin Wanfu with a desperate struggle. Qin Yi is a man. It's not appropriate for you to sleep with him. Why don't you reconsider? Lin Wanfu shocked the two again. Why is it not appropriate? It's not like I haven't slept with him before. Her father used to forbid her from associating with Qin Yi, so many times he came to see her secretly. Because of the time difference between abroad and home, Qin Yi often appeared in her room at night, staying with her until dawn before giving her the gifts he brought. At first, Qin Yi sat by the bedside. Later, when winter was too cold and Qin Yi was warm, she liked to hold him while sleeping. Is what she said true? Since Lin Wanfu always liked to talk nonsense, so you could only turn to Qin Yi, who never lied, hoping to get a satisfactory answer from him. However, Qin Yi nodded and Suyu froze on the spot, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Pei Qingwei, who had been listening from start to finish, was so jealous that his face twisted for a moment. If looks could kill, Qin Yi might have already been torn to pieces. Suyu stubbornly asked again, Qin Yi, did you really sleep with her? Pei Qingwei also stared fixedly at Qin Yi, watching his micro-expressions closely, trying to find signs of lying. Obviously, neither Suyu nor Pei Qingwei realized one thing. The sleep Qin Yi meant was completely different from the sleep they imagined. Yes, we slept together. Qin Yi answered Suyu's question while looking at the phone Lin Wanfu had placed on the table. He noticed the character in the game was about to die, so his fair, slender fingers swiped the screen twice, saving the character. Lin Wanfu didn't notice Qin Yi's action at all. When she picked up the phone, she easily won the game. She raised the phone, which was announcing the game victory, in front of Qin Yi, looking a bit proud. I won again, isn't that impressive? You probably haven't played this game before. Let's go upstairs to my room, I'll teach you. Qin Yi lowered his eyes to look at her. Okay, you teach me. His tone carried a faint, almost imperceptible tenderness. Wait, I just remembered, I have something to do. I'll give that room to you too. Pei Qingwei called out to the two as they walked toward the elevator. Lin Wanfu shook her head. Forget it, Mr. Pei, it's so late, it's inconvenient for you to find another hotel. It's fine for the two of us to share a room and it saves money. Hearing this, Pei Qingwei suddenly felt like he had lifted a rock only to drop it on his own foot. Genie, see, this character is called ADC. We need to buy this equipment first, then push the tower. Is that so? You have quite a talent for games. I'll give you a chance to duo queue with me later and carry me to the top rank. Pei Qingwei watched Lin Wanfu and Qin Yi walk into the elevator together, his face darkening ominously. Then he turned to look at Suyu, who was still standing motionless in place, and angrily blurted out, "Your girlfriend goes to a hotel room with another man, and you just stand there and watch? Well, you can accept her sleeping with him, so what can't you tolerate?" The hotel front desk staff was stunned, wondering if the late shift was causing hallucinations. Another silence followed. So you couldn't help but sigh. Pei Qingwei, give up. You can't compete with Qin Yi. In Lin Wanfu's heart, none of you compared to him. Pei Qingwei seemed to have his last thread of reason snapped by this sentence. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a thick ink-like obsession. I've searched for her for 7 whole years. Now that I've finally found her, how can you expect me to give up? Who are you to tell me to give up? Lin Wanfu had long become his obsession, like a towering tree in the sky, entrenched in his mind, impossible to erase. Chapter 70, damn it. Shin Songyun came to catch the affair. The moon hung high in the sky, the night warm and gentle. A pitch-black Maybach sped through the darkness, finally stopping at the hotel entrance. As the car door slowly opened, a pair of men's bespoke leather shoes stepped onto the cypress-wood pavement. The man exuded a noble and reserved aura, tall with long legs, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit. His sharply defined features showed the creator's favor, flawless in every way, making him appear both cold and ascetic. This man was none other than Shin Songyun, who was supposed to be recuperating from his injuries. Shin Songyun glanced up at the hotel's name. His pale lips pressed into a straight line, and a beast-like ferocity gleamed in his brows and eyes. "Mr. Shin, I found that Miss Lin was last seen at this hotel," a black-clad bodyguard said, bowing his head. Shin Songyun's cold, fierce gaze radiated chill. Ignoring the bodyguard's words, he strode into the hotel. He had thought that after the last lesson, Lin Wanfu would at least learn to be a little more cautious. But unexpectedly, she had become even bolder. She now dared to secretly book a room with some wild man behind his back. He was injured, not dead. "How did you end up here?" Pei Qingwei looked at Shin Songyun, who had suddenly walked in, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. But soon he realized that Shin Songyun's presence in Jiangxin City was most likely because of Lin Wanfu. Shin Songyun narrowed his long eyes. "I haven't asked you yet. Why are you here?" As far as he knew, a few days ago Pei Qingwei had announced he would focus on a research project and asked everyone not to disturb him. He didn't recall any large research institutes in this remote city supporting Pei Qingyue's experiments. Pei Qingwei lowered his lashes slightly, his tone indifferent as he cut off Shin Songyun's words. "I'm not your employee. Why would I have to report to you about what I do?" So you had intended to slip away quietly while Shin Songyun's attention was on Pei Qingwei. He didn't want to get involved in this huge battlefield, his life was more important. After all, he had some self-awareness. He was just an ordinary rich second generation, there was no way he could compete with Shin Songyun and Pei Qingwei. Anyone who had read the story knew these two were ruthless outlaws who could kill without mercy. However, just as Suyu stealthily moved a step, a cold, piercing gaze landed on him. "Where is Lin Wanfu?" Shin Songyun grabbed the hood of Suyu's sweatshirt and pulled him back, looking at him like a lamb about to be slaughtered. "Songyun, I don't know." Suyu forced himself to stay calm, his mind racing. Suddenly a bright idea struck him. "Why don't you ask Mr. Pei? He seems pretty close to Miss Lin. I just happened to pass by this hotel and saw them talking. I vaguely heard him say he searched for 7 whole years and would never let go." Pei Qingwei looked at Suyu, who was blatantly lying with wide eyes and was a bit speechless. But he couldn't refute it because he didn't want Shin Songyun to find Lin Wanfu. There were already enough rivals for her affection. One less was better. Shin Songyun released Suyu's clothes, then took out a clean handkerchief to wipe his hands. "Pei Qingwei, don't tell me Lin Wanfu is the Wanwan you met online?" At the mention of this, his expression suddenly changed. The calmness vanished, replaced by gloom. No wonder Shin Huijin, that mad dog, had latched onto Pei Qingwei 7 years ago. If he was Lin Wanfu's first love, then everything made sense. So you tried to minimize his presence, letting Shin Songyun focus all his anger on Pei Qingwei. Surprisingly, Pei Qingwei not only didn't expose Suyu's lie but also cooperated by confronting Shin Songyun. "Since you already guessed it, is there still any need to ask me?" Actually, even if Suyu hadn't played this petty trick of shifting blame with Shin Songyun's mind, he would probably have guessed it anyway. "Where did you hide her?" Shin Songyun's eyes were bloodshot and red. He exuded a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. He knew Pei Qingwei well, though he appeared upright and honest on the surface, his heart was cunning and dark, and his actions even more extreme than Shin Songyun's. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Pei Qingwei calmly said, "You broke off your engagement with her 3 years ago. You're no longer her fiancé. Why can't you accept your true status? What right do you have to control who she likes to be with?" It had to be said, Pei Qingwei was truly a good half-brother to Shin Songyan, always knowing how to hit him where it hurt. Just a few words and Shin Songyan was thrown off balance. So you watched the two of them on the verge of fighting and sent a message to Lin Wanfu telling her to run quickly. But Lin Wanfu didn't reply and no one knew what she was doing with Qin Yi. With no other options, so you could only sneak quietly toward the elevator, trying to warn Lin Wanfu. Stop. As soon as Shin Songyan spoke, dozens of black-clad bodyguards rushed into the hotel and restrained Suyu and Pei Qingwei. The hotel receptionist, having never seen such a scene, was so scared she didn't even dare eat her melon and quickly hid under the desk. If conditions allowed, Suyu would have preferred to hide and wait until Shin Songyan and Pei Qingwei finished fighting before coming out. These two were extremely dangerous. He feared becoming collateral damage in their battle. Even surrounded, Pei Qingwei remained calm and composed. Are you planning to completely tear our relationship apart? Shin Songyan suddenly sneered, you're trying to steal my woman, how can I still treat you as a brother? Pei Qingwei lowered his eyes slightly. This time he hadn't brought many people when he came to Jiangxin City, so compared to the well-prepared Shin Songyan, he was clearly outmatched. Lin Wanfu isn't with me, he said. Where's she? Shin Songyan's eyes flickered with an abnormal madness. Everyone around dared not meet Shin Songyan's gaze, as if afraid of being targeted by this raging beast. Pei Qingwei raised his eyes again and looked straight into Shin Songyan's eyes without flinching. I don't know. Do you think I'll believe that? Shin Songyan's fist slammed heavily into Pei Qingwei's face without hesitation. Pei Qingwei took the punch solidly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and returned a punch to Shin Songyan, a clear tit-for-tat. Just as the two were about to come to blows, the phone on the hotel front desk rang. Out of habit, the receptionist instinctively stood up and pressed the answer button. The entire lobby fell silent the next second. Send 2 boxes of the largest condoms to room 3035 immediately. Hurry, I'm in a rush, thank you. Even from a distance, Shin Songyan clearly recognized the voice on the phone as Lin Wanfu's. Pei Qingwei and Suyu also heard it, and their expressions instantly turned very strange. Chapter 71. The Wheel of Fortune turns. It's her turn for revenge. Faint sounds of clothes rustling and a man's heavy breathing came through the phone, but before anyone could listen closely, the call was abruptly disconnected. However, recalling the suggestive words from the previous call was enough to let imaginations run wild. Shin Songyan was always calm and rarely showed anger in public, but now his face darkened completely, his expression tense, and a storm brewing in his eyes. You come here, lead the way. His gaze swept over the trembling hotel receptionist, his gritted teeth almost spitting out each word. Okay. The receptionist trembled as she led Shin Songyan upstairs. Tonight had been too intense. She was completely confused about the tangled relationships among these people. Pei Qingwei and Suyu had wanted to follow but were stopped by a group of black-clad bodyguards, forced to stay anxiously in the lobby. Each step Shin Songyan took seemed to stomp on his anger, heavy enough to break the floor. At the door, he kicked it open. The room was in disarray, filled with a strong, intoxicating fragrance that made one blush and heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. Lin Wanfu, disheveled, straddled Qin Yi's lean waist, her seaweed-like black hair cascading down to partially cover her snow-white back. The contrast of black hair and pale skin stirred a rush of blood through Shin Songyan. Almost as Shin Songyan entered, Qin Yi's previously dazed eyes cleared instantly, and he quickly wrapped Lin Wanfu in the blanket. Shin Songyan walked slowly to the bed, looking down at Lin Wanfu's half-hidden face, then gently removed the metal watch from his wrist, tossing it aside carelessly. He tugged at his collar. I've been too lenient with you, so you've repeatedly ignored my words. His low, hoarse voice echoed softly in the quiet room. After Lin Wanfu's near accident last time, he had sent people to closely monitor her every move. When he learned she had gone to Jiangxin City with Suyu, he initially didn't want to interfere. After all, Suyu didn't have the guts to steal from him. But then he received news that the flight she was on had been hijacked. At that moment, he even thought if she died, he wouldn't want to live either. So, ignoring doctor's advice, he rushed to Jiangxin City overnight to find her. Unexpectedly, she was alive and well, even leisurely checking into a hotel with a wild man. Lin Wanfu hated Shin Songyan's arrogant, overbearing attitude the most. She lifted her chin. Shin Songyan, I found Qin Yi. Do you think I'm still afraid of you? Not afraid of me anymore? A cold smile curled on Shin Songyan's lips. Suppressing the bitterness rising inside, he looked at Qin Yi, who had dressed silently, his gaze sharp as if laced with poison. You're really lucky. You survived all that. He never expected Qin Yi to escape unscathed from the siege by forces from Ire and Costly and return to the country to find Lin Wanfu. She needs me so I won't die. Qin Yi's usually clear voice was tinged with a low huskiness stirred by emotion. Hearing this, Shin Songyan clenched his fists in anger. You're as annoying as ever. What he despised most was Qin Yi's hypocritical act of seeming indifferent while actually taking everything he could. Lin Wanfu couldn't stand Shin Songyan insulting Qin Yi. She grabbed a pillow from the bed and threw it at him mercilessly. Who's more annoying than you? Why don't you just leave? Or are you planning to stay and watch us? Keep dreaming. Lin Wanfu, are you deliberately trying to drive me crazy so you can run off with Qin Yi together? Shin Songyan grabbed the pillow thrown at him. His face was covered with a layer of cold frost, and the anger in his eyes burned like a raging fire, making people afraid to get close. He never knew that a person's heart could be as cold as Lin Wanfu's. No matter how much he tried to warm it up, it never did. She came when he called and left when he waved her off, and he endured it. She cheated on him, and he endured it. She framed him, and he endured it. Even when she wanted him dead, he endured it. But why was she so stingy that she wouldn't even give him a little love? He could never understand what else he had to do for her to be satisfied. Clearly he didn't want much, just for her to love him. Lin Wanfu was not afraid of Shin Song-yen at all. She frequently spat out harsh words. You're just cheap, looking for a beating. Yes, I'm cheap. Otherwise, how could I have fallen in love with a heartless woman like you? Shin Song-yen lost all reason. He threw the pillow aside and leaned over Lin Wanfu on the bed. His gaze landed on the ambiguous red mark on her neck, which completely triggered the dark thoughts in his heart, making him want to possess her. But how could Qin-yi possibly let him succeed? Qin-yi suddenly reached out and grabbed Shin Song-yen's arm, pulling hard, causing him to lose balance and step back a few paces. Shin Song-yen's face turned pale as he clutched his abdomen where the wound reopened again. But he seemed not to feel the pain, silently forcing himself to stand straight and looked at Qin-yi, who was getting off the bed. She doesn't like you. Stay away from her. Qin-yi stood guard by Lin Wanfu's bedside. His face showed no extra expression, but his gaze was sharp, like a wolf guarding its territory. Shin Song-yen's eyes reddened with irritation. So what if she doesn't like me? How long do you think you can be smug? She's always fickle. Today she likes you, tomorrow she might like a man better looking than you. No matter how much he hated to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Qin-yi's face was more handsome than anyone else's. Born to be a seducer. No wonder Lin Wanfu was always obsessed with him. Qin-yi was not provoked by Shin Song-yen's words. His expression remained calm. I don't mind. As long as he saw her happy forever, that was enough. As for who she liked, that was her freedom. If one day she no longer needed him, he would retreat to a suitable position and wait until she needed him again. Since Shin Song-yen looked like he might do something extreme at any moment, Qin-yi simply used Shin Song-yen's own tie to bind him, preventing him from hurting Lin Wanfu. Seeing this, Lin Wanfu seemed to have thought of something. She put on a bathrobe and quickly climbed down from the bed. If not now, then when to take revenge? With this thought, she walked over to the bound Shin Song-yen in slippers and kicked him arrogantly. You were so arrogant. Even dared to hit me before. Now look where you are. The kick was not hard but landed right on Shin Song-yen's abdominal wound, and a muffled groan came from his throat. Is that all the strength you have? Shin Song-yen's hands were tied behind his back with the tie, and although he was forced to kneel by the bed, his eyes looking at Lin Wanfu were full of aggression, as if he wanted to devour her. That sick, crazy vibe was unmasked. Chapter 72. Open the door. Check the room. Qin-yi, standing behind Lin Wanfu, frowned slightly at the scene but said nothing. He kept a close eye on Shin Song-yen, ready to prevent him from suddenly harming her. Lin Wanfu, however, paid no heed to Shin Song-yen's intimidating gaze. She escalated the situation by picking up Qin-yi's belt from the bed and using it against him in kind. Shin Song-yen let out a muffled groan as Lin Wanfu struck him mercilessly. Lin Wanfu reached out, grabbed Shin Song-yen's chin, and forced him to look up at her, scrutinizing his pale face. Shin Song-yen, does it hurt a lot? Why don't you beg me and I'll let you go? Her eyes curved into a mischievous smile like a little devil who had found a new toy. Shin Song-yen suddenly smiled too. Not enough. You think you can tame me with just this? How naive. Lin Wanfu, naturally rebellious, couldn't stand his defiant words while being subdued. This is what you asked for. She stepped on Shin Song-yen's chest, forcing him to fall back onto the bed. To torment him further, she deliberately wore the high heels from the floor and ground the tips against his chest. It was clearly an act of humiliation. Yet Shin Song-yen's attention was fixed on the delicate ankle before him. The snow-white skin, smooth as creamy jade, stirred an uncontrollable urge to kiss. Lin Wanfu felt a tingling sensation on her scalp from Shin Song-yen's intense gaze and quickly stepped back. Damn it, she had been careless again and inadvertently rewarded this pervert. Shin Song-yen's breathing grew heavier. Miss, scared already? I thought you were more capable. His face, originally devoid of color, now bore a faint flush, and his dark, deep eyes flickered with a sickly madness. Lin Wanfu snorted coldly. If the sky falls, your mouth will hold it up. Her gaze dropped to Shin Song-yen's abdomen. At some point, his white shirt had been soaked in blood and was in tatters. Shin Song-yen's eyes fixed on Lin Wanfu's face, the light in his black pupils sparse and broken. Are you feeling sorry for me? His sexy Adam's apple moved lightly as he spoke softly. Shin Song-yen, don't flatter yourself. How could I feel sorry for you? I'm just afraid you'll die in my room and leave me inexplicably accused of murder. Lin Wanfu looked at Shin Song-yen leaning against the bed. His handsome, devilish face was sharply defined. His shirt was torn and messy, revealing a delicate collarbone and well-defined chest muscles exuding endless sex appeal. If he went to a nightclub as a male model, he'd definitely become famous overnight and soon be the top star there. Qin-yi took the belt from Lin Wanfu's hand. If he dies, it's me who killed him, not you. His memory hadn't fully returned, so he had little impression of Shin Song-yen. But he could see Shin Song-yen was seriously injured and might die without prompt medical attention. What does his death have to do with us? Lin Wanfu maliciously speculated. You Shin Songyan, I knew you were trouble. You came here on purpose to frame me, didn't you? Hearing this, Shin Songyan pressed his pale lips together. Lin Wanfu, have you lost your mind with Qin Yi? Am I crazy? Risk my life to frame you. Thinking of the scene he saw when he burst into the room, the jealousy inside him swelled uncontrollably. Do you think you're not crazy? Lin Wanfu looked at Shin Songyan, who had no self-awareness at all. Shin Songyan, at that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. The people inside, you have 1 minute to get dressed. We're conducting a room inspection. Before Lin Wanfu and the others could react, the door that Shin Songyan had kicked and left ajar was pushed open again, and several stern-faced police officers walked in. We are officers from Jiangxin City Public Security Bureau. We just received a tip-off. The informant claims there are illegal activities happening here. Please come with us. After saying this, the middle-aged officer signaled a young female officer behind him to enter the room and take photos as evidence. Lin Wanfu was stunned. Who was the despicable bastard who reported her? Qin Yi didn't understand what these people wanted to do, so he made no move and just focused on watching Lin Wanfu. The young female officer was probably new to the job and likely seeing such a scene for the first time. Shin Songyan, sitting weakly on the edge of the bed, looked like a broken rag doll. His hands were bound by a tie, and the skin exposed on his chest bore marks of whipping. Especially when she noticed the wounds on Shin Songyan's abdomen, the young female officer couldn't help but speak up. Young man, you're so young and able-bodied. You could easily find a job outside to support yourself. Isn't that better than doing this? Obviously, the female officer assumed Shin Songyan was involved in some illicit profession. Shin Songyan was at a loss for words. He couldn't very well say he came to catch a cheater but ended up being tied up by the adulterer. Due to the severity of Shin Songyan's injuries, he was sent to the hospital, and the police only took Lin Wanfu and Qin Yi away. Passing through the first-floor lobby, the group happened to run into Suyu, who was anxiously waiting downstairs. Pei Qingwei and the black-clad bodyguard Shin Songyan had brought were nowhere to be seen. You've got the wrong people, right? Suyu stared blankly at Lin Wanfu and Qin Yi following the police. This wasn't right. He had reported Shin Songyan, so why did the police take Lin Wanfu and Qin Yi instead of Shin Songyan? Where exactly had things gone wrong? Could it be that Lin Wanfu and the others had turned the tables on Shin Songyan, the male lead? The middle-aged officer stopped and looked at Suyu. He shook his hand and said seriously, "Comrade, thank you for cooperating with our work. Rest assured, we won't wrong any good person, nor will we let any bad person go." Lin Wanfu glared fiercely at Suyu. So it was you who made the report? She gritted her teeth. Listen to my explanation. If I said I didn't mean to report you on purpose, would you believe me? Suyu felt like crying but had no tears. He really called the police to save Lin Wanfu, but who knew it would turn out like this? Moreover, if Pei Qingwei hadn't left the hotel without a word, would he have resorted to such measures? If the female officer hadn't stopped her, Lin Wanfu wanted to go over and kick Suyu twice to vent her anger. Her face was as cold as water as she said, "You figure it out. I don't want to spend the night at the police station." After Lin Wanfu and Qin Yi were taken to the police station, Suyu took out his phone and thought it over carefully before finally calling his brother Su Che. "Brother, can you come to Jiangxin City? My girlfriend has been taken away by the police." Chapter 73. Of course, I choose to forgive her. Su Che had just woken up and was still a bit groggy when he heard the troubling words from his younger brother on the other end of the phone. He instantly became fully alert and anxiously asked what happened. How did she get taken away by the police? The company had been very busy these past few days, and since Lin Wanfu hadn't broken up with Suyu yet, to avoid constantly overthinking, he had thrown himself wholeheartedly into work. Now he deeply regretted it. If something really happened to Lin Wanfu, he would never be able to forgive himself in this lifetime. After a moment of silence, Suyu hesitated and said, "I'm not very clear on the details either. Brother, please come to Jiangxin City quickly and help me figure out a way to get her out." Besides having money, he had no connections at all and didn't know how to rescue Lin Wanfu. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have chosen to call Su Che and drag him into this. "Send me your location. I'll be there right away." Su Che tried hard to keep calm, but his slightly unsteady voice betrayed his inner anxiety. Being taken away by the police was probably not a good sign, but he could only try to think positively. After that, Su Che rushed to Jiangxin City as fast as he could. "Brother." Suyu hadn't expected Su Che to arrive so quickly, and he felt something was off. Could it be that his brother still hadn't given up on Lin Wanfu? Otherwise, why did he seem even more anxious than him? Su Che strode up to Suyu, who was waiting at the police station entrance, frowning as he said, "I've already called some contacts. Take me to pick her up." "Brother, it's not just my girlfriend who was arrested. There's also a foreign friend of mine. He doesn't have a domestic ID card. Can you see if you can get him out too?" Suyu lowered his head honestly, nervously twisting the corner of his clothes with his fingers. If it were just Lin Wanfu, he might have been able to think of a way to rescue her himself. The main problem was Qin Yi, the international mercenary. He had no identity, no memory. He was basically a suspicious person with an unknown background. He couldn't save him at all. Su Che looked at Suyu suspiciously. "Why was your friend arrested with Lin Wanfu? And why did you come all the way to Jiangxin City instead of resting properly in the hospital? Suyu, are you brainless? I really don't know what she sees in a pathetic fool like you. A voice as sharp as ice-breaking jade came from behind. Siyu instinctively turned around. He saw Pei Qingwei, expression as cold as water, striding over with long legs, his face extremely unpleasant. At that time, the entire hotel was controlled by Shin Songyan's men. Staying there was useless, so he had left to think of other solutions. But when he returned, he learned that Lin Wanfu, Qin Yi, and even Shin Songyan had all been taken down in one sweep. And it was Suyu who had called the police. No one knew how this idiot Suyu came up with such a self-destructive plan that harmed both the enemy and himself. Who are you? Suche looked at the man who had suddenly appeared before him. He carried an extraordinary aura and was clearly no ordinary person. Moreover, from the way he spoke, it seemed he not only knew Suyu but also had a close relationship with Lin Wanfu. While Suche was scrutinizing him, Pei Qingwei was quietly sizing him up as well. You're Suche. Suche and Suyu looked very similar, and he had seen Suche's information before. Shin Songyan was a good friend and partner of his. Unfortunately, they had fallen out for some unknown reason recently. You know me. A trace of thoughtfulness flashed in Suche's eyes. He had no impression of this man. Pei Qingwei said calmly, I've heard of you before. He rarely appeared in public and didn't like dealing with these businessmen who did legitimate business. So it was normal that Suche didn't know him. Since Lin Wanfu was still being held at the police station, the group didn't dare to waste any more time and let her suffer. The duty officer looked at the three men, whose looks were better than the male leads in idol dramas, and was momentarily stunned. Then he lowered his head, holding a pen and writing something, and asked, What is your relationship with the person involved, Lin Wanfu? Suyu, I'm her boyfriend. Suche, her boyfriend's older brother. Pei Qingwei, her friend. Hearing their answers, the officer cast a sympathetic glance at the youngest-looking Suyu and said softly, Do you know what your girlfriend did? What did she do? Is it serious? Suyu's eyes were red, filled with unease. He hadn't expected his actions to cause trouble for Lin Wanfu. He really was just worried that Shin Songyan would hurt her. After all, he hadn't forgotten that her death in the book was inseparable from Shin Songyan, so how could he not be afraid? The officer looked at Suyu with a serious expression and said sternly, Your girlfriend solicited prostitution and even beat someone into the hospital. Do you think this is serious? Suyu, Suche, Pei Qingwei. The surroundings fell into silence as if the air had frozen, utterly quiet. After a long while, Suyu tried to struggle desperately and said with difficulty, Is it possible this is a misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. We have witnesses and evidence, the officer said decisively. Pei Qingwei was still rational and said, May I ask how we should proceed now? Just tell us and we will cooperate. The officer glanced at the three men with different expressions, then picked up the file beside him and said, Since this is the first offense, we will consider leniency. You can go over there to pay bail. He pointed to a window not far away. Before long, Lin Wanfu was bailed out, and Pei Qingwei also managed to get Qin Yi out somehow. After nearly an hour of ideological education, Lin Wanfu admitted her mistake honestly and repeatedly promised not to offend again. Only then did the group leave the police station. Suche held back again and again but couldn't help it anymore. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Wanfu's wrist. Isn't Jinghai City enough for you to mess around? You have to come all the way to such a remote place to solicit men. His expression was cold, his jaw tight, and his tone carried a hint of frustration. He knew she was fickle and unfaithful in love, but he just happened to like her. To be with her, he kept retreating, but she showed no sign of restraint. Pei Qingwei looked at Suche, then at Suyu. These two brothers were quite interesting. The younger brother, who was truly cuckolded, was like a coward who didn't dare to speak, while the older brother, who had nothing to do with it, was angry as if he were the one being cuckolded. Suyu quickly stepped forward to persuade, Brother, she already admitted her mistake. How about we just let it go? I don't blame her. Seeing Suyu defending Lin Wanfu, Suche was so angry that the veins on his temple bulged. Can you be a little more capable? Let go, you're hurting her. Qin Yi grabbed Suche's arm, forcing him to release Lin Wanfu's wrist. Chapter 74. The incompetent younger brother and the brother who undermines. What's your relationship with her? Suche looked at Qin Yi, who was even more handsome than a woman, and his gaze gradually turned hostile. His intuition told him that this man definitely had something going on with Lin Wanfu. Just based on his looks, how could she let him off? Not even a dog would believe it. Seeing this, Pei Qingyue's playful look deepened. He had already guessed why Suche had suddenly fallen out with Shin Songyan. It was so obvious that probably only Suyu, the big fool, hadn't noticed Suche's feelings for Lin Wanfu. Maybe Suyu even thought Suche was doing it for his own good. It's none of your business. Qin Yi's words were very clear. He didn't need to tell others about his relationship with Lin Wanfu. Suche's face immediately darkened. Suyu, what exactly is his relationship with your girlfriend? Suyu suddenly called out, shuddered and said awkwardly, Brother, you're misunderstanding. Qin Yi is just a friend from abroad who recently came back. You know how open social life is overseas. He didn't want to offend Qin Yi, but he didn't want to offend his older brother who controlled his allowance even more. Pei Qingwei stirred the pot, enjoying the drama. Suyu, I don't think so. Your mindset is even more open than those foreigners. You can accept sharing a girlfriend with another man. Fight, fight, fight. The more they quarrel, the better. Then he'd have a chance to rise. Su Che pressed his lips tightly, anger surging in his eyes. His voice suddenly dropped to an icy tone. Suyu, you bastard, break up with her right now. If mom and dad find out, see if they don't break your legs. He was angry not because Suyu did something wrong, but because he was useless. Not only couldn't he keep an eye on Lin Wanfu, but he also accepted his rival. Suyu stiffened his neck and said stubbornly, no. Even if I lose my legs, I won't lose love. Brother, if you force me to break up with Fufu again, I'll jump from upstairs and you'll never have a brother again. He had promised Lin Wanfu to play her boyfriend. He couldn't back down. Seeing the impending battlefield, Lin Wanfu gently tugged Su Che's sleeve and softly shook it. She deliberately softened her voice to act weak and coquettish. Brother, I was taken to the police station and didn't have anything to eat. I'm so hungry. In fact, at the police station, several pretty female officers had fed her delicious snacks. Su Che's ears turned red at her sweet brother call, but he quickly snapped back. You have time to sneak around with men behind. My brother's back but no time to eat? Why don't you just starve to death? Obviously, he was still upset about her messing around. Lin Wanfu argued, it's not all my fault. Those men are cunning. How could I resist temptation? I just made a mistake any woman in the world would make. And so you didn't say anything. Why are you so nitpicky? Besides, even if I played around with other men, what is that proof? I still love Suyu in my heart. This string of twisted logic almost stunned Su Che and the others. Brother, I think Fufu makes sense, Suyu quietly supported from the side. Su Che suddenly slapped Suyu on the head. Are you out of your mind? She's pulling you. He had figured it out. Lin Wanfu was playing his brother like a dog. Suyu showed dissatisfaction. No way. Fufu said she loves me. How could she be pung me? Besides, the evil female villains in novels are usually brainless. Lin Wanfu couldn't be pung him. In order to break him up with Lin Wanfu, even his honest and upright brother has learned to slander. Wait, could it be that his brother has been possessed too? Noticing Qin Yi silently leading Lin Wanfu outside, Su Che had no time to pay attention to Suyu's strange expression. Without thinking, he grabbed Lin Wanfu's hand and then coldly asked Qin Yi, where are you taking her? To get money and take her to eat. Qin Yi said indifferently. He had no money on him but vaguely remembered that someone surnamed Chu owed him some money so he could go to collect the debt. Lin Wanfu shook off Su Che's hand, holding onto Qin Yi's arm unsteadily. You're better, unlike some people who are so malicious they want to starve me to death. As she said this, she glanced at Su Che, her little eyes full of accusation towards him. You say I'm malicious? Su Che was furious, especially seeing Lin Wanfu relying on Qin Yi like that, which made him even angrier. This guy really knows how to curry favor, no wonder he shamelessly interferes in others' relationships. At this moment, he selectively forgot that he was doing the same thing. After all, as the saying goes, if others are the mistress, they are self-degrading. If a friend is the mistress, don't get caught. If you are the mistress, it's a love that captivates the city. Wait, I'll go with you. Suyu decided without hesitation to follow Lin Wanfu and Qin Yi. Even his own younger brother was turning his back on him. Su Che lost all strength and means, so he had to compromise. My car is parked outside. I'll take you to eat. Suyu consciously sat in the front passenger seat, giving the back seat to Lin Wanfu and Qin Yi, which almost made Su Che want to kick Suyu out of the car. How did his family produce such a spineless man? If he were the one officially recognized as Lin Wanfu's boyfriend now, there wouldn't be any Qin Yi. Why are you getting in my car? Su Che turned to glare at Pei Qingwei, who had just gotten in. He had been so busy cursing Qin Yi in his heart that he almost forgot about Pei Qingwei. The back seat wasn't very spacious. Qin Yi sat to Lin Wanfu's left, and Pei Qingwei sat to her right. It was like she was being embraced on both sides, making Su Che, who was forced to be the driver, see stars. Pei Qingwei looked at Lin Wanfu pitifully. Miss Lin, I heard you had an accident. On my way to find you, I accidentally ran several red lights and my car was impounded. If Mr. Su kicks me out, I'll have to walk back. Suddenly the car was filled with the scent of tea. Suyu had seen Pei Qingyue's sweet talk before and was not surprised. Qin Yi automatically blocked out all voices except Lin Wanfu's, ignoring what others said. Only Su Che suffered. It was his first time seeing a green tea man like Pei Qingwei. I'll give you money to take a taxi, Su Che said, pulling out several hundred yuan bills from his wallet and handing them to Pei Qingwei in the back seat. Pei Qingwei suddenly turned pale, then weakly leaned on Lin Wanfu's shoulder. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Maybe I haven't eaten for a long time and my hypoglycemia acted up again. He pretended to try to straighten up but seemed too weak and collapsed onto Lin Wanfu's lap. Su Che, drive quickly, I'm afraid he'll die in your car, Lin Wanfu said to Su Che. Chapter 75, being her lover sitting at the same table with 4 men who all had ambiguous relationships with her, Lin Wanfu remained effortlessly at ease. I want to eat those shrimp, peel them for me, she coquettishly leaned against Qin Yi in front of the other 3. Qin Yi naturally couldn't refuse Lin Wanfu. He lowered his head and carefully peeled the shrimp for her, much like a loyal knight who unconditionally obeys his queen's orders. Whether Su Che and the others were happy or not, Lin Wanfu didn't know. In any case, she was enjoying the meal quite a lot. Until Lin Wanfu clearly felt a leather shoe slide up to her calf under the table, the cool shoe surface restlessly rubbing up and down in a very suggestive manner. The 2 people sitting opposite her were Su Che and Su Yu. So you wouldn't dare do such a thing, especially since he was wearing sneakers to match his elementary school-style hoodie. So the owner of the leather shoes was obvious. Lin Wanfu put down her chopsticks and looked up at Su Che. His suit jacket was draped over the chair, and he wore only a thin, tailored white shirt. His posture was upright, his expression indifferent, with a clean and bright aura like moonlight. However, under the table where no one else could see, he was engaging in the most lewd form of seduction. Su Che picked up the communal chopsticks and served Lin Wanfu some food. Then, with a solemn expression, he said, "Try this tofu, you should like it." She ate his tofu, so it was only natural that he would try to eat back in his own way, wasn't it? Sensing Su Che's increasingly bold actions under the table, a blush rose on Lin Wanfu's cheeks. She bit her lip to prevent herself from making any strange noises. Qin Yi quickly noticed Lin Wanfu's unusual behavior and a trace of concern flashed in his eyes. "Are you feeling unwell?" Pei Qingwei also said, "Miss Lin, you don't look well. Should I take you to the hospital? Are you catching a cold or running a fever?" So you had been a frequent visitor to hospitals in his past life. Seeing Lin Wanfu's flushed face, it was hard for him not to think she might have a fever. "You guys keep eating, I'm going to the restroom." With that, Lin Wanfu stood up and left the private room. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid she'd bite her lips raw. She had no idea what kind of medicine Su Che had taken to suddenly become so bold, not even afraid of being discovered. The four men at the table all looked at Lin Wanfu's retreating figure simultaneously, their expressions varied. Passing through the somewhat dim corridor. Lin Wanfu had just arrived at the restroom when, in the next second, a tall figure appeared in the mirror before her, and she was pressed against the wash basin by a man. Through the mirror, she saw the man's face behind her. It was Su Che, the one who had just been teasing her. In an instant, a cold and sharp aura surrounded her, making her feel like a helpless lamb, trapped with no escape. "You promised me you would break up with Suyu." Su Che's hands pressed on the wash basin in front of Lin Wanfu. He slowly lowered his head, his warm breath falling on the back of her neck. "When will you keep your promise?" Others could openly cheat on Suyu, but he couldn't. Because he was Suyu's biological older brother. If Suyu found out he was also undermining him, the shock would be unimaginable. So he could only secretly cheat on him. Lin Wanfu slightly raised her head, then gently wrapped her hands around Su Che's waist. Her delicate voice was soft and seductive, sending faint ripples to his heart. "Just hold on a little longer. You've seen it yourself, Suyu loves me so much that he even forgives me for cheating on him with other men. If I suddenly break up with him and he can't take it and jumps off a building, I'd feel so guilty." Suyu was a good card to keep Su Che in check. How could she possibly give him up so easily? As long as Su Che still saw her as Suyu's girlfriend, he wouldn't dare reveal their relationship, which would save her a lot of trouble. But in reality, she didn't have any substantial relationship with Su Che, at most just some ambiguous flirting. Su Che, as always, wasn't so easily fooled. "I want a clear answer, Lin Wanfu. I'm really tired of living in the shadows like this." He could feel that Lin Wanfu was always just brushing him off, but he had no way to deal with her. Clearly, she was the one who first provoked him with ill intentions, yet the one clinging stubbornly and refusing to let go was him. In the end, it was his own fault. When she was interested in his body, he insisted on being reserved. Now she's been seduced by some wild man and has no interest in sleeping with him anymore. Sometimes he despised himself for being so spineless, repeatedly offering himself to her to toy with his feelings. Even worse, he shamefully wanted to be toyed with physically by her. He wished she would play with him inside and out, leaving her mark on him. That way, their relationship could take another step forward. "I'm doing this for your brother's sake. Think about it, if I dumped him, I'd end up becoming his sister-in-law." How could he bear such a blow? Taking advantage of Su Che's momentary distraction from these words, Lin Wanfu tiptoed closer to him, her soft lips teasingly tracing his rolling Adam's apple. The ambiguous atmosphere intensified uncontrollably with her movements, spreading in delicate tendrils. Su Che couldn't help but grab Lin Wanfu's waist, forcing her body closer to his. "Have you never thought that if this keeps going on you'll drive me crazy?" Lin Wanfu feigned surprise. "How could that be? You even rejected my advances before, which shows you have a lot of self-control. Don't underestimate yourself." She was both spiteful and petty. She hadn't forgotten how Su Che had made her fail at the start. Embarrassed and angry, Su Che grabbed Lin Wanfu's jaw and kissed her, not letting her say anything unpleasant. His kiss was burning hot, starting gentle and becoming intense, aggressively as if he wanted to devour her whole. Before long, Lin Wanfu's legs grew weak, and she had to lean on Su Che's waist for support. It was clear Su Che's kissing skills had improved. Even she found it hard to resist. Men really do have a natural talent in this area. Finally getting a chance to catch her breath, seeing Su Che wanting to continue, Lin Wanfu quickly pushed him away. "No more. If you kiss my mouth until it's swollen, how am I supposed to explain? If you want me to be your secret lover, then don't be stingy. You should feed me well." Su Che grabbed Lin Wanfu's pushing hands, suddenly lifted her onto the wash basin, and kissed her lips again. Just as they were lost in passion, a somewhat sarcastic voice came from the doorway. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be having an affair in public like this?" Pei Qingwei looked at the two embracing each other. He had long suspected Su Che and Lin Wanfu were involved, but he didn't expect them to be so impatient as to do it in the bathroom, and he and Qin Yi had walked right by without noticing. Not bad, Suyu's idiot head is wearing a new green hat every day. Chapter 76. Watching men tug at each other's hair every day, Suche released the breathless Lin Wanfu. He leisurely wiped the extremely ambiguous moisture from the corner of her lips with his finger before turning to look at the door. Even after being caught in an affair by Pei Qingwei and Qin Yi, he remained unfazed, as if he had no sense of shame. Do you guys really enjoy watching people cheat? The sarcasm in Pei Qingyue's eyes was blatant. No wonder you're the CEO of Su Corporation. Your shamelessness is unmatched. If Suyu knew his own brother was digging under his feet like this, he'd probably hang himself right in front of you. He had never seen anyone dumber than Suyu. Suche's intentions were as obvious as Sima Yao's, known to everyone, yet Suyu remained oblivious. He really couldn't understand what Lin Wanfu saw in Suyu. When Lin Wanfu was with him, she said she liked smart people, so he was her ideal type. Suche was nothing like Suyu, who was a pushover easily manipulated. He shot back with a few sharp words. That's our family business. It's none of your concern as an outsider. The word outsider hit hard, breaking Pei Qingyue's composure. His face darkened as he said, Mr. Su, have you forgotten your own identity? You're just a secret lover. How can you call yourself her family? This taunt struck Suche's sore spot and ignited his anger. At least I can be her lover. Unlike some people who don't even deserve to be lovers. I may not be as naturally gifted as Mr. Su at being a lover, but I've learned how to be a good husband. Pei Qingyue sneered. They exchanged barbs back and forth, only attacking, no defense, escalating the tension between them. Qin Yi strode into the bathroom, ignoring the verbal spat between Suche and Pei Qingyue. He frowned and lifted Lin Wanfu down from the wash basin. The counter is too cold. You'll get sick. Don't do that next time, got it? Meeting Qin Yi's calm eyes, Lin Wanfu felt inexplicably guilty. If he, like the others, condemned her actions, she might have treated him the same and grown tired of him over time. But he was always like this. No matter how absurd or rebellious her actions were, as long as they didn't hurt him, in his eyes, they were all right. His tolerance for her even exceeded that of her father. Habitually, Lin Wanfu wrapped her arms around Qin Yi's neck and obediently nodded, got it. Qin Yi held Lin Wanfu with one hand and gently stroked the hair cascading down her back with the other. Seeing this, Suche and Pei Qingyue, who were still tugging at each other's hair, both silently cursed Qin Yi for being scheming. This man had always been quiet and unnoticed, giving him an opportunity to act. Unfortunately, Qin Yi didn't even glance at them. He just carried Lin Wanfu and walked out of the bathroom. With the source of the dispute taken away, Suche and Pei Qingyue naturally lost interest in continuing the argument. The two returned to the private room, glaring at each other. Su looked at the group returning together and asked with confusion, Brother, where did you guys go? Why does everyone look worse than the last? The tense atmosphere between his brother and Pei Qingyue was clearly off, as if they had just had a fight. Not long ago, after Lin Wanfu left the private room, they all followed out. Thinking Qin Yi was there, nothing unexpected would happen, so he didn't go out to join the commotion. If he had known, he would have gone out too. He was curious how his brother ended up in conflict with Pei Qingyue. One was an arms dealer, the other a legitimate businessman with no conflicting interests. What could have made them so angry to fight? Suche's eyelashes drooped slightly. I was just outside taking a call, and almost got bitten by the hotel owner's dog. Hearing Suche's implied meaning, Pei Qingyue's hand under the table clenched and then relaxed, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. If you got hurt, Mr. Su, you should go to the hospital immediately. How could Suche show any kindness to a rival he disliked? Instead of worrying about me, Mr. Pei, you should mind your own business and stop meddling. Su suddenly leaned over to Lin Wanfu and whispered, I feel like my brother and Pei Qingyue are acting weird. Could it be that his brother still had feelings for Lin Wanfu? No way. He had to find a way to sever their entanglement. He was already caught up in this mess, which was dangerous enough. If his brother got involved with his strong personality, there would definitely be fighting and chaos. Lin Wanfu turned to Suyu. Maybe they both got bitten by the dog and are a bit out of it. Why don't you suggest they both go to the hospital for a checkup? At that moment, Suyu noticed Lin Wanfu's slightly swollen red lips and asked, why is your mouth swollen? His attention was completely drawn away, and he forgot about his brother and Pei Qingyue. Spicy chili, Lin Wanfu replied perfunctorily. But none of the dishes you ate had chili. Suyu glanced at the bowl in front of Lin Wanfu. Lin Wanfu was a habitual liar. She could lie without blushing or skipping a beat. I sneak some. You didn't see. Because Lin Wanfu spoke to Suyu without lowering her voice, Suche also heard. His expression instantly became a bit awkward, clearly thinking of the other meaning of sneaking. Just then, Lin Wanfu's phone rang. Both her father and Shen Huijin called simultaneously. Without hesitation, she answered her father's call. As soon as the call connected, her father's anxious voice came through the phone. Fufu, I heard the flight from Jinghai to Jiangxin City was hijacked. Are you okay? Seeing the news on TV, her father was restless at home. His daughter only said she was going on a trip but didn't say where. Lin Wanfu reassured him. Dad, I'm fine. Qin Yi came back to find me. Don't worry. Good to hear. Her father finally relaxed. Fufu, when will you come home? He was still a bit uneasy with Lin Wanfu being with someone like Qin Yi. I'll be back in a couple of days. Lin Wanfu repeatedly promised her father she would take good care of herself before he hung up. To prevent Shen Huijin from causing trouble, Lin Wanfu called him back to report she was safe. Fufu, call me if anything happens. Got it. After hanging up with Shen Huijin, Lin Wanfu turned off her phone and said to Qin, let's go see if we can find that pocket watch. Okay. Qin agreed without hesitation. I'll go with you, Suyu said, then looked at Suche who seemed lost in thought. Brother, your company must be busy. Why don't you go back first? I'm not busy. Suche lifted his chin slightly, his voice cold. Chapter 77 The young miss is best at setting dogs to bite people. However, things didn't go as planned. Just as Suche finished speaking, he received a call. There was a problem with a project at the company, and he had to personally go back to handle it. Suyu eagerly said, Brother, how about I book a plane ticket for you? Hearing this, Suche immediately frowned. No need to book a ticket, I have a private jet. Suyu awkwardly smiled and put down his phone. Alright then. He had forgotten that Suche was a wealthy CEO with billions in assets. There was no need to book a ticket. Suche completely ignored his foolish younger brother and looked at Lin Wanfu with a complicated expression. I'm still hungry after this meal. Next time you have to treat me again. Those words clearly had a hidden meaning. Everyone present understood except for Suyu, the genuinely innocent boy. Sure, I'll treat you to a full Manchu Han banquet. Lin Wanfu didn't reject Suche's subtle invitation. After all, having multiple lovers and multiple options, why refuse? Pei Qingyue's hand tightened around his cup, barely able to maintain the fake smile on his face. If you need anything, just ask me. Suche grabbed his suit jacket and hurriedly left. Suyu couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Then his gaze turned to Pei Qingyue. Mr. Pei, don't you have anything else to do? Pei Qingyue pretended not to understand Suyu's hint to leave. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he said calmly, I'm on a long vacation recently, so I'm quite free. In reality, his phone at the lab was almost ringing off the hook, but he had no intention of answering. He didn't really like research. He used to spend so much time in the lab just to gain more influence. He understood all too well the helplessness of having no money or power. Fortunately, heaven did not disappoint the diligent. He finally found his Wan. Right now, everything except her seemed unimportant to him. He only wanted her. No matter the cost, he would have her. Aren't you supposed to be going to see some valley? Suyu was determined to help Lin Wanfu get rid of Pei Qingyue. This guy was way too dangerous, obviously a crazy sickly type. Keeping him around was like having a ticking time bomb. Pei Qingyue covered his mouth and coughed twice, looking regretful. Because I often do experiments in the lab, my physical condition isn't very good. Plus, after experiencing a terrifying hijacking incident, I really don't have the energy to go. He sat by the window, sunlight streaming through the curtains and casting a glow on his somewhat pale skin, adding a touch of translucence. Fragile and pitiful, he looked exactly like that cold, sickly beauty type. Suyu's expression was a bit strange. If he hadn't witnessed Pei Qingyue beat two hijackers so badly they couldn't even crawl, he might have believed his excuse. You didn't look weak at all when you fought two people on the plane, he said. With Pei Qingyue's perfect marksmanship and precise, ruthless combat skills, it was obvious he had undergone special training. How could he be physically weak? Moreover, Pei Qingyue had been hunted by assassins for 4 years before meeting Shan Songyan. The fact that he was still alive proved he was very capable. I was just pushing myself, Pei Qingyue replied without hesitation. And the only reason I could beat those hijackers was because I had a self-defense weapon on me. Suyu, Pei Qingyue was so self-deprecating, there was nothing Suyu could say except remain silent. Lin Wanfu propped her chin on her hand. I'm curious, how did you manage to bring a gun onto the plane? Someone like me, a fragile researcher, always has to find ways to protect myself. Just in case, before boarding the plane, I asked a friend to look after me. Pei Qingyue looked at Lin Wanfu helplessly. Then you have quite a wide network, she said. From the fact that Qin obtained a legitimate identity with just one phone call from Pei Qingyue, it was clear he wielded considerable power. But that was normal. Pei Qingyue had developed weapons on his own and become an arms dealer. Could his influence be small? While Lin Wanfu was talking with Pei Qingyue, Qin had already peeled a pile of shrimp. Want some more? Lin Wanfu shook her head. I'm full. Hearing this, Qin silently finished the shrimp himself, wasting not a bit. Pei Qingyue. Suyu. Every time they faced Qin, they lost completely. Do such emotionally stable people really exist? After finishing their meal, Lin Wanfu and the others went to the pawnshop in West Alley that Zheng Xiaoya had mentioned. Perhaps luck was on their side. They arrived just as the owner was preparing to flee. Who are you? The owner looked at the group, all with extraordinary looks and bearing, and felt a strong urge to back down. Lin Wanfu glanced around the shop, then looked at the guilty-looking owner and said slowly, Last time, a girl named Zheng pawned a pocket watch here. It belongs to me. I want it back. As compensation, I can pay you double the price. The shop looked quite old, and some of the items inside were genuine. No wonder the owner could recognize the value of the pocket watch. The owner's eyes darted nervously. What pocket watch? I don't know any girl named Zhang. He already regretted being reluctant to part with the shop's items last night. Now it was hard for him to leave. Lin Wanfu's polite smile vanished, replaced by her innate pride. Qin Yi, go make him talk sense. That sounded like letting a dog loose to attack. And indeed, a tall figure stepped from behind Lin Wanfu toward the owner, then kicked him to the ground and started punching his face repeatedly. You help, stop hitting me. Qin Yi's face showed no expression. No matter how much the owner screamed in pain and begged, he didn't stop. Enough. Only when a familiar voice sounded again by his ear did Qin Yi release the bruised owner and slowly stand up. Lin Wanfu, wearing red high heels, walked slowly to Qin Yi's side and looked down at the owner on the ground. I'll ask you one last time, where's the pocket watch? Her voice was still soft and melodious but carried a piercing coldness. I don't want it here. The owner dared not hide it anymore. Trembling, he took out a golden pocket watch from his pocket. Xie shook his head. This guy's a real coward. If he'd handed it over earlier, none of this would have happened. He had to get beaten up to be honest. He snatched the watch, wiped it thoroughly with a handkerchief, then handed it to Lin Wanfu. While Xie was cleaning the watch, Pei Qingwei saw a photo of Qin Yi and Lin Wanfu inside and felt even worse. The relationship between Lin Wanfu and Qin Yi seemed even closer than he had thought. Quite lively here. Everyone looked up at the voice and saw a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes walking over unhurriedly. Every gesture and movement exuded an undeniable elegant nobility, like a nobleman stepping out of a painting. Chapter 78. The father dies, the son succeeds. The man's long, wavy, light golden hair shimmered softly under the light, and his pair of emerald green eyes were filled with untamed wildness. His exquisitely handsome features perfectly matched the Eastern aesthetic. A face unforgettable at first glance. Qin Yi instinctively stepped in front of Lin Wanfu, his eyes wary as he stared at the suddenly appearing stranger. His fragmented memories held no trace of this man, but his intuition told him he was dangerous. Seeing this, Xia Yufeng raised an eyebrow lightly. So she's the reason you returned to the country at all costs. He had been hunting Qin Yi for nearly 10 years, yet this was the first time he caught a different emotion in Qin Yi's usually calm eyes. It was clear Qin Yi was worried that he might harm Shen Sengyan's fiancé. Xia Yufeng was deeply impressed by Lin Wanfu, who had greeted him with a bullet on their first meeting, so he recognized her at once. Interesting. Shen Sengyan's fiancé is quite sought after. Indeed, someone else's wife is always more desirable. You know me. Qin Yi calmly sized up Xia Yufeng but still couldn't recall who he was. His memory was too chaotic, many less important people and events were forgotten. A hint of surprise appeared on Xia Yufeng's face. He actually had amnesia? No wonder Qin Yi's insight wasn't as sharp as before. Beside them, Pei Qingwei suddenly spoke up. He not only knows you but also has a grudge against you. This is between you two. If you don't want to involve Miss Lin, then leave her to me. He was an arms dealer and assassin organizations like Night Owl were his regular clients. Naturally, he knew Xia Yufeng, the assassin leader. Precisely because of this, he didn't want Lin Wanfu to get entangled with him. As far as he knew, Xia Yufeng was a severely misanthropic lunatic, extremely dangerous. Seeing Pei Qingwei, an old acquaintance, present, a playful glint flashed in Xia Yufeng's eyes. Mr. Pei? Are you also planning to compete with Shen Sengyan for the fiancé? Pei Qingwei was a rare talent. His father admired him greatly and had repeatedly extended olive branches, but no matter the offer, he remained unmoved. He was curious about what charm Lin Wanfu possessed to captivate so many. Pei Qingwei furrowed his brow slightly and said in a low voice, your information channels are too outdated. She and Shen Sengyan broke off their engagement 3 years ago. She can only be considered his ex-fiancé. An ex-fiancé is still a fiancé, isn't she? Xia Yufeng's eyes gleamed with even more interest as he slowly said, isn't there a saying in your country, don't covet a friend's wife? Did you part ways with Shen Sengyan over a woman? He remembered that Shen Sengyan and Pei Qingwei, like his own father, came from the same country, Daxia. Daxia's customs were completely different from heir. This country advocated peace and placed great importance on moral ethics. In heir, when a father dies, the son can inherit everything including his wife. Such a thing happening in heir was considered a beautiful story. But in Daxia it would be seen as the ultimate betrayal, condemned by countless people. Pei Qingwei calmly deceived Xia Yufeng. You didn't learn Chinese well. It's a friend's wife is not polite. Looking at Pei Qingwei's serious expression for a moment, Xia Yufeng actually doubted his own Chinese proficiency. But after thinking it over he realized, Shen Sengyan is lucky to have a friend like you. Given Daxia's international reputation as a nation of etiquette, it was clear that the proverb Pei Qingwei cited was the correct one. Moreover, his Chinese was very good. Sensing the sarcasm in Xia Yufeng's words, Pei Qingwei's expression remained unchanged. What does that have to do with you? Xia Yufeng suddenly curled the corner of his lips slightly. Miss Lin, last time you gave me such a big gift and I haven't properly thanked you yet. I wonder if I might have the chance to invite you to Elle as a guest. Pei Qingwei's expression immediately darkened. Xia Yufeng, I don't care about your grudges with Qin Yi. But she is not someone you can touch. If you don't listen to reason, then I will have no choice but to stop all cooperation with you and your father. Why so tense? I just simply want to be friends with Miss Lin. Xiao Yufeng gently lowered his eyelids, and when he raised them again, a subtle expression flashed in his eyes. If it were just him, he wouldn't care much about the many consequences of Pei Qingwei stopping cooperation. But since his father was involved, he had to back down. What a pity, the gift he had carefully prepared for Lin Wanfu couldn't be used on her. Lin Wanfu poked her head out from behind Qin Yi. I don't want to be friends with you. She hadn't forgotten that Xiao Yufeng's personal information listed his hobby as killing people. Who would dare be friends with him? Who knows when he might turn them into a specimen with formalin? If she fell into Pei Qingyue's hands, at most she'd be locked in a little dark room and subjected to forced affection. She wasn't stupid. Qin Yi thought for a moment, then made a decision. You leave with them first. I'll come find you soon. From the moment Xiao Yufeng walked in, he sensed that the shop was already surrounded by his men. Lin Wanfu staying by his side was more harmful than helpful. Yeah, Qin Yi is right. You should leave with us first. Staying here won't help much anyway. Su Yu just glanced at Xiao Yufeng, then withdrew his gaze. It was best to avoid contact with such a dangerous person. He remembered the plot in the book. Later on, Shen Huijin and Qin Yi died, and the only villain giving Shen Songyan trouble was Xiao Yufeng, the ruthless killer leader. Xiao Yufeng even dared to kill his own foster father. Although he failed, it was terrifyingly crazy. In the original story, if Shen Songyan hadn't stopped Xiao Yufeng's mad plan to destroy the world, the ending wouldn't have been the male lead living alone in loneliness, but rather a sudden shift from a wealthy family romance to an apocalyptic survival story. A flicker of struggle appeared in Lin Wanfu's eyes. Leaving Qin Yi, Pei Qingwei, who had designs on her, would definitely not miss this perfect opportunity. But if she stayed here and was caught by Xiao Yufeng, both she and Qin Yi would be finished. For a moment, she could only choose the lesser of two evils. Miss Lin, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you. Pei Qingwei suddenly curled his lips at Lin Wanfu. Lin Wanfu. She wasn't that scared at first, but Pei Qingyue's smile made her a little afraid. That sickly obsessive vibe was too strong. However, she had no choice. At this moment, Su Yu didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. He even secretly thought to himself that Pei Qingyue was a real simp. Everyone knew Lin Wanfu was a scumbag. Yet he still wanted to please her to rise in status. Sitting in Pei Qingyue's car, Lin Wanfu took out her phone and sent a message to Shan Songyan. She definitely couldn't count on Su Yu, the naive sweetheart. She could only hope that Shan Songyan could get up from the hospital bed. Chapter 79. In his heart, she will always be the first choice. Just as Pei Qingwei was about to start the car and leave, the car door was pulled open from the outside. Qin Yi, who was supposed to stay behind to settle personal grudges with Xiao Yufeng, slipped into the car, then swiftly and neatly closed the door. Drive head straight for that small path to the southeast. Qin Yi's words were clearly directed at Pei Qingwei. Hearing the sound of bullets hitting the car body, he decisively pressed Lin Wanfu into his embrace, using his body to completely shield her. At the same time, he casually pushed the dazed Su Yu down below the car window to prevent him from being shot in the head by a sniper on a distant rooftop. Crack! The car window glass shattered from the bullets, countless shards falling onto the car seats. Damn it! Pei Qingwei had no time to think. He could only obey Qin Yi's orders, flooring the accelerator, ignoring obstacles on the road as he drove the car toward the small path to the southeast, knocking down several of Xiao Yufeng's men along the way. Someone's leg was crushed by the car wheel, screams of agony rising one after another. Pei Qingwei didn't care about any of that. His foot never left the accelerator, and the car's speed kept climbing to the maximum. To kill Qin Yi, Xiao Yufeng actually brought a group of armed assassins out onto the street in broad daylight. No pretense at all. This damn guy was a complete lunatic. After the car sped into the small path Qin Yi mentioned, those chasing from behind were all left behind. This is getting more interesting. Xiao Yufeng snapped the lid of the lighter in his hand shut with a crisp click, squinting his emerald green eyes as he watched the car speed away. He had never known Qin Yi was such a good actor, to the point that even he was fooled. Could amnesia really make someone more cunning? The old Qin Yi would never have done something like using someone as a human shield even in a tight spot. And that human shield wasn't just anyone. It was Pei Qingyue. If Pei Qingyue hadn't clearly shown pure malice toward Qin Yi, seeming even more eager for Qin Yi's death, he might have suspected that Qin Yi had colluded with Pei Qingyue beforehand. Boss, should we chase after them? A subordinate asked. Go to Jinghai City? I heard Miss Lin cares deeply about her father. We'll wait for him at the Lin family's place. Xiao Yufeng gradually withdrew his gaze, then turned and got into the car parked by the roadside. Meanwhile, Lin Wanfu and the others who had escaped with their lives were still a bit shaken but also breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yi, didn't you say we should leave first? So you climbed out from under the car seat, looking at Qin Yi who was holding Lin Wanfu, his face twisted in a grimace. How come you've learned to lie too? You can't do this. Sure enough, the evil aura on Lin Wanfu was strong. It hadn't been long before Qin Yi changed as well. No, for Lin Wanfu's safety, he had to correct Qin Yi's thinking and prevent him from going astray. Otherwise, no one would protect Lin Wanfu. I didn't lie. Qin Yi glanced at Su Yu indifferently, then said, what I said earlier was to let Fufu leave first. I'll come find her soon. Hearing this, Pei Qingyue's grip on the steering wheel tightened. Through the rearview mirror, he looked at the three people in the back seat and ground his teeth. You've really mastered the art of wordplay. He wasn't as stupid as Suyu. How could he not realize he was being used as a human shield by Qin-Yi? Who wouldn't be angry? If conditions allowed, he would have pulled out a gun and shot Qin-Yi in the head. I'm just telling the truth, Qin-Yi said. Ah, so you belatedly realized, then I guess that's not really lying. It turns out Qin-Yi has a hidden scheming side. It feels like his character is a bit shattered. You're getting better at this, even fooled me. Lin Wanfu angrily pinched Qin-Yi's cheek. At that moment, she really thought he was going to stay alone, forcing her to send a message to contact Shin Song-yen. Now it's too late to retract the message. She could only hope that Shin Song-yen, lying in the ICU, hadn't checked his phone, or else he would use this as an excuse to stir things up again. Sorry. Qin-Yi slightly lowered his eyes, his thick, curled lashes casting a small shadow, making him look like a puppy who had done something wrong. Somehow it made people feel a bit sorry for him. Before Lin Wanfu could say anything, Suyu had already spoken up for Qin-Yi. Actually, I think Qin-Yi did a great job. That assassin leader brought so many people, and Qin-Yi was alone. Choosing to run away was the wise move. The more Suyu spoke, the more he felt justified. Besides, he didn't say anything, we just imagined things ourselves. This really isn't his fault. He was the only normal person in the story and had to defend Lin Wanfu and Qin-Yi's relationship properly. It was okay that Qin-Yi wasn't good with words. From now on, he would be his mouthpiece, ensuring no misunderstandings arose between them. He had made up his mind. If he could change Lin Wanfu's predetermined tragic ending, it was fine for him to always be her friend. Don't speak for him. You can only side with me. Lin Wanfu sat on Qin-Yi's lap and patted Suyu's head as punishment for siding with Qin-Yi. Suyu covered his head and muttered softly. No wonder you're a vicious supporting female lead. Domineering and only liking to hear slander, not the truth at all. What bad things are you saying about me? Lin Wanfu kicked Suyu's calf. Seeing a footprint on his pants, Suyu dared not get angry or speak up. Wronged, how could I say bad things about you? He skillfully flattered Lin Wanfu, almost swearing to the heavens. From the front seat, Pei Qingwei spoke softly, can you guys check the situation outside? Only then did they realize they were forced to stop. The road ahead was completely blocked by a car. Knock knock knock, hearing someone knocking on the car window, Pei Qingwei could only helplessly press the button to lower the window. As the window glass slowly rolled down, a handsome and devilish face appeared before the eyes of those inside the car. Just as Pei Qingwei expected, it was Shin Song-yen. He was still wearing the hospital gown, his pale face devoid of any color, and his cold, narrow eyes held a depth like a cold pool. You called me here just to show off your happiness with 3 men? Trying to make me angry. Shin Song-yen's lips pressed tightly, his expression dark and exuding an unshakable gloom. Having received Lin Wanfu's distress message, he didn't dare delay for a moment, yet she was toying with him. It was so bad that he wanted to grab her and give her a good beating. Seeing Shin Song-yen looking so miserable, Lin Wanfu felt a tiny bit guilty. But as soon as she thought of his previous insults toward her, that guilt vanished like smoke. She slightly raised her chin. I sent the message to everyone. Who told you to come? You deserve to be angry. You're ruthless, Shin Song-yen said angrily. Chapter 80 Shin Song-yen, he called me an elementary school student. Seeing Shin Song-yen actually pass out from anger, Lin Wanfu suddenly felt a bit guilty. As if finally having a conscience, she pointed at Shin Song-yen lying by the car and said, how about we take him to the hospital? Surely Shin Song-yen wouldn't be angered to death by her, right? After all, he's the male lead in the book, and male leads are like cockroaches that can't be killed. Qin-Yi and Suyu had always obeyed Lin Wanfu's orders, and out of sympathy, Pei Qingwei didn't object either. An ordinary person would have died long ago after being repeatedly tormented with such serious injuries, but Shin Song-yen was saved, thanks to the male lead's aura. When he was pushed out of the operating room, Shin Song-yen was still unconscious from anesthesia. Pei Qingwei could only temporarily handle his company affairs. It was the right thing to do both emotionally and logically. Not only did Shin Song-yen owe him his life, but he was also one of the few friends he could confide in. Moreover, he and Shin Song-yen were mutually beneficial, sharing glory and misfortune together. Parting ways would only harm both sides with no benefits. Therefore, even if they had torn their relationship apart, they would still cooperate when necessary. The nurse advised against having too many people in the ward, so Qin-Yi and Suyu waited outside. Lin Wanfu was the only one inside the ward. She sat by Shin Song-yen's bedside, bored out of her mind, playing games on her phone. Since she didn't have to work and had nothing to do all day, she could only pass the time by playing games or sending gifts to some borderline male streamers and live broadcasts. She had downloaded many games on her phone, but most of the skill-based games she played terribly. She would never admit this. If she played badly, it was definitely the game's fault, not hers. Otherwise, how could she have easily collected all the outfit catalogs and dress-up games by spending just a little money? The considerate game developers even customized outfits for her based on her preferences. Only games like Peace Elite and Honor of Kings were ungrateful. She had cleared out their game stores, yet they still treated her like this, always making her lose. It really infuriated her. Shui? A slightly weak voice sounded, but Lin Wanfu didn't even look up. She grabbed a pillow and covered it over. Don't make noise, I'm about to lose the game, it's all your fault for affecting my performance. After losing 3 consecutive rounds and being called an elementary school student, she was about to lose her temper. Shin Song-yen had difficulty breathing under the pillow. Driven by a survival instinct, he pushed the pillow away and grabbed the culprit's wrist. Lin Wanfu felt dizzy, and when she came to, she found herself pinned down on the hospital bed. Do you want me dead that badly? Shin Song-yen stared at Lin Wanfu without moving, the corners of his eyes slightly red, his low voice carrying a chilling coldness. Shin Song-yen, let me go. Lin Wanfu frowned in displeasure and pushed at Shin Song-yen, pressing down on her. She struggled to reach for her phone that had fallen beside the bed but was tightly held by his hand. Shin Song-yen pressed Lin Wanfu's hand onto the pillow and covered her mouth to silence her. You always disappoint me like this and I'm very angry. He bent down and unbuttoned Lin Wanfu's shirt, biting her shoulder as a form of punishment. The sudden pain brought tears to the corners of Lin Wanfu's eyes, slowly sliding into her messy hair. Her helpless and pitiful expression resembled a flower burdened beyond endurance on a branch, filled with fragility. Does it hurt? Shin Song-yen whispered near Lin Wanfu's ear, like lovers teasing each other intimately. The pain you bring me is 10,000 times worse than this. His hand firmly covered Lin Wanfu's mouth, clearly not wanting to hear her speak. Sometimes I think rather than living and being tormented by you in every possible way, it's better to perish together with you. Shin Song-yen muttered to himself with a crazed expression, his disturbingly sick tone sending chills down the spine. Lin Wanfu's eyes were misty with tears, looking like she was about to cry but didn't. But she wasn't afraid of Shin Song-yen. She had just gotten a 98K sniper rifle, equipped with an 8x scope. The 98K is a very powerful sniper rifle. And with it she was sure she could lead her teammates to victory and wipe away their previous low opinion of her as a mere elementary school player. Thinking that the hard-earned opportunity was gone, Lin Wanfu cried harder and harder, looking utterly heartbroken. Feeling a wetness on the back of his hand, Shin Song-yen lowered his eyes to look at Lin Wanfu's tear-streaked, red-rimmed eyes, and an indescribable pang of pain surged from his heart to his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. The ward fell into silence with only Lin Wanfu's faint sobbing audible. After a long while, Shin Song-yen finally released Lin Wanfu's mouth, his Adam's apple rolling twice as he hoarsely said, Lin Wanfu, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you admit you were wrong, I won't hold those things you did against you anymore. Lin Wanfu's eyelashes were slightly wet, a tear still hanging on her flushed cheek, and she choked out, You're wrong. Shin Song-yen laughed angrily, grabbing Lin Wanfu's cheek like pinching an angry pufferfish, his fingertips sinking into the soft flesh of her face. Shin Song-yen, what are you doing? Pinched on the face, Lin Wanfu's speech became a bit slurred, but she could only glare helplessly. Shin Song-yen gritted his teeth and said, You're never this smart normally. Have you been saving all your cleverness just for me? Lin Wanfu desperately tried to pull Shin Song-yen's hand away. Weren't you the one who just told me to speak? I said it, and now you're unhappy. You men are so fickle. Shin Song-yen sneered uncontrollably. Did I mean the same thing as what you said? What tongue twister are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Wanfu continued to play dumb. Just as Shin Song-yen was about to say something, a furious male voice came from Lin Wanfu's phone. Number 4, open your mic. You elementary school kid who can't even beat bots, what's the use of snatching the 98K? It's like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, such a waste. Give me the gun back quickly, or I'll run you over with my car. Hearing this, Lin Wanfu was so angry she grabbed her phone, ready to open the mic and have a friendly exchange of national essence with the other party. But Shin Song-yen pressed down on her expressionlessly. Tears dripped down Lin Wanfu's face as she cried and complained. Shin Song, they're all calling me an elementary school kid. Please help me insult them back. Shin Song-yen, he knew Lin Wanfu was a crybaby, but getting so upset over a game was beyond his understanding. If you're bad at playing, then don't play. Saying this, he took Lin Wanfu's phone and made a move to exit the game. Don't you dare quit my game. Suddenly Lin Wanfu pounced on Shin Song-yen, knocking him onto the bed and trying to snatch the phone from his hand.